Chapter 1 Awakening. The system arrives. Blue Star. 108 years of natural disasters. Heishui City, Outer District 7, Xiago Lane. This is a slum filled with despair and struggle. Everywhere you look, you can see rusty and mottled metal sheds with pipes crisscrossing the walls, from which dirty liquids drip from time to time, gathering into foul-smelling puddles on the ground. Under the dim street lights at the entrance of the alley, several ragged residents with numb faces huddled in a corner, staring at the gloomy sky with empty eyes. In this era, being alive itself is a luxury. At this moment, deep in Xiago Alley, in a narrow shed that was almost swallowed by darkness, a slightly thin boy was carefully placing a tube of potion emitting a faint blue light on a shabby wooden table. Gu Chen, 20 years old this year, is an ordinary orphan in this slum. His eyes were unusually calm, and even had a hint of fierceness that was inconsistent with his age. A few years ago, Gu Chen's parents were unfortunately killed in a resource collection operation in an uninhabited area, leaving him and his young sister Gu Tong to depend on each other. The furnishings in the shed were extremely simple. There was nothing else except two wooden beds that creaked every time one turned over, a table and two chairs. The walls were made of picked-up discarded metal plates, and the gaps that could not be completely closed were stuffed with rags, barely protecting against the wind from outside. My younger sister Gu Tong was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding an old book with a badly worn cover, and reading carefully with the faint light of the extremely low-power energy-saving lamp on the table. She looked a few years younger than Gu Chen, with a fair face, wearing an old-school uniform and a spiritual aura between her brows. Gu Tong. Gu Tong is the only warmth and concern that Gu Chen has in this world. Gu Chen looked at his sister's serious profile, his eyes full of pity, but it was soon replaced by a heavy determination. He walked to his sister, raised his hand and paused for a moment, then finally patted her shoulder gently. Tong Tong. Gu Tong raised her head and saw her brother's serious expression, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Brother, what's wrong? Gu Chen was silent for a moment, then pushed the tube of blue medicine on the table in front of Gu Tong. This is? Gu Tong looked at the tube of medicine that looked a little mysterious in the dim light, and had a vague guess in her heart. Her face turned slightly pale. Brother, are you going to? Gu Chen nodded, his voice was unusually firm. Tong Tong, our family savings are almost exhausted. Your tuition and our daily expenses cannot be supported by me doing odd jobs in the factory. You also know that it is very difficult to survive in this world and live a better life. Besides, I'll be 21 soon. You know the rules. The government will soon assign me a marriage partner. By then, there will be one more person in the family. As long as you can successfully awaken and become an alien, you can hunt alien beasts to obtain materials and make a lot of money. This is our only chance. To keep you in school and get us out of this damn shack. Psychic potion. After taking it, humans have a certain chance of breaking free from the shackles of mortals, gaining strength, speed, perception or recovery far beyond that of ordinary people, and becoming warriors called inhumans. But, becoming an alien is not that easy. The price of the psychic potion itself is high enough to empty the pockets of a poor family, just like the one in Gu Chen's hand, which almost exhausted his savings. In addition, the awakening process is accompanied by extremely high risks. The losers may suffer physical collapse at best, or die on the spot at worst. There is another auxiliary potion called symbiotic potion, which can be taken together with the psychic potion to avoid the risk of death after failure. Even if it fails, the body will not collapse. But the price of that thing is astronomical, and Gu Chen can't afford it. Gu Tong's eyes instantly turned red. She grabbed Gu Chen's arm and cried, "Brother! No! It's too dangerous. I heard that many people died after drinking the potion. Even if it succeeds, going out to hunt monsters is a life or death situation. I don't want you to be a monster. Let's save some money. I can stop studying and go to work." Nonsense! Gu Chen interrupted his sister and said sternly, "Study. Studying is your only way out. Have you forgotten how your parents died? They just wanted us to live like human beings. How can I let you live that kind of life?" Seeing that his sister was frightened, he slowed down his tone and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Tong Tong, believe me, I will succeed. Just think about it, as long as I become an extraordinary person, we won't have to live in this ghost place anymore. I will move you to a safe and clean house, and you can study in a better school, and you don't have to stay in this shabby place and live in fear. Gu Chen pointed at the tube of medicine, his eyes burning with desire. This tube of medicine has used up all our savings. It is our only hope. Gutong looked at her brother's almost paranoid eyes and knew that no matter what she said, she could not change her brother's decision. She just hugged her brother's arms tightly, buried her face in his arms, and her tears silently soaked his clothes. Guchen gently patted his sister's back and said softly, "Don't be afraid, Tong Tong. I will be fine, I will. When I become an extraordinary person, no one will dare to bully us anymore." After comforting his sister, Guchen picked up the tube of dark blue medicine. The cold glass tube wall pressed against the palm of my hand, as if holding my own destiny. "If you succeed, you will leap over the dragon gate and change your life. If I fail, I will be doomed and my sister will lose her last support. There is no way out." He unscrewed the bottle cap and a slightly fishy sweet smell emanated. Guchen no longer hesitated, raised his head, and drank the entire tube of medicine. When the medicine went down my throat, there was no special feeling at first, just like drinking a sip of slightly cool liquid. But, just a few seconds later, an indescribable burning sensation suddenly rose from his stomach and instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. Ah! The severe pain made Guchen couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He felt as if his blood vessels were about to explode, his bones were rubbing violently, and his muscle fibers were torn and reorganized by a violent force. His skin quickly turned red, veins popped out, and sweat flowed like streams, soaking his clothes in an instant. His vision went dark, his consciousness began to blur, and countless chaotic images and noises hit his brain. "Elder brother!" Gutong screamed in fear and rushed forward to support the staggering Guchen, but was forced back by the amazing heat emanating from his body. Just when Guchen felt that he was about to be completely torn apart by this violent force and his consciousness was about to sink into the edge of endless darkness, paragraphs of glowing text appeared in the void in front of his vision. Reconstructing, awakening the hunter. Body transformation in progress. Transformation successful. Level, LV.30. Awakening ability, gravity control. Tip, killing monsters can earn you experience points and energy points, which can be used to exchange for items. Guchen's scattered pupils instantly focused. This is. Is he dreaming? I've never heard of anyone experiencing this phenomenon when awakening a superpower. This isn't mentioned in the potion instructions. But the severe pain that almost tore him into pieces receded quickly like the tide as the words appeared, and was replaced by an unprecedented powerful force that filled every cell of his body. Guchen could clearly feel that his body had become extremely light, every inch of his muscles was full of strength, his five senses had become unusually sharp, and he could even hear faint snoring from the shed next door. Done. Chapter 2 Aptitude Test. The huge surprise instantly dispelled the remaining discomfort in the body. Guchen looked down at his hands, clenched them hard, and his joints made crisp popping sounds, full of strength. "Brother? How are you?" Guton looked at her brother who had returned to normal and asked cautiously, with tears still on her face. Guchen turned around, met his sister's worried gaze, and a bright and confident smile appeared on his face. "Tong Tong, I succeeded." He reached out and gently ruffled his sister's hair, his tone more relaxed than ever before. "Not only am I awake, but I feel really good. You read the book first. I need to figure out what exactly my ability is." Guchen could clearly feel the changes in his body. His body, which had been a little thin due to long-term malnutrition, was now filled with unprecedented strength. The muscle lines seemed to be tighter and the five senses have become more acute. Level 30. Guchen silently muttered the number. This should be a level division, but it is completely different from the classification of the Alien Management Bureau. The official rating system for aliens, from low to high, is F, E, D, C, B, A, S, S, not the so-called level 30. And then there is the ability. Gravity domination. Guchen's mind moved slightly, trying to understand the meaning of this ability. Another string of text suddenly appeared. You can use your mind to change the size and direction of the gravity acting on a specific object within a certain range. He cast his eyes towards an empty metal cup on the table. Concentrate and imagine that the downward force on the glass is decreasing. The next moment, the water cup shook slightly, and then, it slowly and tremblingly floated up, about 1 centimeter above the table. Guchen's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt an uncontrollable excitement in his heart. This is truly an extraordinary power. Gravity dominates. The potential of this ability seemed to be greater than he had imagined. After the ecstasy, Guchen remembered another thing. According to Article 87 of the Blue Star Survival Zone Joint Management Regulations, new aliens must go to the Alien Management Bureau to register and file within 72 hours. After completing the first registration, you will not only be assessed based on your level, but also receive a sum of money. On the contrary, if they fail to register on time, these aliens will be regarded as potential threats and, once discovered, will be forcibly dealt with by the Alien Management Bureau. The Alien Management Bureau is a core agency established in every country, responsible for managing all aliens in the country. In this age of rampant alien beasts, the power of aliens is the key to fighting against them, but at the same time, out-of-control aliens may also cause great damage to human order. Therefore, mandatory registration and management are the rules of all countries. The 7th district outside Haeshui City where Gu Chen is located naturally also has a corresponding branch of the Alien Management Bureau. It seems that I have to go to the Alien Management Bureau tomorrow. I wonder what grade I can get. According to the regulations, the higher the level, the more money you can get. But once you register, there is no going back. Registered aliens are obliged to accept officially unified deployment and task arrangements. The most important one is to go to the uninhabited area outside the city and perform long-term compulsory garrison missions. This is the responsibility that every alien must bear. Of course, outside of mandatory missions, aliens have relative freedom. Many people will choose to take risks, form their own teams or go alone like lone wolves, and enter uninhabited areas to hunt exotic animals. The shells, claws, fangs, blood, etc. of those exotic beasts are all resources. Bring it back to the city and either hand it over to the official alien union or sell it to private companies with backgrounds, and it can be exchanged for money. In addition, the Alien Guild is also a platform for issuing and accepting tasks, where you can find a wide variety of tasks, including bounties, escorts, explorations, etc. In order to increase their survival rate, some Inhumans choose to form fixed or temporary hunting teams. There is strength in numbers, and by working together, we can indeed deal with more dangerous situations. But human hearts are unpredictable, and a knife from behind is often more deadly than a strange beast. Whether teammates are reliable is always a question that needs to be carefully considered. The next day, Gu Chen changed into a relatively clean piece of clothing and spent about half an hour arriving at the 7th District branch of the Alien Administration Bureau located in the center of the 7th District. The hall inside the administration is spacious and bright, crowded with people and noisy. Many people, like Gu Chen, were new aliens who came to register, with similar anxiety and expectations on their faces. Others are markedly different. They were wearing standard or modified combat uniforms and should be registered old aliens handling affairs. Gu Chen took an electronic number plate from a staff member in front of the cold metal guide desk and was told to go to the designated registration and testing area to queue up. He followed instructions and walked to the area marked Test Area. The line wasn't too long, with about a dozen people in front. Most of them looked the same as him, nervous but a little numb. It seems that there are quite a few awakened people in recent times. The testing appeared to be conducted in a row of separate cubicles. The door of the compartment was closed tightly, and only the indicator light above indicating testing or idle was flashing monotonously. The efficiency did not seem too slow, but it was not fast either. Gu Chen found a corner and stood still, his eyes scanning the crowd queuing in front of him. These people were of different ages and dressed in various styles, but without exception, they were all a little nervous. Time passed minute by minute, and the crowd didn't change at all. Some people left and some came. Next, B45, please go to testing room 3. A cold electronic synthesizer sounded. Gu Chen glanced at the number plate in his hand B45. It's his turn. Gu Chen took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and walked towards the metal door marked with the number 3. Chapter 3 Identity Change. Testing Room. In the center of the room stood a half-human high-metal cylinder with an extremely smooth surface that could vaguely reflect the outline of the ceiling light tubes. On top of the cylinder, there is a crystal ball the size of a human head. Stand over there, in that circle. A slightly numb voice came from behind the thick explosion-proof glass wall. The staff member in charge of guiding us pointed through the glass to a circular area painted with faded yellow paint on the ground in front of the metal stage. Right hand, place it on the test ball. Don't be nervous, it won't kill anyone, it's just a test. Gu Chen followed his instructions and walked to that area. In the chest, the heart was pounding and the blood seemed to flow faster. How can I not be nervous? His heartbeat was not as calm as the staff said. Gu Chen took a deep breath, slowly raised his right hand, and gently covered the surface of the cold crystal ball with his palm. The touch was unexpectedly cold, like touching a piece of ice. The chill ran along his palm, penetrated his skin, and quickly ran up along the meridians in his arm. Almost at the moment when his palm was completely in contact with the crystal ball. Buzz! The originally silent crystal ball burst out with strong light. At first, it was a soft but not negligible white light, which swallowed up all the shadows in the room, dyeing the walls, the ground, and even Guchen himself with a layer of pale white. Then, a low humming sound was heard from inside the crystal ball, and its volume and frequency increased rapidly. The white light was no longer soft, but began to become dazzling and scorching. The large screen hanging above the wall lit up, and a simple progress bar began to soar upwards crazily. 1%, 15%, 38%. Guchen clearly felt that a strange energy was madly pouring into his arms from the crystal ball and flowing throughout his body. That feeling was painful but also carried an indescribable strange numbness. Behind the glass wall, the staff who were originally bored suddenly straightened their backs and stared at the rapidly progress bar on the screen. A trace of surprise appeared on that numb face. F rank, full. Still rising. He muttered unconsciously. For those losers in the outer 7th district, you were lucky enough to fill up the F-level progress bar. However, after reaching the top of level F, the progress bar on the screen not only did not stop, but it broke through the symbolic boundary with a ferocious momentum and continued to move upward. It's still rising. It's still rising. Is the E level full? The staff's eyes widened. His breathing began to become heavy, and the last trace of indifference on his face was replaced by caution. Before he had even finished speaking, the progress bar on the screen filled up again, severely breaking through the E-level limit. Buzz! The humming sound turned into a roar, and the white light was so bright that it was almost impossible to look directly at. DD level. The staff lost their voice. In this barren wasteland of the Outer District 7, there are D-level initial awakeners? There are only a few of them in this year? The bright light and roar lasted for about 10 seconds and then slowly faded away. Finally, the light inside the crystal ball receded again and returned to its original state. Only then did Guchen feel the strange feeling in his arm gradually subside, leaving only a slight numbness. He raised his head and looked at the staff member behind the glass wall. The other person was staring at him with envy. Test results, D level. Congratulations, Mr. Guchen. The staff member sounded a little excited. Guchen suddenly felt relieved. D level. It was much better than he had expected. When an alien awakens, the initial level is crucial. It not only concerns the height of your starting point, but also largely determines the upper limit of your future potential. This initial level is related to one's own body. The more perfect the reaction between the genes in the body and the medicine, the higher the starting point of awakening. Secondly, it is closely related to the psychic medicine taken. To put it simply, psychic potion is something extracted from the blood of those exotic beasts. Different exotic beasts have vastly different energy properties. The potions made from the blood of those powerful and rare species of beasts are naturally very effective and can stimulate the potential of the human body, allowing the user to soar to the sky. But the question is, which advanced alien species is easy to mess with? Hunting them requires blood, and the technology and equipment for making advanced medicines are firmly controlled by those powerful forces at the top. Cost? That cannot be measured with money at all. Saying sky-high price is an insult to the word. In slums like the outer 7th district that are struggling on the edge of survival, the psychic potions that can be obtained are basically low-quality stuff made from the lowest-level exotic beasts. You should be thankful if you can finish the medicine alive without becoming a disabled person. Reality is so cruel. In the 7th outer zone, more than 90% of the awakeners are initially at F level, destined to be cannon fodder. Those who can reach E level are considered to have great success and are potential stocks that all teams are vying for. As for D class, in the entire history of the outer 7th district, it is rarer to find an initial D-level mutant in a year than to find an unexpired can of food in a garbage dump. The birth of every D-level mutant creates quite a stir in the Alien Management Bureau of the 7th district. It's no wonder that this staff member, who is used to seeing F-level and occasionally marvels at E-level, would be so out of control. The staff rubbed their hands and their tone became unusually polite. Mr. Guchen, with your qualifications, you may become an A-level mutant in the future. If you go out now, any organization in our outer 7th district will be vying for you. How about it? Do you need me to introduce you to a few organizations in our district that are more famous and have better treatment? For example, the Red Scorpion or the Desert Eagle. I know them all. I promise to arrange everything for you. Every time he successfully introduces an alien to join an organization, he can get an introduction fee from the organization. An F-level 1 might be enough for him to have a few meals of cheap wine, but a D-level 1, the commission would be enough to keep him comfortable for a while, and might even allow him to move to a slightly better place to live. Gu Chen listened to the other party's words, but there were not many waves in his heart. D-level, good, but it's just the beginning. As for joining the organization, he didn't want to be tied to any one faction so quickly. The waters in the outer 7th district were very deep, and if he took a wrong step, he would be in trouble in the future. If you really need help, just find a temporary team. What he is more concerned about now is the benefits that the D-level status brings him. Not for now, thank you. Gu Chen's voice was invisibly more confident, and he asked directly, where should I go to handle the procedures now? To receive the certificate and reward money? Oh. Right. Look at me. I'm just happy for you. Go out and turn right, walk to the end of the corridor, and you'll see the service window. Go through the subsequent registration procedures there, and you'll get your alien certificate and the government-issued reward. The staff pointed out the approximate location. Gu Chen nodded, turned, and walked out. Following the staff's instructions, Gu Chen soon saw several windows at the end of the corridor. There were a few people queuing in front of the window. The following process went exceptionally smoothly, and because of the D-level, the clerk was even a little respectful. Identity verification, information entry, fingerprint and palm print scanning, iris authentication. It took less than 10 minutes to complete a set of standardized procedures. Finally, a card with a metallic luster was respectfully handed to Gu Chen by the clerk behind the window with both hands. On the front of the card, there is Gu Chen's portrait, below which is his name, Gu Chen, and a unique identification number. In the most conspicuous position below the name, 4 words were marked in eye-catching bold font. D-level mutant. On the back of the card are some densely packed precautions. Gu Chen was too lazy to look. Mr. Gu Chen, this is your alien ID, please keep it safe. From now on, you will be officially subject to the Dragon Country Alien Protection and Management Act, and you will also enjoy all the rights and benefits granted to aliens by the Act. In addition, according to the Dragon Country's special incentive policy for newly awakened people in the 7th District, as a D-level alien, you will receive a one-time initial bonus of 30,000 yuan. The money has been transferred to your personal account immediately according to regulations, please check it. The clerk said formally. This money is a means for Dragon Country to encourage and absorb the power of aliens. Gu Chen went to the self-service machine next to him, inserted his bank card and checked the balance on his phone. When he saw that the 400 in the account balance column had changed to 30,400, he couldn't help but hold his breath for a moment. 30,000 yuan. In the outer 7th district, this is definitely an astronomical figure for lower-class residents like him who have been struggling to make ends meet all year round and are willing to work hard for a few $100s. It was also enough for him to buy some decent equipment, some healing medicine, and even consider moving out of the metal shed he currently lived in. Gu Chen put the alien ID into his pocket, then thanked the clerk, turned around and strode away. The afternoon sun brings a hint of warmth. Gu Chen looked up at the gray sky. The sky in the outer 7th district seemed to always be this color. But the trajectory of his life has changed. At this point, Gu Chen was an ordinary resident of District 7. This identity is a thing of the past. The one standing here now is a D-level alien registered in Dragon Country. Chapter 4 Equipment and House. With the 30,000 yuan he had just obtained, Gu Chen came to the commercial street in the 7th outer district. If you want to be active in uninhabited areas, it is very important to have the right equipment. He turned into an inconspicuous little shop. The door was narrow, only wide enough for one person to pass through, and most of the paint on the sign had peeled off. This kind of shop can be found everywhere in the outer 7 districts, specializing in the business of extraordinary people. As soon as I entered the store, the boss raised his eyelids lazily. He is a middle-aged man who looks a bit sloppy. What would you like to order? Gu Chan's eyes quickly swept across the cramped space in the store. There are several sets of heavy armor hanging on the wall. One can tell at a glance that if worn, this stuff can probably withstand the impact of even low-level monsters. However, Gu Chen just took a glance and then looked away. He didn't consider heavy armor. Although that thing has strong defensive capabilities, it is too bulky and greatly affects its movement speed and flexibility. For most aliens, heavy armor is not the first choice. Unless your ability is naturally capable of taking a beating, no one will actively choose this kind of restraint. His eyes finally settled on a row of more everyday-looking clothes next to it. These clothes look not much different from the popular jackets, t-shirts, and trousers on the market, and the colors are mostly low-key colors such as gray, black, and military green. "Boss, look at these armor suits." Gu Qin pointed. The boss stood up slowly, walked to the row of clothes, and casually took out a dark gray t-shirt. It's made of black scaled snake skin. The skin is tough enough that ordinary claws and teeth can't chew it. It can also block most energy shocks. Many customers like this. Gu Chen took it and weighed it. It was just as the boss said. The texture was extremely tough and could not be compared with ordinary cotton and linen. "This is good," Gu Chen nodded. "Give me a set of black t-shirt and trousers." He pointed to a lining next to it and said, "What about this one? Where did it come from?" "Stone skin beast inner armor," the boss introduced. "It is worn close to the body, and it can cushion and unload force. It is very effective in protecting against blunt force blows. It can keep your bones in place even after a few punches or collisions." "Okay, I'll have one of these too." Afterwards, Gu Chen walked to the weapons area. There are swords, spears, halberds, cold and hot weapons in all their glory. He finally chose a long sword that was of moderate length and had a good center of gravity. After getting his living supplies ready, Gu Chen immediately turned into the drugstore next door. Walking in an uninhabited area, even if the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, perhaps the herbs can keep you alive until 5 o'clock, and you can never have too much medicine stock. "Boss, give me some hemostatic spray, powerful healing injection, antidote, prepare enough of each for 5 people." Gu Chen said to the old man who was fiddling with bottles and jars behind the counter. The old man raised his head, pushed up his glasses, and showed a look of understanding. "Are we going into no man's land?" Gu Chen was vague. The old man deftly took down various bottles and jars from the shelf at the back and packed them skillfully. Walking out of the pharmacy, Gu Chen looked at the things in his hand. A set of clothes, 5,500 yuan. Stone skin beast armor, 2,800 yuan. Long sword, 7,000 yuan. Emergency medicine, a total of 4,200 yuan. The total cost is 19,500 yuan. In a blink of an eye, nearly 20,000 yuan of the 30,000 yuan prize money was spent. But he didn't feel sorry at all. He knew all too well what he was about to face. In addition to the strange beasts in the no man's land, there are also strange people with ulterior motives who fight against each other. There, human nature is often more terrifying than the most ferocious beasts. Money can be earned again if lost. As long as the alien is strong and ruthless enough, there is always a way to make money. But if you lose your life, then it's really the end of everything. Your sister and your future are all in vain. Gu Chen did not go home immediately, but turned in another direction. His younger sister Gu Tong is still in school, and once he enters the no man's land, he may not be able to come back that day. He can't sleep well at night, leaving Gu Tong alone in the shantytown in Xiago Lane where all kinds of people live together. He was poor before, and his pockets were cleaner than his face, so he had no choice. Now that he had some money, the second thing he wanted to do was to move to a slightly more decent place, a place where at least he could lock the doors and windows at night and he wouldn't have to be in constant fear. Gu Chen carefully wandered around Gu Tong's school for several hours, and finally rented a wooden house only 20 minutes walk from the school. It's not a residential complex and there's not even a security guard, but compared to the shack in Xiago Lane where thugs could break into it at any time, this place is simply a paradise. At least, the neighbors seemed normal to each other, unlike in Xiago Lane, where everyone's eyes were filled with naked greed and malice. Although it would cost a lot of money, Gu Chen felt it was worth it for his sister's safety. A deposit of 1 in 3 payments were made, and another 5,000 yuan was transferred out. As a result, the remaining money on his card was only a little over 6,000 yuan. 6,000 yuan. In the outer 7 districts, even if they lived frugally, it was only enough for him and his sister to survive for more than 2 months. And that was for the most basic expenses without any entertainment. However, there will be one more person in the family soon, and 6,000 yuan may not be enough. The 2 most important things have been done, and Gu Chen's heart is finally half relieved. I looked at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He did not delay any longer and walked towards the marriage bureau, which he was most reluctant to go to. Damn the law. Why is marriage forced? If he hasn't gone to the marriage bureau to bring a wife home before the end of this month, he will be arrested and punished. At this critical moment when he can barely support himself and his sister, Gu Chen is 100% unwilling to get married. For him, this was simply like forcing a burden on him. But rules are rules, and personal wishes are as light as a feather. Unless there is any physical problem, you can escape forced marriage by providing relevant proof. Many people do this to spend more time single and meet more outstanding people of the opposite sex. However, Gu Chen didn't want to spend money on this, and he didn't have time to tinker with this thing. The marriage bureau is located in the center of District 7, which is not very close. Gu Chen walked through the chaotic streets, where high-rise buildings and shanties were intertwined. Many ragged people were wandering on the streets, occasionally passing him by. Just as he was about to turn into a relatively quiet alley to take a shortcut, a cry of pain and the sound of metal collision were faintly heard. Gu Chen paused and frowned. This kind of sound is very common in this area. Robberies, fights, and worse, happen on these corners every day. He leaned against the wall at the entrance of the alley and carefully stuck his head out to look. Deep in the alley, a young woman who looked quite embarrassed was surrounded by two men with unfriendly faces. Chapter 5: A Hero Saves a Beauty. There were faint energy fluctuations emanating from the two men, and they were obviously extraordinary people as well. Although the woman resisted, she seemed outnumbered and had been hit several times. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. One of the men with a scar on his face grinned and said, "Girl, be smart. Hand over the money you made from selling fur just now. Don't you know the rules? When you are in someone else's territory, you have to know how to show respect." Another tall and thin man also said sinisterly, "Don't be so shameless. We are just looking for money. If you continue to be stubborn and make us angry, it will not be as simple as losing money." By then, this delicate and tender girl. His eyes wandered over the woman unscrupulously. The woman bit her lower lip tightly, holding a short dagger in her hand. "Don't even think about it. That's the money I paid for my life." "Trading with your life?" The scarred man laughed as if he had heard a great joke. "Once it's in my hands, it's my money for making a living. Stop talking nonsense. Do it. Show her some color." As they spoke, the two men approached again, apparently preparing to strike hard. Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. If it were in the past, Gu Chen, who had trouble protecting himself, would most likely choose to turn a blind eye and quietly slip away. It is better to have less trouble than more. Once trouble comes, you can't get rid of it. But today he secretly observed the fight between the three. The two men had weak energy fluctuations and looked to be E-level mutants, and the woman also seemed to be E-level. She was suppressed by the two of them together, and it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. And I'm a D-level guy, so dealing with these two shouldn't be a problem, right? In addition, Gu Chen needs an actual battle to feel his own abilities. These two guys are just right for practicing. Finally, he took a step forward and stepped into the alley silently. No nonsense, no warnings. Gravity domination, activate. The ground under the scarred man's feet suddenly sank into a small pit, making him unstable. This sudden change made him a little flustered and exposed his flaws. The woman also reacted very quickly. She seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, twisted her body desperately, and kicked the scarred man hard in the abdomen. Ugh! The scarred man cried out in pain, curled up and took several steps back, holding his stomach. Who? The tall and thin man turned his head suddenly and saw Gu Chen, who suddenly appeared. He reacted quickly, raised his right palm and pointed it at Gu Chen. A light blue energy ball visible to the naked eye whizzed towards Gu Chen. Oh shit! Gu Chen cursed inwardly, his lack of practical experience made him a little flustered. The opponent's attack speed was faster than he expected. Can't dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of him subconsciously. Bang! The energy gathered and hit his forearm hard. The violent impact made him retreat repeatedly, and he hit the cold wall with a bang. Fortunately, the armor he had just bought worked. The tough leather and the buffer layer of the inner armor absorbed most of the impact and minimized the damage. Hold! Seeing that his first attack failed, the tall and thin man's eyes became more ferocious, and the second energy ball condensed again, blasting towards Gu Chen, who had just stabilized his body. This time, Gu Chen was prepared. Every failure makes you wiser. Gravity domination, reduce your own gravity. Although it is impossible to exert gravity on other aliens, it is possible to exert gravity on oneself. A wonderful feeling of weightlessness instantly enveloped him, and his body seemed to become as light as a feather. He tapped the ground with his toes and moved sideways like a ghost, at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary person. Call out. The blue energy ball almost brushed past the corner of his clothes and hit the wall behind him hard. What? A trace of horror flashed in the tall and thin man's eyes. But Gu Chen did not give him the chance to attack again. While dodging the attack, he used the super high speed brought by the reduction of gravity to close the distance between him and the tall and thin man, and knocked him away with one punch. In about 2 minutes, Gu Chen and the woman worked together to knock the two men to the ground. You, who the hell are you? The scarred man asked in a timid tone. Gu Chen did not answer, but looked at him warily. The woman also took the opportunity to keep a safer distance, looking at Gu Chen with eyes full of surprise and gratitude. The scarred man knew he had met a tough opponent. He looked at his companion lying on the ground groaning, gritted his teeth, and said unwillingly, "You are so cruel. Let's go." After saying that, he helped the tall and thin man up, and the two of them supported each other and quickly left the alley without looking back. Gu Chen silently looked at the direction where he disappeared, without chasing him or killing him. Kill them? Easy. But what are the consequences? In the outer 7th District, the Alien Management Bureau usually turns a blind eye to minor frictions between aliens as long as they don't get too serious. But once someone dies, the Alien Management Bureau will launch an investigation and handle the case. He now has a family and a sister who needs protection. He doesn't want to, and can't, get involved in this kind of trouble that he can't get rid of. Unless he can really do it with clean hands and without leaving any traces. And now is obviously not the time. The alley returned to silence. The woman walked up to Gu Chen, still with a look of shock on her face, and bowed to thank him. "Thank you for your help. My name is Wang Jai. I am very grateful." Wang Jai. Gu Chen waved his hand and said calmly, "It's just a small favor." He looked at the blood on Wang Jai's mouth and her messy clothes. "How are you? Are you seriously injured?" "Fortunately, it's just some superficial injuries, nothing serious." Wang Jai shook her head and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her sleeve. "I came from the 9th District. I heard that the price of fur here can be sold at a higher price, so I thought I would try my luck." "I didn't expect." She smiled bitterly and said, "I almost lost all my money with interest." Gu Chen nodded. He could understand this situation, as District 7 had always been unfriendly to outsiders. "Be careful next time." Gu Chen said, "This is not a good place." "I see. This time it's really thanks to you." Wang Jai thanked him sincerely again. "What's your name? I will definitely repay you in the future." "Gu Chen, there's no need to repay." Gu Chen stepped aside and prepared to leave. "I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Helping others was partly to test my own strength, and the other half, perhaps, was just to follow the slight sense of compassion in my heart. That's all. After saying that, Gu Chen did not stop, walked straight out of the alley, and continued walking towards the Marriage Administration Bureau. Only Wang Jai was left standing there, staring blankly at Gu Chen's departing back. This matter did not delay too much time, and Gu Chen still rushed to the Marriage Administration Bureau before the matching. Standing in front of the gate, Gu Chen stopped and looked. The building is not magnificent, and one can even see some signs of wind and rain erosion on its grayish-white exterior walls. Chapter 6: Not getting married is against the law. For many years, humans and alien beasts have been fighting each other. The brutal war has led to a sharp decline in population, especially men who bear the main combat force on the battlefield, whose number is far less than that of women. In order to continue the ethnic group and maintain the crumbling flame of civilization, the Dragon Kingdom introduced a marriage policy decades ago. All men and women can get married when they are 18 years old or older, and no later than 20 years old. If you are unable to find a suitable partner during this period, you must go to the local Marriage Administration Bureau to register your information, and the official will arrange for you to be matched. If anyone dares to delay and is still single at the age of 21, what awaits him will not only be a huge fine, but he is more likely to face forced labor or even severe legal sanctions. Gu Chen naturally didn't want to end up in such a situation. He is almost 21 and came to the Marriage Bureau last week to make an appointment. And today is the day the administration notified him to come for the formal matching. The hall inside the administration was crowded with people. Most of them were young people of about his age, some with nervousness or anticipation on their faces, and a few had blank expressions. Gu Chen confirmed his identity information in front of the guidance desk, and soon, a uniformed staff member came over. "Mr. Gu Chen, please follow me." The staff member's voice was calm, as if he was already accustomed to such scenes. Gu Chen nodded and followed the staff member to a group of young men who were also waiting for pairing. There were about 20 men in this group. All of them looked a little uneasy, looking around from time to time, or talking in a low voice with people they knew. The staff led them through a long corridor. On the walls on both sides of the corridor were hung some propaganda posters, most of which contained slogans encouraging childbirth, defending the country, and some scenes of humans fighting strange beasts. As they walked, the staff member did not stop, but began to explain the specific rules of today's pairing to everyone in a steady tone. "Everyone, today is the day for your marriage matching. Let me briefly explain the rules." The staff's voice echoed in the corridor. In order to improve the efficiency of pairing, a compulsory mechanism will be adopted for pairing. Coercive mechanism? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask in a low voice. But he was the only one who didn't say anything. It was obvious that they all knew it a long time ago. The staff ignored the man's question and continued. "The so-called mandatory mechanism means that during the matching process, once a person is selected, he or she is not allowed to refuse. This is to avoid unnecessary entanglement and waste of time, and to ensure that every citizen of marriageable age can complete the marriage registration as soon as possible." As soon as these words came out, there was a slight commotion among the crowd. Not allowing yourself to refuse means that your fate is likely to be in the hands of others. Although such rules are overbearing, they are also a helpless move in this special period. The staff member paused, glanced at everyone, and continued. "As for who can be the selector and who can only be the selected, it is entirely determined by the level of the two parties' extraordinary people. Aliens are the backbone of humanity's fight against alien beasts, and naturally enjoy a higher social status and priority. In a match, the one with a higher level of alien will automatically get the priority to choose. Whoever has a higher level will have the right to choose first. What if they are of the same level? Or what if neither of them is an alien?" A slightly thin young man couldn't help but ask. The staff member replied, "Then the selection order will be arranged according to the order in which each person registered for an appointment at the Marriage Administration Bureau. Those who registered first will be given priority." Hearing this, Gu Chen's heart moved slightly. Just as he was queuing up to confirm his identity information, the basic information of this group of men was briefly displayed on the system terminal of the administration. Although the specific abilities involving privacy are hidden, the levels of the aliens are clearly marked. Gu Chen clearly remembered that he was the only D-level mutant and the highest level one among this group of men. Although D-level mutants are not top-notch, but in this kind of forced pairing situation, where everyone is young, this level is considered very high. As long as there are no women whose level is higher than D among the women who come to match up today, then he, Gu Chen, will have the right to be the first to choose. This advantage is undoubtedly a huge benefit. Gu Chen could feel the emotions of the people around him, including worry, confidence. Everyone knows what the right of first choice means. It means that you can prioritize choosing the one you are most satisfied with from all the available options of the opposite sex. Maybe the other person is also a transcendent and can fight side by side. Maybe he has a good appearance and a gentle temperament, and can bring a little comfort to life. Or maybe he has a decent family background, and can alleviate some future life pressure. For those who line up later in the selection process, their options will become increasingly limited. When it comes to the last few, they often have no choice but to accept one from the candidates left over from those picked by all the previous ones, who are jokingly called oddballs. This is reality, cruel but direct. As his thoughts raced, the team had stopped in front of a large door at the end of the corridor. There was no sign on the door. The staff member stepped forward, took out a magnetic card, and swiped it lightly on the access control system. With a soft ding sound, the door slowly slid open to both sides, revealing the scene inside. It was a rather spacious room, arranged like a temporary meeting venue. At the other end of the room, one could vaguely see a group of people standing there, all women. The staff member turned around and made a pleased gesture to Gu Chen and other men. "Okay, everyone, please come in. The pairing is about to begin." Gu Chen straightened his slightly wrinkled collar and followed the crowd into the room that would determine his future partner. The lights in the room were bright, making everything crystal clear. Opposite, about 20 young women stood in a row, and their eyes were all directed at the men who had just walked in. Chapter 7 Girls' Thoughts. Inside the huge room, the girls were in different moods, some nervous, some expectant. Among this group of people, Ran Wenwen's figure looked particularly frail. She stood there awkwardly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. Today, she was wearing a preppy school uniform. She wore a white shirt with a thin black tie at the collar, a dark gray knitted cardigan on the outside, and a black pleated skirt that reached above the knees. Under the skirt are black mid-calf socks that reach mid-calf length, and on the feet are black lace-up Martin boots. Ran 1-1. Ran 1-1 had a pretty appearance, with a small face the size of a palm. Although her facial features had not fully grown, they already revealed a delicate and sweet outline, with the youthfulness and purity unique to this age. But at this moment, this face, which should be full of youthful vitality, is filled with a heavy sorrow that is inconsistent with his age. His brows are furrowed, and his eyes are filled with lingering worry and fear. She shouldn't be standing here. Ran 1-1 thought about this question over and over again. She had just reached the legal minimum age for marriage, and there was still 2 years of buffer time before the latest marriage deadline stipulated by the state. However, the family's financial situation pushed her here. Ran 1-1's family is an ordinary family of 5. Parents work diligently all their lives, and their greatest wish is for their children to be safe and happy. Ran 1-1 is the eldest sister in the family and has 2 younger brothers. While other girls started working early and used their youth to earn a salary to supplement their family income, Ran 1-1's parents gritted their teeth and insisted on keeping her in school. Ran's father and mother always said, "Girls should study more, so that they can have a future and not be as useless as us." She also works hard and her grades are always among the best, making her parents the greatest pride. But God loves to play tricks on the poor. Her 2 younger brothers hated studying and entered society early. He said he was going out to explore the world and reduce the burden on his family, but in the end he didn't learn any skills at all, and his ability to stir up trouble grew day by day. "This time, I made a huge mistake while working in the factory, which resulted in a batch of equipment being scrapped. The factory issued an ultimatum, either pay compensation or go to jail." The sky at home suddenly collapsed. He sold everything he could and borrowed money from relatives one by one, but the money he gathered was barely enough to solve the problem. But the debt left behind made this already poor family even worse off. After discussing with her parents, they decided that the best solution at the moment was to let Ran 1-1 find someone to marry. This way, Ran 1-1's life might become better. With one less person at home, it would be a lot easier. Ran 1-1 agreed. She knew it was her turn to sacrifice for this family. She has always kept in mind the kindness of her parents in paying for her education, and had planned to find a good job after graduation to repay them and let them live a good life. But now it seems that this wish may never come true. Once she marries someone else and becomes a member of his family, what can she do with her body, her time, or even her thoughts? Especially since the matching was about to begin, Ran 1-1 became even more panicked. Her stomach began to twist at the thought of assigned marriage. She will soon be forced into a man she has never met and will be locked in the shackles of marriage from then on. Stepping into a completely unfamiliar house, facing a group of family members who have no blood relationship with her and may look down on her, carefully observing their expressions, and living at the mercy of others. Just imagining it made Ran 1-1 feel suffocated. If fate played another cruel joke on her and matched her with a wretched, penniless man. Ran 1-1 suddenly closed her eyes, not daring to think any further. What about tuition fees? Once a girl gets married and leaves her original family, she is like spilled water, never to return. Even if her parents want to help her now, they are probably powerless. That unknown husband, is he willing, or does he have the ability, to continue supporting her studies? In this difficult era, who would pay tuition for a foreign woman, a student who could not bring immediate value? Ugliness and poverty, perhaps, maybe she could close her eyes and hypnotize herself, just think of it as being pushed around by a pig, just bear with it, and maybe she could get through it. But what scares Ran 1-1 the most is being matched with a man with a bad temper and violent tendencies. From childhood to adulthood, the incessant sounds of beating and scolding from Uncle Wang next door, and Aunt Wang's timid figure, which was always covered with new and old scars, had already left a deep shadow in her heart. She was afraid that she would become the next Aunt Wang, wasting her short and humble life in beatings and kicks day after day. A slight commotion interrupted Ran 1-1's wandering thoughts. At the other end of the hall, the door slid open silently, and a group of equally young men walked in. Some of them looked calm, some had wandering eyes, and some had an undisguised scrutiny in their eyes. Under the guidance of the staff, the boys and girls stood at a distance that was neither too far nor too close, facing each other from a distance. Ran 1-1's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her palms began to sweat. My eyes involuntarily swept over the group of unfamiliar men, tall, short, fat, and thin, with different appearances. Soon, one of them will become her legal husband and the master of her future life. Who could it be? Will it be the one who looks a little dull? Or the one with a frivolous look? The matching process will now begin. Please stand in the designated area. The voice of the staff rang out. The girls and boys moved separately, eventually forming two distinct parallel lines. After a moment of silence, Gu Chen was the first to come out from the male queue. He has first priority. Almost immediately, everyone's attention was attracted to Gu Chen. He is tall and stands out more than most of his peers. He has a handsome face, but he wears very ordinary clothes and has a rather thin figure. Almost subconsciously, Ran Wenwen used her fingers to light up the personal information terminal on her wrist. On the screen, Gu Chen's information popped up concisely. Name, Gu Chen. Identity, D-level alien. Self-introduction, XXXXXXXX. Stranger. These two words caused many girls around to let out low exclamations, with burning light bursting out of their eyes. In this era, foreigners are a privileged class in society. They possess strength or special abilities beyond that of ordinary people, have a high status, and a high income, making them the dream marriage partners of countless people. Although D-level is not the top level among the alien levels, it is extremely rare for a young man of this age and is enough to ensure a worry-free life after marriage. He is good-looking and a powerful alien. Almost all the girls straightened their backs subconsciously, trying to show their best side. In their eyes, Gu Chen is undoubtedly the most worthy resource to fight for in today's forced match. However, there was not the slightest ripple in Ran Wenwen's heart. Instead of feeling any joy, she felt a sense of rejection. Yes, in the eyes of others, Iran might be a good candidate. If she marries him, her mother will be grinning from ear to ear, and she probably won't have to worry about her livelihood in the short term. Her tuition might also be solved. But this identity is too dangerous. The meaning of alien existence is to fight. Fighting against the terrifying beasts in the no man's land and participating in various high-risk combat missions, their daily life is walking on the edge of life and death. Reports on the sacrifice of aliens are common in newspapers and on the internet. She didn't want it. She didn't want to live in fear every day, not knowing whether her husband would come back tomorrow. She didn't want to become a widow at a young age one day, perhaps not too far away. According to national regulations, people who have lost their partners will be forced to remarry if certain conditions are met. Ran Wenwen could not accept this fate of being arranged here and there like an animal, passed from one man to another. She could not imagine letting her children experience the chaotic life of changing fathers. Ran Wenwen would rather her partner was just an ordinary man. Even if their family conditions are ordinary, even if they need to tighten their belts together, as long as he has a stable job away from danger, can live in peace, and grow old with her, that is enough. Amid her confused thoughts, Gu Chen had already started choosing. Chapter 8: The First Wife. Gu Chen took a step forward and walked past the first person in the girls' queue. He glanced at the other person's face indifferently, then lowered his head to look at the information terminal on his wrist to check the other person's message. Immediately, some girls who couldn't hold their temper took action. Choose me. I'm also an alien, and I'm E-level at that. If we work together, we can take care of each other. A tall girl with a heroic look between her brows spoke first, her tone confident and direct. Gu Chen's footsteps did not pause at all, and his eyes did not even stay on her for a second, and he walked straight to the next person. The ignored female alien's face instantly turned ugly and she stomped her feet in hatred. Look at me, my physical examination report shows that I'm very healthy, with measurements of 88, 60, 90. I'm definitely the best partner for having children. Another hot girl puffed out her chest and promoted herself in a sweet voice. Gu Chen's steps remained steady, without even a twitch of his eyebrows, as he continued to move forward. One by one, the girls took the initiative to attack, but Gu Chen just passed by them one by one as if he was just a passing tourist. Every time he passed a girl, he would look down at the terminal, then look up at the other person, with a blank expression on his face the whole time, not showing even a trace of special interest in front of anyone. After a brief silence, the girls who were ruthlessly brushed past by him began to complain softly. Humph, why are you so arrogant? Isn't he just a D-rank mutant? Exactly. Do you really think you are so popular? I think he has eyes on the top of his head. He really doesn't know what he is talking about. From what I see, he wants to pick someone with a good family background, right? These discussions clearly pierced Ran Wenwen's ears. She lowered her head, trying to minimize her presence, and prayed silently in her heart, "Don't look at me, don't choose me, just go over there quickly." However, fate always seems to like playing the worst jokes on people. The footsteps stopped in front of her. A pair of worn sneakers caught her lowered eyes. Ran Wenwen's heart instantly rose to her throat, and she could feel a pair of eyes falling on her. Time seemed to be stretched out. Gu Chen's eyes now fell on the personal information terminal in his hand. Name, Ran Wenwen. Identity, current student. Self-introduction, XXXXXXX. After 2 seconds of silence, Gu Chen raised his hand and pointed his finger at Ran Wenwen. "I choose her." Ran Wenwen. Ran Wenwen stared blankly at the finger pointing at her. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her heart was confused, she really couldn't understand why this man chose her as his marriage partner. Looking around, there are still many women in the hall who meet the requirements and are waiting for matching, including some powerful female aliens. In this post-catastrophic era, strength and survivability are the most practical considerations, and I, apart from my fairly good looks, don't seem to have many commendable strengths. At least, among the many choices present, she was definitely not the best. "TSK, you really have no vision." A voice sounded from the side, with a sarcastic tone. The one who spoke was the female alien who had previously taken the initiative to show her affection to Gu Chen and expressed her desire to marry him. She glanced at the beautiful and slightly frail Ran Wenwen, and a scornful arc appeared on the corner of her mouth. In today's world, what's the point of being good-looking? If you can't carry anything, you're probably just a useless face. If you encounter any danger, you still need a man to protect you. Although her words did not mention anyone by name, everyone present could hear the targeting intent in them. Many people nodded secretly, thinking that this made sense. When choosing a mate, apart from the desire to reproduce, what matters more is whether both parties can support each other in a dangerous environment and jointly resist unknown risks. Many people think that choosing a partner who seems weak is not a wise move. However, in the face of such almost provocative ridicule, Gu Chen seemed to have not heard it, and did not even glance at the female stranger out of the corner of his eye. He just looked at Ran Wenwen quietly, his eyes calm and without any waves, making it impossible to see his true thoughts. The reason why he made this choice was completely different from what others thought. That's right, if we consider it purely from the perspective of one's own interests and survival, the E-level female alien who took the initiative to show goodwill is undoubtedly a more suitable partner. With such a strong combination, the security of carrying out missions in no man's land in the future will naturally be higher. But Gu Chen had another more important consideration in his mind. When he glanced over just now, he caught a glimpse of the school uniform that Ran Wenwen was wearing. That was the standard uniform of Fengling Academy, exactly the same as the one his sister Gutong was wearing. His younger sister Gutong is the person that Gu Chen cares about most in this world, and she is the motivation for him to strive to live. After the death of their parents, the brother and sister depended on each other, and Gutong became the unshakable first person in his life. The wife he was looking for was not only a partner who could treat him well, but also someone who could take care of Gutong when he was unable to return home due to missions or other reasons. A student from the same school might be able to take care of Gutong at any time and would be more easily accepted by Gutong. Even though Ran Wenwen in front of him was just an ordinary person, the meaning of her school uniform surpassed all other conditions. When he saw the school uniform, Gu Chen made the decision almost instantly. Ms. Ran Wenwen, according to Article 17 of the Marriage Matching Regulations, citizens have the obligation to accept priority matching with people from other countries, and you have no right to refuse this choice. A staff member at the side said routinely, holding an electronic recording board. Ran Wenwen subconsciously bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. What can she do? This is the rule. When you grow up, you must get married and have children, and do your part to help the human race reproduce. This is a rule established after the disaster to ensure the continuation of the species. She took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "I know." Okay. The staff member quickly operated on the recording board a few times. "Mr. Gu Chen, Ms. Ran Wenwen, please follow me to complete the final confirmation procedures, register your information, take photos, and receive the marriage certificate." The two followed the staff, left the hall and walked towards an independent office on the side. The whole process was quick, including information verification, electronic signatures, photo taking, as if it were an assembly line operation. In just over 10 minutes, 2 brand new red marriage certificates were handed to the two. Chapter 9: The Girl Kicked Out of Home. As I walked out of the door of the marriage bureau, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. The two walked side by side on the sidewalk, looking at each other in silence, and the atmosphere was a little stagnant for a moment. After all, for both of them, it was the first time for them to enter into marriage, and they got together in such a hasty and lack of understanding. Even though they all had their own thoughts, they didn't know how to start a conversation. The silence spread for about 100 meters, and finally it was Guchun who broke the awkwardness first. He stopped, turned his head and said to Ranwonwon, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Ranwonwon was slightly stunned, and looked up at Guchen, only to see Guchen nodded as a farewell, then turned around and walked away, blending into the crowd on the street and soon disappeared. Looking at the receding figure, Ranwonwon stood there, holding the marriage certificate in her hand, feeling mixed emotions. So, married? To a man who was almost a complete stranger? Guchen walked alone on the road, stroking the cover of the marriage certificate with his fingertips, and he also felt a little dazed. The change of status from single to married was so rapid that it gave him a feeling of unreality. According to regulations, this kind of marriage cannot be dissolved until the next generation is successfully produced. What will life be like in the future? When will I meet my new wife again, and under what circumstances? Thinking of this, Ranwonwon's face involuntarily appeared in Guchen's mind. I have to admit that judging from her appearance alone, this newlywed wife is incredibly beautiful, with picturesque features and an elegant temperament. Even in Fongling Academy, she is probably a school belle. But, she and her sister Gutong are in the same school. I wonder if they know each other? If we know each other, will it be a bit awkward when we meet in the future? After the disaster, in order to train various types of talents more effectively and quickly to meet the challenges of survival, Longwa carried out drastic reforms to its original education system. The previous divisions between primary schools, middle schools, and universities were completely abandoned, replaced by a professionally oriented college system. Before entering school, everyone must first determine their future major direction, whether it is combat, scientific research, engineering, medical care, agriculture and animal husbandry, or journalism, art, etc., and then enter the corresponding specialized college according to the chosen major. These colleges provide a complete training system from level F basic entry to level A top experts. Students can continue to advance in the academy according to their learning progress and ability, or choose to graduate early after completing their studies at any level. The school will issue a graduation certificate of the corresponding level based on the final level reached by the students upon graduation. For example, Guchen's sister Gutong is currently a student in Class 3, Grade D, Department of Journalism at Fongling College. If she chooses to graduate now, the college will award her an E-level diploma in journalism, proving that she has mastered the knowledge and skills of the E-level in the major. Guchen shook his head and temporarily suppressed his chaotic thoughts. There is no point in thinking so much. The most important thing right now is to go back and pack up and move to the new home we just rented. Although it was called a move, in fact, there were very few things in it, just some spare clothes and my sister Gutong's textbooks and study materials. Returning to the low shed, Guchen quickly packed up his few belongings, picked them up in his hands, and rushed to his new home. On the other hand, Ranwonwon took a leave of absence today to get married. After completing the formalities, she hurried back to Fongling College to continue her afternoon classes. When school was over, she returned home exhausted, but was shocked to find that all her personal belongings were packed in 2 suitcases and placed in the corner of the living room. The door of the small room where she originally lived was now open, and some sundries that obviously belonged to boys were placed inside. They were her brother's things. Her mother, Chen Yulan, was busy in the kitchen wearing an apron. When she saw her come back, she asked with concern, "Wonwon, you're back. How is my son-in-law?" The image of the man in the Marriage Administration Bureau flashed through Ranwonwon's mind, and she forced a relaxed smile at her mother. "We just met, we're not that familiar with each other yet." "He looks pretty good. Can good looks be used to make a living?" Chen Yulan frowned, looking disapproving. "Character is the key. By the way, I have packed all your things for you, just those 2 boxes. She nodded with her chin toward the corner of the living room. "Since you've got the marriage certificate, you're no longer a member of the Ran family from today on. You know the rules here. Once you get married, you have to live in your husband's home. How can a girl always stay at her parents' home? Although there is no explicit rule, this is indeed the tradition in Long Country. Once a man and a woman get married, the woman will immediately move into the man's home, taking the time to get to know each other and prepare for having children." Chen Yulan did not let her daughter stay any longer because she was afraid that the neighbors would see them and stab the Ran family in the back. Anyway, this daughter will belong to someone else's family sooner or later. What use is there in keeping her for one more night other than wasting one more night's food rations? Ranwonwon's heart trembled. Mom, it's too late today, and I'm not familiar with him yet. Can you let me stay at home for another night? I'll move in tomorrow. Tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Chen Yulan immediately frowned and knocked the spatula in her hand hard on the edge of the stove, making a harsh sound. Why are you staying here? You are already a married daughter. You will only make people laugh at you if you stay at home. Your brother's things will be moved into your room this afternoon. Where is the place for you to sleep at home? Hurry up and take your things and go to where you should go. There are $200 on the box. Take it and hide it yourself. Don't be stupid enough to let your wife know about it. Ran Wenwen wanted to plead a few more times, but Chen Yulan had already turned away and ignored her, not even preparing her portion of dinner. There were 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the dining table in the living room, obviously only for her parents and 2 younger brothers. Ran Wenwen looked at her busy mother in front of her, looked at the room that no longer belonged to her, looked at the luggage piled in the corner of the living room, and walked forward silently. She is homeless. Gu Chen was wearing an apron and busy in the not-so-spacious kitchen. Thinking that it was also the first day of moving into the new house, Gu Chen bought some more vegetables and meat, as well as a small bag of rice, intending to cook a good meal to celebrate. After heating the oil in the pot, he poured in the chopped onion, ginger, and garlic. With a sizzling sound, the aroma spread instantly. Although the house is not very big in this area, it is a world of difference compared to the shanty town where the brother and sister used to live. At least, there is a separate kitchen and bathroom here. It is no longer a shabby shack that leaks when it rains and is windy and drafty. My younger sister Gutong was like a curious little bird, running around in her new home, touching here and looking there, her little face full of excitement. Brother, this wall is so white. She poked her finger at the living room wall. Gu Chen looked back, smiled, and poured the washed vegetables into the pot and stir-fried them. Of course, this will be our home from now on. Gu Tong skipped to the kitchen door, leaned against the doorframe, and watched her brother busying himself with curiosity. Brother, you went to the alien management office today. How was your test result? Was it high? Gu Chen put the fried vegetables on the plate and started to process another piece of meat. He specially spent some extra money to buy today's meat. Although it cost a lot of money, today is a memorable day. First, he moved to a new house, and second, he will be going on a mission in the no man's land soon. He doesn't know if it will be his last meal, so naturally he should eat something hearty. It's okay, I got a D grade, Gu Chen replied in a flat tone, not too high, not too low, I received 30,000 yuan. Gu Tong said oh, moved closer, lowered her voice, and spoke with a bit of gossip-like excitement. So, what about marriage? Brother, are you married? Gu Chen responded, without stopping, and carefully cut the meat into thin slices. Then is my sister-in-law pretty? Gu Tong's big eyes flickered. When will you bring her home for me to see? Gu Chen paused for a moment, then continued to cut the meat and said, let's talk about it when she has time. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Gu Chen in the kitchen and Gu Tong in the living room were both stunned. Who would it be at this point? They just moved here, so theoretically no one should know them. Is it a neighbor? Seeing us move in, come to say hello? Gu Chen guessed, put down the knife in his hand, and said to Gu Tong, Xiao Tong, go open the door and see who it is. Gu Tong nodded, ran to the door and opened it. There was a girl standing outside the door. She looked young, about the same age as Gu Tong. She was wearing a school uniform that was a little faded from washing but still neat. She was carrying 2 rather large suitcases. There were beads of sweat on her forehead, as if she had walked a long way. Chapter 10 Family, Sister, and Wife. 1-1? How do you know I live here? Gu Tong opened her mouth and asked with some confusion. Ran Wenwen was also a little confused, and an absurd thought popped up in her mind, Tong Tong. Gu Chen, who are you? The voice was not loud and sounded a little nervous. When Gu Chen heard his name, he also walked out of the kitchen and came to the door. He was also startled when he saw the girl outside the door. It turned out to be his wife, Ran Wenwen, who had just been assigned to him. She understood something instantly. My goodness, this world is too small, isn't it? How could the wife I just brought back know Xiao Tong and find her directly at the door of my new home? Brother, Gu Tong turned around, her clear eyes full of confusion. This is Sister Wenwen, Ran Wenwen, a good friend I met in the student union at school. She's a very nice person. I mentioned her to you before, saying that she helped me a lot. Sister Wenwen, this is my brother, Gu Chen. Gu Tong took Ran Wenwen's hand, pointed at Gu Chen, and introduced him enthusiastically. Elder brother? Ranwanwan's pretty face, which had turned slightly red due to running around, became even redder at this moment, and even her lips trembled a little. He looked at Guchun in disbelief, then at Gutong, as if he had heard some Arabian Nights fairy tale. Oh my god! Is this a joke? The husband she had just been assigned to was actually the brother of her best friend Gutong? At this moment, Ranwanwan felt her brain go blank, as if countless crows were circling overhead, cawing. She even wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. It was a socially fatal scene. She had complained to Gutong before, saying that she was about to participate in a marriage matching event, but she didn't want to get married so early. At that time, Gutong also complained, what if she matched with someone weird? The result? Not only did I get matched, I was directly matched with my best friend's brother. She didn't know how to tell Gutong about this. You two know each other. Guchen's eyes fell on Ranwanwan's 2 suitcases and the dense beads of sweat on her forehead, and he already had some guesses in his mind. Come in quickly. Guchen turned sideways, made room for the door, and naturally reached out to take the 2 large suitcases from her hands. The box feels heavy, it seems there are a lot of things in it. Ranwanwan felt a little embarrassed, but still followed him in. Gutong looked at her best friend who had suddenly visited her curiously, then looked at her brother with some confusion. Guchen put the suitcase in the corner of the living room, turned around and introduced Gutong, Xiaotong, Ranwanwan, from now on, she will be your sister-in-law. Then he introduced to Ranwanwan, Gutong is my sister. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law? Gutong looked at her brother, then at Ranwanwan, whose expression was unpredictable. Under the huge impact of information, her little head finally managed to piece together an incredible line of logic. Brother! The person you're talking about marrying is Sister Wanwan? What's going on? Gutong's voice suddenly rose an octave, full of surprise. Guchen glanced at Ranwanwan and said calmly, what else can it be? They are assigned by the Marriage Administration Bureau and are a legal couple. Ranwanwan nodded awkwardly and smiled shyly at Gutong, well. I don't know who he is. She felt mixed emotions. Shame, embarrassment, helplessness, and a hint of relief that she herself didn't even realize? At least, Guchen is Gutong's brother, and he should be a good person. And having Gutong accompany her is much better than being matched with a complete stranger. Ranwanwan is from Class 1, Grade C, Department of Business Management. Although she and Gutong are in a different department, they are both members of the student union and have always had a good relationship. She also often heard Gutong mention her brother, saying how good her brother was to her and that he was the best brother in the world. But she never expected that this best brother would one day become her husband. This fate is truly indescribable. Guchen poured a glass of water for Ranwanwan and asked, how do you know I live here? Ranwanwan held the water cup, sipped it, and replied, yes, it's the one that was sent before, the marriage certificate, with your information and this address on it. My family asked me to move in today. Her voice got lower and lower, and she seemed to be having trouble speaking. Guchen understood instantly. Perhaps the girl's family was eager to send her out to reduce the burden. In today's world, this kind of thing is not uncommon. You can live here from now on, Guchen said calmly, my meal is almost ready, you can take a rest first. He had no objection to Ranwanwan's arrival. Just as he had thought before, this matter was neither good nor bad for him. If Ranwanwan didn't come, he could save some food if she came, there would be one more person to help take care of Gutong. Gutong was very smart and understood immediately, okay. Sister Wanwan, don't be polite, just treat this place as your own home. No, this will be your home from now on. Ranwanwan nodded, looking a little more relaxed. Because they knew each other, the 2 women soon started chattering about school gossip, how their teachers and classmates were doing, etc. The atmosphere in the living room also became a lot more relaxed. Seeing this, Guchen turned back to the kitchen and continued to prepare his dinner. Not long after, Ranwanwan also went into the kitchen. Husband, she changed the address awkwardly, is there anything I can help you with? I can wash and cut vegetables. Guchen glanced at her. Ranwanwan stood there, her hands tangled together helplessly, with a hint of expectation in her eyes, as if she really wanted to do something. Okay, then you can help me peel these potatoes. Guchen handed her a paring knife and a few potatoes. Yes. Ranwanwan immediately took it, walked to the sink, and began to peel the potatoes carefully with very quick movements. While peeling, she whispered, from now on, all the housework at home can be left to me. Cooking, washing, cleaning, I can do it all. Gu Chen looked at her profile from the heat of the pot as she lowered her head and peeled potatoes seriously. His satisfaction with this assigned wife increased a little. He is sensible, not spoiled, and seems to be quite hard-working, which is good. Soon, the meal was ready. A plate of stir-fried pork slices with green onion and ginger, a plate of shredded potatoes with vinegar, a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a large bowl of fragrant white rice. Although it was not a sumptuous meal, given the Gu family's conditions, having meat and rice was already a very rare meal. The three of them sat around the small dining table. Gu Chen first picked up a large piece of meat for Gu Tong, and then picked up some for Ran Wenwen. "Eat more meat to replenish your body," he said. Needless to say, Gu Tong's eyes were all smiles, and she immediately buried her head in the food, stuffing her little mouth full. It had been a long time since she had seen so much meat at one time. When she lived in Xiago Lane, she could only taste a little minced meat during festivals. Ran Wenwen looked at the small mountain of meat in the bowl and was stunned, her eyes slightly red. Although her family loves her, she is a daughter after all, and her parents love her younger brother more. Every time they ate, the good food was always given to her father and brother first. What she got to eat was usually what they had left over. This was the first time in her life that someone took the initiative to pick up food for her, especially so much meat. Ran Wenwen lowered her head silently, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the meat and rice in the bowl in small bites. The meat was fragrant and the rice was soft and glutinous. When she ate it, she felt a complex feeling in her heart, including being touched and a hint of indescribable warmth. Perhaps this forced marriage was not as bad as she imagined. At least, the man in front of her didn't look as rude and cold as she had worried. Gu Chen watched the two girls eat, while he mostly ate some vegetables and shredded potatoes, occasionally picking up a piece or two of meat. He needed to maintain his strength, but he also wanted his sister and the new family to eat better. After dinner, Ran Wenwen took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Gu Chen wanted to stop her, but seeing that she insisted, he just let her go. Soon the sound of water splashing was heard in the kitchen. Gu Tong was full and a little sleepy, but she still excitedly pulled Gu Chen and Ran Wenwen to chat for a while. Most of the conversations were about future plans, such as whether Gu Chen would frequently go to uninhabited areas, whether Ran Wenwen would give birth to a child for her brother, etc. When it was almost 10:30 in the evening, Gu Tong yawned and said sensibly, "Brother, sister-in-law, I'm going back to my room to sleep first. You should also go to bed early." After saying that, she ran back to her room, slammed the door, and locked it from the inside. It was obvious that she didn't intend to let Ran Wenwen go in and sleep with her. Only Gu Chen and Ran Wenwen were left in the living room, and the atmosphere suddenly became subtly awkward. The house is not big. Apart from Gu Tong's bedroom, there is only another bedroom, a small kitchen, a small living room, and a bathroom. "Well, let's go to bed early." Gu Chen broke the silence and pointed to the remaining bedroom. "That's our room." Ran Wenwen nodded, and her cheeks began to get hot again. The two of them walked into the bedroom one after the other. The room was very small. Apart from a standard double bed, there was only a simple wardrobe and almost no extra space. The bed was covered with red sheets and quilt, which was quite appropriate for the occasion. Chapter 11, Gathering and Heading to No Man's Land. After entering the room, neither of them spoke, and there was a hint of discomfort in the air. Gu Chen sat down on the bed, thought for a moment, and said, "Have you ever had someone you liked before?" Ran Wenwen didn't seem to expect him to ask this. She was stunned for a moment and shook her head gently. "No. Neither do I." Gu Chen said, his tone honest, "I was only concerned with keeping Xiaotong alive before, and never thought about these things." He paused and continued, "We will be a family from now on. I may not be at home occasionally because of work. I'll have to trouble you to take care of my family and Xiaotong." "Yes, I will." Ran Wenwen lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "I will take good care of my sister, and I will also take good care of this family." Gu Chen nodded, feeling that he had explained what he needed to explain and had a preliminary understanding of what he needed to understand, so he stood up. "It's getting late, almost 11 o'clock, go to bed." Ran Wenwen looked at the small double bed, twisting the corners of her clothes nervously with her fingers, feeling a little at a loss. Although they were nominally husband and wife, this was the first time they met and they were about to sleep in the same bed, so she still felt very shy and nervous. Gu Chen saw her embarrassment and didn't say much. He took off his coat first and lay down on the inside of the bed, leaving most of the space on the outside. "Come up, don't stand there." Ran Wenwen hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly moved to the bed, carefully took off her shoes, and lay down on the outside of the bed with her clothes on, her body tense, trying to stay away from Gu Chen. Gu Chen turned off the dim light in the room. In the darkness, all they could hear was each other's rapid breathing. It's late at night. The walls were very thin and there seemed to be no movement in the next room. Gu Tong was probably already fast asleep. The bedroom was eerily quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Chen turned over. Ran Wenwen's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She didn't know how to respond and could only let him do what he wanted. 3 o'clock in the morning. The moonlight outside the window shines through the thin curtains, casting a hazy glow. Gu Tong in the next room tossed and turned on the bed, covered her ears with a pillow, and muttered softly with a strong sense of resentment, "Well, it's already 3 o'clock and you're still not asleep. It's so noisy. Doesn't my sister-in-law have to go to school tomorrow?" The next morning, before the sky had completely torn apart the lead-gray clouds covering the ruins of the city, Gu Chen had already stood up. The room was dimly lit, with only a faint ray of morning light filtering through the gap in the curtains. He moved very quietly, trying not to make any noise, and turned his head to look at Ran Wenwen, who was still sleeping beside him. Under the soft light, her peaceful sleeping face looked even more gentle. The quilt slipped off, revealing her fair and smooth shoulders, which still had a few faint red marks left by last night's madness. Gu Chen's cheeks were slightly hot, and a hint of guilt and tenderness flashed in his eyes. Last night, he did go a little too far. Without disturbing her, Gu Chen quietly lifted the quilt and put on his clothes. There was a sound of the door lock turning, followed by the sound of the door being opened and gently closed. Ran Wenwen's long eyelashes on the bed trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if she had just woken up, and a hint of shyness. In fact, the slight movement when Gu Chen stood up had already woken her up. However, she didn't know how to face it for a moment, so she simply closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. On the one hand, she was shy as a newlywed and did not dare to look Gu Chen in the eye. On the other hand, she was also vaguely afraid that Gu Chen would pounce on her again. A few days ago, her mother Chen Yulan privately took her aside to talk about some things to pay attention to when getting married. One point that was repeatedly emphasized was that men are prone to getting addicted to such things and often lose control after having a taste for it for the first time, so she must be careful to protect herself and not exhaust herself. Gu Chen's behavior last night made her deeply realize the meaning of the lack of restraint in her mother's words. She lay quietly on the bed for about 10 minutes, listening to the subtle sounds of Gu Chen washing and preparing breakfast outside, and the panic and embarrassment in her heart gradually subsided. Then he quietly stood up, tidied himself, and walked out of the room. The breakfast atmosphere was a little subtle. Gu Tong was not in a good mental state and didn't talk much. Ran Wenwen lowered her head and ate in small bites. Occasionally, she raised her eyes and quickly glanced at Gu Chen, then quickly lowered her head again, her cheeks always with a faint blush. Gu Chen also noticed his wife's discomfort. He felt a little amused and a little sympathetic, so he took the initiative to find some light topics to talk about to dissolve the slightly awkward silence. After a simple breakfast, Gu Chen looked at the time and it was almost time to set off. He stood up, gave a few instructions to Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong, then said goodbye and walked out, heading towards the garrison station. Today happened to be the day for assigning duty in the no man's land, and all the new aliens who had taken the test and obtained the certificate in the past week had to report there. Gu Chen came to a building area surrounded by high walls. At 10 o'clock in the morning, dozens of newly promoted extraordinary people were already standing sparsely in the assembly square, and Gu Chen was among them. Everyone was whispering to each other, with a mixture of anticipation and uneasiness on their faces. Soon, several middle-aged men walked into the square. They held a list in their hands, called out the names of the newcomers and took them away in batches. Gu Chen, Fan Junyi, Zhang Lian, Zheng Moyan. A voice rang out. Gu Chen responded and looked in the direction of the voice. The person who called his name was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with an ordinary face and arrogance between his brows. After a brief introduction, Gu Chen also understood the identity of the middle-aged man. This person is the captain of the 78th Squad in charge of patrolling the uninhabited area of the outer 7th District, and his surname is Wu. From today on, the duty arrangements of Gu Chen and others in the no man's land will be under the management of Captain Wu. Gu Chen followed Captain Wu out of the square, along with 3 other newcomers whose names were called 2 men and 1 woman. Along the way, Captain Wu walked in front, with his hands behind his back, walking at a moderate pace, with a bureaucratic style. Occasionally he would turn his head and look at the newcomers behind him with a scrutinizing gaze. The tone of his voice also had the unique accent of a superior, neither salty nor bland, and there was a sense of pretense between the lines. From now on, you guys are under my charge. When we get to the no man's land, be smart. It's different from the city. Listen to what you should listen to and do what you should do. Don't cause trouble for me, and don't make yourself unhappy. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. Captain Wu, don't worry. Fan Junyi was a young man who looked very smart. He nodded and bowed quickly in response. Zhang Lian also quickly agreed, yes, I will definitely follow Captain Wu's arrangements. Zheng Moyan was a little dull, but he also nodded. Gu Chen stood behind them, silent. He naturally disliked people with such bureaucratic manners, and Captain Wu's words and actions made him feel vaguely disgusted. But he didn't show it. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Especially in this no man's land, it is not a wise move to offend a team leader who directly manages you. In the future, when I am on duty in an uninhabited area, if this Captain Wu deliberately makes things difficult for me, sends me to dangerous areas, or assigns me some hard and tiring tasks, my life will be difficult. Chapter 12, Allocation Area. Gu Chen understood this, and the others naturally understood it as well. Not long after they walked, Fan Junyi, Zheng Lian and Zhang Moyan quietly approached Captain Wu. Fan Junyi put on a flattering smile, took out a small object wrapped in oil paper from his pocket, and stuffed it into Captain Wu's hand, which was also in his pocket, and whispered, Captain Wu, this is just a small gift, not a respect. Please take care of me in the future. Zheng Moyan followed closely behind and handed over a small metal box that looked like high-end cigarettes. Zhang Lian was more direct and stuffed a few crumpled but large denomination bills into the pocket. The arrogance on Captain Wu's face seemed to soften a little. He calmly put away the things and nodded to the three people. His tone became a little more friendly, don't worry, follow me, and nothing will happen to you. Only Gu Chen did not step forward. He had no extra money to spend on it. The family's expenses were already tight, and Ran Wenwen had just married into the family, so it was even less likely that he would use the little money he had left to bribe people. Moreover, he is a D-class mutant. According to the regulations of Dragon Country, the mandatory patrol mission of D-level and above aliens in uninhabited areas only needs to last for 1 year, and after the expiration of the mission, they can choose whether to continue according to their personal wishes. As for E-level and F-level mutants like Fan Junyi, if they do not make special contributions or receive promotions, they will have to rotate on duty in the front lines of the no man's land within 3 years, unless they are unable to serve during this period. So, relatively speaking, Gu Chen's need to please Captain Wu was not that urgent. After Captain Wu received the filial piety, his eyes were obviously a little colder when he glanced at Gu Chen. The group continued to move forward and took a military vehicle to the border between the outer 7th district and the no man's land. There are tall metal walls and dense barbed wire fences here, with a watchtower at regular intervals. After showing their alien ID cards, everyone walked through the heavy isolation door. No man's land. Gu Chen had only viewed this area from afar before, and this was the first time he had actually set foot in it. If the outer 7th district is dilapidated and depressed, then the no man's land in front of us is even worse. As far as the eye can see, there are only broken walls and ruins covered by wildly growing vines and weeds. The streets of the past are now covered by thick dust and fallen leaves, and only their outlines can be vaguely discerned. The tall buildings are like silent giant skeletons, covered with cracks and moss, and the broken windows are like empty eye sockets, silently telling the story of the past prosperity and the present silence. Okay, cheer up. Captain Wu raised his voice, interrupting everyone's observation. The area we are in now has been swept repeatedly by the army. Theoretically, it is safe and there are basically no strange beasts. He pointed to the dense forest vaguely visible in the distance and said, even if there are occasional fish that slip through the net, our patrol team can find and deal with them in time. The real danger is in the martial law zone 10 kilometers away. The situation there is much more complicated, and it is common for powerful monsters to appear. Our Team 78 is responsible for an area in the forest called Sky High Wall. Our main purpose is to prevent any strange beasts from breaking through the curfew and entering the outskirts of the city, threatening the city's safety. Do you understand? I understand, everyone responded in unison. Zhang Lian turned and looked at the tall and continuous isolation wall. Captain, since the isolation wall can withstand the attacks of alien beasts, why don't you also build an isolation wall at the edge of the isolation zone? Why spend so much manpower to patrol it? Captain Wu kept walking, with a smile on his face. This isolation wall is not easy to build. The materials are too scarce. Moreover, the isolation wall cannot block the attacks of all monsters. The thickness of our outer 7th district's wall can only block monsters below level A. Before setting up the isolation wall to expand the city, the expeditionary force had already cleared out all the A-level and above alien beasts in this martial law zone, and then handed them over to our garrison troops for patrol. Did you see that thing? Captain Wu stopped and pointed forward. It was an iron pillar towering into the sky, and from a distance it looked like a thin needle. That thing is called a detection tower. As long as an A-level alien beast appears in the martial law zone, it will emit a red light warning. One of the main responsibilities of our garrison is to eliminate those low-level alien beasts and prevent them from destroying the detection tower. This was also the first time that Gu Chen heard of this, and he couldn't help but take a closer look at the black pillar. After walking for a long distance, the terrain began to rise gradually. A huge, nearly vertical rock wall appeared in front of us, like a mountain split by a god, piercing the sky with majestic momentum. On the other side of the cliff, extending from the bottom of the cliff, is a dense forest that stretches as far as the eye can see. The camp of Team 78 is set up on top of this skyscraper. Along a steep mountain road, everyone walked up laboriously. When you reach the top of the cliff, the view suddenly opens up. The terrain here is flat and open, and you can overlook the vast forest below. The camp consists of several reinforced containers and makeshift sheds, with an observation post set up on the edge of the cliff. We chose this place as the camp because it has a wide field of vision, which facilitates reconnaissance and early warning, and with a cliff behind it, it can reduce one direction of defense and is relatively safer. There were already several aliens in the camp. When they saw Captain Wu coming back with the newcomers, they all came forward to greet him. After a few brief greetings and the introduction of 4 newcomers including Gu Chen, Captain Wu took them to the edge of the camp and began to assign the next tasks. In addition to the 4 newcomers including Gu Chen, 4 veteran team members also participated in the patrol rotation over the past 2 days. There are 8 people in total, and the area they are responsible for is quite large. Captain Wu took out a simple map of the surrounding terrain and spread it on a flat rock on the ground. The map marked each patrol area with lines of different colors. Okay, now I'll assign you specific patrol areas. Captain Wu cleared his throat, picked up a branch, and began to point on the map. Generally speaking, our area is divided into 2 parts, the mountain and the foot of the mountain. Patrolling on the mountain is relatively safer. People go up and down the mountain every day. It is also close to the camp, so it is convenient to provide support in case of any emergency. The wooded area at the foot of the mountain is large, with complex terrain and a relatively remote location. Usually, apart from our patrol team, no one goes there. The situation there is relatively more complicated, and we need to be more vigilant. He moved his branch toward the green area at the bottom of the map that represented the forest, and drew several circles in particular near the edge of the 10-kilometer martial law line. Then, Captain Wu began to call out names and make assignments. Fan Junyi, you are responsible for the ridge on the east side of the camp. It's relatively flat, so just keep an eye on it. A relaxed smile immediately appeared on Fan Junyi's face and he looked at Captain Wu with gratitude. Zhang Lian, you are responsible for the security near the downhill road on the south side of the camp. This road is the most traveled, but you have to be careful. Zhang Moyan, go to the relatively open slope to the west for inspection. The view is good, but you must also be careful to conceal yourself. Zhang Lian and Zhang Moyan's expressions also relaxed. Captain Wu turned his gaze to the remaining Gu Chen and pondered for a moment. The branch moved on the map and finally landed in an area farthest from the camp, and went quite a distance deep into the forest. Gu Chen, you will be in charge of this area. It is the outermost point of the entire defense zone and is very important. You are the only D-level among this group of new recruits, so I am relieved to leave it to you. If you encounter a strange beast, don't rush to attack. Use the pager to contact the camp first and listen to my arrangements before taking action. The same goes for others. He said this in a flat tone, as if this was a normal arrangement. Chapter 13 Threatening the Ukrainian Team. Gu Chen's heart tightened. Then I immediately understood that Captain Wu had indeed made the arrangements according to the sincerity of the 3 people's filial piety. The heavier the gift, the easier and safer the placement will be. And he, who was so stingy, was thrown directly into the theoretically most dangerous area. That place has almost reached the limit of their team's responsibility area. According to what Captain Wu said before, it is possible to encounter strange beasts there. Gu Chen's brows were instantly furrowed, but he suppressed the anger in his heart and did not flare up on the spot. Questioning the captain in front of so many people would only make things worse and make you appear to be ignorant of the rules. Like everyone else, Gu Chen took a palm-sized black communicator from Captain Wu. This thing is a communication tool in case of emergency, and he really hopes he won't have to use it. After assigning the tasks, Captain Wu announced that they would rest on the spot for half an hour and then set off on time. Taking advantage of this gap, Gu Chen seized the opportunity, avoided other people, and walked to Captain Wu, who was talking to an old team member. Captain Wu. Gu Chen tried his best to make his tone sound calm. Captain Wu turned his head and glanced at him. What's the matter? Captain Wu, regarding my patrol area. Gu Chen considered his words carefully. Is it too far out? According to the regulations of the administration, new aliens should be accompanied and guided by experienced veterans when performing patrol missions at the edge, and should operate in groups of at least 2. The meaning is very clear: either change to a closer area or send me more people. Unexpectedly, Captain Wu ignored his words about the regulations and just waved his hand and said in a perfunctory tone, "The team is short of manpower right now, and the veterans are all in charge of their own areas. How can there be extra people to follow you? Besides, they let you go there because they value your ability. After all, you are AD level, much better than those E and F level ones. That place is nothing to you." These words seemed to be a compliment, but in fact they directly blocked Gu Chen's way. They push high-risk tasks to you and say that they value you, leaving you with no reason to refute. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. It seemed that Captain Wu was determined to make things difficult for him. Not enough manpower? Gu Chen's voice also turned cold. Captain Wu, I don't believe that these veteran team members are responsible for the marginal areas. With so many people, do I, a newcomer, need to be responsible for the most dangerous section? He didn't want to go to such a dangerous place. He had 2 relatives at home. If something really happened, who would take care of them? Captain Wu's face darkened. Gu Chen. What do you mean? Are you questioning my arrangement? I am the captain, and it is my power to decide how to allocate it. That power? Gu Chen responded sharply, no longer hiding his dissatisfaction. Does your power also include accepting bribes from team members, and then assigning tasks based on the amount of the bribe? He took a step forward and lowered his voice. Captain Wu, what do you think will happen if I report to the leader exactly what I just saw and how you are assigning tasks now? When Captain Wu heard the word report, his expression changed instantly. Although there are various factions and unspoken rules within the garrison, once the blatant acts of accepting bribes and committing favoritism and corruption by the grassroots teams are reported and verified to be true, they will definitely not escape punishment. Captain Wu stared at Gu Chen intently, his eyes full of shock and anger. He didn't expect that this seemingly taciturn newcomer was so bold and had something on him. You dare to threaten me? Captain Wu gritted his teeth. This is not a threat, it's a statement of fact and an exploration of possibilities. Gu Chen met his gaze without giving in. I just want a fair arrangement. If you can do that, I can pretend that I didn't see what happened before. Captain Wu's chest was heaving violently. He wished he could teach this ignorant newcomer a profound lesson right away, but the other party had the upper hand in his hands, and it would not be wise to confront him head-on now. After a long time, the anger in his eyes was gradually replaced by gloom. He picked up the map again and swiped his fingers across it irritably, as if looking for a solution that would appease Gu Chen without completely losing face. Finally, his finger stopped at an area just below the skyscraper cliff. Captain Wu forced a smile and pointed to the new location on the map. Okay, let's move here. It's right below our camp, much closer, right? Are you satisfied? Gu Chen leaned closer to look at the map. It is indeed located at the foot of the skyscraper cliff, and there is a text annotation next to it, Mine Cave Group. This location is indeed much closer to the camp than the previous area, and the straight line distance is very short. But, being under the cliff means that the line of sight and fire support from above is almost zero, and it is impossible for reinforcements to jump down directly from above to provide support. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it is indeed better than the previous area. Gu Chen did not continue to argue. He still understood the principle of knowing when to stop. If he continued to argue, given Captain Wu's personality, he would probably get angry and do something out of line. Continuing to argue will only make the conflict between the two parties completely public, which will not benefit you. Okay, let's do it here. Gu Chen nodded, accepted the arrangement, and followed Captain Wu back to the gathering place in the camp. Captain Wu shouted to a team member who was wiping his weapon. Haoren, come here for a moment. The team member named when Haoren raised his head. He was about 30 years old. He put down his gun and gun cleaning cloth and walked over quickly. Captain Wu? What's the matter? Wen Haoren asked. Captain Wu pointed at Gu Chen behind him and said, "Please take some time to go to the outermost area. Gu Chen is new here and is not familiar with this area. Let him be in charge of your original mine area, which is closer to the camp so that he can get familiar with the environment." Gu Chen thought that this old team member would be somewhat unhappy. After all, he was transferred to a farther and theoretically more dangerous place. Who would have thought that when Haoren was just stunned for a moment, and replied very straightforwardly, "Okay, no problem, Captain Wu." Next, Captain Wu gave a few irrelevant instructions and then issued a temporary garrison member badge to the newcomers. Captain Wu said to Gu Chen and the others, "Put on your badges, take out the communicators I gave you just now, and set the areas you are responsible for on the map. Remember, patrol strictly according to the area, do not cross the line, and do not miss any." Gu Chen picked up the communicator assigned to him and turned it over. There is a display screen there, which is currently showing an electronic map. Captain Wu pointed out one by one and helped Gu Chen set the mine area to highlighted yellow on the map. After setting it up, the area you are responsible for will be yellow, Captain Wu explained, and your own location will be indicated by a red dot. If the red dot leaves the yellow area, it will flash and sound an alarm to prevent you from going the wrong way. Is that clear? Understood. Several people, including Gu Chen, responded. After setting the map and confirming that it was correct, several garrison troops said goodbye to each other and walked towards their respective areas of responsibility. Their figures soon disappeared into the dense jungle. Watching Gu Chen's figure disappear, Wen Haoren packed up his things but did not leave immediately. He walked slowly to Captain Wu's side and asked in a low voice, seemingly unintentionally, "Captain Wu, Gu Chen is new here, right? The situation in the mine, didn't you tell him about it?" Chapter 14 Calculation. Upon hearing this, Captain Wu seemed to have just reacted. He pretended to be stunned and raised his hand to pat his forehead. "Oh, look at my memory. I forgot about this when there were so many things to do. Didn't I tell him?" When Haoren's eyes moved slightly, and he nodded slowly, "No." "Oh." Captain Wu stretched out his voice, "Just forget it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Didn't anything happen there yesterday? I'll tell him in detail when he comes back from this inspection." When Haoren smiled knowingly, that smile contained a tacit understanding and a hint of gloating. "Okay, Captain Wu, I'll go over first." "Well, go ahead, and be careful." Captain Wu waved his hand as if to shoo away a fly. When Haoren turned and walked towards the dense forest. He knew very well that Captain Wu had not forgotten, but had done it on purpose. "Are you still waiting for Gu Chen to come back?" It's questionable whether that kid can come back alive. All the old team members know that there have been big problems in that group of mines recently. It is not a safe area at all, but a key monitoring area temporarily designated. Suddenly, an extremely ferocious beast appeared in the mine. Its fighting power was so strong that it took nearly 8 garrison troops to encircle and suppress it, including many skilled fighters, but all of them were wiped out. This incident shocked the top brass of the garrison, and after evaluation they concluded that the strength of the strange beast was far beyond what the ordinary garrison could handle. "We have now urgently contacted the expeditionary force in the inner city and requested them to send experts to deal with the situation." Before the expeditionary force arrived, the garrison had only one task: to watch from a distance and make sure that the strange beast did not leave the mining area. Rashly enter the mine to inspect? If you encounter that strange beast, you are basically dead. Among the garrison troops, the strongest is the C-level mutant, and that is the team leader level. Most of the ordinary team leaders and team members are at D, E, and F levels. Facing a monster that can only wipe out an 8-man team, once they run into it in a narrow mine, they probably won't even have a chance to escape. Captain Wu deliberately did not remind Gu Chen and sent him directly to the mines. It was obvious that he wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. As for the motive, Wen Haoren was too lazy to guess. Maybe it was a personal grudge, or maybe he simply disliked Gu Chen? Anyway, this newcomer named Gu Chen is likely to be in danger. Wen Haoren shook his head and quickened his pace to leave. He didn't want to get involved in such muddy water. Gu Chen didn't know that he had been plotted against by Captain Wu. He followed the instructions on the map on the communicator and walked through the dense forest. The trees in this area are unusually tall, with lush branches and leaves that block out the sun. The sunlight can only shine through the gaps sporadically, making the light in the forest somewhat dim. The visible distance is very short, no more than 20 meters. There is a thick layer of fallen leaves under my feet, which are soft and make rustling sounds when I step on them. After walking down the steep mountain road for nearly 20 minutes, The red dot on the communicator finally entered the area marked in yellow on the map. As soon as I stepped into this area, a slightly impatient voice sounded from the treetops. Why did you come just now? You're dawdling and you're already late for the handover. Guchen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a man jumping down from a tree with obvious weariness and a bit of complaint on his face. It seems that he was the person who was responsible for patrolling this area before. Hello, I'm Guchen, here to take over. Guchen was just about to say hello and make a simple handover. But the other party obviously didn't have the patience. Before Guchen finished speaking, he waved his hand and interrupted, Okay, I'll leave it to you. After saying this, the man returned along the way he came without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the woods, as if he was afraid to stay here for another second. Guchen touched his nose, but didn't care too much about the other party's attitude. It's a chance meeting, so don't demand too much. He looked around the area that he would be responsible for next. According to regulations, there is no fixed patrol route. You only need to ensure that you are within the area of responsibility. No one will be watching you all the time. Theoretically speaking, it is completely feasible for Guchen to find a place to sleep. But Guchen is not here to slack off. Although the no man's land is dangerous, it also provides many opportunities to make money. He walked slowly and aimlessly in the area, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Not long after he started walking, a scene not far ahead caught his attention. In a relatively open area, the trees were noticeably sparser, and there were many stones of varying sizes scattered on the ground. A dozen meters ahead, a dark cave entrance appeared in sight. The entrance of the cave was about 1 person tall and 4 people wide, and was embedded diagonally in a low rock wall. Is this the mine marked on the map? Guchen understood. Driven by a strong curiosity, he felt that he would be missing out if he didn't go in and take a look since he was already here. He walked to the entrance of the cave and first carefully observed the rocks around the entrance. It looks badly weathered and is covered with cracks in some places. Guchen reached out and knocked on a few rocks that looked loose, confirming that there was no danger of collapse for the time being. Then he took out a high-powered flashlight from his backpack and turned on the switch. A bright beam of light pierced the darkness, illuminating a small area inside the cave. The cave was dead silent, with only the tiny dust particles dancing in the flashlight beam. It can be seen that there is a downward sloping passage inside. The slope is not steep and the ground is relatively flat, but the rock walls on both sides are also rough and uneven. There seems to be nothing special where the light reaches. After hesitating for a moment, Guchen still stepped in. As soon as you enter the mine, a cold and damp atmosphere hits you in the face. The light of the flashlight can only illuminate a few meters in front of you in the narrow passage. Deeper in the tunnel is a thick, indissoluble mass of ink. He moved forward cautiously, taking light steps and trying not to make too much noise. After walking about a few dozen meters, he noticed some messy scratches beginning to appear on the rock walls on both sides. These scratches were of varying depths and irregular shapes, as if they were left by some kind of tool. There were also some angular gravel scattered on the ground. Guchen stopped, squatted down, and picked up a piece of gravel with his fingers. The fractured surface of the gravel is quite new and not covered with much dust. He rubbed the scratches on the rock wall with his fingers again. The dust in the scratch grooves was less than that on the surrounding rock walls, and the color was slightly darker, as if it was only produced recently. This was in contrast to the severely weathered marks he had observed outside at the cave entrance. Something's wrong. Guchen frowned. Even if someone has been here, why would they leave these marks on the wall? Soon, he felt relieved again. The strangers patrolling in the uninhabited areas would take advantage of their positions to secretly do some side jobs. For example, if they found some valuable minerals or usable materials, they would secretly take them back and sell them to make some extra money. Otherwise, without the salary of the garrison, they would not be able to make a living relying solely on the subsidies from the patrols. This mine looks like it was abandoned a long time ago, but it seems that someone has come back to dig recently. Are they those strange people patrolling here? Thinking of this, Guchen's heartbeat quickened. If there really is a mine here, and it was discovered recently, doesn't that mean I also have a chance to get a piece of the pie? As soon as this thought came to his mind, the uneasiness and vigilance he had just felt were instantly suppressed by his desire for wealth. Chapter 15: The Seriously Injured Beast. Guchen licked his dry lips, held the flashlight tightly, and continued to walk carefully into the depths of the mine. The passage continued down, winding and twisting. The light of the flashlight flickered in the darkness, illuminating only a small area ahead. It was eerily quiet around him, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing clearly in the empty passage. After walking for about 10 more minutes, a faint light seemed to appear in the darkness ahead. The light was not the white light of a flashlight, nor the warm yellow light of a flame, but a faint cold light with a strange blue tint, like a ghost fire, flickering at the end of the darkness. "What is that?" Gu Chen muttered to himself, his curiosity growing even stronger. He had heard that some special minerals would emit phosphorescence in the dark. Gu Chen slowed down his pace and approached the direction of the blue light little by little. The closer we got, the clearer the blue light became, but it was still very faint and seemed to be shaking slightly. The passage seemed to end here, and the front suddenly opened up to a small cave. Gu Chen stopped at the entrance of the cave and swept the light of the flashlight over. The floor of the cave was not flat. Near the inside, there was a small pool of water with clear water that reflected the light of the flashlight. And the faint blue light came from the other side of the pool, near the shadow of the cave wall. Just as Gu Chen was staring at the blue light intently, he suddenly kicked something soft yet hard. Gu Chen subconsciously lowered his head and shone the flashlight downwards. After just one glance, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill instantly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was not a stone or debris at all, but a broken human limb. It looked like a leg, which had been torn apart from the thigh. The broken part was bloody and had turned black and solidified, but it was obvious that the person had not been dead for long, no more than 1 or 2 days at most. Not far from the severed leg, there were some torn clothes and scattered internal organs. Corpse. An incomplete corpse. Almost at the same time, Gu Chen caught a glimpse of the faint blue light he had just seen from the corner of his eye. It seemed to be beating. Moreover, it is moving towards him. The speed was not fast, but the flickering blue light was getting closer and clearer, gradually breaking away from the deepest shadow and entering the edge of the range illuminated by Gu Chen's flashlight. Gu Chen stared at the moving blue light, his heart pounding and his breathing almost stagnant. Finally, he saw the source of the blue light. That's not some or at all, nor is it some ghost will-o'-the-wisp. Those were a pair of eyes. A pair of vertical pupils that flashed with cold, cruel light. As the pair of eyes approached, a creepy figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a roughly humanoid monster, nearly 2 meters tall, covered with a layer of dark green, snakescale-like skin that shone with a greasy luster, with sharp claws at the end of its limbs, and a long, thick tail dragging behind it. The head is long and pointed, the mouth is wide open, revealing fine fangs, and a forked tongue pops out of the mouth from time to time, making a hissing sound. The entire shape is like a gecko that has been magnified countless times and is walking upright. Snake Man. What frightened Gu Chen even more was that the monster's body was covered with wounds of varying sizes. The wounds were very deep, with the skin and flesh turned inside out, and dark green sticky liquid was still oozing out. They were obviously fresh wounds. Strange beast. This word flashed through Gu Chen's mind instantly. There was no doubt that this was a strange beast. Moreover, judging from the injuries on its body and the broken body on the ground, a fierce battle had just taken place here. The corpse on the ground is obviously the masterpiece of this strange beast. The moment Gu Chen saw the appearance of the strange beast clearly, a translucent box that was both familiar and unfamiliar to him suddenly popped up in front of him. Inside the box is a line of concise text. Snakeman LV.52 severely injured, the color of the name and level is a dazzling bright red. There is also a line of things below that look like a health bar, but that health bar is already badly damaged, with only a short red line on the left side left, which is less than 1/10 of it by visual estimation. Gu Chen was not unfamiliar with this prompt box that suddenly appeared like a game interface. This is the same information he saw when his ability awakened. Level 52? What level is he now? Level 30. A full 22 levels behind. What the hell is this? This Snake Man beast is nearly twice as high as him. This level gap is simply crushing. Before he could react, the box disappeared just as abruptly as it appeared. Gu Chen forced himself to calm down, his eyes fixed on the strange beast called Snake Man, while his body moved backwards very slowly, bit by bit. The strange thing was that although the Snake Man stared at him with his dark blue vertical pupils and made threatening hissing sounds in his throat, he did not pounce on him and attack immediately. Gu Chen thought of the broken corpse he had just seen, and the new and old scars all over the Snake Man's body, combined with the data he had just seen: low health and serious injury. An inference quickly formed in his mind: this Snake Man monster had experienced one or several fierce battles not long ago. Although it killed its opponent, it also paid a heavy price and was seriously injured. Its strength was greatly reduced, and it is now in an extremely weak state. The reason why it didn't attack me immediately was probably not because it didn't want to, but because it couldn't. In other words, it was also assessing the threat level of this sudden intruder and did not want to risk an uncertain battle in its weak state. Its approach and roar just now were more like a deterrent, trying to scare away the uninvited guest. This thought calmed Gu Chen's heart a little. He continued to remain on guard, retreating step by step. Sure enough, the snake man just hissed and stared at him with those cold eyes, but his body never moved from the spot, and he had no intention of chasing him. Gu Chen retreated a few meters and was almost back to the entrance he had just entered. The snake man still didn't move. Looking at the weak but level 52 beast, Gu Chen's heart suddenly started beating wildly. An extremely bold, even crazy idea grew from the bottom of my heart. It's dying. It's at such a high level. If I could kill it now, that would definitely make a lot of money. Once this thought appears, it can no longer be stopped. The risks are huge, but the potential rewards are also crazy huge. Just as Gu Chen was struggling with his heavenly man, the prompt box with information about the snake man popped up again. This time, Gu Chen noticed that the remaining blood bar seemed to be a little less than the first time he saw it. It was an extremely slight change, but Gu Chen was extremely confident in his eyesight and photographic memory. He definitely wasn't mistaken. This means that the snake man's injuries are still continuing to worsen. Its vitality is constantly fading away. Chapter 16, Kill the Snake Man. Gu Chen subconsciously glanced around the snake man. Sure enough, at the distance where he retreated just now and the snake man followed, there were clear puddles of dark green liquid on the ground. It's still bleeding. Its vitality is slipping away. It may not last much longer. This discovery became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The hesitation in Gu Chen's eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a hint of crazy determination. Take a gamble. The risk is huge. If you fail, you will immediately become like the corpse on the ground. But the rewards are equally astonishingly huge. Done. Roar. Gu Chen no longer retreated, but instead let out a low roar. At the same time, the ability of gravity control was instantly activated. He kicked the rubble scattered on the ground and rushed towards the snake man. The snake man obviously did not expect that this human would dare to attack actively. He subconsciously raised his claws to block. With a clang sound, the gravel was knocked away by the hard claws, but it also successfully blocked its vision and movements for a moment. It's this moment. Gu Chen's figure suddenly rose up like a ghost, using gravity control to accelerate his body, flexibly dodging the claws swung by the snake man and attacking with a long sword at the same time. The snake man was already seriously injured and had difficulty moving. At this moment, he was harassed by Gu Chen's completely unconventional style of play. He became extremely irritable and roared continuously, but he was still unable to really catch sight of Gu Chen's figure. Every attack and every movement it makes exacerbates the tearing of the wound and accelerates the loss of vitality. As one gained strength while the other lost strength, the snake man's movements became slower and slower, his roars became weaker and weaker, and his blue vertical pupils gradually lost their original ferocity and began to reveal a weak light. Gu Chen caught this change. He knew that the time had come. No longer fighting, Gu Chen suddenly accelerated and approached the snake man again. This time, he did not dodge, but pushed the ability of gravity domination to the extreme. A huge rock on the top of the cave suddenly fell off and hit the snake man. The snake man tried to dodge, but the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank in, and his injured body lost its balance and he fell to the ground. Crack! The boulder hit the snake man, and its bones cracked under the heavy weight. The severe pain made it howl miserably. Taking this opportunity, Gu Chen gripped the sword tightly and used all his strength to pierce the snake man's neck into a huge wound that was not covered by scales and was bleeding continuously. Puff! The snake man's howl came to an abrupt end, his huge body stiffened suddenly, and his pair of dark blue vertical pupils lost all their luster in an instant. Kill the snakeman. LV point 52. Energy points gained, 30 points. Level up. LV point 30. LV point 34. Get a random reward bag. A series of prompts popped up in front of Gu Chen. Gu Chen leaned on his knees, breathing heavily, and sweat soaked the back of his clothes. The seemingly short battle just now almost exhausted his physical and mental strength, especially the extreme use of gravity control at the last moment, which made him feel dizzy. But the huge gains and the relief of surviving the disaster made him recover quickly. 4 levels in a row. 30 more precious energy points. This time, I bet on it. Gu Chen walked to the huge corpse of the snake man and confirmed that it was dead, then he breathed a sigh of relief. He took out several empty glass tubes that he carried with him and carefully dug out the snake man's blood core. The blood used to develop the psychic potion was taken from this blood core. The blood flowing in the body could not be used for development. This thing is the most valuable thing. After filling the 2 glass tubes, he took out the dagger and laboriously peeled off the relatively intact scales on the snake man's body. This thing has good defensive power and is a good material for making armor. The snake skin was very large and tough. Gu Chen took great pains to peel off only a part of it. He carefully rolled up the skin and hid it in a secluded corner, planning to take it away when he left the day after tomorrow. The glass tube containing blood was stuffed directly into the backpack. After doing all this, Gu Chen had time to look at the cave carefully. When the flashlight swept over, he found that in addition to the snake man's corpse and the broken human corpse he saw at first, there were actually several human remains scattered around the pool and in the corners of the cave. Without exception, these corpses all died in a miserable state, with incomplete limbs, which was obviously the work of this snake man. There were many snake man's footprints left around, in the shape of 3 toes, large and small. Looking at these corpses, Gu Chen felt nothing in his heart. The person is dead, it's a waste to keep the things. He began to search the bodies. He picked up some valuable-looking accessories, as long as they were useful, and stuffed them into his backpack. Soon, his backpack became heavy. During the search, he also found their identification documents, alien certificates, and the wolf head medal representing the garrison's identity from several corpses. Zhang XX, E-level alien. Li XX, D-level mutant. Wang XX, E-level alien. Looking at these extraordinary witnesses, Gu Chen's expression became more and more ugly. So many aliens died here. Even the garrison soldiers died. Captain Wu, he couldn't have not known. But he didn't tell me. Not a single word. Instead, he deliberately sent himself to this place. This is not negligence. This is murder. Naked collateral damage. Captain Wu just wanted to die here. Die at the hands of this snake man that even the garrison dared not provoke. Gu Chen felt a little scared. If this snake man hadn't been seriously injured in dying. I'm afraid that now, I have become one of the debris on the ground. Captain Wu probably never dreamed that the killing plan he set up not only failed to kill him, but instead turned out to be a blessing in disguise and he got such a huge advantage, right? Gu Chen clenched his fists. The joy brought by the looted spoils had long been dispelled by his previous speculation. He looked up at the deep mine tunnel, which seemed to be a passage to hell. Captain Wu, I've made note of this. Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the waves in his heart, took one last look at the Shura-like cave, turned around, and walked in the direction he came from without looking back. Outside the mine, the sun is still shining and the dense forest is silent. But Gu Chen knew that some things were no longer the same. Chapter 17 Rich Harvest. He leaned against a relatively clean rock, took out half a piece of bread from his backpack, and began to eat it in small bites with the clean water in the bottle. The fierce battle before, especially the extreme use of gravity domination at the last moment, made him feel as if his body had been drained out and his stomach was growling with hunger. If I don't replenish my energy, I probably won't be able to defeat a wild boar. After eating a few bites of bread, the hunger in his stomach was slightly relieved, and Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he thought about it, the familiar light screen panel appeared before his eyes again. His eyes were fixed directly on the random reward bag obtained after killing the snake man. I don't know what it will turn out to be. Gu Chen muttered to himself. Without much hesitation, he chose to open it. Swish! There was a flash of light, and new lines of text popped up. Awakening ability, paralysis venom. Paralytic venom, it can produce a toxic liquid with a weak paralytic effect. After being eaten or coming into contact with the blood of an organism, it will experience symptoms such as weakness in the limbs and slow reaction within a short period of time. Obtained item, snakeskin coat E grade. Snakeskin clothing, inner armor made of snakeman scales, with average defense, but can provide some resistance to toxins. New ability? Gu Chen's eyes suddenly widened and his heart beat wildly. Looking at the snakeskin coat again, it was E-level equipment with average defense. Gu Chen curled his lips and thought it was better than nothing. However, when he saw the words, "The appearance of the equipment can be hidden," his eyes lit up again. This is good. This is good. What he needs most now is to keep a low profile, and this thing is just a timely help. After looking at the rewards, Gu Chen's eyes fell on the 30 precious energy points. He opened the exchange list and was dazzled by the dazzling array of good things, but unfortunately he couldn't afford most of them. Okay, let's solve the current trouble first. Guchen calculated in his mind, and finally spent 20 energy points to exchange for a storage space whose size was approximately equal to the size of a car trunk. Storage space, independent storage space, can be accessed by mind. Guchen grinned. Although it cost him 2/3 of his energy points, this thing was so practical. He no longer had to carry a heavy backpack around, and his safety was greatly improved. He exchanged the remaining 10 energy points for 2 bottles of healing potion, which is a life-saving thing that can save lives at critical moments. With a thought, Guchen tried to put the bulging backpack beside him into the storage space. I just felt a flash of light in front of my eyes, and then the backpack disappeared out of thin air. He concentrated again, and the backpack appeared in its original place intact. Oh my god, this is so convenient. Guchen couldn't help but admire. Then he took out the snakeskin jacket. The texture of the clothes is somewhat strange, it feels cool and flexible, with the unique texture of scales. After putting on the snakeskin jacket, it feels like not wearing anything at all and there is no hindrance to movement. Guchen's mind moved, and he chose to hide his appearance. The next second, the clothes disappeared directly, and the eyes could not see the existence of the snakeskin clothes at all. Not bad, not bad. Even though I can't see it, it is definitely on my body. This is like having an extra trump card. Guchen nodded with satisfaction. This thing has so many uses. Finally, Guchen focused his attention on the newly awakened ability, Paralyzing Venom. Trying to mobilize the energy in his body, he soon felt a slight tingling and numbness in his fingertips. A drop of dark green viscous liquid slowly seeped out, emitting a faint fishy smell. Is this the paralyzing venom? Guchen observed carefully, but a huge wave of emotion was rising in his heart. I actually awakened a second ability? This paralyzing venom sounds interesting. He is definitely good at ambushing people at critical moments, or assisting in battle. If I meet a tough opponent again, I will quietly give him a blow, The more Guchen thought about it, the happier he felt. Then he became confused again. As far as he knew, if an inhuman wanted to awaken a second ability, he could only do so by chance if he reached the legendary S level. Inhumans from a level to F level basically only had one ability, and all their combat skills were developed and extended from this ability. I'm only D rank, how come? Guchen couldn't figure it out, but he knew that this was definitely not normal. This matter must be kept secret and no one should be told about it. He still understands the principle that a man is innocent until he is found guilty of possessing a treasure. Especially when Captain Wu, the time bomb, is still staring at you, you must be careful to hide. It seems that I have more secrets than I thought. Guchen's eyes became deeper. With the storage space as a weapon, Guchen would naturally not let go of the spoils in the mine. He sneaked back into the cave again and stuffed the snakeskin he had hidden before into the storage space. He even collected the weapons and equipment that looked pretty good on the corpses of the aliens as long as they were still usable. These things might come in handy in the future, or be sold for a good price. After a thorough search, the storage space was almost filled up. In a blink of an eye, it was the third morning since Guchen entered the no man's land. He came to a secluded place outside the mining area and stayed there. Not long after, a strange man with a garrison badge on his chest walked out of the dense forest. Guchen imitated the old-timers who had taken over the task before. After he appeared, he said nothing, just nodded at the other party, and turned around and left. The man was also silent. After watching Guchen leave, he looked around vigilantly and disappeared into the dense forest. When we returned to the camp, there were only a few people sitting there, and all the team members had not arrived yet. Some of the areas they are responsible for are relatively remote, so the journey will take longer. Of course, it is possible that some people will never come back. This is a very normal thing in an uninhabited area. Guchen found a secluded corner to sit down and close his eyes to rest. According to the regulations, all team members who went out for inspection must return and can only be dismissed after the captain's roll call is confirmed. As for where you go after the team disbands, no one will care about you. It's up to you to go back to the city or stay in the no man's land and try your luck, as long as you don't miss the next group patrol mission in a week. Just like on the first day, Captain Wu personally led this group of newcomers into the no man's land to familiarize themselves with the route, and it was just a special treatment for the first time. Although the no man's land is dangerous, it is open to all registered aliens. As long as you are not a wanted criminal or a member of a rebel organization, you can enter and exit freely with your alien certificate. Before Gu Chen could even sit down, he felt someone walking towards him. He opened his eyes and raised his eyelids slightly. The person who came was Captain Wu, who wanted to kill him. Gu Chen, Captain Wu said with a smile on his face, how do you feel about your first patrol? Is it going well? Thanks to Team Wu, everything went well. Gu Chen answered expressionlessly, and no emotion could be heard in his voice. That's good, that's good. Captain Wu rolled his eyes and glanced at Gu Chen's empty hands and back. Where's your backpack? Chapter 18 Expeditionary Force. Gu Chen shrugged casually and replied, in 3 days, I have already eaten and drunk all the things I brought with me. The empty backpack was in the way, so I just threw it in the woods. I see. Captain Wu laughed dryly. Did you find anything unusual during your patrol? Or, did you encounter any strange beasts? When asking questions, his eyes were fixed on Gu Chen. Abnormal? Gu Chen frowned in puzzlement. Nothing special was found. Captain Wu, thank you for arranging such a good place for me. I'm a newcomer with low strength. If I meet any powerful character, I probably won't be able to come back now. These words, half true and half false, not only pointed out his own weakness, but also implied that if there was real danger, he would not be able to remain unscathed. Captain Wu stared at Gu Chen for a long while, as if trying to find something from his face. But Gu Chen always looked calm, with clear eyes, showing no sign of guilt. Finally, Captain Wu smiled awkwardly and patted Gu Chen on the shoulder. That's right, it's always right to be careful. Okay, you take a rest first. After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Chen watched Captain Wu's back with a sneer on his face. It seems that he is very disappointed that I didn't die. I was secretly alert in my heart and decided to be more cautious in the future. Captain Wu would never give up easily. This feud has been settled. After all the team members returned one after another, Captain Wu counted the number of people, briefly explained the next gathering time, and then announced the disbandment. Gu Chen walked out of the camp with several team members who were returning to the city to rest. Some team members also chose to stay in the camp temporarily, apparently intending to take advantage of the free time during these days to try their luck in the surrounding areas to see if they could hunt some exotic beasts or pick up some valuable things. Not long after walking out of the camp gate, 2 people came towards us. The 2 men had tall and straight figures and walked steadily. The most eye-catching thing was that they both wore a lifelike badge of an eagle spreading its wings on their chest. They are from the Expeditionary Force. When the garrison soldiers who were traveling with Gu Chen saw the badges of the 2 men, their faces changed. They stopped and retreated respectfully to the side of the road, lowered their heads slightly, and dared not breathe. Gu Chen's heart also shuddered slightly. Eagle badge, this is the symbol of the Expeditionary Force. The Expeditionary Force is an elite force that is specifically responsible for going deep into the more remote and dangerous unknown areas of the no man's land to carry out exploration, development, and clearing missions. Those who can join the Expeditionary Force are all the best among the extraordinary people. The lowest entry threshold is sea-level extraordinary people, and there are countless powerful ones among them. In contrast, the garrison is mainly responsible for daily patrols and vigilance in the edge martial law areas bordering human cities, as well as maintaining security and order within the city. As long as one is a registered alien, theoretically, he or she has the opportunity to join the garrison, and the level restrictions are relatively loose. It can be said that although both the Expeditionary Force and the Garrison Force belong to the official armed forces, there is a world of difference between them in terms of strength, status, and nature of their missions. Why would the Expeditionary Force suddenly come to a place like ours? Gu Chen was muttering in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He also followed the others and stood aside with his head lowered. He didn't want to attract the attention of these big guys because of his inappropriate behavior at this time. The 2 expeditionary members walked past them without even glancing at them and headed straight into the camp. It was not until their figures disappeared deep into the camp that Gu Chen and the others breathed a sigh of relief and started walking again. However, everyone's hearts were shrouded in doubt. Not long after Gu Chen and his companions left, Captain Wu and several other team leaders in the camp, upon hearing their subordinates report that the expeditionary force was coming, hurried out to greet them. After a brief contact, Captain Wu and others also confirmed the purpose of the 2. The expeditionary force came this time because they received a request for assistance from the garrison army, in order to deal with the powerful monsters that recently appeared in the mining area. Captain Wu did not dare to delay. After briefly reporting on the recent inspection of the mining area, Captain Wu personally led the 2 expedition members and several other team leaders to the mine where the snake people had previously been entrenched. When the group carefully went deeper into the cave, they were all stunned. The expected powerful beast was nowhere to be seen, and in its place was a stiff and cold snakeman corpse. What shocked them even more was that most of the valuable scales on the snakeman's body had been stripped away, leaving only some broken parts. Not far from the snakeman's corpse, the remains of several garrison members also lay there quietly, silently telling of the tragedy that had occurred here. What's going on? A team leader couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, his face full of disbelief. The strange beast is dead? Who did it? The other person was also confused. The two expeditionary members looked at each other and frowned slightly. The intelligence they received was that a powerful alien beast appeared here that could easily slaughter multiple D-level and E-level alien garrison teams, so they came here to check it out. But the situation before them didn't seem to require them to take action. Did your people kill him? Captain Wu's expression changed again and again. He had a ridiculous guess in his mind, but he felt that it was absolutely impossible. He quickly stepped forward and said respectfully to the two expeditionary forces, "You two, this mine area has always been monitored by our team. I can guarantee that before you arrived, our people were only on guard at the periphery, and no one dared to enter the cave without permission. In addition, sensors are installed at each entrance, and any creature entering or leaving will be recorded. But I checked, and there is no record of the sensors being triggered in the past 3 days." Captain Wu said it with certainty, as if it was a fact that was set in stone. In fact, the sensor was triggered during the time when Gu Chen was patrolling, so he was very surprised that Gu Chen came back alive and rushed over to ask about it. The other team leaders were somewhat confused when they heard this, but seeing that Captain Wu was so sure and that the snake man's body was indeed cold, they were happy to avoid further trouble and did not say anything. The two expeditionary force members hesitated for a moment. For them, the strange beast was already dead, and the mission was indirectly completed. As for how this strange beast died, whether it was killed by other stronger strange beasts, or some hidden master passed by and took it away, they were too lazy to investigate further. Finding out the truth is something the garrison should worry about. Now that the target has been cleared, we will go back first. One of the expeditionary forces said this lightly, then turned around and left with his companions, no longer paying attention to the mess on the scene. Captain Wu and others hurriedly saw him off. After the expeditionary forces walked away, the other team leaders surrounded Captain Wu and asked him questions in a flurry. "Old Wu, are you sure no one has been in there? How did the snake man die? And was his skin peeled off?" Captain Wu waved his hand impatiently. "I said, the sensor has no record. That means no one has ever entered." He insisted that no one had ever come in. Although the others were skeptical, they could not find any reason to refute and could only disperse in disappointment. And when Captain Wu returned to the camp alone and entered his own independent tent, the calmness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by gloom and suspicion. He took out a palm-sized black instrument from his arms and started operating it quickly. Soon, various colors mixed together on the instrument screen. He fast-forwarded directly to the time when the abnormal reminder appeared. On the screen, a red human-shaped ball of light stayed on the screen for a while, then moved forward and disappeared. "That figure looks quite similar to Gu Chen." Captain Wu's pupils suddenly contracted. Gu Chen. Chapter 19 Homecoming. 3 days is neither long nor short. For Gu Chen, every moment of tension in the no man's land was for the purpose of returning to this home where he could let down all his defenses. When he dragged his slightly tired body and pushed open the door, what greeted him was the expected emptiness. The room was quiet. Both women were still in school, so naturally there was no one at home at the moment. That is good, it can give him some time to relax. Gu Chen threw his clothes into the laundry basket and walked straight into the bathroom. Cool water poured down from the shower head, washing away the fatigue in the body and washing away the murderous aura that had been picked up from the past few days outside. Gu Chen closed his eyes, but Ranwanwan's shy face involuntarily appeared in his mind. As a newlywed, he was getting used to the sweetness of life. During the 3 days in the no man's land, in addition to being alert to the dangers around him, the person he thought about the most was her. After taking a shower and changing into clean and refreshing casual clothes, Gu Chen felt that every bone in his body had lightened. He didn't do anything else. He just walked to the bed, fell onto it, and fell asleep almost touching the pillow. "I've been on edge these days outside, and now that I'm back in a safe place, sleepiness is coming over me like a tide." I don't know how long I slept, but Gu Chen was awakened by the sound of pots and pans colliding and faint voices. He opened his eyes drowsily. The sky outside the window was already getting dark. It seemed that he had slept for quite a while. The sound came from outside the room. Gu Chen's heart moved. He got up from the bed, walked quietly to the door without making too much noise, slightly opened the door and looked out. In the kitchen, Ran Wenwen's slender back was busy in an apron, with tiny fumes dancing between her hair and the light, giving off an indescribable breath of life. She was concentrating on cutting something with her head down. Her movements were skillful and she had none of the awkwardness and nervousness that she had when we first met. On a chair in the living room, the little girl Gutong was sitting cross-legged with a small basin in front of her. She held some vegetables in her hands and carefully picked them one by one. From time to time, she talked to Ran Wenwen in the kitchen, and her clear laughter sounded like wind chimes. This heartwarming family scene struck Gu Chen's heart without warning, causing his heart to soften suddenly, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body. Is this what home feels like? He used to depend on Xiaotong for everything, and although they were a family, they always felt something was missing. Now, it seems to be complete. Gu Chen opened the door and walked out. When did you come back? Why didn't you wake me up? Brother! You're awake! Gutong was the first to react. She put down the food in her hand in surprise, jumped off the chair, and ran to Gu Chen in a few steps, looking up with her little face and sparkling eyes. Ran Wenwen in the kitchen also heard the sound and walked to the door. When she saw Gu Chen, her cheeks flushed slightly, with a hint of joy and relief in her eyes, and she said softly, "Are you awake? Don't you want to sleep a little longer? You look very tired." "Well, I've slept for the whole afternoon, that's enough." Gu Chen rubbed Gutong's head, then looked at Ran Wenwen, with a smile on his lips unconsciously. "What delicious food are you making? It smells so good. Brother, you must be hungry. Sister-in-law made your favorite braised pork." Gutong answered quickly. Ran Wenwen smiled a little embarrassedly. "I heard Xiaotong say that you like it, so I spent money to buy some meat and tried to cook it. I don't know if it suits your appetite." "It's definitely to my taste. I like everything you cook." After Gu Chen finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let me help. I can't let you two be busy." No, you just came back, just take a rest." Ran Wenwen waved her hands quickly. "That's right, brother. You should go and have a rest. The meal will be ready soon." Gutong also echoed. Gu Chen was not willing to do that. He was not the kind of man who would act like a boss when he got home. Besides, he really enjoyed the feeling of being able to work with them for the family. Thus, the small kitchen and living room were filled with a happy scene of a family of three. Gu Chen helped wash the vegetables and cut the chop, Ran Wenwen cooked, and Gutong assisted on the side, passing plates and bowls, and occasionally telling a few jokes from school, which made the two of them laugh. Dinner was ready quickly, with one meat, 3 dishes, and a soup. Although simple, it was particularly warm. Ran Wenwen's cooking skills are indeed good. The braised pork is fat but not greasy, soft and tasty. Gu Chen praised it highly. At the dinner table, Gutong chattered about the interesting things that happened in the past few days, while Ran Wenwen listened quietly, picking up food for Gu Chen from time to time, and her eyes moved with the tenderness unique to a newlywed wife. Gu Chen felt that this meal was more comfortable than any other meal he had eaten in recent years. "Brother, sister-in-law, let's go for a walk in the park. We are so full." After dinner, Gutong suggested going out for a walk. Okay. Gu Chen had exactly the same idea. He had never walked around the area since coming to this place, so it was time for him to go for a walk and take a look. Ran Wenwen naturally had no objection and nodded obediently. There is a small park not far from here. Compared with the shabby place in Xiago Lane, the living environment is indeed much better. The three of them walked side by side on the relatively flat street. The street lights were dim, stretching their shadows very long. Gu Chen walked in the middle, with Ran Wenwen on the left and Gutong on the right. Suddenly, Gu Chen said to Ran Wenwen, "Wife, tomorrow night, you come back from get out of class? Let's go back to your mother's house together. I haven't formally visited my father-in-law and mother-in-law yet." He felt that he was not doing a good job as a son-in-law. He got the marriage certificate but had never even met his father-in-law and mother-in-law, which was a bit disrespectful no matter how you looked at it. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, Ran Wenwen's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes were a little evasive, and she whispered, "How about, forget it. My parents may not be convenient. The situation at home is not very good now, and Ran Wenwen doesn't want to take Gu Chen there." She was also worried that her family conditions were not good and Gu Chen would look down on her if he knew about it. Gu Chen frowned slightly, sensing the embarrassment in Ran Wenwen's tone. This reaction was a little unexpected for him. It is normal for newlyweds to return to their parents' home. What's wrong? Is there anything inconvenient? Gu Chen asked. No matter what, I should go and visit them and let them rest assured to leave you to me. He had a firm attitude, which was not only a courtesy but also a reflection of his respect for Ran Wenwen. Ran Wenwen bit her lower lip, not knowing how to start. At this moment, the public broadcasting on both sides of the street suddenly sounded, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere. An emotionless female voice came from the loudspeaker. Attention, residents of the outer 7th district. In order to recover lost territory, rebuild homes, and develop new urban areas, the country has decided to launch the second expedition of the year in the near future. The target of this expedition is the Hofeng Plain. All aliens who are willing to contribute to the future of mankind can go to the special window of the Alien Administration Bureau to sign up from now on. Generous bonuses and subsidies, supreme honor, are waiting for you to set out again to fight for the future of mankind. Chapter 20 Meeting Wang Jiayi again. The radio played on a loop, and the sound traveled far into the silent night sky. In previous years, the expeditionary army usually went out 2 or 3 times a year, at most 3 times. This year, it was only March, and they were going to go out for the second time, which was indeed a bit unusual. Gu Chen thought to himself. This Hofeng Plain, where the country returned from an unsuccessful expedition 2 months ago, is being organized to go there again so soon? Is there something there that the country is determined to obtain? Pedestrians on the roadside stopped and started talking to each other. Gu Chen and the other 2 also stopped and listened quietly. Another expedition. Ran Wenwen frowned and complained softly, life is already hard, and we have to go on expeditions every other day. I'm afraid the taxes will be increased again. If we continue like this, I really don't know how many people will starve. There was a hint of worry in her voice, and she was obviously thinking about the difficulties faced by ordinary people. Gu Tong pursed her lips and whispered, the last time I saw the expeditionary army coming back, many of them were transported back lying on the vehicles, with limbs missing. It looked so scary. There was a trace of fear on the little girl's face. Gu Chen patted Gu Tong's shoulder to comfort him, and said thoughtfully, perhaps, there are some strategic resources or important geographical locations in Hofeng Plain that we must seize. Otherwise, the country would not gather its strength again so quickly after just experiencing a defeat. His perspective on issues is always more profound than that of ordinary people. Oh, I hope it will go smoothly this time. Ran Wenwen sighed. The 3 of them continued walking and talking about the broadcast content, and the atmosphere returned to normal. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps behind me, accompanied by a slightly panicked girl's voice. Make way. Please make way. Gu Chen and the other 2 subconsciously looked back. They saw a slender girl running towards them quickly, waving at them as she ran, signaling them to make way. Not far behind her, there seemed to be a swearing strong man chasing her. Gu Chen took a closer look, his eyes slightly condensed. Isn't this girl the girl named Wang Jiayi who I rescued in the alley a few days ago? How did she get into trouble again? Wang Jiayi obviously recognized Gu Chen in the crowd at a glance. Her embarrassed little face suddenly showed an expression of surprise and joy. As if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, she shouted, "It's you." Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed to Gu Chen like a gust of wind, grabbed Gu Chen's arm, panted, and said anxiously with a crying voice, "Brother Gu Chen, save me. Save me quickly." Gu Chen frowned slightly. He was not some kind-hearted bodhisattva. It didn't make sense for him to help this girl every time she was in trouble. But this girl held onto his arm tightly, and her big watery eyes were full of pleading, and the softness in his heart that couldn't be hardened was touched again. What's going on? What's wrong with you? Gu Chen couldn't help but ask softly. Wang Jiayi pointed at the several sturdy men who were chasing after her breathlessly and explained quickly, yesterday, I teamed up with this guy to go hunting in an uninhabited area. We agreed to split the prey equally, but that brat only gave me a quarter of the money. I was so angry that I took advantage of him not noticing and took away all the money we earned. Now he's chasing me for money. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man had already caught up with her, pointed at Wang Jiayi and started to curse, "You stinky girl. Return the money to me quickly. Otherwise, I will break your legs today." Wang Jiayi was not willing to show weakness, but hugged Gu Chen's arm even harder, raised her chin, and shouted at the strong man, "This is my husband. He is a very high-level alien, much more powerful than you. Come and grab him if you have the guts." Your husband? The sturdy man looked Gu Chun up and down suspiciously, with disbelief and a hint of fear in his eyes. Nowadays, the identity of a high-level superhuman can indeed scare a lot of people. Gu Chen was speechless. This girl really knows how to take advantage of others. She arranged for him to be her husband? But in the current situation, he was too lazy to argue with her. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. Since Wang Jai came to him for help and was obviously being bullied, he couldn't just stand by and watch. That's enough, my friend. Gu Chen's voice was flat. He didn't make any big movements, just his body shook slightly, and the next second, he appeared in front of the burly man like a ghost, almost face to face. The sturdy man only felt a flash before his eyes, and a sharp breath rushed towards him. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back involuntarily, his heart pounding. An expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. This speed is definitely not something he can afford. Half of the money she took should have belonged to her. I'll ask her to return the remaining half to you. Gu Chen waved at Wang Jai. How about we end this matter here? The sturdy man looked at the money handed over by Wang Jai, then looked at Gu Chen's eyes, gritted his teeth, and although he was unwilling, after weighing the pros and cons, he still took the money, left a word, "You were so cruel." The storm was thus calmed down. Gu Chen turned around and looked at Wang Jai, who was still holding his arm tightly, and said helplessly, "Okay, the trouble is solved, can you let go?" Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong also looked at the girl, who suddenly appeared curiously, especially when she heard her say, "This is my husband." Ran Wenwen's eyes were obviously complicated. But Wang Jai didn't let go. Instead, she rubbed her head against Gu Chen's arm, blinked her big eyes, and said in an almost coquettish tone, "I won't. Brother Gu Chen, you have saved me twice. This must be the fate arranged by God. I want to marry you to repay your kindness." Chapter 21: How to Repay a Favor. Gu Chen was so shocked by her words that he almost couldn't breathe. This girl, is her brain circuit different from normal people? What are you doing? Gu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm already married and have a wife." As he spoke, he took a special look at Ran Wenwen beside him. Unexpectedly, Wang Jai waved her hand nonchalantly. "Hey, what's the big deal? Our country has regulations that capable foreigners can marry multiple wives, and it's not against the law." The veins on Gu Chen's forehead were throbbing. This girl is really unruly and loves freedom. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. "I don't have the money to support you. Don't use the excuse of saving my life as an excuse. Tell me, what is your purpose?" He didn't believe that there was such a proactive way of repaying a favor in this world. After being pressed by Gu Chen, Wang Jai's playful smile was restrained. She lowered her head, hesitated for a long time, and then whispered, I'm telling the truth, don't be angry." Seeing Gu Chen nodded, she continued. "I'm already 20 years old this year, and I have to get married within 6 months. I've been looking for one for the past 2 years, but the men I met either coveted my body and wanted to take advantage of me, or saw that I could fight and wanted to use me to help them make money in the no man's land. None of them was sincere to me. I'm afraid that I won't find the right one within 6 months, and end up marrying a bad man and ruining me. Brother Gu Chen, you are the first one to help me without asking for anything in return. And I really have a good impression of you. Since I was a child, I dreamed of marrying a peerless hero who would come down from the sky to save me when I was in trouble, just like what was written in the storybook. You are my hero." As Wang Jai spoke, her eyes turned red and her voice choked with sobs. Her pitiful appearance, as if she was about to cry, made Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong feel sorry for her. Gu Tong tugged at the corner of Gu Chen's clothes and whispered, "She is so pitiful." Ran Wenwen also sighed softly and advised softly, "Husband, since she said so, why don't you just accept her? Our family will be more lively with more people." When she said this, even Gu Chen was a little surprised. Seeing this, Wang Jai's eyes lit up, and she quickly took out 2 cakes wrapped in oil paper from her small bag, handed them to Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong respectively, and said sweetly, "Thank you, sisters. Sisters, you must help me put in a good word with Brother Gu Chen. I can endure hardships and work hard. I will also go to the no man's land to make money. I will never eat and drink for free, and I can also help share the pressure at home. Hey, I'm not your sister, I'm his sister." Gu Tong blushed when she was called sister, and she quickly waved her hands to explain. Ran Wenwen took the pastry and a complicated smile appeared on her face. She actually had her own little plans in mind. That night, she could feel that Gu Chen was still a little unsatisfied. Guchen stopped later, obviously concerned about himself, afraid that his body could not bear it. If there was another sister, maybe she could really help share some of the pressure and take better care of Guchen's needs. Thinking of this, there was a little more tacit approval in her eyes when she looked at Guchen. Husband, why don't you take this sister in? Brother, I think this sister is quite pitiful. Guchen looked at the looks from the three women in front of him. What else can he say? Well. Guchen sighed, feeling that this matter came a little suddenly and was also a little unreasonable. But looking at Wang Jia's hopeful eyes, he finally nodded and said helplessly, okay, I'm scared of you. Does this count as agreement? Wang Jia burst into laughter immediately, jumped up excitedly, and hugged Guchen's other arm. Yeah. That's great. Husband, you are so nice. My sister and sister-in-law are so nice too. So, the original group of 3 became a group of 4 and continued walking towards the park. On the way, Guchen also asked about Wang Jia's family situation indirectly. I learned that this girl was an orphan, who had no one to rely on since childhood and grew up eating at other people's homes. Later, she awakened her special powers and was able to barely make a living, but she has always been wandering alone and has no fixed place to live. When she told about her experiences of digging for food in the ruins, snatching leftovers from wild dogs, and fighting with others for a steamed bun, Ranwanwan and Gutong sighed and their eyes became moist. Guchen didn't feel anything very much, and even felt that it sounded a little familiar. Because when he was raising Xiaotong, the life he led was not much better than what Wang Jia described, and was even worse. In this world, who isn't struggling to survive? There weren't too many people in the small park. Under the dim light, a few people were walking casually. Wang Jia quickly became friends with Gutong and they chattered non-stop. Her liveliness and cheerfulness added a lot of vitality to the night. When I got home from my walk, it was already late. With the addition of new members, it is natural to arrange accommodation. There were not many rooms in the house, so Wang Jia was arranged to share a room with Gutong for the time being. Guchen took Ranwanwan back to his room. After washing up, Ranwanwan sat at the desk, spread out her textbook, and started doing her homework. Under the dim light, her serious profile looked particularly peaceful and beautiful. Guchen did not urge her. He lay down on the bed first, put his hands behind his head, and looked at her quietly. This girl is really a good student who loves to study. Even at this time, she still remembers her homework. After an unknown amount of time, Guchen's eyelids began to twitch. Finally, he saw Ranwanwan close the book and let out a long sigh of relief. Finished? Guchen's voice was filled with excitement. Ranwanwan nodded, her cheeks faintly pink under the light. Guchen turned over and sat up, holding out his hand to her. Then, it's time to rest, wife? Ranwanwan's heart skipped a beat and her face became even hotter when he called her wife, but she still obediently handed him her hand. Guchen pulled her to the bedside and hugged her in his arms. The lights went out and the room fell into a beautiful darkness again. In the next room, Wang Jia and Gutong lay side by side on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. In the darkness, Wang Jia poked Gutong beside her and asked in a low voice, Xiaotong, my husband and sister Wanwan, are they so noisy every night? Gutong blinked in the dark, as if she had gotten used to it, and replied in a low voice, yeah, about the same. There's always a lot of noise when they're together at night. Oh my god. Wang Jia was shocked. Then what time do they usually calm down? I can't sleep at all. She covered her ears and felt her little heart beating to the rhythm over there. Gutong looked at the dark ceiling, thought about it seriously, and then said uncertainly, should be until around 3 in the morning, right? 3 o'clock? Wang Jia's mouth opened into an O shape, with a look of disbelief on her face. She suddenly fumbled for a tissue from the bedside, carefully tore it open, crumpled it into 2 small balls, and was about to stuff them into Gutong's ears. Hey, what are you doing? Gutong was startled and quickly dodged. Shoo! Wang Jia made a gesture to silence the sound. Cover your ears. It's wrong for you to eavesdrop on this, kid. Gutong muttered in a low voice, somewhat unconvinced, then you yourself were listening with your ears perked up. How can it be the same? Wang Jia said confidently, I'm an adult, and I'll be your brother's wife soon. I think this is called learning in advance. You're different. You're your brother's biological sister. You shouldn't listen to this nonsense. I wasn't eavesdropping. Gutong puffed her cheeks and retorted, it's just that the soundproofing is too poor. Besides, I'm almost an adult. not even if you're almost an adult. The two of them were chatting and laughing in the dark, keeping their voices down so as not to disturb the people next door. Before they knew it, it was late at night and the four of them fell asleep in a daze, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 22 Four Spouses. Early the next morning, Guchen was awakened by the morning light shining in from the window. He opened his eyes and felt refreshed. Although he had been busy for a long time last night, he was in surprisingly good spirits. Ran beside me was still sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyelids and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, as if she had a sweet dream. Guchen lowered his head and pecked her lightly on the forehead before he stood up carefully. After washing up and changing clothes, Guchen walked to the living room. Wang Jiayi and Gutong had also gotten up. Gutong was helping Wang Jiayi comb her somewhat messy long hair. The two were talking in low voices, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. "Brother, you're awake," Gutong called out sweetly when she saw Guchen. Wang Jiayi also turned her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. Her eyes were full of anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible shyness, which made Guchen's heart move slightly. This girl, after changing into clean clothes and combing her hair neatly, really looked a bit like the innocent girl next door, but her heroic and unruly nature could not be hidden. "Well, Wen is still sleeping. Wake her up when the time is almost up. Xiaotong, you and Wen should go to school as usual today." Guchen arranged, then looked at Wang Jiayi. "Come with me." Wang Jiayi immediately stood up straight, like a soldier waiting for orders. "Yes, husband." Guchen's mouth twitched when she called him that. This girl really has a strong ability to adapt. After a simple breakfast, Ran woke up slowly, with a lazy look in her eyes, which made Guchen's heart warm again. After reminding Ran and Gutong to be careful at school, he took Wang Jiayi out. "Where are we going, husband?" Wang Jiayi followed Guchen closely, looking around curiously. There were not many people on the streets in the early morning. Guchen glanced at her and said lightly, "Go and do business." He thought to himself that although this girl was noisy, she was quite capable and was deeply in love with him, at least that's what it seemed like for now. Now that Ran has agreed, it would be good to have some help. In this world, more people and more power are always a good thing, and now he has the ability to take care of more people. The two came to the door of the marriage bureau. Wang Jiayi immediately understood the purpose of Guchen taking her out, and felt very happy. As a D-level alien, Guchen has special privileges. For example, he can legally have 4 wives. After marrying Ran he still had 3 vacancies left. The procedures went extremely smoothly. The clerk in charge of registration seemed to be accustomed to polygamy and just asked some routine questions before Wang Jiayi signed. At this time, Guchen looked at Wang Jiayi seriously and asked in a deep voice, "Wang Jiayi, I'll ask you one last time, have you really thought it through? Once we get married, as the bride, your 3 alien husbands will be frozen. Unless we get divorced in the future, you can't marry another man. Do you understand?" He had to make it clear up front that he didn't want any trouble to arise in the future because of these things. Some female eccentrics do not like to get married. They like to marry several husbands and keep them at home to experience the feeling of being surrounded and served. Wang Jiayi listened to Guchen's words, and the laughter on her face gradually disappeared. She lowered her head and seemed to think seriously for a moment. Guchen did not urge her and waited quietly. He hoped that Wang Jiayi would really think it over and not act on impulse. A few seconds later, Wang Jiayi raised her head abruptly. "I've made up my mind. I've decided on you for my whole life. Those places are not important to me. I'll be satisfied as long as I can follow you." She said this with a firm tone, without the slightest hesitation. In those bright eyes, there was a sparkle of longing for the future and love for Guchen. Guchen looked at her like this and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This girl looked carefree, but he didn't expect her to be such a romantic. He nodded and said to the clerk, "We've thought it through." The clerk nodded, said no more, and quickly completed the formalities. A brand new marriage certificate was handed to Wang Jiayi. She held the red book and smiled like a child who got candy, her eyes narrowed into slits. Guchen's marriage certificate was replaced with a new one with the portraits of 3 people on it. After walking out of the marriage administration bureau, Wang Jiayi was still immersed in joy. She held the marriage certificate and looked at it over and over again, giggling from time to time. Guchen looked at her useless appearance and shook his head helplessly, but a strange feeling arose in his heart. It feels pretty good to be relied upon and trusted so wholeheartedly by someone. Just as the two of them walked down the stairs, a girl suddenly walked over. The girl looked about 17 or 18 years old, like a student. She was wearing a washed-out short-sleeved top that was a bit loose, and a short skirt that was also faded. Two pigtails hung playfully on her shoulders, and she was wearing a slightly old straw hat on her head, with the brim pulled down low, covering most of her face. The girl didn't seem to notice Gu Chen and the others, and was walking hurriedly with her head down. When she passed by Gu Chen, she seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around abruptly, walked back quickly, and stuffed a flyer into Gu Chen's hand. "Sir, please support us. Resist the abuse of alien beasts and pursue peaceful coexistence with them. Giving them a way out is also giving us humans a way out." The girl's voice was a little anxious. Gu Chen lowered his head and glanced at the flyer in his hand. There were some blurry pictures of strange beasts and a few eye-catching slogans printed on it. They were nothing more than slogans calling for peace and opposing killing. He raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, "Coexist peacefully? Beauty, tell me, how can we coexist peacefully with those guys who jump on people and bite them as soon as they see them? They can't understand human language, and we can't even communicate with them. Are there still such naive people these days?" Gu Chen laughed secretly in his heart, thinking that it might be a flower that grew up in a greenhouse and had never seen the cruelty of an uninhabited area. The girl seemed to be choked by Gu Chen's directness, but soon raised her voice and refuted. "How do we know it won't work if we don't try? Humans can live in peace with dogs and cats, so why can't we live in peace with other animals? They are also lives. Now, the first thing we have to do is to release all the imprisoned animals and give them freedom. I believe they will definitely remember the good things about humans. If we continue to fight endlessly like this, we humans will be exhausted one day." The girl's voice was filled with an almost paranoid fanaticism, and her eyes were gleaming with idealism. Chapter 23, Bringing My Wife Back to Her Parents' Home. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He pointed at the surrounding buildings and said slowly, "Do you know why there is still electricity for lighting in the outer 7th district and buses for citizens to travel? That's because there are thousands of electric mice in the power station outside the city that are constantly generating electricity. If they were all released, what do you think would happen to this city? The power system would be completely paralyzed, and by then, you wouldn't be able to turn on the lights at night." The girl was speechless after hearing what Gu Chen said. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to refute, but she didn't know where to start. After a long while, she said with some lack of confidence, Before, humans could generate electricity without exotic beasts, and now they can too." Gu Chen sighed softly. This little girl was still too young and took things for granted. The laws of survival in this world are far more cruel than she had imagined. Gu Chen shook his head, took Wang Jiayi's wrist, and prepared to leave. "This kind of argument is meaningless." "Sir, please wait a moment." Seeing that Gu Chen was about to leave, the girl hurriedly shouted again, "Our Symbiosis Association will have a lecture at Silver Moon Park this weekend. If you are free, you can go and listen to it and learn about our philosophy." Gu Chen stopped, turned his head, looked at her calmly, but there was a hint of imperceptible pity in his tone. "Beauty, I used to work in a power plant. To tell you the truth, the coal resources are almost exhausted, and the solar panels can't support the electricity consumption of the entire city. Now this city relies heavily on those electric mice to maintain its operation. Let me ask you the same question as before. If you let them go, how will you live? Will you generate electricity by love?" The girl froze in place, and her eyes, which had been shining with light, dimmed, as if Gu Chen's words had shattered some solid belief in her heart. Gu Chen said no more, took Wang Jiayi and turned away. There are some realities that you can only understand after you have experienced them yourself and gotten hurt. Wang Jiayi had been following Gu Chen quietly, and only at this moment did she mutter in a low voice, "This little girl, is there something wrong with her brain? She even let the strange beasts go. If those things are released, the first one to be eaten will be her." Gu Chen smiled faintly. "When I was young and frivolous, I always thought I could change the world. After many setbacks, I naturally understood. Come on, accompany me to the market. We are going to Wenwen's parents' house for dinner tonight, and we can't go there empty-handed." Wang Jiayi's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Okay. Husband, what should we buy? Do you want some exotic animal meat?" She looked excited, as if it was a great honor to be able to do something for the family. Gu Chen was amused by her, just by some normal ingredients. The two came to a nearby market, which was quite lively, with various stalls lined up selling all kinds of things. Gu Chen brought Wang Jiayi to a meat stall. "Boss, give me 2 pounds of pork belly, with alternating fat and lean parts," Guchen said. This kind of domesticated pork is not cheap, and Guchen doesn't dare to buy too much. He will buy some for his mother's family when his life gets better in the future. He took Wang Jiayi to the grocery store next door and bought a small basket of eggs and a box of packaged milk. Eggs can supplement protein, and milk can be given to Ran Wenwen's younger brother, which is good for his health. Wang Jiayi watched Guchen skillfully select goods and pay for them, with a glimmer in her eyes. This man is not only powerful, but also very skilled in handling household chores. The more you watch him, the more you like him. She secretly made up her mind that she must manage the household well in the future, help Guchen share the burden, and not let him worry about such household chores. In the evening, when Ran Wenwen came back from school, the sky was still bright. Guchen asked her to change her clothes and took her out, leaving Wang Jiayi and Gutong at home. Before leaving, he specifically told Wang Jiayi not to order Gutong around for everything because Gutong still had homework to do. Wang Jiayi patted her chest and assured that she would treat her sister-in-law as her own sister. Guchen looked at her like that and felt amused. Ran Wenwen looked at the pork belly, eggs, and milk in Guchen's hand, and asked in a low voice, "Husband, are these all going to be taken to my house?" There was a bit of uneasiness and embarrassment on her face, and she seemed to feel a little embarrassed. Guchen grinned, freed one hand to rub her head, and said in a relaxed tone, "Of course, this is the first time I officially visit my parents-in-law. I can't go empty-handed, right? Besides, your parents raised you so big, and a beautiful girl follows me like this. I'm taking advantage of you, so what's the big deal about bringing these things?" He said this casually, but it made Ran Wenwen feel warm inside. Her eyes turned slightly red, her nose felt a little sour, and she nodded heavily, her voice choking with a barely perceptible sob. Guchen looked at her like this, and felt pity in his heart. "Okay, lead the way quickly, I don't know where your home is." Ran Wenwen burst into laughter, took the box of milk and said, "Let me get it." At this moment, her mood was very complicated. She hoped that Guchen could get the recognition of his parents, but she was also afraid that her hot-tempered father would make Guchen suffer. It is not easy to find a good support in this world, and she doesn't want Guchen to have any opinion of her because of family matters. The two squeezed onto the shaky bus. The car was filled with the smell of sweat, but they were used to it. More than half an hour later, the bus stopped in an area that looked fairly tidy. The scene before us is rows of relatively neatly planned flat-roofed houses. Guchen looked around. The living environment here was indeed much better than where he lived. At least the road was clean, and there was a small store not far away, which made daily shopping much more convenient. My dad used to be a chef, and his cooking skills were pretty good, so our family was able to get by fairly well in the early years. Ran Wenwen led the way while softly introducing the situation at home. But my 2 younger brothers were not very ambitious and were not good at studying, so they had to go out to find work early. In order to arrange slightly better jobs for them, my parents used a lot of connections and spent all the family savings, and life became tight all of a sudden. Later, my second brother had an accident while working in a factory and damaged a machine. The factory had to pay a large sum of money, which made things even worse for our family. We owed a lot of foreign debts. Guchen listened quietly, and had a rough idea in his mind. Every family has its own problems. The situation of Ran Wenwen's family is a microcosm of many ordinary families. Along the way, neighbors greeted Ran Wenwen from time to time, with a familiar look in their eyes, and at the same time, they glanced curiously at Guchen who was following her. It seems that Ran Wenwen is quite popular in this area. Ran Wenwen pointed to a lighted bungalow not far ahead and whispered, "Look, that's my home." Guchen nodded, thinking about how to speak to satisfy his father-in-law later. Before they reached the door, they could faintly hear the sound of quarreling in the house. A slightly rough man shouted angrily, "You 2 bastards! You only know how to cause trouble for me all day long. You can't even handle the smallest things. Can you learn from your sister and make me worry less?" Then, a slightly younger but equally angry male voice retorted, "Didn't you force my sister to get married in the first place? If it weren't for you, would my sister have endured that injustice?" Then a female voice said, "I don't know how Wenwen is doing now. Is she well fed and warmly dressed? If you are so worried, why do you want to marry my sister off?" The rough male voice sounded again, with an even more hostile tone, "Humph. What are you worried about? That damn girl must have found a high-ranking official and is living a comfortable life. She has long forgotten about us 2 old people. If she dares to come back, I will beat her up." Chapter 24 Ran Wenwen's family. Hearing these words, Ranwanwan's face turned pale, her steps paused, and her eyes were filled with grievance and uneasiness. Guchen looked at her like this and sighed in his heart. It sounds like this guy has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He said those words just because he didn't want to make the woman worry, but his knife was a little too sharp. Guchen reached out and gently held Ranwanwan's somewhat cold hand, motioning her to rest assured. Then he took a step forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The quarrel in the room stopped abruptly. Soon, the door creaked open from the inside. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged woman with fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and traces of tears on her face. When she saw Ranwanwan standing at the door, she was stunned at first, then she covered her mouth in surprise, and tears welled up again. Wanwan? Why are you back? Then, a middle-aged man with a slightly burly figure and a fierce look on his face also squeezed to the door. When he saw Ranwanwan, he frowned first, and then started to curse. You damn girl, you still remember to come back. What's wrong? Can't make it out there? You have no money to eat and you come back to ask for money? I'm telling you, stop daydreaming. There's no money at home to give you. Ranwanwan's eyes turned red because of what he said, and she defended herself aggrievely. Dad. What nonsense are you talking about? I am bringing my husband back to visit you. When she mentioned the word husband, she was still a little shy and her voice became lower. Only then did the people in the room notice that there was a young man carrying something standing behind Ranwanwan. The man had a tall stature and clear features. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, he had a calm demeanor. The middle-aged man's eyes moved around Guchen and the things they were holding. The anger and harshness on his face subsided a little, and his tone softened a lot, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, then why are you still standing outside? Come on, come in and sit down. Two boys aged 13 or 14 in the room also came over quickly, with a bit of curiosity on their faces, and took the things from Guchen and Ranwanwan very swiftly, and shouted to Guchen enthusiastically. Hello, brother-in-law. Guchen thought to himself that these two should be Ranwanwan's younger brothers. The middle-aged man let Guchen into the house, pointed to the simple sofa, and motioned him to sit down. The house is not big, but it is fairly clean. What's your name? Where do you work? The middle-aged man poured himself a glass of water and began to question. Guchen sat down steadily and answered in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Hello, Dad, my name is Guchen. I have just awakened to become an alien and am currently on duty with the garrison. He specifically pointed out his identity as an extraordinary person, which is undoubtedly a business card with some weight at the moment. Otherwise, her family would look down on her and make Ranwanwan feel wronged. Sure enough, when he heard the word strange person, the middle-aged man's eyes changed obviously. The scrutiny on his face became less, and there was a hint of surprise and a hint of worry. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. Iran, that's a job that's very dangerous. It's very dangerous over there in the no man's land. You have to be careful and smart. You have a family now, you can't just feed the whole family like before. Guchen nodded seriously and said sincerely, Dad taught me this, I will remember it. At this time, Ranwanwan also introduced them to Guchen one by one. Her father's name is Ran Libo, her mother's name is Chen Yulan, and she has two younger brothers, the older one is Ran Haodong and the younger one is Ran Haoshi. What are you standing there for, Yulan? Hurry up and cook 2 more dishes and add some bowls and chopsticks for the children. Haodong and Haoshi, put everything away and get ready to eat. Ran Libo waved his hand and started to make arrangements. This house is slightly bigger than Guchen's cottage. Although it is simply decorated, it at least has a small dining room for dining, unlike Guchen's house where he can only set up a small table in the living room. 6 people sat around a not-so-big square table. It seemed a little crowded, but it also added a bit of family atmosphere. The food was served quickly. Although it was not sumptuous, it was obvious that it was carefully prepared. The pork belly that Guchen brought was made into a large plate of fragrant braised pork by Chen Yulan. It was shiny and oily, which made people's appetite grow. During the meal, Ran Haodong and Ran Haoshi were obviously curious about their brother-in-law Guchen, and kept asking questions. Brother-in-law, is the no man's land full of strange beasts? Brother-in-law, have you ever killed a strange beast? Are you particularly powerful? Guchen patiently picked up what he could say and talked to them about some basic aspects of the no man's land. As for the experience of encountering strange beasts, he glossed over it and only said that he was mainly responsible for patrolling and guarding, and had not really encountered any strange beasts. He didn't want to plant any unrealistic fantasies in the minds of these 2 boys. It would be troublesome if they wanted to venture into the uninhabited area on impulse. Ran Libo would interject from time to time, sharing some so-called survival tips for no man's land that he had heard from somewhere. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, Gu Chen maintained an attitude of respectful listening. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ran Libo asked about Gu Chen's income again. When he learned that Gu Chen was currently living mainly on the meager patrol subsidy issued by the garrison, he immediately frowned and said in a somewhat blaming tone, "I'm not saying anything bad about you, but since you don't have a lot of money, why don't you buy so many things this time? It's a waste of money. You're the head of the family now, and one will be with you. There will be many places to spend money in the future. You have to learn to be thrifty and plan the family's expenses well." Gu Chen knew that this was his father-in-law caring about him and was also worried about the money, so he quickly smiled and nodded and said, "Dad, you are right, I will pay attention to it in the future." This promise was said so naturally that the expression on Ran Libo's face eased a lot. When a plate of green bamboo shoots and pork was served, Gu Chen took a piece with chopsticks. The bamboo shoots were crisp and tender, and the pork was fresh and fragrant. He couldn't help but nodded and praised, "Mom, your bamboo shoots and pork are so delicious. The bamboo shoots taste really good." Chen Yulan smiled when she heard this, "If it tastes good, eat more. These bamboo shoots were given to us by an old friend of your father last time. We usually don't want to eat them. Just now your father specially asked me to take them out and cook them." Gu Chen was slightly surprised. "Is this bamboo shoot very precious?" Ran Libo took a sip of wine, put down his chopsticks and explained, "The little space in the city is used to grow food, raise pigs and cattle, and other things that can fill the stomach. Where is there room to grow this thing? Scarcity makes things valuable. Fresh bamboo shoots like this are rare in the city, so the price is naturally high. Ordinary people can't afford it, and there is no need to spend a lot of money to buy it." Gu Chen listened, his eyes moved slightly, and a thought flashed through his mind. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Dad, what you said reminds me of something. I have seen a lot of wild bamboos in a dense forest in an uninhabited area before, and the bamboo shoots were growing very lushly. Do you think we can make some money if we pick those bamboo shoots and sell them in the city?" Chapter 25 The Satisfied Ran Family. When Ran Libo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He was originally a chef, so he was naturally much more sensitive to the market prices and values of ingredients than the average person. "Of course you can. Xiaochen, are you serious? If there really are bamboo shoots, that would be a great way to make money. I work in a restaurant, if you can get them, I can help you get in touch with them, and selling them won't be a problem." When the 2 boys from the Ran family heard that there was a way to make money, they became excited and came over to ask for details. Seeing this, Gu Chen already had a plan in mind. "Next time I have a chance to go to that area, I'll pay more attention to it. Dad, besides bamboo shoots, are there any other food ingredients that are relatively scarce in the city but may be available on the edge of the no man's land?" When Ran Libo heard this, he became even more excited. He immediately asked Ran Haoshi to bring paper and pen. He started writing while recalling and soon made a list, which included wild mushrooms, wood ear, wild rabbits, and even some special wild vegetables. "As long as you can get these things fresh and in good condition, you will have no problem selling them in the city. Especially those big restaurants, they like to use these rare things to show off their class." Ran Libo patted his chest and made the promise. After this exchange, Gu Chen realized that the Ran family's attitude towards him had obviously changed. The original scrutiny and courtesy have now turned into real closeness and enthusiasm. Ran Libo was even more excited. He asked Ran Haoshi to go to the nearby store and buy 2 bottles of better liquor. He insisted on taking Gu Chen to have a few drinks. Watching Gu Chen, his father, and his brothers toasting and chatting happily, Ran Wenwen sat beside them with a faint smile on her face, the happiness and satisfaction in her eyes almost overflowing. This man not only gave her a stable life, but also gained the recognition of her family so quickly, and even brought new wealth to the family. She felt that she was really lucky. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became more and more lively. In the middle of the conversation, Chen Yulan pulled Ran Wenwen to a small room nearby and started talking in private. "Wenwen, don't blame me for being so cruel. I forced you to get married early and kicked you out of the house." Chen Yulan held her daughter's hand and couldn't hold back her tears. "It was really difficult at home. You know your dad's temper. He just held on. I had no choice but to take that step. After you left, I couldn't eat or sleep because I was worried that you would suffer out there. Your dad even scolded me several times for this, asking me why I was so anxious to get rid of you. Ran couldn't stop crying as she listened to her mother's complaints. She choked up and said, "Mom, I don't blame you. I know the difficulties at home. I understand everything." The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried, releasing all the grievances and worries that had been accumulated in their hearts for days. Ran Libo heard the noise outside, poked his head in, and yelled in dissatisfaction, "Why are you crying? Today is a big day, and the son-in-law is coming to visit for the first time. You two should not spoil the fun here. Hurry up and wipe your tears and come out to continue eating and drinking." His seemingly rude shout actually contained an unexpressible concern, which made the atmosphere in the room much more relaxed. After eating and drinking, it was already very late. Seeing that it was getting late, Guchen took Ran and said goodbye. Ran Libo and Chen Yulan insisted on seeing them off to the door. Chen Yulan even took out 2 jars of homemade pickled radish from the kitchen and stuffed them into Ran hands. "Take this back and try it. Your dad pickled it himself. It tastes good and goes well with rice." Ran did not refuse and took it and held it in her hand. The Ran family accompanied them to the entrance of the alley. When he met a few neighbors on the way, Ran Libo proudly introduced them to them. "This is my son-in-law, Guchen. A D-level alien." There was such pride in his tone that he wanted to let the whole world know that he had a promising son-in-law. When the neighbors heard that he was a D-level mutant, they all looked at him with envy and admiration, and kept praising the Ran family for being lucky to have such a good son-in-law. This feeling of being noticed and complimented made the smile on Ran Libo's face even brighter. Guchen and Ran waved goodbye to them and walked side by side on the way home. After seeing the two off, inside the Ran family's house, Ran Haodong looked at the mess on the table, and thought of the envious looks of his neighbors just now. He couldn't help but say, "Dad, Mom, how about we also pool some money and let Hashi and I try to awaken as well? What if we can become extraordinary people too?" Ran Haoshi also echoed, "Yes, yes. If we become aliens, we can also go to the no man's land to make some money in the future." Before he finished speaking, Ran Libo slapped Ran Haodong on the back of his head, glaring and cursing. "You two are so flattering. Is it so easy to awaken superpowers? What if the awakening fails? Even if you succeed by chance, you two are so impatient. If you go out to the no man's land, you will not be able to fill the teeth of those monsters. You should all stay in the city and work honestly, and stop thinking about those nonsense all day long." Chen Yulan also advised, "Yes, your father is right. Being an alien is too dangerous. Mom doesn't want anything to happen to you. Our family will gradually get better." The attitude of the two elders of the Ran family towards becoming an extraordinary person is actually quite conservative and disapproving. It was precisely because of this that when Ran faced forced marriage assignment, she was so resistant and desperate, fearing that she would be chosen by Guchen, who was an alien. But fate played a trick on her, and she was eventually chosen by Guchen to become his wife. Now it seems that this result is much better than she had imagined. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the night was already too dark to dissipate, and Guchen and Ran finally returned home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Gutong and Wang Jia sitting side by side on the old sofa in the living room, with their heads together, and I don't know what they were whispering in private. When they saw them come back, they showed relaxed smiles on their faces. It seems that these two girls really get along well. "Brother, sister Wan, you are finally back." Gutong shouted happily and pulled Wang Jia up, apparently preparing to go back to their rooms to sleep. Originally she called Ran sister-in-law, but now there is another sister-in-law, and this title is likely to cause confusion, so she changed her name and called her back. Unexpectedly, Ran suddenly reached out and gently pulled Wang Jia, who was about to walk towards the second bedroom with Gutong. Turning back, she looked at Guchen tenderly. "Hubby, I've been sitting all afternoon today and my body is almost falling apart. I want to go and sleep with Xiaotong." As she spoke, she gently pushed Wang Jia's hand towards Guchen, then she took Gutong's arm intimately, and walked towards the second bedroom with a smile on her face, and closed the door of the second bedroom. Chapter 26, Changing Rooms. Guchen was stunned on the spot. This meaning is too obvious. Ran wanted to stuff Wang Jia into his bed clearly so that he could spend his wedding night with his new wife. During this period of time, Ran satisfaction with her current small family has been visibly increasing. She really wanted to live with Guchen for a long time, so she was thinking about how to make Guchen happy and how to make this family more stable. She was not some little girl who had never seen the world. At school, she had heard some gossip from the boys and knew that most men like to have women on both sides and enjoy the blessing of having two women at once. Therefore, I took the initiative to create opportunities for Gu Chen and Wang Jai tonight. In her opinion, since Gu Chen and Wang Jai have already obtained their marriage certificate, they are a legitimate couple, and it is only a matter of time before they sleep together. Rather than waiting for Gu Chen to lose his patience one day, or for Wang Jai to lose her patience, it would be better for her, the legal wife, to take the initiative to act as a matchmaker. This would show her magnanimity and make Wang Jai remember her kindness. In the future, the backyard would be more harmonious. Gu Chen looked at the closed door of the second bedroom, then glanced at Wang Jai, whose pretty face was slightly red and whose eyes were 7 parts expectation and 3 parts shyness. What else can I say? Come on, go inside. Gu Chen was no longer shy. He reached out and took Wang Jai's slightly cold little hand, trying to keep his tone as gentle as possible. Wang Jai seemed to be scalded. She hummed softly, lowered her head, and obediently followed Gu Chen into the master bedroom. The light in the master bedroom is warm yellow, with a hint of ambiguity. As soon as she entered the room, Wang Jai seemed a little embarrassed. She subconsciously reached behind her head, trying to untie the neat ponytail that had been holding her hair back for a whole day. He usually looks heroic and dashing, but at this moment, his fingertips trembled slightly, with a different kind of charm. Don't! Gu Chen almost blurted out, don't untie it, just like this, it's fine. After a pause, an idea suddenly popped up in Gu Chen's mind, and he added, or, if you know how to comb your hair, it would be better to tie it into 2 ponytails. As soon as these words came out, Wang Jai raised her head abruptly. A trace of surprise flashed across her bright big eyes. Then, as if she understood something, her cheeks suddenly turned red, and even her fair neck was stained with an attractive pink blush. In the next room, the lights were also turned off. Ran Wenwen and Gutong lay side by side on the slightly narrow bed, with the quilt covering their chests. Gutong opened and closed her mouth, silently counting something in the dark, 5, 4, 3. Xiaotong, what are you counting? Ran Wenwen was a little sleepy and asked in a daze, with a hint of fatigue from having just returned from her mother's home. Gutong said nothing, but continued to count down, 2. Just as she was about to count to 1, a faint noise came from the next room. Gutong's countdown came to an abrupt halt. No matter how slow Ran Wenwen was, she understood it now. She was stunned at first, and then her face seemed to be burning with heat, spreading all the way to her ears. He gently pushed Gutong and spat out in an angry and amused tone, "What a little girl. You even dare to tease your brother, right? And you're counting down." Gutong chuckled, not caring at all. Instead, she turned over as if she had succeeded, curled up in Ran Wenwen's arms like a kitten, and rubbed her little head against him. "Sister Wenwen, do you think my brother will be very tired? Don't ask such questions, little kid." Ran Wenwen was so embarrassed that she reached out to cover Gutong's mouth, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a gentle arc. "Hey, Sister Wenwen, tell me something." Gutong twisted her body relentlessly, her voice filled with the sweetness and innocence of a little girl. "How are you doing in our house? Are you happy?" After hearing this, the shyness in Ran Wenwen's heart was gradually replaced by warmth. Patting Gutong's back gently, he said softly, "Okay, of course. Especially, after I become your sister-in-law, I can bully you legitimately as an elder. Let's see if you dare to talk back to me." "Humph, if you dare to bully me," Gutong pouted and said unconvincedly, "I will go to my brother to complain." "Let my brother spank you." "Quote you." Ran Wenwen was amused by her, and the slight discomfort in her heart that might have arisen from sharing her husband disappeared without a trace in Gutong's innocent words. The two girls, who were nominally sisters-in-law but in reality more like best friends, chatted happily about their daughter's concerns in the night with background music. It was not until about 3 in the morning that I fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied smile. The next day, just after dawn, Gu Chen woke up as usual. Wang Jia beside him was still sleeping soundly, with a hint of redness in the corners of her eyes that had not yet faded from last night. Gu Chen got up quietly, tucked the quilt for her, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The aroma of porridge gradually spread in the cabin. After Gu Chen put some refreshing side dishes on the table, he went to wake them up one by one. Ran Wenwen and Gutong quickly finished washing up and sat at the dining table in high spirits. Wang Jia was the last one to come out. Although her hair was still in the twin ponytails that Gu Chen requested last night, it was a little messy after a night's sleep, with a few strands of hair hanging playfully on the side of her cheeks. Her pretty face was flushed and her eyes were a little evasive. She didn't dare to look at the people at home, and her walking posture was a little unnatural. "Hey, Sister Jai, how did you sleep last night? Is the bed in our master bedroom comfortable?" Ran 11 blinked mischievously. Gutong also covered her mouth and laughed secretly, her big eyes rolling around at Wang Jai. Wang Jia's face turned even redder as they stared at her. She almost bled. She lowered her head and muttered softly, "Comfortable, comfortable." The sound was as soft as the hum of a mosquito, but it made Ran 11 and Gutong laugh even more happily. Guchen looked at the scene in front of him and felt warm in his heart. Life is really getting better. While drinking porridge, Gutong secretly looked at Ran 11 and Wang Jai, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her childish face. "When I grow up, what kind of man will I marry? Will my husband's family be like now, with several women living in harmony? Will the days back then be like now, simple but full of happiness? I just hope that in the future, I can meet someone who truly treats me well, at least half as well as my brother does." After breakfast, Guchen insisted on sending Ran 11 and Gutong to school in person. After seeing the two off, Guchen returned home. Wang Jai had already dressed herself up, changed into a neat outfit, and combed her two ponytails into a single ponytail. "Let's go." Guchen smiled at her. Wang Jai is also an extraordinary person. We can't let her stay at home idle. We have to go out and earn money to support the family. Chapter 27 Return with a full load. The two came to the junction of the outer 7th area and the no man's land. After showing their alien certificates, Guchen and Wang Jai walked through the isolation door side by side. The scene before my eyes suddenly became clear. No longer were there the oppressive and crowded houses in the city, but instead were broken walls and overgrown vegetation. At your current level, you should still need to go to the garrison to help with patrols, right? Guchen turned his head to look at Wang Jai and asked casually. Wang Jai nodded and brushed away the hair that was blown to her forehead by the wind. "Well, but I have been patrolling for more than a year. Now I only need to go back to the 9th district to assist in patrols for 2 days a month. Next time I go back, I will apply to be transferred to the 7th district." "Well, this will be your home from now on." Guchen replied without comment. He took Wang Jai and walked towards the skyscraper. When they were still some distance away from the skyscraper, they turned into the dense jungle next to it. "Husband, didn't you say that the place you were patrolling was the high mountain in front? Why did you change direction here?" Wang Jai was a little confused. Guchen pushed aside the branches that blocked the way and explained, "The sky wall is the regular patrol area. There are many people and eyes. There is no need to join in the fun there." Most of the ingredients that Ran Libo listed yesterday were not rare and exotic, but they were scarce in the city due to the scarcity of land and the lack of transportation. These things should not be difficult to find in a relatively primitive environment like an uninhabited area as long as you pay attention. Sure enough, not long after walking, Guchen discovered a large patch of brightly colored wild mushrooms on a shady patch of humus soil. He was delighted and signaled Wang Jai to stop. "Is that what they are?" Wang Jai looked at the mushrooms, feeling a little uncertain. In her previous understanding, the only valuable things in the no man's land were the blood and fur of exotic animals, or some special minerals, or some valuable waste left over from the old times, and animals. She really had never paid much attention to these flowers and plants. "That's right, don't underestimate these, they are in short supply in the city," Guchen said, taking out the prepared cloth bag from his backpack and began to pick them carefully. With the first discovery, the subsequent search went much more smoothly. They found all the wild vegetables and mushrooms on the various lists. Unfortunately, apart from these plant-based ingredients, there was no trace of any small animals such as the hares mentioned by Ran Libo. Guchen frowned slightly. Logically speaking, there should be a lot of small animals in a place with lush vegetation. How come I can't see any? He expressed his doubts. Wang Jai listened and thought for a while before speaking. Maybe they have been hunted down by other aliens. As you know, most aliens who enter the no man's land rarely leave the martial law area too far and go deep into the heart of the no man's land. Their main purpose is not to kill those powerful alien beasts, that is too dangerous. Most people just hunt some animals in this martial law zone, peel off their fur, get some meat, and exchange it for some money. Like me before, I also mainly hunted animals, or searched for supplies that might have been left by humans in some abandoned buildings, and searched for some bodies of the victims, hoping to find something useful. On the contrary, no one would pay attention to these flowers and plants unless they are particularly rare medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Guchen immediately understood. So that's what is happening. These uninhabited areas are like land that has been plowed back and forth several times by countless aliens. Any animals of some value have long been plundered. On the contrary, these inconspicuous wild vegetables and mushrooms, because they are not valued, grow lushly and benefit themselves. It seems that this is a good business opportunity. At least before others react, I can make a fortune. The gains from this trip far exceeded Gu Chen's expectations. The several large cloth bags that the two brought were all filled to the brim. Gu Chen also carried an even bigger one on his back, which was full of the best quality mushrooms and some wild vegetables. Wang Jiayi was not idle either. She was also carrying 2 heavy bags in her hands, with a hint of excitement on her face. This feeling of being able to reap a bountiful harvest simply by gathering was the first time for her. Let's go back. Gu Chen estimated that the time was about right. If he stayed any longer, it would be dark. The risk factor in the no man's land at night was much higher than during the day. The two returned along the same route and came to the isolation gate of the 7th outer area again. The several garrison soldiers who were in charge of guarding the isolation gate couldn't help but glance back and forth several times at Gu Chen, Wang Jai, and the bags on them that were stuffed to the point of bursting. They have been on duty here for a long time. There are at least 80 strange people entering and leaving the isolation gate every day, but it is the first time they have seen people like Gu Chen and his friends carrying so many unidentified objects. You know, most of the aliens would be lucky to get a small bag of alien beast materials or a few useful scraps when they go out. How could they be like them, as if they had just come back from a supermarket with a shopping spree? This unusual scene naturally attracted the attention of some strangers who were preparing to enter or exit the isolation door, or who were resting nearby. For a moment, several inquiring and curious eyes fell on Gu Chen and Wang Jai. Before Gu Chen and the others could walk away, a man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks came up to them with a smug look on his face and spoke to Gu Chen. "Hey, brother, you've got quite a harvest. What are all these bulging things? This guy looks like he deserves a beating, and it's obvious at first glance that he's not a good person." This kind of people are the most common there, and they are good at taking advantage of opportunities, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Gu Chen didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and said in a flat tone, "Nothing, I just picked up some worthless things." The man with the pointed face and monkey cheeks obviously didn't believe it. His small eyes were fixed on the bulging bags on Gu Chen and Wang Jai. His Adam's apple rolled and he said with a greedy smile, "Brother, you are being modest, aren't you? Look at all the bags you have, almost like moving house. Can you open your eyes, brother? This is the garrison's territory. In broad daylight, can I rob you?" While this guy was talking, he wanted to move forward, as if he wanted to grab Gu Chen's bag. Chapter 28 Rotation. I'll say it again, Gu Chen slightly turned his body to the side, easily avoiding the claw that reached out. "Hand, don't touch my things. Otherwise, I will treat you as intending to rob and conduct legitimate defense." The man with the pointed chin and monkey face paused. He thought Gu Chen was just a rookie, but he didn't expect him to be so tough and able to withstand intimidation. In the past, whenever he showed a fierce look, those young people didn't dare to resist. Of course, he wouldn't go too far, he just wanted to get some benefits. "Boy, you are so arrogant?" The man with the pointed face and monkey cheeks laughed strangely, walked away backwards, and pointed at Gu Chen. "Be careful when you go out next time." Gu Chen didn't take it to heart at all. There are a lot of people who want to get rich by illegal means, but who of those who can really live a comfortable life is not ruthless and ruthless, but also has some brains? A fellow like this who only dares to make a lot of noise near the isolation gate and waits for his turn to act, wouldn't dare to really do anything even if he had the courage. He ignored the pointed-faced man, took Wang Jai's hand, and walked straight forward. "Honey, do we really not need to pay attention to him?" Wang Jai lowered her voice with a hint of worry. Gu Chen kept walking, his voice steady. "Don't worry, this kind of person is just good at talking." Gu Chen took Wang Jai to the Ran family. He thought to himself that he would probably have to do this job of picking wild vegetables often in the future. Wang Jai can enter and exit the uninhabited area freely. Let her follow to learn the way and become familiar with the procedures. In the future, if she goes to patrol the garrison by herself, or if she is delayed by other things, Wang Jai can take on this task alone. As for what the Ran family thought, Gu Chen didn't think much about it. It is very normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as he is good to Ran Wunwun and devotes himself to the Ran family, his father-in-law Ran Libo does not seem to be an unenlightened person, and his mother-in-law Chen Yulan is even more reasonable. Ran Wunwun herself didn't mind, so the old couple naturally wouldn't say anything more. In the final analysis, strength and attitude determine everything. The two of them came to Rant's house carrying several bags full of food. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Chen knocked on the door. It was my mother-in-law Chen Yulan who opened the door. It seemed that Ran Libo had not returned yet. Xiao Chen, come in quickly. When Chen Yulan saw it was him, a smile immediately appeared on her face. When he saw Wang Jia, he was stunned for a moment before asking, "Who is this?" "Mom, her name is Wang Jia, she is my new wife," and Wen agreed. Gu Chen answered calmly. Chen Yulan didn't say anything. She warmly invited the two of them to come in and sit down. She also poured a glass of water for Wang Jia. She was so affectionate to her, just like she was treating her own daughter. Wang Jia is also a sweet talker and knows how to deal with things. She calls Chen Yulan auntie all the time, which makes Chen Yulan very happy. Gu Chen nodded secretly. This development seemed to be pretty good. After placing several large bags of heavy food in the corner, Gu Chen clapped his hands. "Mom, these are what I picked today. Take a look. Is the quality good? I don't understand this either." Chen Yulan walked over, untied a bag and took a look, then nodded with satisfaction. "Well, it's really good and very fresh." As she spoke, she turned around and took out a small package wrapped in oil paper from the kitchen and handed it to Gu Chen. "This is freshly made mung bean cake. Wen has loved eating this since she was a child. Take it back and let her try it." Gu Chen took it and it was slightly warm to the touch, with a faint sweet fragrance coming to his nose. He knew very well that his mother-in-law's words were obviously full of hidden meanings, reminding him not to neglect his old lover just because he had a new love. Gu Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Mom, don't worry, I promise to bring this mung bean cake to Wen, and no one will be allowed to touch it." Chen Yulan was amused by his serious look and pointed her finger at him. "What are you talking about, kid? We are all family, we can eat whatever we want, why do we have to be so clear about what to make? If you like it, I'll make more next time." These words made Gu Chen feel very comfortable. His mother-in-law really treated him as a family member, and indirectly recognized Wang Jia. Hee, that's great. Next time I'll be looking forward to your cooking skills." Gu Chen climbed up the pole. After chatting about family matters for a while, Gu Chen saw that it was getting late, so he stood up and said goodbye. "As for how much this batch of ingredients can be sold for today, we will have to wait for Ran Libo to come back, deliver the food to the restaurant, and settle the bill before we know." When I got home, it was already dark. Gu Chen and Wang Jia started to cook dinner. After a while, Gu Tong and Ran Wen also came back from school one after another. The dinner atmosphere was very warm. After dinner, Wang Jia and Ran Wen whispered in the room for a long time. When they came out, Ran Wen glanced at Gu Chen with a slightly red cheek and said softly, "Husband, tonight I will accompany you." Wang Jia added generously, "We have discussed it and it will be fair for each person to take one day and take turns." When Gu Chen heard this, he felt very happy. Look at our wives, how sensible and considerate they are. They have arranged everything for themselves, so you don't have to worry about anything." He actually wanted to interject something. Why divide it into so many categories? We are all family, and the bed is not very small. How about the three of them just squeeze together? However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. Eat your food one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. There's no rush about this. After some time, when everyone gets more familiar with each other and their feelings become more profound, then everything will be done naturally, right? Gu Chen smiled in his heart. He felt that that day would come sooner or later. This night is naturally a short and bitter spring night, with the beauty in my arms. Although Ran Wen is quiet, she has a unique sense of style when it comes to certain things, which makes Gu Chen very fascinated. Chapter 29, Revisiting the Mine. Early the next morning, Gu Chen got up refreshed. Today, I still took Wang Jia to the edge of the No Man's Land to collect wild vegetables. With yesterday's experience, the two of them became more skillful and their efficiency improved a lot. In the evening, the two came to Rant's house again, carrying bulging bags. Chen Yulan is still at home. Mom, today's goods. Gu Chen put the bag down. Oh, okay. Chen Yulan responded with a smile, then took out a stack of dragon coins from her pocket, counted out 4 100 yuan notes and handed them to Gu Chen. This is yesterday's money. Your dad negotiated with the restaurant and sold it for a total of 500 yuan. The restaurant took 500 yuan, and our family kept 100 yuan. The remaining 400 yuan is yours. Gu Chen took the money and did a quick calculation in his mind. 400 a day, that's 12,000 a month, which is much higher than the subsidy for the garrison. He thought about it, took out a 100 yuan bill from the 400 yuan and stuffed it back into Chen Yulan's hand. Mom, take this money. Chen Yulan was stunned and quickly declined. Hey, Xiaochen, what are you doing? Mom can't take your money. Mom, you can't say that. Gu Chen was determined and pushed the money back. If it weren't for Dad's help, where would I find this way to make money? This is Dad's way, I just put in some effort. You take it, just think of it as my filial piety to you and Dad. Besides, we are all family. You are so polite to me, are you treating me as an outsider? Chen Yulan was touched and comforted when she heard him say that. She tried to refuse it several times but failed. Seeing Gu Chen's persistent eyes, she finally accepted it. With a smile on his face, he patted Gu Chen's arm. Okay, Mom will take it. Mom will take it. Xiaochen, you are sensible. You are much better than that girl Wenwen. Gu Chen felt very proud that his mother-in-law praised him like this. After saying goodbye to Chen Yulan, Gu Chen and Wang Jiai walked home side by side. On the way, Wang Jiai shook the empty bag in her hand, with excitement on her face. Honey, if you calculate it this way, we can make a net profit of 300 yuan a day. That's a lot. Gu Chen hummed, and was in a very good mood. Yes, it's 9,000 yuan a month, plus the 2,000 yuan subsidy from my garrison, my monthly income is definitely over 10,000 yuan. Besides, Wang Jiai added, this job is easy. It's just like going out to travel and have fun. You can earn money at the same time. There's no danger. It's much easier than searching for animals and hunting them. Gu Chen deeply agreed. This kind of low-risk, high-return business is hard to find even with a lantern. He still has a batch of goods in the storage space, and he can get some money by selling them, but now is not the time to sell them. In a blink of an eye, it was time for another rotation patrol. Gu Chen got up early, had a simple breakfast, then kissed his two wives goodbye, patted Gu Ton's little head, told her to be obedient at home, and then left home for the camp where Team 78 was located. The sunlight today seemed particularly dazzling, making him feel uneasy and as if something was going to happen. The camp was filled with people, just like usual. Captain Wu still spoke in the same adjutant tone, standing on the high platform and reminding the several teams that were going out on patrol today of the same old things to pay attention to, which were nothing more than safety first and reporting any abnormalities in a timely manner. When the group is disbanded and each team is ready to set off, Captain Wu walked towards Gu Chen with a kind smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and patted Gu Chen's shoulder heavily. Xiao Gu, be careful on patrol. Gu Chen put on a flattered look on his face and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Captain Wu, for your concern, I will be careful. This guy, when did he become so concerned about me? Could it be that I have misjudged him? He is the type of person who will forget past unpleasantness when the sun rises, and is not the kind of person who holds grudges? After some insincere courtesy, Gu Chen said goodbye and left. As per usual practice, the patrol teams would disperse once they left the camp and freely go to the areas they were responsible for. Because an incident had happened before in the mine area where Gu Chen was, other team members chose to take a detour to avoid it, leaving Gu Chen alone on the way, which was exactly what he wanted. When he arrived near the mine, Gu Chen was not in a hurry to go in. He climbed up the towering tree where he had hidden before with familiarity, found a sturdy branch, adjusted himself into a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. In order to finish the homework for the next 2 days in advance, he was exhausted last night and had to take the opportunity to catch up on some sleep. I slept until noon. There was a gurgling sound from his stomach, and Gu Chen stretched and took out a lunchbox from the storage space. These bento boxes were prepared by the two women. They contained fragrant rice, topped with a layer of shiny braised pork skin, and some green stir-fried vegetables. Ever since I made a small fortune last time, the food standards at home have also improved, and now we can have meat at every meal. Ran Wenwen and Wang Jiai's cooking skills are getting better and better. Gu Chen was so satisfied with the meal that he even wiped the soup clean with rice. After eating and drinking, Gu Chen burped, leaned comfortably against the tree trunk, and looked towards the entrance of the mine not far away. In fact, he was always wondering in his heart. Logically speaking, with so many garrison soldiers killed in the mine, it is impossible that there would be no movement from above for such a big event. But, since the last time I came back until now, everything has been calm. Even Captain Wu was polite to me in the morning, as if nothing had happened. What is going on? Didn't Captain Wu report the matter of the snake man? Or is it that the garrison leaders are also afraid of the snake man's strength and dare not send anyone to deal with it in depth, and simply want to suppress the matter? After thinking about it, he felt that the latter was more likely. Some officials are like this: it is better to have less trouble than more. Especially the garrison, a team that only bullies the people in the city and is afraid of death, probably doesn't want to provoke a powerful monster that can easily wipe out an entire team for no reason. After thinking for a long time, Guchen still felt uneasy. He decided to go in again and at least confirm the situation inside. Guchen carefully slid down from the tree and tiptoed to the entrance of the mine. The cave entrance was still deep and dark. Guchen paused at the entrance of the cave for a moment, then turned on the flashlight and walked in. This time, he was much calmer and his pace was much faster than last time. After turning several corners, we soon arrived at the familiar cave. The dark lake water was still as calm as a huge black curtain, without the slightest ripple. The skinned snake man's corpse was still lying alone on the ground, but it looked even more shriveled and terrifying due to the passage of time. Guchen's gaze lingered on the water for a moment, and a circle of tiny ripples gently spread out like an illusion, and then quickly disappeared without a trace. He frowned slightly and looked away from the water. However, the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank. The remains of the garrison soldiers that were supposed to be scattered not far from the snake man's corpse actually disappeared. All that remained on the ground were a few pools of dried dark red blood and some tattered pieces of clothing. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped Gu Chen's heart. He immediately realized that this place might not be as simple as he thought. Almost instinctively, he turned around and wanted to go back the way he came. However, the moment he turned around, a figure appeared silently at the entrance of the narrow passage leading to the outside, blocking his retreat. The man had a playful smile on his face and walked slowly into the cave from the shadows, step by step. Chapter 30 Neural Resonance. The one who came was none other than Captain Wu. "Ha, I knew it was you who did it." Captain Wu narrowed his eyes, with a hint of complacency in his voice, as if everything was under his control. Gu Chen's heart sank suddenly, but his face remained calm. He calmed himself down and asked in confusion, "Captain Wu, what do you mean? What do you want to do?" But now that things have come to this, even a fool can see that this old fox definitely had this plan all along and was targeting him. Captain Wu did not answer directly, but smiled gently, and that smile made Gu Chen feel a chill. He asked back, "Xiao Gu, don't be nervous. I'm just a little curious, how did you do it? That snake man is not a good person. I've fought with it before and I was no match for it." Gu Chen thought rapidly in his mind. It seems that Captain Wu was determined that he killed the snake man. Gu Chen thought for a moment, and said half-truthfully, "Captain Wu is joking. When I arrived, the snake man was already dying, lying on the ground unable to move. It seemed that he had fought with his brothers from the garrison and both sides were injured. I was just lucky and got a bargain, and I killed it without much effort." Captain Wu listened, nodded from time to time, and showed an expression of understanding. "Well, that makes a lot more sense. I was saying it, how could a D-rank mutant like you possibly be able to fight a B-rank monster alone?" He changed the subject and stopped beating around the bush, stating his intention directly. "Okay, kid, let's be frank. Hand over what you got from the snake man, as well as the remains of the dead garrison soldiers." Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he still pretended to be confused. "Captain Wu, I don't understand what you mean. What do you want to hand over?" Captain Wu's face suddenly darkened, and his voice became a little colder. "Boy, don't play dumb in front of me. The snake man's scales, blood, and the things of the garrison soldiers are worth a lot of money. I saw you leave the camp empty-handed with my own eyes, and I haven't seen you come around here in the past few days. The things must still be in this area, hidden by you, right? I'm really curious about where you're hiding. I searched several times but couldn't find you." Gu Chen listened to him talking a lot, and then he slowly said, "Captain Wu, according to the rules, the items obtained from hunting exotic animals in uninhabited areas, or the ownerless items picked up, belong to whoever gets them. But there is no rule that they must be handed in, right?" Upon hearing this, Captain Wu snorted coldly, took a step forward, and scanned the entire cave with a sinister look. "Boy, the rules are dead, but people are alive. There is a rule that there is no handing over, but if someone dies inexplicably in this remote area, according to convention, the higher-ups will not bother to investigate. Don't you think this is the truth, Xiao Gu?" How could Gu Chen not hear this naked threat and intimidation? I felt a little nervous and my brain started working rapidly. Captain Wu dared to block me so blatantly, he must have made all the preparations. What he needs to figure out most now is Captain Wu's strength and whether he has any accomplices. To be able to become a team leader, one must be at least a D-level mutant. This guy might already be at C level. Did he come alone, or? Gu Chen glanced behind Captain Wu imperceptibly. As if seeing through Gu Chen's thoughts, Captain Wu sneered and interrupted his guess. Kid, stop imagining. I'm the only one here. As for my strength, I might as well tell you directly that I'm C rank. It's enough to deal with you. C grade. Gu Chen's heart trembled, and a trace of cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Captain Wu is indeed not a good person. Unlike the seriously injured and dying Snake Man, the level suppression of a C-level alien in his prime was too obvious for him. Moreover, since this guy dared to appear here alone, he must be ready for battle. My chances of winning are slim. No, we can't fight hard. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, forced himself to calm down, and squeezed out a trace of pain on his face. Captain Wu, since it has come to this, I won't hide it. I can hand over the things, and we will split them 50-50. What do you think? 50-50? Captain Wu's fat belly trembled as if he had heard a big joke. Boy, don't you understand the situation? Now, you are begging me. I'll take 80, you take 20. Looking at Captain Wu's face that looked like he had taken advantage of him, Gu Chen was filled with anger. But he showed a helpless expression on his face and sighed. Okay, 82 is 82. Captain Wu, I'll take you to get the things now. You're smart. Captain Wu nodded with satisfaction and motioned for Gu Chen to lead the way. Gu Chen took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the passage he came from. The moment he passed by Captain Wu, his eyes became fierce, and his right hand, which had been hanging by his side, suddenly swung forward. A slight tearing sound was heard in the air, and a long sword flashing with cold light suddenly appeared in his hand, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, slashing straight towards Captain Wu's neck. This sword is as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder. However, just when the blade of the sword was about to touch Captain Wu's skin, Gu Chen's movements strangely stopped. The long sword was suspended in the air, just a hair's breadth away from Captain Wu's neck. Captain Wu showed a grim smile on his face, raised his right leg calmly, and kicked Gu Chen hard in the chest and abdomen with a swift side kick. Bang! Gu Chen only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person flew backwards and hit the hard wall of the cave with a muffled sound. His throat felt sweet and he almost vomited blood. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked in astonishment at his right hand, which was still in the posture of swinging the sword but did not move at all. Ah, kid, you react pretty quickly. Captain Wu calmly brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes, with a cat playing with mouse smile on his face. That was a spatial ability just now, right? Very good. But, do you feel that your right hand is not working as you intended? Gu Chen stared at Captain Wu with cold eyes. It must be Captain Wu's fault with my right hand. But how did he do it? Was it his ability? He was totally unaware of it. Captain Wu paced and walked in front of Gu Chen, looking down at him condescendingly, looking extremely arrogant. Boy, my ability is called neural resonance. In simple terms, I can penetrate my power into your body and directly control your motor nerves, thereby achieving the purpose of controlling your limb movements. Chapter 31, Mind Crisis. Gu Chen's pupils shrank, and a storm surged in his heart. Control motor nerves? What a strange ability. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and asked, when did you infiltrate your power into my body? Why didn't I feel anything? Captain Wu's smile grew wider. Boy, think about it carefully. This morning, when we were in the camp, did I give you special care? As he spoke, he imitated the action of patting shoulders in the morning and made a gesture of pressing his palm downward. In a flash, Gu Chen understood it instantly. Captain Wu's unusually friendly behavior in the morning, and that heavy pat on his shoulder. Could it be when you patted my shoulder this morning? Gu Chen cried out, his heart full of regret. I secretly decided that I would never let hostile people touch my body again. But, I don't know if there will be a future. If no one helps me, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat the sea-level mutant. But in this no man's land, in Captain Wu's territory, who would help him? That's right. It's that time. Captain Wu laughed triumphantly. Boy, I have to say that your vigilance is still too low. Today, you will definitely not be able to escape from my grasp. Tell me honestly, where is the thing hidden? Gu Chen glared at Captain Wu fiercely, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he panted and said, You saw my spatial ability just now. Yes, I did hide the things. I put them in the dimensional space and took them out. If you want to get them, you can't hurt me. When I return to the city safely, I will naturally take the things out. At this point, we can only continue to delay time and look for opportunities to break the deadlock. Upon hearing this, Captain Wu frowned slightly and fell into thought. While Captain Wu was thinking, Guchen was also trying desperately in secret. He concentrated his mind and mobilized the energy in his body, trying to regain control of his right arm. However, no matter how hard he tried, his right arm felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead and was completely unresponsive. After a moment, Captain Wu suddenly shook his head, with a cruel smile on his face. No. I can't let you go back to get it. Boy, tell me where the thing is hidden, and I will get it myself. Gu Chen's heart sank, and he sneered, Tell you? I'm afraid that I'll be dead the moment I finish speaking, right? Ha, that's not the case. Captain Wu licked his chapped lips and said, I will not let you die before I find the thing. However, I will control your feet first and make you stay here honestly. I will come back and let you go after I get the thing. Gu Chen's expression became uglier and uglier. Captain Wu became impatient upon seeing this. Don't waste your time, kid. You don't have a choice. Don't force me to confess by torture. As he spoke, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and pretended to attack Gu Chen personally. Etc. Gu Chen shouted hurriedly, I said. Things are in my house. Captain Wu paused, narrowed his eyes, and stared at Gu Chen's eyes, as if trying to judge the truth of this sentence from his eyes. Gu Chen's words were not completely a lie to him. Before coming out, he did hide the relics of the garrison, including the snakeman's scales, under the bed, and specifically told Ran Wenwen and Wang Jai not to touch them. In the end, Captain Wu seemed to choose to believe Gu Chen. He put away the dagger and asked, Where do you live? Gu Chen gave a random address. That address does exist, but it is completely different from his home. Captain Wu nodded, seeming to be quite satisfied with this answer, and grinned. Very good. Boy, you should reflect on yourself here before I come back. As he said that, he walked towards Gu Chen, bent down, and stretched out his hands to Gu Chen's ankles, obviously intending to control Gu Chen's feet as well. Just when Captain Wu's fingers were about to touch Gu Chen's ankle, something strange happened. Gu Chen's left hand, which seemed to be hanging down powerlessly, suddenly swung out from behind. In his left hand, he had already tightly grasped a dagger that he had taken out from the storage space and stabbed it straight into Captain Wu's face. Captain Wu's face suddenly changed. He obviously didn't expect that Gu Chen could still launch a counterattack when his right arm was controlled. He instinctively wanted to dodge backwards, however, at the moment he exerted force, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook slightly, and then the soil where his feet were standing collapsed without warning, forming two small pits of neither deep nor shallow, which just trapped his feet and slowed down his movements by half a beat. In desperation, Captain Wu had to lean his body backwards with all his might. The dagger grazed the tip of his nose, and although it avoided the fatal eye, it still left a wound deep enough to see the bone on his left cheek. Bright red blood gushed out instantly and dripped down his fat cheeks. Ah! The severe pain and the anger of being teased made Captain Wu completely furious. He let out a wild roar, pushed his hands hard on the ground, and with the powerful strength of his waist and abdomen, jumped out of the two small pits. Just as he stood firm, Gu Chen shook his wrist, and the dagger stained with Captain Wu's blood shot towards Captain Wu like an arrow from a bow, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. With the help of Gu Chen's gravitational control ability, the speed and force of this dagger far exceed that of an ordinary person's throwing. Captain Wu was startled by the sudden attack. Seeing that the dagger was about to hit his chest, he hurriedly raised the dagger in his hand that he used to threaten Gu Chen to block it. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. The dagger thrown by Gu Chen contained great power. Although Captain Wu successfully blocked the flying dagger, the dagger also knocked the dagger in his hand away and fell to the ground a few meters away. Captain Wu looked at his empty right hand, looked at Gu Chen in shock and anger, and shouted. You are a dual-powered mutant? Gu Chen struggled to get up from the ground, his chest still aching slightly, but a sneer appeared on his face. That's right, he has dual abilities. But it was not the spatial ability that Captain Wu thought of and the gravitational domination he just used. At the critical moment, it was indeed possible to catch the enemy off guard, but it was a pity that no actual effect was achieved just now. Captain Wu's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Good boy. You hid well enough. Dual abilities. Humph. Even if I don't want those things today, I will never let you leave here alive. Indeed, letting an alien with dual abilities and a mortal enemy leave would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain, which would cause endless troubles. Captain Wu really wanted to kill at this moment. Chapter 32, The Snake Man reappears. Gu Chen's heart tightened, knowing that today would not end well. Taking advantage of the moment when Captain Wu was stunned, he turned around and wanted to rush towards the exit of the cave. However, he had just taken 2 steps when the mutation occurred again. His right hand, which was controlled by Captain Wu, swung back suddenly without any warning, and a heavy punch hit his own left cheek solidly. Bang! Gu Chen felt stars in his eyes and was stunned by this sudden punch. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. He is completely stupid. This guy can actually control his hands to hit himself? Then, before he could react, his right hand seemed to have its own consciousness, and it started punching and scratching various parts of his body frantically. Asshole! Gu Chen was shocked and angry, and could only awkwardly stretch out his left hand, desperately trying to block and clamp his rebellious right hand. However, his right hand was extremely powerful, and its moves were disorganized. He could not completely control the movements of his right hand, and could only watch as new scars appeared on his body. Ha 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 ha! Boy! Let's see how you can run away. Captain Wu stood not far away, watching Gu Chen's funny self-mutilation look, and burst into extremely wild laughter. The wound on his face was moved by the laughter, making it look even more hideous and terrifying. Gu Chen's body soon turned blue and purple, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Under the frantic attack of his right hand, he staggered towards the cave entrance. Every step was extremely difficult, and the body and mind suffered tremendous pain. Finally, when he was about to reach the exit of the cave, he could no longer hold on. His legs went limp and he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. As Gu Chen fell to the ground, the right hand that had been attacking madly finally stopped moving and drooped down weakly. Captain Wu stopped laughing and said jokingly, "Boy, how does it feel? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will torture you slowly, peel off your skin bit by bit, and remove your bones one by one. Let you taste what it means to be worse off than dead." Gu Chen's left cheek was already swollen, with blood at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head with difficulty, looked at the hideous-looking Captain Wu, and grinned. The smile looked extremely strange in the dim light. He stretched out his left hand tremblingly, groped to grab a fist-sized stone beside him, and threw it at Captain Wu with all his strength. Captain Wu had been watching Gu Chen's movements vigilantly. When he saw him throwing the stone, he just snorted contemptuously, turned sideways easily, and dodged. The stone fell into the lake behind with a plop, splashing a small amount of water. "Humph, you are at your wits' end." Captain Wu said disdainfully, "Boy, don't waste your energy. With my strength, I can control a D-level mutant for more than 6 hours, and it's still a long way to go before the effect ends. Just wait to die." The blood flowing from the cut on his forehead blurred Gu Chen's eyes, making the scene in front of him tinged with blood. He blinked hard, looked at his right hand which had temporarily calmed down, and then looked at the standard long sword that had fallen not far away and was kicked away by Captain Wu. A crazy and bold idea rose up in his mind uncontrollably. Rather than being slowly tortured to death by this old dog, it's better to take a gamble. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, supported the ground with his left hand, forced himself to stand up, and then rushed towards the long sword desperately. Captain Wu saw Gu Chen's intention, frowned, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then turned into disdain. "Want to take the sword? Do you think you still have a chance?" Captain Wu grinned and was about to step forward to stop them. However, just as he raised his foot, the stone wall above his head suddenly shook violently. Then, countless rubble and mud fell like raindrops, landing right between him and Gu Chen, forming a small obstacle, temporarily blocking his way forward. It's Gu Chen. While he was running, he secretly activated his ability of gravity control and moved the loose rocks above his head. Although it only saved 1 or 2 seconds, it was enough for him at the moment. Gu Chen endured the severe pain in various parts of his body and stumbled to the side of the long sword. His uncontrollable right hand seemed to have sensed his intention and began to move again, trying to snatch the sword. Gu Chen hurriedly stepped on the wrist of his right hand with his foot to stop it from making trouble, and then quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword with his left hand. "Boy! You better think it over carefully." Captain Wu had already bypassed the rockfall area. Seeing that Gu Chen had grasped the sword, he could not help but shout, "Even if you are really cruel enough to cut off your hand and escape from here by chance, you will become a useless cripple. By then, I will still have hundreds of ways to kill you." Gu Chen clenched his teeth tightly, and his gums were bleeding from the force. He knew that Captain Wu was telling the truth, but now, he had no way out. Rather than die in humiliation, it is better to fight to the death. His eyes became fierce, he raised the sword high with his left hand, aimed it at his uncontrollable right arm, and chopped it down fiercely. However, just as the sword blade, flashing with cold light, was about to cut off his arm. Crash! An extremely clear sound of breaking water suddenly came from the lake behind Captain Wu. Gu Chen's movement suddenly stopped, and the long sword that was raised high stopped abruptly in mid-air. He turned his head suddenly and looked in the direction where the sound came from in surprise and suspicion. Captain Wu was also stunned and turned his head subconsciously. Behind him, on the dark lake surface that was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly, without any warning, there appeared one wet head after another, with pairs of vertical pupils flashing with faint blue light, staring at the two living creatures in the cave. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. He was very familiar with this kind of brain. It's a snake man. There is more than one snake man in this mine. There are so many snake people hidden beneath this seemingly calm lake. At this moment, Gu Chen and Captain Wu were completely shocked. Especially Gu Chen, in front of his eyes, at this moment, rows of densely packed system information were being refreshed frantically. Snakeman LV.28. Snakeman LV.35. Snakeman LV.42. The information about snake people of various levels made him dizzy and his scalp tingled. The lowest ones are over LV.20, and the highest ones are even over LV.40. This is like disturbing the snake people's nest. Chapter 33 Contact the Camp. Fear was like an icy tide that instantly submerged the two of them. Almost at the same time, Gu Chen and Captain Wu both reacted from their extreme shock. The two looked at each other and saw the same fear and desire to survive in each other's eyes. Run! No one cared about doing bad things to the other anymore, and they forgot all the previous hatred and calculations. In the face of this sudden strange beast, the instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. The two of them turned around at the same time and ran towards the only exit of the cave like crazy. Those snake people that emerged from the lake obviously also regarded them as prey for invading their nest. They made bursts of sharp and piercing hisses, jumped out of the water one after another, and pounced towards Gu Chen and Captain Wu at an astonishing speed. Because Captain Wu was closer to the lake, he was the first to attract the attention of most of the snake people. In the eyes of these snake people, his body was undoubtedly a delicious buffet. Ah! Help! With a shrill scream, Captain Wu was caught up by several snake men and fell to the ground in an instant. The sharp claws tore at his flesh mercilessly. The sound of breaking bones and the hair-raising chewing sounds echoed in the dark cave, seeming particularly terrifying. Captain Wu's screams were like the most powerful catalyst, scaring Gu Chen so much that he ran away even faster. At this moment, he did not care about the pain in his body. He used all his strength to frantically activate the ability of gravity control. He felt as if there was wind under his feet and his speed soared to the extreme. Fortunately, Captain Wu's fat body seemed to buy him a lot of time. Those snake people did not immediately split up to chase Gu Chen, but surrounded Captain Wu's body, scrambling to devour it frantically. Taking advantage of this precious gap, Gu Chen rolled and crawled, and finally escaped from the hell-like mine in a miserable state. The moment he escaped, Gu Chen turned around almost reflexively, and pressed his hands towards the cave entrance. His eyes were red, and he used up his last bit of strength, gritted his teeth and roared. "Give it to me!" Boom boom! With a roar from him, the remaining gravity control ability was fully activated. At the entrance of the mine, the loose rocks and soil collapsed instantly under the pull of this force. Huge rocks and soil poured down, blocking the entire entrance completely. After doing all this, Gu Chen could no longer hold on. His legs went soft and he collapsed on the grass outside the cave. His whole body seemed to be falling apart and he couldn't even move a finger. Cold sweat soaked his clothes and his heart was beating like a drum. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his right hand, which had been controlled by a strange force, seemed to regain consciousness. He tried moving his fingers, and the heavy and sticky feeling disappeared. Could it be that Captain Wu is dead, and his ability is also lifted? A flash of enlightenment flashed through Gu Chen's mind. Before he could recover from his relief at surviving the disaster, a light red, translucent information interface suddenly appeared in front of his eyes without any warning. The interface was very simple, a long blood-red bar. On the left side of the bar, his name was clearly displayed, Gu Chen LV.34. At this moment, the health bar has dropped below half, and the entire border of the health bar is still flashing red. Is this my health? Gu Chen was shocked. It seems that my injury this time is indeed quite serious, and my health bar is starting to sound the alarm. Without giving it any more time to think, he tremblingly raised his right hand, which had regained consciousness. With a thought, a slender glass test tube filled with crimson liquid appeared in his hand. It was the life potion he had exchanged from the system with energy points before. Without any hesitation, Guchen pulled out the cork of the test tube, tilted his head back and drank the slightly sweet and fishy red liquid in one gulp. The potion went down the throat and turned into a warm current that quickly spread to every part of the body. The next second, Guchen saw the blood-red bar in front of him, representing his life value, suddenly soaring upwards as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It soon passed the halfway mark and continued to climb. The flashing red light on the border of the health bar also disappeared, and the health bar slowly disappeared from sight. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout Guchen's body. The severe pain that had previously come from all parts of the body miraculously disappeared without a trace within just a few seconds. Even the fatigue caused by excessive physical and mental overdraft was swept away. The wounds on his body caused by Captain Wu in his own right hand were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Guchen only knew that the healing potion would definitely work, but he didn't expect the effect to be so immediate and magical. This is even more powerful than the best healing medicine he knows of. This life potion is too awesome, isn't it? Compared with this stuff, those so-called special therapeutic drugs on the market are simply garbage. Just when Guchen felt relieved, his heart suddenly tightened again. This damn place is marked as a mine cluster on the map. Since it is a group of mines, there must be more than one entrance and exit. It is entirely possible that those snake people came out from other passages. And even if the entrance to the cave was blocked by myself, with the ability of those beasts, it probably wouldn't take too long to dig out such a small landslide. Thinking of this, Guchen dared not delay any longer. He hurriedly took out the palm-sized black communicator from his arms. Without even wiping the cold sweat from his palms, he directly pressed the emergency button to contact the camp. Sizzle. After a few electric beeps, a male voice came from the communicator. "This is Camp 78. Please explain your reason." Guchen licked his chapped lips and tried to make his voice sound calmer. "Report, I am temporary team member Guchen. I was attacked by a large number of strange beasts in the mines. The situation is critical. Please give me instructions." As for how Captain Wu died, Guchen didn't mention a word. That guy clearly wanted to kill him and steal the treasure, and he would definitely not tell anyone about such a shameful thing. Why bother yourself? There was silence on the other end of the communicator for a few seconds. It was probably frightened by the large number of strange beasts. Then a hurried voice came. "Guchen, are you sure it's a large number of strange beasts?" "Absolutely true." Guchen said categorically, "I saw it with my own eyes. There are at least dozens of them, and it seems that some of them are powerful." Guchen did not lie. Thinking of the densely packed level labels still makes his scalp tingle. Chapter 34, The Lone Snake Man. Understood. You immediately find a safe place to hide and pay close attention to the movements around the mine. We will send people to support you immediately. I repeat, ensure your own safety and wait for support. The voice on the other end of the communicator became noticeably nervous. Guchen knew that he must have gone to ask the deputy captain on duty. Guchen knew a little about the organization of the garrison's patrol squad. A squad usually had a captain, 3 deputy captains, and at least 80 regular team members. The captain and deputy captain take turns leading the team to carry out patrol tasks in the area they are responsible for. After hanging up the call, Guchen frowned. Let yourself stare at the mine? What a joke. I finally crawled out of the snake cave, and now I'm waiting to die here? However, the camp's orders cannot be completely ignored. These days, the rules of the garrison are above all else. If you are found disobeying orders and leaving the mission area without permission, you will definitely be punished. Guchen thought that he could just find a hidden spot on the outer edge of the mining area and hide there. As for the situation inside the mine, no matter what, when the people from Team 78 come, they will naturally have to deal with the headache. In this dense forest, Guchen had too many places to hide. He came to the edge of the area, found a leeward slope and hid behind it, looking around vigilantly. About 10 minutes later, light footsteps were heard in the distance. Guchen's heart tightened and he quietly poked his head out. He saw 3 figures approaching him quickly, 2 men and 1 woman. Seeing the garrison badge on their chests, Guchen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stood out from behind the slope. The leader was a man of medium build and resolute face. When he saw Gu Chen, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Gu Chen? How is the situation in the mine?" "I'm Gu Chen. Since I escaped, I haven't noticed any unusual movements," Gu Chen answered honestly. The man nodded and pointed to his badge. "I am the deputy captain of the 78th team, Su Qing. This is Zhong Yang, and this is Li Yutong." The burly young man behind him and the relatively petite female team member also nodded to me. Su Qing turned his gaze to the female team member named Li Yutong and ordered, "Li Yutong, check the surroundings and see where those beasts are now." Li Yutong said slowly squatted down, gently placed the palms of her fair hands on the cold ground, and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly and her expression was focused. Gu Chen watched carefully from the side. It seems that this Li Yutong is an auxiliary type of alien. Her ability is probably something like reconnaissance and perception. This type of mutant has almost zero combat capability, and if they act alone they are basically just a bunch of useless people, so every time they go on a mission they have to be protected by a combat-type mutant. However, don't underestimate these auxiliary aliens. In this no-man's land full of dangers, they are very popular. A reliable auxiliary mutant can be worth several combat teams. They can detect danger in advance, survey the terrain of unfamiliar environments, and some can even perform part-time treatment. They are absolutely essential for adventure, treasure hunting, murder, and robbery. After a few dozen seconds, Li Yutong opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and reported to Su Qing. "Deputy Captain Su, there are indeed a lot of signs of life from strange beasts in the forest. They have already come out of the mine and are spreading everywhere." Su Qing frowned even more tightly and asked, "Are there any single people? Or small groups?" Li Yutong closed his eyes and sensed for a few seconds, then pointed to a certain direction in front of me on the right. "About 1 kilometer to the right, there is a target acting alone." Upon hearing this, Su Qing immediately took out his communicator and briefly reported the situation to the camp, asking them to notify all team members patrolling outside to gather near a giant monolith outside the mining area. "Gu Chen, come with us and take a look." Su Qing put away the communicator and said to Gu Chen, then took Zhong Yang and Li Yutong and moved in the direction Li Yutong pointed. Gu Chen was so reluctant in his heart. "You just escaped from a snake's mouth, and now you're heading towards its den? Isn't this like holding a lantern in a pit of toilet seeking death?" But he is the deputy captain, and his rank is high enough to crush people. Besides, with the 3 regular members of the garrison army here, there shouldn't be any big trouble, right? As the deputy captain, Su Qing would never joke with his own life. Gu Chen could only follow him reluctantly, constantly encouraging himself in his heart. With Li Yutong, the human-shaped radar, leading the way, the few of them didn't have to spend much effort to avoid several waves of small-scale snake people and quietly got to the vicinity of the lone snake man. Pushing aside the last leaf of the bush that was in the way, Gu Chen carefully revealed half of his eye. In an open space not far ahead, a snake man covered with dark green scales, walking upright and dragging a thick tail, was wandering aimlessly. Those blue vertical pupils made Gu Chen feel a chill on the back of his neck. Gu Chen didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of alarming the monster. Just then, someone patted my shoulder gently. Gu Chen shuddered with fear. Turning around, he saw Su Qing winking at him, then waving his hands, indicating that he should retreat quietly. Gu Chen was puzzled. Wasn't it just a snake man that he said was coming? Why did he run away as soon as he saw him? However, Su Qing had obviously made up his mind. He probably confirmed with his own eyes that it was the strange beast that caused the previous mine tragedy, so he didn't dare to stay here any longer. Last time, there were nearly 10 team members, and almost all of them were wiped out by this thing. How could he not be scared? But Gu Chen's mood at the moment was a little complicated. He glanced at the snake man, and a message box quietly appeared. Snakeman LV.28. Only level 28. 6 levels lower than me. If you kill it, you can get energy points and experience. After Captain Wu's previous remarks, Gu Chen had a general understanding of this level system and the level division of strength in reality. He himself is a D-class mutant, showing to be LV.30. Captain Wu said that the first snake man discovered was a class B1, and Gu Chen saw that its level was LV.52 at the time. By this calculation, almost every 10 levels corresponds to 1 level in reality. LV.30 LV.39 is considered D level, LV.40 LV.49 is considered C level, LV.50 LV.59 is B level, and so on. The LV.28 snake man in front of him is, at best, an E level monster. Gu Chen was naturally confident in dealing with it. He stared at the moving experience pack, then glanced at Su Ching and the others who had already begun to retreat cautiously, and his heart was itching. However, the situation is indeed unclear now. Does anyone know if there are other snake people around here? If a fight breaks out and the noise is too loud and attracts other snake people, then we would end up losing more than we gain. Thinking of this, Gu Chen forced himself to suppress the urge in his heart, crouched down, and followed Su Ching and the others to retreat. However, what you fear will come true. As soon as the few of them moved, the snake man who was originally strolling around suddenly shook his head, and his pair of blue vertical pupils instantly locked onto them. Hiss! With a sharp hiss, the snake man got on all fours and pounced towards Gu Chen and his companions like a flash of green lightning. Chapter 35, The Strength of Team 78. We've been spotted. Run! Run to the assembly point. Su Ching's face changed drastically. He growled and was the first to turn around and run. Zhong Yang and Li Yutong also reacted quickly and followed immediately. Gu Chen cursed his bad luck in his heart, and quickly ran away. Don't be fooled by the fact that the female team member named Li Yutong is a supporting alien. She runs very fast. Her two thin legs seem to be equipped with motors and rush forward. It is obvious that she has been trained in escape for a long time. But the snake man's movements were even faster and more agile, and he could move freely in the complex woodland. The distance between Gu Chen and the others and it was getting closer and closer. Zhong Yang! Cover! While running, Su Ching yelled at the thin young man behind him. The team member named Zhong Yang responded and suddenly took out a peculiarly shaped metal longbow from his back. He didn't have a quiver with him, and no one saw him taking out the arrows from anywhere. He just slightly pulled the bowstring, and a light yellow light condensed into the shape of an arrow on the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow of light shot out from the air and headed straight for the pursuing snake man. Unfortunately, the snake man was extremely cunning. He twisted his body and easily dodged the light arrow. Zhong Yang was not discouraged. He ran with the team while constantly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. For a moment, the light arrows whizzed and caused some minor trouble to the snake man. Hit! Zhong Yang suddenly shouted excitedly. Gu Chen was also delighted and turned his head to look. Sure enough, a yellow light arrow hit the snake man's thigh. As long as this beast is injured, its movements will be hindered. Then he might be able to find an opportunity. However, Gu Chen was soon disappointed. The yellow light arrow exploded on the snake man's leg, turned into spots of light and dissipated, leaving only a faint white mark on the snake man's tough scales. My goodness! Isn't the damage too low? If you can't even break through the defense of an E-level snake man, what is the point of this? Although Zhong Yang's light arrows could not cause any substantial damage to the snake people, each arrow shot by them did somewhat disrupt the rhythm of the snake people's pursuit, barely buying us a little bit of precious time to escape. However, in the forest, there were light arrows exploding and snake people roaring, and the noise was getting louder and louder. Gu Chen was so anxious. Wasn't this equivalent to sending a signal to other snake people? My steps couldn't help but quicken. Sure enough, good things don't work, but bad things do. Just when they were about to rush out of this area, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes on the left, aiming directly at Li Yutong, who was running at the outermost side of the team. Another snake man. Li Yutong had no time to react and was about to be knocked to the ground by the snake man. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she let out a short scream. Careful! In a flash, a burly figure rushed out like a cannonball and slammed hard into the side of the snake man who was attacking by surprise. Bang! The snake man was knocked flying and fell heavily to the ground. Then, a low chant was heard, and 3 fist-sized, rotating fireballs appeared out of thin air, whizzing towards the snake man who was just struggling to get up. Boom, boom, boom. The fireball exploded, and debris flew everywhere with a burning smell. Before the smoke cleared, a muscular man carrying a huge knife as big as a door panel took a few big strides and rushed to the front of the snake man who was blown to pieces. He roared, jumped high up with the huge sword in both hands, and slashed at the snake man on the ground with all his might, as if he was splitting manhwa. The snake man seemed to sense danger and tried desperately to roll over and avoid it. But at this moment, several thumb-thick vines suddenly popped out from the ground, like tentacles, and wrapped around the snake man's limbs and tail, fixing it firmly in place. Puff! The giant's sword fell, unstoppable. Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs splattered everywhere, and the snake man didn't even get to utter a complete scream before he was cut in half by a single blow, deader than dead. Gu Chen looked at the clean and neat coordinated kill in front of him in a daze. Although the snake man that was killed instantly was only LV.22, even worse than the previous one, it was definitely the bottom of the E level. But it is still quite surprising that he was killed in such a short time. At the same time, I felt a little regretful that I didn't give him a chance to finish him off. You came just in time. When Su Qing saw the person coming, he was obviously relieved and quickly greeted him. Gu Chen looked carefully and saw that more than a dozen garrison troops and temporary team members had emerged from the surroundings one after another. They were the members of Team 78. It seemed that Su Qing had used the communicator to summon all the team members patrolling the nearby area, and there were about 15 or 16 people in total. As soon as these people arrived, the LV.28 snake man that was chasing and biting us just now was instantly trapped. The shield is held in the front, long-range attacks are harassing from the outside, and a few close combat experts will seize the opportunity to go up and chop a few times. Under the siege of so many people, the snake man was soon covered in wounds and his movements became slow. This time, Gu Chen learned his lesson. He did not rush forward, but instead held his sword and patrolled the periphery of the battle circle. His eyes were fixed on the blood bar of the snake man. Seeing an opening, when the other team members had beaten the snake man to the point where only a trace of blood was left and his movements were almost stopped, Gu Chen rushed forward in one step, and the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and pierced the snake man's eye socket with incredible precision. Hiss! The snake man let out a short and desperate hiss, and his body fell to the ground with a bang, completely motionless. Kill the snakeman LV.28. Energy points gained, 5 points. A familiar reminder appeared in front of Gu Chen. Unfortunately, there are too few energy points, and I can't upgrade to the first level. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. After killing 2 snakemen in succession, the atmosphere in the team became noticeably more relaxed. The team members gathered together, wiping their weapons and excitedly discussing the battle that had just taken place. Some of them had even begun to discuss how to capture the remaining snakemen in the mine and gain some merit. In their words, the strange beasts that appear now are just minor characters. Only Gu Chen's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Deputy Captain Su, Gu Chen walked to Su Qing and said in a deep voice, "I think it would be safer for us to retreat back to the camp and ask for support from higher-level aliens. There are quite a few of these snakemen, and I'm worried that there are even more powerful ones." Su Qing had just experienced a small victory and saw that his players were in high spirits. It was a time of high spirits. At this moment, he also wanted to continue fighting. Patting Gu Chen on the shoulder, he said with a smile, "Gu Chen, you are too cowardly. The snake man who attacked us before has been confirmed dead by the team. I think these are just some insignificant minions. Everyone has gathered, and it is a good opportunity for our Team 78 to make a contribution." After he said this, the players around him became even more excited. They were rubbing their hands and were eager to rush forward and kill everyone. Chapter 36, Chaos in the Camp. Gu Chen looked at their excited looks and sighed in his heart. He knew why this group of people was so active. Every time you clear out strange beasts, in addition to monetary rewards, you may be exempted from patrol duties and return to the city to stand guard. In addition, the materials obtained from the strange beasts can also be sold for a good price. These are all real benefits. Gu Chen. Seeing that Gu Chen was still hesitant, Su Qing said, "If you feel unsafe and don't want to participate in the next clearing operation, I allow you to return to the camp first. Everyone else, continue searching with me. Be sure to completely eliminate these beasts." What else can Gu Chen say? You can't tell anyone that you can see the levels of the exotic beasts and know that there are many guys over level 40 among them, right? Maybe they won't believe it even if I tell them, and think I'm crazy. Gu Chen could only give a final reminder, "Deputy Captain Su, it is better to be careful, in case there is really a powerful character in there." Su Qing waved his hand and interrupted Gu Chen, "Don't worry, I have been leading the team here for 3 years, and I know what's going on. We won't rush and rashly. If we find that something is wrong, we will immediately lead everyone to evacuate." Having said that, Gu Chen had nothing to say. Then, "Deputy Captain Su, please be careful." Gu Chen clasped his fists towards them, then turned and walked towards the camp. It is difficult to persuade a damned ghost with kind words, and it is self-destructive to show mercy without saving others. If you want to die, I won't accompany you. I hope they have better luck. Gu Chen's journey back to the camp was filled with fear and anxiety. My heart was always in my throat, afraid that another snake man would jump out from some corner. Any slightest sound in the forest made him nervous. This damn place is not a place for human beings to stay. Guchen cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to slow down at all. Fortunately, the snake men had not spread yet, or their target was still in the mining area, so Guchen returned to the camp safely. The campsite seemed a little empty and deserted at this moment. Apart from him, there were only 3 scattered figures, each occupying a corner, with expressions of anxiety and confusion on their faces. It seemed that he was also frightened by the sudden appearance of the snake man. Guchen nodded to them as a greeting, then found a relatively clean wooden stake to sit on, and gently placed the blood-stained sword in his hand at his feet. Not long after he sat down, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s came over and sat down next to him. This young man probably couldn't hold it in any longer, and started chatting with Guchen in a random manner. "Brother, have you returned from the mine? How's the situation over there? I heard that Deputy Captain Su and his men went to hunt exotic beasts. This is a good opportunity to make a contribution. It would be a shame if we missed it." Guchen glanced at him. Too lazy to explain too much, I made up a half-truthful reason. "I just became an alien not too long ago. I'm timid. My legs started to cramp when I saw the alien beast. I couldn't stand it, so I retreated." This was half true and half false, but Guchen felt that it was enough to deal with these young guys who were not very experienced in the world. The young man heard this and showed an "I understand" expression, and patted Guchen on the shoulder. "It's okay, brother. Inhumans are also human. It's normal to be afraid. You will be fine after a few more experiences." Guchen pulled the corner of his mouth and said nothing more. "It's not just fear that makes me feel responsible. It's out of respect for life and responsibility towards my family. If I die, what will happen to the 3 women in my family? Ran Wonwon and Wang Jia should remarry. She's just my sister, where should I go?" The two were chatting intermittently when a lot of people walked into the camp entrance one after another. These people were covered in dust and wore the badges of the garrison. They were obviously members of the 78th Squad who were temporarily recruited to provide support. As soon as they entered the camp, they talked for a while, and then gathered around Guchen to inquire about the news. After all, Guchen is the only one in the camp who has just returned from the front line. "Brother, are there many strange beasts in the mine? I heard that Deputy Captain Su and his men have already started the cleanup. How strong is the beast?" Guchen's head ached from their noise, and he could only respond vaguely. So many people were called back. It seems that the garrison takes the Snake Man incident very seriously. However, their level of attention is probably far from enough. Just as the voices in the camp began to rise, a middle-aged man strode in. As soon as he appeared, the camp, which was originally a bit noisy, suddenly became much quieter, and the temporary team members shouted respectfully, "Hello, Deputy Captain Zhang." Guchen looked up and understood that this person should be the other deputy captain of Team 78, Zhang Ruiqi. This person has a calm aura and walks with the efficiency of a soldier. His rank is D. Zhang Ruiqi glanced at everyone, nodded slightly, and then asked directly, "Has Captain Wu been contacted?" The people around shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen any trace of Captain Wu. Zhang Ruiqi frowned slightly, without saying anything more, and walked straight to the largest shed in the center of the camp. "How's the situation with Su Qing?" Zhang Ruiqi's voice came from the shed, carrying a bit of the majesty of a superior. The team member in charge of communications quickly started operating, and soon, Su Qing's slightly excited voice was heard from the communicator. "Everything is going smoothly here. We have killed 7 or 8 monsters. These guys look scary, but they are just that simple. Come here as soon as you have gathered. Let's try to clear this area today. It will be a great achievement." Su Qing's voice sounded full of confidence, and the background sound was mixed with the loud and low shouts of other team members, as if victory was within reach. Guchen stood outside the shed, listening to Su Qing's confident tone, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Are these guys so lucky? Or were those snake men, who were at level 40 or above, still sleeping soundly deep in the mines and not disturbed by them?" The deputy captains of Team 78 are all D-level mutants. If they really encounter snake people above D level, they will probably not get any benefits. If they encounter several at the same time, they will die without knowing how they died. Chapter 37, Mutation, Annihilation of the Entire Army. Zhang Ruiqi was obviously also infected by Su Qing's optimism. He asked a few simple questions and then walked out of the tent. He looked at the people outside the tent who were craning their necks to eavesdrop, waved his hand, and said in a loud voice, "Did you hear that? The situation on the front line is promising. Get your weapons ready and come with me to support Deputy Captain Su. Let's take down these beasts. Everyone will get a share of the credit. Oh. Kill those snake people. The atmosphere in the camp was instantly ignited. The team members, who had just been a little depressed due to waiting, were now like chicken blood. They responded loudly, rubbed their hands together, and their eyes were shining with desire for achievements and rewards. Gu Chen looked at the appearance of this group of people and shook his head secretly. These people probably don't even know what the real danger is. However, at this moment when everyone was excited, something strange happened. Ah! A shrill, out-of-tune scream suddenly exploded from the machine in the communication tent that was still communicating, like a basin of ice water, pouring over everyone's excitement. Then, there were screams, roars, and all kinds of chaotic sounds of fighting and weapons clashing, creating a mess. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces in an instant. The camp, which had been noisy just a moment ago, suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, with only the chaotic sounds coming from the communicator. What's going on? Zhang Ruiqi's face suddenly changed. He was the first to react. He rushed back to the tent and shouted into the microphone, Su Qing. Su Qing. What happened? Answer me. However, the only response he got was even louder noises. The communicator seemed to shake violently, as if it had fallen to the ground, and then was kicked a few times by someone, making a dull dong-dong sound. At this moment, the young soldier in charge of communications pointed at the communication equipment, his voice trembling, Deputy Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang, there is a new communication request. Bring it in. Zhang Ruiqi made a prompt decision. As soon as the new communication was connected, a voice with a strong crying tone and extreme fear came out. Strange beast. There is a strange beast. Deputy Captain Su. Deputy Captain Su. He was killed. Ah. The voice on the other end was incoherent and full of despair. Zhang Ruiqi grabbed the microphone, veins popping out on the back of his hand, and asked in a harsh voice, "What kind of beast is it? What's the situation now? Speak up." However, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to have been frightened and was unable to answer his questions at all. He just kept repeating strange beast and Deputy Captain Su is dead incoherently. Suddenly, there was a muffled puff sound like a sharp weapon entering flesh, followed by an extremely short scream. Then, even the panicked shouting stopped abruptly. The only sounds coming from the communicator were a few heavy gasps and friction, followed by a low roar filled with brutality and power. After the roar, the communication was completely cut off, leaving only the rustling sound of electricity. Hiss. Zhang Ruiqi's face was extremely ugly, so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. The other garrison members outside the tent had long lost their excitement and fighting spirit. They looked at each other with horror on their faces, and began to whisper to each other, discussing the horrific incident that had just occurred in the communication. Deputy Captain Su, really? What the hell is that sound? It's creepy. It's over, it's over. A big guy must have appeared. Zhang Ruiqi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He walked out of the tent and gave a solemn order to the chaotic crowd, "Don't panic. Contact the headquarters immediately. Report the emergency and request high-level alien support. Report the situation here in detail and request the headquarters to formulate a battle plan." Yes. The team members in the tent responded with shaking hands and quickly operated the communication equipment. Deputy Captain Zhang, look, the detection tower is turning red. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the detection tower. I saw that the dark iron pillar was emitting red light at this moment, like a red fluorescent stick. Everyone here understands what this means. In the martial law zone, strange beasts above level A appeared. Gu Chen stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his expression looking somewhat ugly. Su Qing is dead. Although this guy was a bit stubborn, he was still a D-level mutant after all. How could he die in such an unclear way? The opponent must be very strong. The detection tower happened to change at this time. Could it be that it encountered an A-level monster? Moreover, he heard clearly the last roar in the communicator just now, which was definitely not something that a snake man could make. What on earth is it? Gu Chen's mind was in a mess, with all kinds of speculations coming one after another. Just as he was daydreaming, a shadow covered his head. Gu Chen looked up and found that Zhang Ruiqi had walked in front of him at some point and was looking at him with a complicated look. Gu Chen, right? Zhang Ruiqi's voice was a little hoarse. You are not an official member of our garrison. Now there is an emergency here. According to regulations, you can return to the city first and sign in and report to the garrison station in the city every day. After a pause, his tone became more sincere. But I hope you can stay. As a D-level mutant, you are stronger than 95% of the people here. Now the team has suffered a heavy blow, and Su Qing also, we need your combat power. As long as you are willing to stay and help, after this incident is over, I can make the decision and recommend you to officially join the garrison army and enjoy all the treatment you deserve. The official organization of the garrison. In the eyes of many low-level aliens, this is simply the dream iron rice bowl. Not only does one enjoy certain privileges in the city and no one dares to provoke him easily, but one can also use this identity to obtain some additional resources and conveniences. More importantly, they have a stable salary every month and do not have to face the risk of fighting with strange beasts at all times like the expeditionary forces. If it were under normal circumstances, facing such an olive branch, Gu Chen might have seriously considered it. After all, multiple identities mean multiple paths, and the identity of a garrison can indeed bring many benefits in the end times. But now. Gu Chen shook his head at Zhang Ruiqi without any hesitation. His tone was a little apologetic, but his attitude was extremely firm. Deputy Captain Zhang, thank you for your concern. But I have just awakened, my strength is not stable yet, and I have little experience. I am afraid I can't be of much help, so I won't cause trouble here. I'd better go back to the city and wait for orders. Are you kidding? Even a veteran like Su Qing has failed. Monsters above a level have appeared. For a D-level newcomer who has just awakened, wouldn't it be a waste of time for him to stay here? He couldn't afford to mess with just a group of D-level snake people right now. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so he will not wade into muddy water. Zhang Ruiqi looked at Gu Chen, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes, but he was soon relieved. He is a wise man. It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm, especially at such a life and death moment. Zhang Ruiqi sighed and nodded. Okay. Then when you return to the city, remember not to spread the news about what happened here, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. I understand, please rest assured, Deputy Captain Zhang. Gu Chen responded solemnly. Go ahead. Zhang Ruiqi waved his hand and ignored Gu Chen. He turned around and began to redeploy the defenses of the camp and arranged for manpower to be on guard. Gu Chen clasped his fists towards him as a farewell, then picked up the sword on the ground, turned around and walked out of the camp. Chapter 38. The hilltops are all plucked bare. The journey back to the city seemed even longer and more depressing than the journey here. Along the way, he saw group after group of people wearing garrison badges, running past him in a hurry, even a little dazed, heading towards the sky wall. It seems that these are teams that were urgently transferred from nearby camps to provide reinforcements. They went towards the danger, while Gu Chen went away from it. Gu Chen remained silent, but just quietly quickened his pace, forming a sharp contrast with the people going in the opposite direction. Now he just wanted to get back to the city, back to his home, and stay with Gu Tong and the others. As for the mess in the mine, let's leave it to more professional people to deal with. As for the unknown roar, it was like a thorn that pierced deeply into Gu Chen's heart. He always felt that this matter might not be that simple. I returned to the rented house and opened the wooden door. As expected, the house was deserted and there was no one in sight. At this point, Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong should still be at the school. As for Wang Jai, this girl should have gone outside the city to collect food. Thinking about what happened in the no man's land just now, Gu Chen felt uneasy. He knew how powerful the snake man was, and there was also that ominous roar. Gu Chen thought about it and decided to find Wang Jai back. The situation outside is not peaceful right now. Who knows if something will come out from the skyscraper? Just as he raised his foot to walk out, the door creaked and was pushed open from the outside. A little head popped in. It was Wang Jai. There were some fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and his little face was red from the wind. Husband? When Wang Jai saw that it was Gu Chen, she was stunned at first, then her eyes lit up with surprise, and she threw herself into Gu Chen's arms. Why did you come back? Is it because of the detection tower? She tilted her little face up, her voice full of joy, her arms tightly around Gu Chen's waist, and the two soft lumps on her chest were unceremoniously pressed against Gu Chen, and the warm touch came through the thin fabric. Gu Chen reached out and touched her still slightly damp hair. The uneasiness in his heart caused by the incident in the no man's land finally came to light. That's right. The situation is unclear now, so we temporary team members were arranged to return first. Guchen said lightly, not wanting Wang Jiayi to worry too much. Wang Jiayi didn't ask any further questions. This girl was just so open-minded. As long as Guchen was safe and sound by her side, it was more important than anything else. She nuzzled into Guchen's arms and said with a grin, "That's great. When Sister Wenwen and Xiaotong come back later, they will definitely be so happy to see you." Guchen deliberately frowned and pinched the tip of her upturned nose. "If you come back early, the mission subsidy will be deducted a lot. When the money is less, I wonder if you will be happy." When talking about money, the smile on Wang Jiayi's face froze for a moment, then she lowered her head dejectedly and hummed softly. Seeing her like this, Guchen knew that something must have happened. "What's wrong? Is it not going well to pick wild vegetables?" Guchen supported her shoulders and asked softly. Wang Jiayi pouted and said somewhat dejectedly, "That's right. Now more and more people are going outside the city to pick wild vegetables, and even some ordinary people have joined in. The nearby hilltops are almost being plucked bald by them. It used to take half a day to fill up the hill, but now it takes half a day to only get a little." Guchen had anticipated this situation. After all, collecting food ingredients has a low threshold, and as long as you are willing to put in the effort, you can get some gains. When they first took action, although they tried to be covert, the martial law zone was so small that it was impossible to do it without anyone noticing. They had only been collecting for 2 days when someone secretly followed them and discovered this secret. Then the news spread quickly, from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. It's only been about a week since they started doing this, and the road has already been crowded out by the influx of people. Guchen looked at Wang Jiayi's sad face and couldn't help but smile. "It's okay. In this situation, it's not suitable to do this anymore. Your husband, I have other ways to make money." "Really?" Wang Jiayi's eyes suddenly lit up again, as if she had found a savior. "What's the way? Tell me quickly." Guchen pulled her into the inner room with a smile on his face. "Take out the big bag under the bed." Wang Jiayi looked at Guchen with some confusion. "The bag under the bed? Husband, didn't you say that the things in the bag can't be moved for the time being?" The bag contained relics of the garrison looted from the mines, including antibiotics, adrenaline, some bandages and disinfectants, and even a few weapons. These things are treasures that the aliens who walk in the uninhabited areas have. It's just that there has never been a good opportunity or channel to cash them in, so Guchen asked them not to move for the time being. "This is a different time, the situation is different now." Guchen patted the back of her hand. "Take it out, these things should come in handy." Although Wang Jiayi was still a little confused, she obediently walked to the bed, bent down, and dragged out a heavy canvas bag from under the bed. She unzipped the bag, looked inside, and immediately her mouth opened wide, her eyes widened, with an expression of disbelief. "This, so many medicines? And this, weapon?" She took out a small bottle of pills from her bag, and picked up the dagger that was still flashing coldly in the dim light, her voice trembling. Guchen nodded. "Well, take all these things out, clean them carefully, and find a reliable channel to sell this batch of goods in the next few days." At the same time, in the no man's land, not too far from the skyscraper, deep in the forest there is an extremely dense forest. 3 men were struggling to make their way through the forest, taking 1 step forward and 1 step back. Due to the obstruction of the dense forest and the fact that they did not pay special attention, the 3 did not notice that the detection tower in the distance was glowing red. The tall, thin man with a pointed face and rolling eyes walking in the middle pushed aside the branches that blocked the way and complained. "Damn it, it's all your fault, you 2 losers. You can't control your mouths, and you shouted out all the business we found. Now, so many people come to snatch our food, forcing us to run to such a remote place." If Guchen was here, he would recognize this pointed-faced guy at a glance. He was the man who was looking for trouble and whom he met at the city gate when he came back from collecting food for the first time a few days ago. The other 2 men following behind him, one was slightly fat and the other had a shallow scar on his face. At this moment, everyone looked embarrassed. The fat man scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Well, that's because I drank a few too many glasses a few days ago, and I didn't control my mouth for a while." Scarface seemed a little worried. "Brother Monkey, are we going too deep? The forest is getting denser and denser, and it feels eerie. If we go any further, we will really reach the edge of the martial law zone. What if we encounter some guys?" Chapter 39, Laikai Casino. The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks glared at him and interrupted him impatiently. "What are you afraid of? Aren't we still in the martial law zone? What's there to be afraid of?" It's because of you two idiots that those places where it's easy to collect are crowded with people. Otherwise, why would I take you to this hellhole to take risks? After being yelled at by him, the fat man and the scarred man shrank their necks and dared not say anything more. Just then, a slight strange sound, rustle, rustle, suddenly came from the bushes more than one person tall next to it. The three men paused at the same time, their nerves instantly tense. The fat man was so frightened that his face turned pale. He asked in a trembling voice, "Brother, what's the noise? Could it be some strange beast?" With their strength, they don't have the confidence to fight against the strange beasts. After 3 years of the garrison patrol, they had never been so far away. Although the man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks was also startled, he pretended to be calm and even sneered with disdain, "Look at what you have done. Maybe it's a pheasant or a rabbit or something like that. It's just right to catch it and give us a snack." As he spoke, he pulled out a rusty machete from his waist and carefully moved towards the bushes that made the strange noise. Holding his breath, he suddenly pushed aside the dense branches and leaves. However, what was waiting for him was not some juicy game. Instead, it was a ferocious head covered with dark green scales. Snake Man. The expression on the pointed-lipped and monkey-faced man's face froze instantly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his body seemed to be frozen in place, not daring to move at all. He could even smell the strong fishy breath exhaled by the snake man. Hiss. The snake man let out a sharp hiss, suddenly opened his bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, and pounced forward as fast as lightning. Ah! The shrill screams instantly broke the silence of the forest. The man with a pointed chin and monkey face was violently thrown to the ground by the snake man. His sharp claws easily tore open the clothes and flesh on his chest, and his fangs bit directly into his neck. The fatty and Scarface were initially frightened out of their wits by this sudden change, but their instinct for survival quickly made them react. "Brother! You bastard! I'm going to fight you!" The two men roared and no longer cared about being afraid. They waved the simple weapons in their hands and attacked the snake man. Ding! Ding! However, their attacks landed on the snake man's tough scales, making only a few dull sounds, without leaving even a decent scar, but instead aroused the snake man's even greater ferocity. The enraged snake man shook his head violently, throwing the dying monkey brother aside. His cold vertical pupils stared at the fat man and the scarred man, and he let out a cruel roar and pounced over. In a blink of an eye, it has been 3 days since Gu Chen returned to the city. The red light of the detection tower had faded and returned to normal, and the restless hearts of the people in the outer District 7 finally calmed down. During these 3 days, he would go to the garrison camp every day without fail to sign in, report, and also try to find out what was going on in the no man's land in a roundabout way. Unfortunately, the garrison troops were tighter-lipped than clams, each of them like a gourd with its mouth sawed off. No matter how hard he tried to get any information out of them, he couldn't get any information out of them. Gu Chen knew in his heart that this group of people must have received orders from above and were blocking the news. At noon that day, the sunlight was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Gu Chen led Wang Jiayi and strolled to the red brick street in the outer 7th district. The name of this street sounds simple, but it is a mixed bag of people. The 2-story building at the end of the street with a sign that reads Laikai Casino is their destination. It took Gu Chen a lot of effort to find out about this Laikai Casino. On the surface, this is a place for gamblers to have fun, but secretly, it is a large-scale underground money house. Who among those who are obsessed with gambling would not lose everything and still want to make a comeback? At this time, if you can't come up with the money, you can only use things as collateral. Isn't this where the underground money lenders come in? It is said that the backer of this casino is an alien organization called Demon Eye in the outer 7th district. It is quite powerful and has connections in both the black and white worlds. Therefore, these underground money houses are doing business with impunity, and it is common for them to accept shady contraband. No matter whether you obtained it through murder and robbery, or stole it from the government, or even it was some body organs, as long as you dare to take it, they will dare to take it. Gu Chen came here today just to get rid of the stuff he had looted from the mine. Both he and Wang Jiayi came with nothing in their hands, and looked no different from ordinary gamblers who came to try their luck. As soon as you enter the casino, a turbid air mixed with the smell of tobacco and sweat hits you in the face. In your ears are the crisp sound of dice colliding, the clicking sound of roulette wheels turning, and the gambler's shouts that are sometimes excited and sometimes annoyed. The entire first-floor lobby was in chaos, like a vegetable market. Wang Jiayi is young after all, and it is her first time to come to such a place. She looks around with her eyes rolling around, her little face full of curiosity. She pointed to a gambling table not far away and tugged at Gu Chen's sleeve excitedly. Honey, look at that guy. Wow, he won a lot of money in one go. Should we try our luck? Gu Chen took a glance and saw a skinny man holding a pile of chips, smiling so hard that his teeth were exposed. He snorted inwardly, put his arm around Wang Jiayi's shoulders, and whispered to her. This thing is not a good thing. Look at how much he has won now, but he will definitely lose everything he has won later. 9 out of 10 people lose in gambling, this is not a joke. If a person is poor, there is still hope, just find a way to make money. But if you are involved in gambling, then even the gods cannot help you. How many families have been ruined because of it? Gu Chen himself has seen too many examples of this. The fate of gamblers is often more miserable than those beggars on the streets. Wang Jiayi listened to Gu Chen's serious words, nodded as if she understood, and responded obediently. Oh, I see. The first floor of this casino is a hodgepodge, with all kinds of monsters and demons, filled with smoke and noisy, which is very annoying. The second floor is for those who have a little money, care about their reputation, and like quietness, and they play bigger there. Moreover, the service on the second floor is more considerate. Not only are there free drinks and cigarettes, but there are also some coolly dressed young girls to accompany you. Of course, these are just surface stuff, the real highlight lies deeper down. Loan sharking is a lucrative business and an absolute money-making machine. With the support of local tyrants like Magic Eye behind them, they are not afraid that the borrowers will default on their debts. Can't pay it back? Simple. Men were captured and used as laborers, or worse, their parts were directly dismantled and sold. Women's fate was even worse, most of them were sold to some brothels, where their lives were worse than death. In addition to lending money, they also buy those shady things at low prices and then resell them at high prices. The profit in between is enviable just thinking about it. Gu Chen led Wang Jiayi straight to a counter for exchanging chips. He glanced around casually, then leaned over to the pink-haired, gum-chewing girl behind the counter and whispered in her ear, "Little girl, I have something I want to sell in exchange for some money. Is this convenient?" Chapter 40, Underground World. The pink-haired girl didn't even bother to lift her eyelids when she heard that. She blew a bubble and said lazily, "Brother, if you want to pawn something for money, there are pawn shops in the city. You can come back to play after you get the money. We don't trade things for money here." Gu Chen sneered in his heart. This little girl was pretending to be confused with him. There were no pawnshops in the streets surrounding Lai Kai Casino. Who dared to jeopardize Lai Kai Casino and steal its business? It is precisely because of this that gamblers who have lost all their money and are eager to make a comeback have no choice but to choose their hidden underground banks. Gu Chen still had a warm smile on his face, and his voice was lowered. "Little sister, it's too far to go to the pawnshop. It takes a lot of time to go back and forth. I heard that the underground route here is closer and more convenient. There are many interesting things among the things I brought." He deliberately emphasized the word underground. The pink-haired girl's expression remained the same, but she slowed down her gum chewing. "What do you mean by underground? Are you kidding me, brother? There's nothing but rocks and mud under this casino. We only have the first and second floors here." Gu Chen was not in a hurry either. This little girl would not release the eagle until she saw the rabbit. He leaned closer, almost close to her ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "One-eyed third brother introduced me here." When she heard the name One-eyed Three, the pink-haired girl stopped chewing gum abruptly, and a strange look finally flashed in her eyes, which were originally a little impatient. She raised her head and carefully looked at Gu Chen again, then glanced at a colleague next to her who was also wearing revealing clothes, and whispered a few words. Then, she smiled at Gu Chen. "Boss, please follow me." Gu Chen understood in his heart that it seemed that One-eyed Three was indeed a useful name. He winked at Wang Jiayi, and the two of them followed the pink-haired girl slowly. The younger sister led them through the noisy first-floor lobby and came to the relatively quiet second floor. The air on the second floor was indeed much fresher than that on the first floor, and the lighting was also much softer. There is no lobby on the second floor, only independent private rooms. Apart from the men's voices, there are occasional women's giggles. The pink-haired girl brought them to the door of a room at the end of the corridor on the second floor, knocked on the door, pushed it open a crack, whispered a few words to the people inside, then stepped aside to let them in, and turned around and left with a twist of her waist. The room was a little dark, with only a dim wall lamp on. 3 burly men with fleshy faces were sitting around a square table. On the table was an old-fashioned radio, which was playing some unknown and lascivious music. Seeing Gu Chen and Wang Jai come in, one of the big men with a shaved head and a tiger head tattoo on his neck stood up. He looked Gu Chen and the other man up and down for a few times, with a look of scrutiny and unkindness in his eyes, and asked in a muffled voice, "You guys want to sell something? Where are the things?" That look was as if he wanted to swallow me up. Gu Chen's face was calm, and he didn't answer. He just flipped his palm casually, and a bulging small cloth bag appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then he shook his wrist again, and the cloth bag disappeared without a trace as if by magic. This changing objects with bare hands move made the burly man with a buzz cut, who originally had a somewhat contemptuous look in his eyes, instantly become solemn. He was not a fool, so he could naturally see that Gu Chen was an alien, and an alien with spatial abilities. No wonder these two people came in empty-handed. It turns out they had this thing. The flesh on the burly man's face twitched slightly, and his attitude softened significantly. He walked to a wall in the corner of the room and reached out and pressed on an inconspicuous brick on the wall. With a slight click sound, the wall slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a small metal elevator that could accommodate 3 or 4 people. "Come with me." The burly man with a buzz cut walked in first, turned around and motioned for Gu Chen and Wang Jai to follow. The elevator door closed and began to slowly sink, making a slight hum. Gu Chen estimated that the place had descended at least 10 meters. It seems that this underground bank is really hidden deep enough. With a ding sound, the elevator stopped and the door slowly opened. The view in front of me suddenly opened up. It was a huge space that was almost as spacious as the casino hall upstairs. Unlike the hustle and bustle upstairs, the decoration here is unusually clean and tidy, even a little simple. Bright incandescent lamps hung from the ceiling, illuminating the entire underground space as if it were daytime. The burly man with a crew cut led Gu Chen and Wang Jai to an exquisite mahogany long table in the middle of the hall. He whispered a few words to an old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with meticulously combed hair sitting behind the table, then tactfully stepped aside and left in the elevator. Before Gu Chen could speak, a young woman in a bright red high-slit cheongsam came over with a slender waist, holding a tray with 2 cups of boiled water on it. She placed the water cups on the table in front of Gu Chen and Wang Jai, and her voice was so sweet that water could be squeezed out. "Dear guests, please sit down for a moment." Gu Chen's eyes swept over the woman, and he couldn't help but curse which in his heart. The slit of this cheongsam was too deep, almost reaching her waist. As she walked, her 2 long, dazzlingly white legs were faintly visible under the hem of the cheongsam, which was very alluring. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, with an oval face, but her eyes and brows revealed a charming look that showed a lot of experience. "TSK, who can stand this?" Gu Chen felt his mouth dry and he quickly looked away, fearing that he would be embarrassed on the spot if he continued to watch, which would be embarrassing. He picked up the glass of water, but did not drink it. He just put the glass on the table and tapped the wall of the glass unconsciously with his fingers. The old man sitting behind the long mahogany table had a friendly smile on his face from beginning to end. The old man stretched out his hand, made a pleased gesture, and said slowly, "Little brother, since you are here, let me open my eyes and see what kind of treasure it is, okay?" Gu Chen nodded, without further ado, and with a wave of his hand, the spoils that had been looted from the mine appeared on the long table. Glass test tubes filled with snake man blood, peeled snake man scales, a few weapons that were in good condition, and some scattered medicines and first aid kits. The old man originally had a nonchalant expression, but when he saw the tube of snake man's blood on the table, his eyes suddenly lit up. He coughed dryly and raised his chin towards the cheongsam woman. "Hurry up and serve the distinguished guest some good tea." Xiaoyu, the cheongsam girl, immediately understood, twisted her waist and walked over again, swiftly took away the water cups in front of Gu Chen and Wang Jai, and replaced them with 2 cups of fragrant hot tea. The old man took out a palm-sized instrument, carefully picked up the snake man's blood, and fiddled with the instrument for a while. After a moment, the smile on his face blossomed completely, and the wrinkles on his face deepened a little. Chapter 41 Transaction completed. The old man carefully checked the other weapons and medicines, then nodded with satisfaction, looked at Gu Chen, and asked with a smile, "Little brother, what price do you plan to sell these things for?" Gu Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Are you trying to see if you understand the market?" Putting down the teacup, Gu Chen said slowly, "Old sir, since I came here, I naturally trust the rules of your Lai Kai casino. You are an expert, so just give me a fair price for these things. Kick the ball back and test the opponent's bottom line first." When the old man heard this, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes, and he seemed to appreciate Gu Chen's calmness. He pondered for a moment, his eyes moving back and forth among the items on the table. After a while, the old man stretched out 5 fingers and said slowly, 50,000. Little brother, how about I give you this amount for these things? 50,000? Hearing the price, Guchen almost spit out the tea he had just drunk. This old dang is such a fucking black-hearted person. Not to mention anything else, just that tube of Snake Man's blood, if taken to the market and processed a little, it would be no problem to sell it for 60,000 yuan. Add to that the weapons and medicines, and the old guy gave us a 50% discount. However, Guchen also knew that although the price would be very low if he made a move in such a place, it would be safer and easier, and could avoid a lot of subsequent troubles. But the price is too outrageous. Guchen showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and shook his head gently. Old sir, your price, isn't it a bit too low? You also know that the blood of this exotic beast is precious, not to mention that the prices of medicines and weapons in this city have been rising recently. This statement was just the right one, expressing his dissatisfaction while also implying that he was not a clueless young man. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was re-evaluating Guchen. He played with the teacup in his hand and said thoughtfully, "Oh? Little brother, you should also know that the price went up because of the appearance of the A-level exotic beast. But now the detection tower has returned to normal, which means that the A-level exotic beast was just passing by. I'm afraid that in a few days, the price will return to normal." I know, but at least now, its price is still rising. Guchen was neither humble nor arrogant. A simple bargaining is more like a psychological game. Finally, the old man seemed to have made up his mind and slammed the table. Okay. Since you are a straightforward person, I will increase the price. 70,000. This is the highest price I can offer, what do you think? Guchen estimated in his mind that 70,000 was still far below the actual value of these things, but it was barely acceptable. After all, he needed money now, and he didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble because of this. Okay, let's do as the old man says. Guchen nodded in agreement. The transaction went smoothly, and the old man immediately had someone deposit 70,000 yuan in cash into the bank card account provided by Guchen. The money and goods are settled. Before leaving, the old man specifically told me, "Little brother, if you have any good stuff in the future, just bring it to me. I promise to give you a fair price." Guchen politely agreed, of course, I will have to trouble you in the future." Under the guidance of the Cheongsam woman, Guchen and Wang Jiayi took the elevator back to the ground again. The elevator door slowly closed. The Cheongsam girl twisted her waist and walked back to the old man. She sat down in his arms without any hesitation, hooked his chin with her slender jade fingers, and asked in a tender voice, "That guy doesn't look special, why did you give him an extra 20,000 yuan? The old man chuckled, stretched out his hand and patted the woman's perky buttocks lightly, but his eyes became somewhat meaningful. "What do you know? There has been unrest in the no man's land recently. The higher-ups have begun to secretly control all kinds of medicines and strategic materials. A price drop? I'm just trying to scare him." He paused, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At a time like this, he can still get exotic beast blood, weapons and medicines. This young man has some skills. Let's give him some profit today. It can be considered as a good relationship. It can bring us more cooperation opportunities. The Cheongsam woman seemed to understand what he said, but she just leaned her head on the old man's shoulder and didn't ask any more questions. Return to the block on the ground level. Guchen tightened his old coat, and the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Although Guchen appeared calm when negotiating the price, he was still a little worried. When the two passed by the vegetable market, they saw the vendors shouting their wares and decided to buy some delicious food to celebrate tonight. Now that I have enough money, I naturally cannot treat the 3 women in my family badly. Especially Gutong, she is still growing and needs to eat better food. As night falls, the air is filled with the aroma of food. After a sumptuous dinner, Gutong went to do her homework obediently, while Ranwenwen sat quietly aside reading a book, occasionally looking up at Guchen. Guchen also found that he couldn't concentrate on reading when he stayed in the living room, so he went back to the bedroom. Tonight, it is Wang Jiayi's turn to sleep in the master bedroom. There was only a dim bedside lamp on in the room, and the light was ambiguous. After Wang Jiayi finished washing up, she was only wearing a thin nightgown and curled up in Guchen's arms like a kitten. "Honey, what do you think? If we have a baby, is it better to have a boy or a girl?" Wang Jiayi's voice was soft and sticky, and Guchen's heart was moved when he heard it. Guchen hugged the warm and soft person in his arms tightly, rested his chin on the top of her soft hair, and said softly, "It's all right, I like both boys and girls." Wang Jiayi adjusted to a more comfortable position and nuzzled into his arms. We have excellent genes, the boy will definitely be as handsome as you and me, and the girl will be as beautiful as me. This girl is always so good at talking. Gu Chun felt very comfortable in his heart. He bent down and kissed her smooth forehead, and felt the delicate body in his arms getting hotter and hotter. Some beautiful thoughts popped up uncontrollably. He turned over and pressed Wang Jiayi under him. Looking at her watery eyes filled with emotion, his breathing became rapid. Husband. Wang Jiayi's voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. Gu Chen didn't say anything else, but responded to her with actions. The next day. It was just dawn and Gu Chen was still asleep when he felt someone gently shaking his arm. He opened his eyes with great effort, and dimly saw Ran Wenwen's small face close to him, looking at him awkwardly. Chapter 42. I don't know what happened. Ran Wenwen has already changed into her school uniform and is carrying a bag, apparently preparing to go to school. Wenwen, what's wrong? So early? Gu Chen's voice was hoarse from just waking up, and he subconsciously wanted to sit up. Ran Wenwen's cheeks flushed slightly, and she whispered, Husband, there are people from the garrison outside looking for you. As she spoke, her eyes unconsciously glanced at Wang Jiayi, who was sleeping soundly in Gu Chen's arms, and then quickly looked away, as if she was afraid of seeing something she shouldn't see. Gu Chen finally reacted and was still holding Wang Jiayi's warm and soft body in his arms. He pulled the quilt up, covering most of Wang Jiayi's smooth shoulders to avoid embarrassing Ran Wenwen. This girl is thin-skinned, unlike Wang Jiayi, who is carefree. Garrison? Looking for me? Gu Chen frowned. Is there a follow-up to the mine incident? He asked calmly, did they talk about anything? Ran Wenwen shook her head and whispered, I didn't say anything. I just said I would tell you when I see you. Okay, I understand. Gu Chen nodded and smiled gently at Ran Wenwen, you go out and wait for me, I'll be there soon. Ran Wenwen responded, turned around and slipped out of the room with a red face. Gu Chen gently pulled his arm out of Wang Jiayi's arms, tucked the quilt in for her, and then got up and put on his clothes. When they came to the living room, Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong were both sitting at the dining table with a simple breakfast in front of them, but they didn't touch anything. Seeing Gu Chen coming out, the two women stood up from their chairs at the same time, with a hint of worry on their faces. The garrison troops came to their door early in the morning, making both of them feel uneasy. They couldn't go to school with peace of mind until they understood the situation. Gu Chen walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Standing outside the door was a young man in a neat garrison uniform with a badge of identity on his chest. This is different from the patrol garrisons in the no man's land. Those people dress relatively casually and have no dress code requirements, while the garrisons in the city are required to wear uniforms during work. Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu Chen? The man's eyes swept over Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded, it's me, what's the matter? The superiors have notified us to report to the garrison on time at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The man conveyed the order expressionlessly, then turned around and left without saying another word. Gu Chen looked at the garrisons leaving back and frowned slightly. So urgent? Without even giving a specific reason, just notifying the time and place? Honey, has something happened? Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong also came over, their little faces full of worry. Gu Chen came back to his senses, turned around and met the concerned eyes of the two women, forced a smile, reached out and rubbed Gu Tong's head, patted Ran Wenwen's shoulder, and comforted. It shouldn't be a big deal, otherwise they wouldn't leave with just a notification. Don't worry, I'll go take a look and we'll know. He said this, but he felt in his heart that this matter was not simple. However, he didn't want to show any negative emotions in front of the two women. Hurry up and eat breakfast. After you finish, I will take you to school. Gu Chen said, and went to get his coat. No need, brother, we can go by ourselves. Gu Tong said quickly. Ran Wenwen also agreed, yes, husband, you just got up and haven't had breakfast yet. We can go by ourselves, we are not children. Gu Chen insisted, I'll take you there. Eat quickly, or you'll be late. Unable to persuade Gu Chen, the two girls had to sit down obediently and quickly finished their breakfast. Gu Chen sent Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong all the way to the school gate. He watched their figures disappear inside the school gate before he turned around and walked back. When I got home, Wang Jiayi was already up and sitting at the dining table, eating the breakfast left for her in small bites. Seeing Gu Chen coming back, she raised her head and smiled brightly. Back from school? Gu Chen responded, sat down opposite Wang Jiayi, and picked up a piece of bread to eat. The garrison troops were here just now. People from the garrison? Is it related to the matter of those goods? Wang Jia asked while eating, tilting her head. Gu Chen shook his head, don't think about it first. If it's that matter, they should take me away directly. Let me go to the garrison in the afternoon, and then I will know. Wang Jia nodded thoughtfully, then put on a relaxed expression. By the way, honey, we've sold the previous batch of goods, so we should have a lot more money now, right? What are your plans for the future? Gu Chen swallowed the bread in his mouth, drank a sip of water and said, well, if you spend this money frugally, it should be no problem to use it for half a year. However, you can't stop making money. Look, now we can have a plate of meat for every meal. If we make more money, we can have 2 plates of meat for every meal, and we can also buy you some nice clothes and dress you up beautifully. Having said that, Gu Chen nodded himself, seeming to be very satisfied with this prospect. This weekend, I'll take you to the mall and buy you some new clothes. Really? That's great. When Wang Jia heard about buying new clothes, her eyes lit up. Seeing Wang Jia's excitement, Gu Chen's mood also improved a lot. Isn't the purpose of making money to give your family a better life? Afternoon. Gu Chen arrived at the garrison camp on time according to the notified time. As soon as he arrived at the place, he was shocked by the scene before him. The square in front of the base gate was packed with people. There were so many people, at least dozens of times more than when he usually came to sign in and report. There was an atmosphere of anxiety in the air. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5, whispering and talking. Hey, man, do you know why you called us here? I don't know. I came here right after receiving the notification. I was confused. I heard that there are not enough people in the no man's land. It seems that the A-level monsters have killed many people. Gu Chen pricked up his ears and listened for a few words, and found that everyone was just like him, who were notified at short notice and knew nothing about the specific situation. He struggled to squeeze through the crowd to the front, and finally found a man wearing a garrison uniform who looked like he was responsible for maintaining order. He asked, hello, can you please tell me what mission you are calling us to come on? The garrison soldier looked Gu Chen up and down, with a somewhat impatient attitude. Go over there and line up to sign in first, and wait after signing in. Someone will explain the situation to you in a while. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Gu Chen and turned around to scold other people who were not following the order. Gu Chen hit a soft nail, but he didn't get angry. He turned around and found the long sign-in table that was temporarily built. He took out his alien ID and handed it to the staff to sign in on the system. Then he found a relatively open place, stood against the wall, and silently observed the people around him. Just then, someone patted my shoulder gently. Gu Chen looked back and saw 2 people, a man and a woman. He is about 30 years old and judging by his clothes, he should be a temporary member of the team. Chapter 43 Team Invitation. Hello, brother. The man was the first to speak and greeted, with a flattering smile on his face. I saw you talking to the garrison just now, did you find out anything? Gu Chen shook his head, no, let's wait. Yeah, that's right. The man sighed and introduced himself. My name is Chen Jingxing, and this is my wife Liu Chong. We are both patrolling the 23rd Squadron of the Garrison Army. How about you, brother? Which team? Gu Chen, Team 78. Gu Chen replied concisely. Chen Jingxing nodded, then lowered his voice, a trace of worry on his face. Brother, looking at this situation, it doesn't look good. My husband and I are about to complete 3 years of patrolling. If we can hold on for a while longer, we will be able to completely escape from this sea of suffering. Please don't let anything serious happen at this critical juncture. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's heart tightened slightly. These 2 people really have bad luck. However, he did not show it on his face, and just comforted him lightly. Since it has come, just make the best of it, relax, maybe it's nothing serious. I hope so. Chen Zhengxing smiled bitterly. As the 2 were chatting, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd in front. Several people wearing senior garrison uniforms walked up to the platform at the entrance of the garrison building, all with serious expressions. One of them, a middle-aged man who looked like the leader, cleared his throat, picked up the megaphone and began to speak. All temporary team members, we are calling you here urgently because there were signs of a level alien beast activity some time ago. Although the crisis has passed, many alien beasts have entered the martial law zone due to this incident, which has affected our control over the martial law zone. Currently, the garrison is short of manpower, and we need the assistance of all the temporary team members to participate in this alien beast cleanup operation. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below suddenly exploded, with discussions and exclamations rising one after another. What? Clean up the monsters? You must be kidding. That's so dangerous. We are just temporary members, not regular soldiers. Why should we go and die? The middle-aged man on the platform seemed to have anticipated the crowd's reaction. His expression remained unchanged as he glanced at the restless crowd below. After the discussion subsided a little, he continued. I know everyone has a lot of doubts. But please rest assured, for this operation, all temporary team members will not only receive a half-year reduction in their original patrol period, but also receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan per person per day during the operation. Reduce the inspection period by half a year. A subsidy of 1,000 yuan a day. As soon as these two conditions were put forward, the crowd below suddenly became much quieter, but then an even more heated discussion broke out. For these temporary team members who patrol in uninhabited areas with fear all year round, reducing the patrol period by half a year is undoubtedly a huge temptation. This means they can escape from this dangerous and boring life 6 months earlier. A subsidy of 1,000 yuan a day is a considerable income for most people struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Seeing this, the middle-aged man on the platform curled his lips and continued, in addition, for this cleanup operation, the temporary team members will act freely and will no longer be under the unified management of the original team. We will divide the designated cleanup areas for everyone and equip each member participating in the operation with a communicator. They are required to keep the device on and on standby 24 hours a day to receive instructions from the headquarters at any time. Now, please line up to receive the communicator and register your personal information. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned around and walked down the platform with several other garrison soldiers and left the square. After a brief silence, the crowd began to stir and everyone rushed towards the table where communicators were distributed. Guchen did not act immediately, but stood there, frowning, lost in thought. Clean up the monsters? Free movement? He always felt that something was wrong about this matter. Over at the camp, he heard with his own ears that Zhang Ruiqi had reported to his superiors and requested support from high-level aliens. Logically speaking, with the help of high-level aliens and so many garrisons, it shouldn't be a problem to clear out some snake people. There are 100 patrol teams in the garrison alone, and each team has at least 80 people, which adds up to more than 8,000 aliens. Such a huge force, but it couldn't even deal with a few snake people? They still needed these temporary players to fill in the gap? This doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Unless there are not only snake people there, but also other more powerful things. Or the number of snake people is far beyond their imagination. The garrison leaders must have concealed some important information. The more Guchen thought about it, the more uncertain he felt. His intuition told him that this so-called cleanup operation might not be that simple. Just as he was daydreaming, someone patted his shoulder again. Guchen came back to his senses and found that it was still the same couple from before. Brother Guchen, let's go get the communicator together. Chen Jingxing had a nervous expression on his face. It's a half-year exemption from the patrol period, but I feel like this reward isn't that easy to get. Should we form a team? Li Yuqiong also looked at Guchen with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Yes, brother Guchen, let's form a team together? There is strength in numbers, and we can take care of each other. Guchen looked at the couple in front of him, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He didn't think he was so strong that he could deal with those snake people single-handedly. If the situation in the no man's land is more complicated than he imagined, as he guessed, then having more helpers would naturally be a good thing. However, people's hearts are hidden. Can these two people really be trusted? There have been many cases of stabbing people in the back in no man's land. Once you are betrayed by your teammates, you won't even know how you died, and there will be no place to seek justice. As if seeing Guchen's concerns, Chen Jingxing quickly expressed his opinion. Don't worry, brother, my husband and I really want to find a reliable teammate to cooperate with. We don't ask for anything else, we just want to spend the last period of patrol time safely. It is much safer for 3 people to act together than to act alone. Li Yuqiong also spoke up, her tone very sincere. If you are worried, we can show you our abilities first. My husband's ability is hardening, and his defense ability is excellent. My ability is healing. Although I can't bring the dead back to life, I can still deal with some skin injuries. As for the weapons, we can give them to you for safekeeping temporarily. Without weapons, our abilities will not pose any threat to you. When we encounter strange beasts, you can return the weapons to us. This woman is straightforward. Chapter 44: The Eve of Departure. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's heart moved slightly. Hardening and primary treatment, these two abilities are indeed a reinforcement for me. Moreover, the other party's willingness to hand over their weapons voluntarily can be regarded as a certain degree of sincerity. Gu Chen pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, then we will temporarily form a team and act together. 2 more people is always better than 1 person fighting alone. As for the trust issue, we can slowly observe it in the next actions. Very good. Seeing that Gu Chen agreed, Chen Jingqing and Li Yuqiang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. After the 3 of them reached a consensus, they lined up together to receive the communicator. After agreeing to meet at the designated location of the isolation gate the next time they received a mission assembly, the 3 of them dispersed and went home. After returning home, Gu Chen told Wang Jia everything that happened at the garrison camp in the afternoon and his decision to participate in the cleanup mission. Hubby, count me in for this operation. After listening to Gu Chen's story, Wang Jia patted her chest and said without any hesitation, I have nothing to do at home, so more people will take care of me. Besides, my ability can definitely help you. Gu Chen looked at Wang Jia's sparkling eyes, which did not show any fear or retreat, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. The reason why he told Wang Jia was actually because he wanted her to go with him. There are 2 reasons. First, he still had some suspicion towards Chen Jingqing and Li Yuqiang. It would be more reassuring to have more people around him. Maybe Wang Jia can be of great help at a critical moment. Second, the danger of this operation is probably far beyond his expectations. Faced with those unknown dangers, he was not completely sure that he could escape unscathed. 1 more person means 1 more strength and 1 more chance of survival. Gu Chen's, woman cannot just be kept at home as a vase. If you have abilities, you must use them. This is the way to survive. Okay. Gu Chen nodded, stretched out his hand to hold Wang Jia in his arms, and kissed her gently on the forehead. I feel much more at ease with you here. Wang Jia rubbed against his arms like a satisfied kitten. Gu Chen secretly felt fortunate that he had married the right person, Wang Jia. This girl not only has a personality that suits his taste, but she also never lets him down at critical moments. She is a reliable and virtuous wife. As for Ran Wenwen, he naturally liked her very much. But Ran Wenwen has not yet awakened. The most important task now is to study and take good care of Gu Tong. After talking with Wang Jia, the next thing we can do is to deal with the enemy with our own forces and to block the water with earth. In the evening, Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong returned home one after another. As soon as Gu Tong entered the door, she shouted brother happily and flew over like a little swallow. Gu Chen smiled and touched her head, and told them in detail what happened in the garrison camp today, as well as his and Wang Jia's decision to participate in the cleanup operation. Ran Wenwen's delicate eyebrows slightly frowned, her eyes filled with worry. This operation sounds very dangerous. You must be extremely careful. She is not as lively as Wang Jia, and her temperament is as calm as water, but this gentle care can always soothe Gu Chen's heart. I know. Don't worry. Gu Chen comforted. But I know in my heart that this time I may not be able to be safe just by being careful. Gu Tong played with the communicator that Gu Chen had placed on the table, her face full of curiosity. Brother, I heard from Grandma Zhang next door that in the inner city, they have a kind of communicator called a mobile phone. It's amazing. Just press a few numbers and you can talk to people far away. Is this the same? This crisp sound eased the tense atmosphere in the room a lot. Gu Chen leaned back in his chair, his eyes looking at the somewhat mottled ceiling. His thoughts seemed to drift far away. He exhaled lightly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible yearning. Well, when we have money in the future, we will move to the inner city. We will buy a big house and you and Wenwen will live in it, as will Jai. When the time comes, we will each buy a cell phone so we can talk whenever we want. These words outline a beautiful blueprint. There was a gentle smile on Ran Wenwen's lips. Wang Jia also came over and nodded vigorously, yes. That's right. Let's move to the inner city and live a good life in the future. Family warmth is always short-lived, and what needs to be faced will eventually come. Gu Chen even felt that this happened too quickly. Just 1 day later, when the sunlight outside the window had just climbed up the eaves at noon, the communicator on his waist began to beep rapidly. On the screen, a notification message from the garrison was clearly visible. Here we come. Gu Chen's heart sank. He picked up the communicator and said to Wang Jia, who was preparing lunch, Jia, pack up. The notice has come. I'll go to the garrison to see how to arrange it. You pack up our things. Okay. Go ahead and don't worry. Wang Jiayi wiped her hands and responded promptly. There was no panic on her face, but instead she looked eager to try. This girl is a natural lover of excitement. Gu Chen hurried to the garrison station. Many temporary team members had gathered in the square. They gathered in twos and threes, whispering, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. On the high platform was the same stern-faced middle-aged senior garrison officer from last time. He glanced sharply at the people below, and when almost everyone was present, he announced what he was going to convey. Dear temporary team members, the alien beast cleanup operation in the uninhabited area will officially begin at 2 p.m. today. All participants must clean up the alien beasts within the planned patrol area. From 4 p.m. until the end of the mission, anyone who leaves the designated area without permission will be treated as a deserter and severely punished. The patrol area information has been sent to your communicator, please check it yourself. The duration of this mission is tentatively set at 3 days. 3 days. Chapter 45, Strange No Man's Land. Gu Chen muttered in a low voice. These 3 days, I'm afraid they will be exceptionally long. He took out the communicator and took a quick glance at the map on it. The area was sandwiched between the isolation gate and the skyscraper. Then he looked around the crowd again, but did not see Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong. There were too many people, so Gu Chen didn't bother looking for him. He turned around and left the base and went straight home. After explaining to Wang Jiayi that they would set out at 2 p.m., the two of them quickly packed their weapons, food, and water. In order to avoid exposing the secret of the storage space, Gu Chen put the sword on his back and took out some food and put it in his bag. There is still more than half an hour until 2 p.m. Gu Chen and Wang Jiayi arrived at the isolation gate in advance. The isolation door, which was always open in the past to allow strangers to enter and exit, was now tightly closed. There were also several teams of garrison soldiers in front of the door, with solemn expressions as if they were facing a powerful enemy. It seems that the matter is more serious than we thought. Gu Chen looked at the tightly closed isolation door, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. This doesn't look like an ordinary cleanup operation. There weren't many people there. Groups of temporary team members gathered near the isolation gate, waiting for the moment to set off. Gu Chen took Wang Jiayi and began to search for Chen Jingxing and his wife in the crowd. It didn't take much time for Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong, who were looking around, to see them, and they walked towards each other at the same time. Brother Gu Chen. Chen Jingxing forced a smile on his face, but he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Li Yuqiong also nodded, looking a little nervous. The four of them found a relatively secluded corner and simply sat on the ground. Gu Chen also introduced Wang Jiayi to the two of them. Brother Gu Chen, after we go in, what should we do? Li Yuqiong spoke first. I discussed it with Lao Chen. How about, we just wander around the edge of the assigned area, try to avoid those strange beasts, and go back after these 3 days? Chen Jingxing nodded repeatedly. Yes, I think Yuqiong is right. Safety first, safety first. These two people had obviously planned this out long ago. After listening to it, Gu Chen did not comment, but just asked a question lightly. If everyone has the same idea as you and just does nothing but paddling around, how can the garrison complete this so-called cleanup mission? Could they not have thought of this? After these words were spoken, the expressions on Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong's faces froze for a moment. Yes, the garrison is not stupid. If everyone is passive and lazy, wouldn't this operation become a joke? However, the regulations do not require everyone to go to a certain place. Wang Jiayi nodded thoughtfully. My husband is right. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Such a generous reward is definitely not that easy to get. In the end, the four decided to go in and take a look at the situation first. Keep Li Yuqiong's proposal as an alternative and adapt to circumstances. Time passed by minute, and near 2 p.m., there was already a sea of people in front of the isolation gate, a black mass, at least several thousand people. There was a sense of anxiety in the air. Sizzle. A sharp electric current suddenly sounded from the huge speaker above the isolation door, followed by a mechanical notification voice. Attention, temporary team members, the isolation gate will be opened on time at 2 p.m. Please follow the instructions on the communicator and go to the designated mission area. Repeat. 14 o'clock. Crunch boom. The heavy isolation door slowly opened to both sides, revealing a deep passage leading to an uninhabited area. The crowd began to stir like a flood that broke through a dam, and poured into the isolation gate one after another. Gu Chen held Wang Jia's hand and mixed in the crowd. Coming to the no man's land again, Gu Chen clearly felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from before, making people feel depressed from the bottom of their hearts. The most obvious change was that as he walked further in, he actually saw 3 garrison squads with more than 10 people in succession. They patrolled the roads with vigilant expressions. This was impossible before. In the past, at most one could see a lone garrison soldier standing guard at some far-flung key sentry tower. There shouldn't be such a dense guard force in this area close to the city. The main force of the garrison has always been deployed at the edge of the martial law zone to guard against strange beasts in areas that have not been cleared. It seems that the big shots in the city are really panicking this time. Gu Chen withdrew his gaze from the garrison squad not far away, without stopping at all. After walking a distance further, the garrison team was no longer in sight for some distance, and the surrounding environment returned to its previous desolation, with only the sound of the whistling wind playing in the forest. Sudden. Ah! There's a strange beast. Run! Suddenly, from the crowd not far ahead, there were bursts of terrified screams and confused shouts, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Chen Zhengxing and Li Yuqian's faces turned pale immediately. Wang Jia also subconsciously tightened the dagger in her hand and looked forward vigilantly. Gu Chen's heart also suddenly lifted up. A strange beast. It's a strange beast. In the chaos, someone shouted these 2 words at the top of his lungs. The crowd began to flee in all directions recklessly like a swarm of bees, and the situation was out of control for a while. Husband, what should we do? Wang Jia looked at Gu Chen, her voice a little nervous. Gu Chen glanced at the chaotic scene and said in a deep voice, "Don't walk around, stay calm, and continue on our original route." What? There's a strange beast ahead, and we're still going forward? Li Yuqian widened her eyes, hardly able to believe her ears. Isn't this just seeking death? Gu Chen didn't look at her, but asked back, "Do you think there will be no strange beasts if you run to other places?" Chen Jingxing seemed to understand Gu Chen's meaning instantly and said, "Brother Gu Chen is right. Now everyone is running around like headless flies. If we run to some remote place with no one around and encounter a strange beast, we will be helpless. At least there are more people here, so even if there is danger, it will be easier to deal with." Gu Chen nodded and continued. "There is another more important point. You see, although many people are running, many people choose to stay and even rush forward. Those who choose to run away at the first moment are mostly weaker or timid. Those who stay should be of decent strength. It will be relatively safer to follow these people." Upon hearing this, Wang Jia and Chen Jingxing and his wife subconsciously looked towards the center of the commotion. Sure enough, just as Gu Chen said, although most people were fleeing in panic, there was indeed a small group of people who not only did not retreat, but instead showed their weapons and shouted as they rushed towards the direction where the strange beast appeared. These people exuded a fierce spirit in their actions, and they were obviously experienced veterans. Then, should we go up and help as well? Chen Jingxing asked hesitantly as he looked at those people rushing forward. After all, we are all temporary team members, and it seems natural for us to fight against the monsters together. Gu Chen shook his head, "That's not necessary. We can just observe the situation from behind. With so many people rushing to take action, even if we kill the beast in the end, it won't be our turn to share the spoils, which is a waste of energy. It's better to save some energy, there is still a long way to go, and there will be no shortage of opportunities to take action." Chapter 46: A Group of Snake People. The facts were indeed as Gu Chen expected. Although the temporary team members who stayed behind were not numerous, each of them was fearless and their cooperation was quite good. Although there were 2 or 3 unlucky guys who were hit by the monsters and fell down screaming, the monsters were eventually chopped to the ground by everyone. Gu Chen and his companions also walked to a nearby place, squinting their eyes and looking at the corpse of the strange beast that had been chopped into a bloody mess and whose original appearance was almost unrecognizable. "It's a snake man. Didn't they say they were already contacting high-level aliens to clear them out? It's only been a few days, how come they haven't been completely wiped out yet, and instead have come to an area so close to the isolation gate? What kind of huge incident happened in the deep no man's land?" A thick shadow once again covered Gu Chen's heart. Over there, as soon as the battle ended, several groups of people immediately gathered around the snake man's body and started arguing endlessly, spitting everywhere, and were about to fight over the ownership of the body. At this moment, a burly man in one of the groups suddenly shouted, "Our Desert Eagle organization was the first to discover this snake man. Anyone who dares to snatch it from us will be against our Desert Eagle organization." As soon as the words Desert Eagle Organization were uttered, the atmosphere around them suddenly stagnated. Soon after, more and more people gathered around the sturdy man, and soon formed a group of about 50 people. These people all had a fierce aura and stared at the other groups with unfriendly eyes. At this point, the others who originally wanted to fight for it had to disperse in disappointment. After all, the Desert Eagle Organization is a considerable force in the 7th District, and ordinary Lone Rangers or small teams dare not provoke them easily. After a brief commotion, the crowd continued to move deeper into the no man's land. Wang Jia came close to Gu Chen and asked curiously, "What kind of beast was that just now? It looks so scary." "Snake Man." Gu Chen replied calmly. "Snake Man?" Chen Jingxing, Li Yuqiang, and Wang Jia asked questions almost at the same time and looked at Gu Chen at the same time. Gu Chen knew what they were thinking and quickly explained. "I once encountered this kind of strange beast when I was on patrol. The captain of the garrison at that time said that they were called snake men." "Then, how do these snake people usually attack? Do they have any special methods?" Li Yuqiang asked nervously. Gu Chen recalled the process of fighting with the snake people in the mines and summarized it briefly. The main attack method is to whip with their flexible snake tails and sharp claws. They are very powerful and fast. After thinking for a while, he added, "Perhaps their teeth or claws may contain toxins. In any case, it's always better to be careful." The four of them followed behind the majority of the crowd, not too far away, neither advancing too fast nor falling behind, and slowly moved forward in the direction of the mission area. Just as they were about to reach the edge of the mission area indicated on the communicator, a burst of shrill screams came again from the crowd in front. Under attack again? Gu Chen had this thought for the first time. However, perhaps because of the experience from the previous encounter, this time, most people did not flee in panic like last time. Instead, they stopped and displayed their weapons, ready to go over to support or fight. But soon, things started to go wrong. Because the screams not only did not stop, but became more and more frequent and more miserable. Then, the crowd that originally wanted to rush forward, as if they had seen a ghost, began to rush back towards Gu Chen and his group like crazy, or fled desperately towards the ruins and jungles on the left and right. The scene was several times more chaotic than the last time. "What's going on?" Chen Jingxing's voice was a little out of tune. As the number of people fleeing in front of him gradually decreased, the scene in the distance slowly came into Gu Chen's sight. With just one glance, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. 4 or 5 snake men were wreaking havoc in the crowd. Every time their thick snake tails swept across, they could blow the temporary team members away, breaking their bones and tendons, and dying on the spot with screams. The sharp claws tear flesh and blood as easily as tearing paper. So many snake people. Gu Chen's heart suddenly panicked. This was not what shocked him the most. When his eyes were fixed on one of the snake men who was obviously bigger than the others, the information automatically given by the system panel in his mind made his face turn pale instantly. That snake man had reached level 42. Level 42 monster. This is far beyond what these temporary team members can handle. Not to mention them, even if the captain of the garrison encountered them, it would probably be a fierce fight. Damn it! What on earth just happened? Gu Chen cursed in his heart. Those high-ranking officials of the garrison really concealed the most crucial information. A large number of snake people appeared here, which was clearly sending temporary teammates to be cannon fodder and die. Gu Chen didn't even have time to explain to the 3 people around him, he just yelled, "Go!" Although Wang Jia and the other 3 didn't understand why Gu Chen suddenly lost his composure, when they saw Gu Chen's extremely ugly face and the even more chaotic and miserable escape of the crowd in front of them, they knew that the situation was definitely serious. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them immediately turned around and ran away. Gu Chen ran in the front, his mind working rapidly, planning an escape route. You must go as far away from the mine as possible and find a relatively safe path to the mission location. If the mission location is also like this, then there is no need to do this mission. Just follow Li Yuqiang's advice at the time, find a place to hide, and leave after 3 days. While moving in the woods, Gu Chen said to the 3 people behind him in a deep voice, "From now on, all actions will be under my command. If anyone has different opinions, or thinks that I, Gu Chen, don't have that ability, you can bring it up now, and we can part ways amicably and go our separate ways." Gu Chen said this in a decisive manner, leaving no room for negotiation. If a team is not united and everyone holds their own opinions, then the team will soon be destroyed. Especially at this critical moment of life and death, Gu Chen had neither the time nor the energy to engage in a democratic vote. Chapter 47 Promotion to C Class. Wang Jie followed closely behind Gu Chun, almost without thinking, panting slightly. Hubby, I'll listen to whatever you say. If you say go east, I won't go west. Gu Chen's expression did not change. Wang Jie would definitely listen to him, and Gu Chen knew this very well. Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiang and his wife exchanged glances in the back and slowed down their pace slightly. Chen Jingxing gasped and said, Brother Gu Chen, we admire your skills, but shouldn't the command be based on strength? After all, we have some experience in the no man's land. Gu Chen sneered in his heart. Experience? That so-called patrol experience is of no use now. But Gu Chen did not refute directly, he just slowed down his pace and asked without turning his head, Oh? Then what level are you? My husband and I are both E-level mutants. There was a barely perceptible hint of arrogance in Chen Jingxing's tone. Among the temporary team members, E-level mutant is already considered very high. Gu Chen didn't say anything. He took out the certificate representing his D-level alien identity from his arms and showed it to the back of his hand. Behind him came the sounds of Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiang gasping. D-level? Chen Jingxing's voice was a little stuttered. Brother Gu Chen, you were so young, and you are actually a D-level alien? Li Yuqiang also had an expression of disbelief on her face, and looked at Gu Chen with eyes full of shock. Gu Chen took back the alien certificate, his tone still calm. Now, do you have any objections? No. No more. Chen Jingxing immediately expressed his opinion. Brother Gu Chen, we will do whatever you say. The command of the team fell into Gu Chen's hands. In this world, strength means the right to speak. It is simple and crude, but also the most effective. For the next section of the journey, the four avoided the main road where the snake people had previously erupted, and specifically chose to travel through remote ruins and jungles. Even so, traces of snake people are not uncommon. Fortunately, the four encountered only some solitary guys, and only one was of D level, while most of them were of E and F level. Snake people of these levels no longer pose much of a threat to Gu Chen. With Gu Chen's current fighting skills, it is relatively easy to deal with them. In every battle, Gu Chen let Chen Jingxing go first, and Wang Jie supported and harassed him from the side. Gu Chen was observing from the side and teaching the snake man some tricks. This is also to exercise practical skills in teamwork. But Gu Chen had a hard requirement: the snake man's final blow must be delivered by him. Although Chen Jingxing and his wife were somewhat puzzled by this, since they had already accepted Gu Chen as the leader, they naturally would not ask any more questions. Wang Jie didn't care at all. As long as Gu Chen said it, she would do it. A few people just thought that Gu Chen had some special hobbies. Only Gu Chen himself knows that what Gu Chen needs is experience points. With the ability to see the health bar, Gu Chen could always make Chen Jingxing and the others stop the moment the snake man's health reached the bottom, and then he would go up and make the final blow cleanly and neatly. This act of grabbing heads may seem unnecessary to them. But for Gu Chen, every kill means an increase in the experience bar. Just like that, they traveled safely all the way, and before the specified time, Gu Chen and the other three finally arrived at the edge of the mission area indicated on the communicator. An abandoned factory area half covered by giant creeping plants. 11 o'clock at night. Gu Chen and his three companions chose a relatively flat and hidden huge rock as a temporary resting place. The compressed biscuits were cold, dry, and hard, and they hurt everyone's cheeks a little, but it was good to have something to eat at this moment. There were dangers lurking on every side, and the few people did not dare to make a fire for fear that the flames would attract strange beasts. They could only rely on the hazy moonlight to simply replenish their energy. From the desperate escape in the afternoon to the careful sneaking and fighting later, after most of the day, even Gu Chen felt waves of fatigue. Li Yuqiang's face turned even paler and she was too lazy to even speak. Wang Jia leaned against Gu Chen, nodding her little head, trying hard not to fall asleep. Gu Chen silently calculated today's harvest. After a series of battles, Gu Chen's experience level has soared to level 41. If his previous inference was correct, he should be a C-level mutant now. With a thought, Gu Chen opened the system interface and first opened the 3 random reward bags that were dropped from killing the snake man today. Get 10 energy points. Obtained item, Paralysis Ring F rank. Paralysis Ring, made from simply polished snakeman teeth. After wearing it, your poison attacks have a small chance to extend the paralysis effect time. It's better than nothing. Get 10 energy points. 20 points of energy and an F-level ring. Gu Chen touched his fingers, put the bone ring on his hand, and then hit it. Although it is only F level, the paralysis attribute, combined with his own paralyzing venom skill, may have the effect of 1 plus 1 greater than 2. During the battle today, Guchen also tried to apply venom on the sword, but found that it seemed to have little effect on the snake man. Guchen guessed that as poisonous beasts, snake people might be naturally immune to homologous or similar toxins. With these 20 energy points, Guchen's energy points have accumulated to 125 points. Next is consumption time. Guchen clicked on the list of redeemable items and calculated carefully. First of all, the storage space is still a bit too small. Guchen spent 20 energy points to expand the storage space a little more. Being able to fit more things means more security and convenience. Then there are the healing potions. This thing is the key to saving life. Guchen had used up 1 bottle before, and now he spent 20 energy points to buy 4 bottles. According to the prompt, the upper limit of drinking healing potions per day is 5 times. Buying more is just to store them first, and they are not useful for the time being. Now that he had 5 bottles as backup, Guchen felt much more at ease. With the remaining 85 energy points, Guchen thought about it and decided to draw a weapon. The sword now is just an ordinary weapon bought in the city, with limited power. After a battle, it looks like it is almost scrapped. Clicking on the weapon lottery interface, Guchen raised his eyebrows slightly. The last time the lottery only required 30 energy points, but this time it became 40 energy points. Could it be that the cost of this lottery is linked to one's own level? Guchen understood in his heart that it seemed that it was not so easy to take advantage. After gritting my teeth, I decided to withdraw. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. A flash of light passed by, and a text prompt appeared. Obtained item, gold-tempered knife D level. Gold-tempered knife, the blade is heavy, and the edge has been tempered with gold, making it extremely sharp. It can deal a certain amount of extra damage to exotic beasts. A horizontal sword with a simple shape and a dark golden blade appeared in Guchen's storage space. The blade shines coldly and is obviously a sharp weapon. These 40 energy points are worth it. After all this consumption, there are still 45 energy points left. Guchen decided to keep it for the time being in case of emergency. Chapter 48: Encountering the Villain. Over there, Wang Jie had recovered and was chatting in a low voice with Li Yuqian. Sister Yuqian, look at my clothes. They are all covered in blood and mud. They are so dirty and sticky. I feel so uncomfortable. I really want to take a good bath. Wang Jie wrinkled her nose and tugged at the stained corner of her clothes with a look of disgust. Li Yuqian smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sister, just be content. At this time, it's good enough to be alive, so why bother about whether it's clean or not? When we get back to the city, you can wash it however you want. For a girl, thinking about taking a bath in such an environment is a way to have fun in misery. Guchen listened to their conversation, the corners of his mouth curved involuntarily, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. Chen Zhengxing was much more alert than them. He nibbled on the compressed biscuits, his eyes scanning the dark ruins around him from time to time, and his ears twitching slightly to catch any suspicious sounds. Next to him was a large bulging canvas bag filled with snake skins and blood collected from the snake people today. At this moment, Guchen's ears moved slightly. Rustle. Who? Ah. A subtle but clear sound came from the depths of the ruins not far away, as if someone was running, mixed with the sounds of weapons colliding in painful groans. Is anyone fighting? Or, being chased by strange beasts? Chen Zhengxing obviously heard it too. He stood up suddenly and looked at Guchen nervously. Brother Guchen, there is movement over there. What should we do? After what happened during the day, he had subconsciously regarded Guchen as his backbone. Guchen's eyes condensed, and he pursed his lips at Wang Jie. Jie, go check out the situation. Be careful and don't get too close. Wang Jie immediately understood, crouched down, and jumped out nimbly, blending into the dark ruins in the blink of an eye. Her ability is beast transformation. Although it is not a pure reconnaissance ability, in this environment, she is the best among the 4 in terms of stealth and perception. Guchen quickly packed up the remaining biscuits, returned the weapons to Chen Zhengxing and Li Yuqian, and waited for news from Wang Jie. Not long after, Wang Jie came back, and her figure flashed out from the shadows like a ghost. Coming to Guchen, she lowered her voice and spoke in a hurried tone. Honey, about 200 meters ahead, there are 5 people chasing 2 people. It looks like the 2 being chased are almost dying, they've been blocked and are being besieged. Chen Zhengxing was a little excited when he heard this. Should we go over and help? He is a kind-hearted person and has a sense of loyalty. Gu Chen did not answer immediately, but looked at Wang Jiayi and asked in a deep voice, "Did you see clearly? Are the pursuers and the pursued injured? What are their abilities?" Wang Jiayi quickly recalled and said clearly, "There are 5 people chasing us. 2 of them have some scratches on their bodies, but they are not serious. I saw one who seems to have auxiliary abilities, probably to bless his companions. The remaining 4 are all combat types. One is using a broadsword, one is accompanied by a black wolf that looks like a summoned beast or a domesticated beast, and another is wearing pieced-together metal armor, like a tin can, and the last one is using a spear. Where are the 2 being chased?" Gu Chen continued to ask. The 2 were seriously injured. One of them seemed to have a broken arm, and the other had blood on his abdomen. They were also resisting, but they were obviously no match for our opponents. We didn't see any obvious signs of their abilities. I guess they were just ordinary strengthening or fighting abilities. Wang Jiayi replied. Gu Chen nodded, already having a plan in mind. There were 5 people, 1 assistant, for fighters, and the 2 people being hunted were already at the end of their strength. Gu Chen said slowly, "I'm afraid we can't avoid this battle. But it's not to help those 2 people, but for ourselves." Chen Zhengxing was stunned for a moment. "Brother Gu Chen, what do you mean by this?" Gu Chen glanced at him and explained lightly. "It looks like that group of people took advantage of the chaos to kill and rob here. Since we ran into them and they are all active in this area, if we don't take action now, and wait for them to deal with those 2 people and recover, do you think they will meet us one day? If we confront them head-on, we may not be able to get away with it." Glancing at Wang Jiayi and Liu Qiong, Gu Chen continued, "Instead of waiting for them to find us, we should take advantage of the fact that they have just experienced a battle and their energy is exhausted, and some of them may even be injured. We should strike first and catch them off guard. By eating them, we can not only eliminate a potential threat, but we may also make a fortune." Chen Jingxing's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and Liu Qiong nervously held Chen Jingxing's hand. Wang Jiayi licked her lips, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. She just liked this kind of stimulation. Gu Chen did not give them much time to hesitate and gave the order decisively. "Listen up. We'll move over later. Don't rush to attack. Wait for my signal. Jiayi, your target is the one with the auxiliary ability. You must kill him with 1 strike. Don't let him add status to other people. Jinxing, your mission is to hold off the one who uses swords and guns and armor-piercing head-on to buy us some time. Yu Qiong, you mainly support Jinxing and take care to protect yourself. As for the one who can summon wolves, leave it to me." "Clear." The 3 of them responded in unison. Although their voices were low, they were resolute. A group of 4 people quietly moved towards the direction where the sound of fighting came from. Wang Jiayi's figure was almost invisible in the darkness. A pair of furry cat ears quietly emerged on her head and trembled slightly. A flexibly swinging cat tail appeared behind her. Her palms and soles turned into cat paws covered with thick pads, allowing her to walk and jump among the gravel and debris without making any sound. With a few jumps, she climbed up the wall of a dilapidated building, then jumped onto a tree branch and climbed silently like a gecko above the aliens who were committing the crime, hiding her body. Gu Chen, Chen Zhengxing and Liu Qiong were lying in a dense bush about 15 meters away from the battlefield. Through the gaps between the branches and leaves, they could clearly see the scene ahead. Just as Wang Jiayi said, there were 5 men, 3 of whom were grinning and besieging 2 men covered in blood. The 2 men who were besieged were already at the end of their strength, with new wounds on their bodies. Their movements were getting slower and slower. They could only fight back with all their might and were on the verge of collapse. The other 2 stood at the back with their arms folded, watching the show leisurely. One of them was indeed followed by a rather large black wolf, which was sticking out its tongue and making low threatening whimpering sounds. The other is an auxiliary alien holding a staff. Puff! With a dull thud, one of the besieged men was hit in the back by a knife. He screamed and fell straight to the ground, and the blood instantly dyed the ground red. The other one, seeing the miserable state of his companion, let out a desperate roar and tried to fight, but was shot through the shoulder by the stranger with the gun and nailed to the ground. Then the strong man with the knife stepped forward, raised his hand and slashed with the knife, and a head rolled out. Chapter 49, Victory over the Villain. Chen Jingxing's eyes twitched as he watched. He subconsciously looked at Gu Chen, as if waiting for Gu Chen's order to attack. If you don't take action now, that person will die. But Gu Chen still did not issue any instructions. He just stared ahead with cold eyes, his fingers lightly resting on the hilt of the sword. The three assailants also killed the man who had fallen to the ground, and began to grin and gleefully bend over the body to search for trophies. The two guys who had been standing by and watching also came over, and the auxiliary alien among them seemed to complain about something, which caused his companions to laugh. Just when all of their attention was focused on looting the corpse and their vigilance was at its lowest, Gu Chen pressed his hand down suddenly. Almost at the moment the gesture fell, Wang Jia moved. She was like a flash of lightning in the dark night, swinging down silently from the high branches, and stepping on the shoulder of the auxiliary alien with her toes with incredible precision. The auxiliary alien only felt his shoulders sink, and before he could react, Wang Jia's hand, which had turned into a sharp claw, grabbed his head like lightning and twisted his waist. There was a crisp click sound, and the man's head drooped down at a strange angle. He died on the spot without even a scream. At the same time, Gu Chen also shot out from the bushes like an arrow, aiming directly at the alien with the evil wolf. The long sword drew a cold arc in the air, and with a sharp sound of breaking wind, it slashed straight into his face. The stranger's reaction was not slow. When he sensed the strong wind coming, he subconsciously tried to dodge to the side. But he was a bit too slow, and although he avoided the fatal blow to his head, his right arm holding the weapon was slashed hard by Gu Chen's sword. Ah! The shrill scream suddenly pierced the night sky. Blood gushed out, and his right arm holding a short axe was cut off at the shoulder by Gu Chen's sword. This sudden change in screams instantly alarmed the other three aliens who were searching. They looked up suddenly and saw the miserable state of their companions. They were all shocked and angry. They roared, picked up their weapons and rushed over to support them. Don't even think about going there. Chen Jingxing roared, rushed out from the bushes and stood in front of the three men. He didn't know when a retractable shield made of some kind of engineering plastic appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the shield unfolded and became more than a person's height. Immediately afterwards, a layer of faint khaki light flashed across the surface of the shield. He slammed his shield to the ground and took the first blows of sword and gun. Ding! Ding! A teeth-grinding sound of metal collision was heard. The seemingly ordinary plastic shield did not move at all under the opponent's powerful attack. It just trembled slightly a few times, as if it was an indestructible steel barrier. I'll help you. After dealing with the auxiliary alien, Wang Jia gave a delicate cry and came to Chen Jingxing's side in a flash. Taking advantage of this gap, Gu Chen continued to chase the alien with a broken arm without any pause. Having lost an arm, this guy's combat effectiveness has been reduced by at least half. Bite him to death. The armored stranger covered his broken arm that was bleeding profusely, his face twisted in severe pain. He screamed miserably and gave orders to his black wolf. Ouch! The wolf let out a low roar and pounced towards Gu Chen. In its open bloody mouth, its sharp fangs flashed with a cold light. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he advanced instead of retreating, swung the long sword in his hand into a sword flower, and did not fight it head-on, but took advantage of the gap when it pounced and turned the sword, skillfully passing it under its ribs. Puff! The wolf howled in pain. A deep wound that was visible to the bone was opened on its waist and abdomen, and blood spurted out. It felt the pain and its attack was slowed down, and it was forced aside by Gu Chen. Useless! Come on! The armored man with a broken arm became even more furious upon seeing this and issued orders to the wolf again. But this time, the wolf just whimpered a few times and lay on the ground with its tail between its legs. Although it was not dead, the wound in its abdomen made it temporarily lose its fighting ability, and it just wailed weakly. Gu Chen swung his sword, and the green sword tip, stained with wolf blood, drew an arc in the air, pointing at the shocked and angry stranger. At the same time, Gu Chen's mind moved, and a fist-sized stone on the side of the road floated up silently, and then smashed towards the strange man. What? The stranger was horrified and subconsciously raised his remaining left hand to block. Crack! A crisp bone-breaking sound was heard, accompanied by an even more miserable scream. His intact arm and hand bones were actually smashed directly by Gu Chen's unexpected blow. Kill him while he is ill. Gu Chen rushed to him in one step, and as his eyes widened with pain and fear, the long sword in his hand mercilessly swept across his neck. Well! The stranger let out a hoarse sound from his throat, his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. As he died, the black wolf lying on the ground and wailing gradually became illusory, and finally turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated into the air. It turns out to be a summoned creature, not a tamed beast. On the other side, with the support of Li Yuqiong and the harassment attacks of Wang Jia, although Chen Jingxing was struggling, the defensive power of his shield was amazing. In addition, he himself was also an E-level mutant, not much different from those people. For a while, he managed to stabilize his position and did not let the other side get the advantage. Gu Chen immediately turned around and rushed towards the battlefield. 4 against 3, and the other side had already lost 2 men. As the strength of the two sides declined, the battle situation instantly became one-sided. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining 3 strangers were also killed on the spot one by Gu Chen and his companions. The last guy who tried to escape was torn open on the back by Wang Jia's claws, leaving several deep cuts that could be seen to the bone. He fell to the ground with a scream, and was killed by Gu Chen with a sword. The battle is over. The 4 of them were breathing heavily, looking at the corpses all over the ground, but they felt happy in their hearts. Chen Jingxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked to Gu Chen's side. There was still a trace of relief on his face for surviving the disaster, but his tone was somewhat puzzled as he asked, "Why didn't we take action earlier? If we had acted earlier, maybe we could have saved those 2 people." Chapter 50, Provoking the Eagle. Gu Chen calmly glanced at Wang Jia, who was searching for spoils on the corpse. She had no psychological burden about this and moved very skillfully. Then Gu Chen looked at Chen Jingxing and said indifferently, "You have to understand one thing. In a place like this, you either don't take action, or once you do, you must kill them with one strike and achieve the greatest results at the lowest cost. Only when they completely let down their guard will it be the best time for us to take action. They were just committing a crime, their minds were highly focused, and they had the upper hand in numbers. If we rush out recklessly, it's hard to say whether we can win. Even if we can win, some of us will inevitably get hurt. If we get hurt, how are we going to survive the next few days in this place? What's more," Gu Chen's voice became a little colder, "even if we rescued those 2 people, what would happen? Do you think there are not many murders and robberies here every day? Can we rescue them one by one? We are not saviors. What we can do now is to ensure that our own people can survive safely." After listening to Gu Chen's words, Chen Jingxing lowered his head and fell into deep thought. The expression on his face was a little complicated, as if he was digesting Gu Chen's remarks. Gu Chen didn't say anything more. He walked around him, went to Wang Jia, and searched the spoils from the corpses with her. The money of a dead person is useless if you don't spend it. The looted cash was divided equally among the 4. As for the weapons and some miscellaneous items that looked valuable, they were temporarily given to Chen Jingxing to carry. He is powerful enough. Moreover, in front of these people he had just met, Gu Chen did not want to reveal the secret that he had a storage space too early. As for the low-quality armor worn by those people, most of them were beaten to pieces in the battle and had lost their usability, so Gu Chen simply threw them away. "These 5 people are from Eagle," Chen Jingxing exclaimed. Gu Chen looked at Chen Jingxing and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Chen Jingxing didn't say anything, but used force with his hands to tear open the tattered clothes on the dead man's chest. A ferocious blood-red eagle tattoo suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The eagle spread its wings as if ready to fly, with fierce eyes and an evil aura. "It's pretty nice." Wang Jia sighed softly. Gu Chen didn't say anything. He walked to the other body, leaned over, and also reached out to tear open the clothes on the other's chest. Sure enough, the exact same bloody eagle tattoo was glaringly imprinted on the man's skin like an ominous brand. "I have this one too." Wang Jia also made a discovery and kicked the corpse beside her with her toes. Li Yuqiang frowned slightly. Although no one noticed, the person who moved the eagle still instinctively felt a little uneasy. She looked at Gu Chen and asked softly, "Then, what should we do now? These guys are not easy to deal with." Gu Chen's heart quickly became active. He had heard of the eagle, a powerful force in the 7th district outside this area. It was ruthless and vindictive. "I killed 5 of them today. If we get discovered, the rest of my life will be difficult." Gu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "There might be accomplices of theirs around here. The fire makes too much noise and easily attracts attention, which will expose us. Let's find a secluded place and dig a hole to bury it. As long as we are careful and no one sees us, we should be fine for the time being. If handled well, maybe it can even cause some confusion among their own people, so they will think it's an internal conflict or being bullied by other forces." Although he said so, Gu Chen knew in his heart that this was only a temporary measure. These bodies will be discovered sooner or later. But for now, they must first eliminate the hidden dangers in front of them. So the 4 of them didn't delay any longer and started to clean up the battlefield. They dragged the 5 bodies to the corner of the ruins, where there were densely packed broken walls and were less likely to be discovered. Digging a hole is a strenuous job. Fortunately, Chen Jingxing is very strong, and Gu Chen also lent a hand. Wang Jiayi and Li Yuqiang were responsible for vigilance and cleaning up the bloodstains. The smell of soil mixed with a faint smell of blood permeated the night wind, making this already depressing night even more eerie. After finishing all this, the sky was completely dark and not even a star could be seen in the night sky. It's not advisable to stay here for long, Gu Chen said in a low voice. They can no longer stay in this area. Who knows if the eagle people have special means of communication, or if there is someone with a nose sharper than a dog. The 4 of them did not dare to stay for long. After identifying the general direction, they took advantage of the dim night to quietly leave this troubled place and quickly move towards a more remote area. After running a long distance in one breath and feeling that they were almost safe, the 4 of them stopped on a hillside to take a short rest. Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiang handed their weapons to Gu Chen at the same time. Gu Chen looked at them, smiled, and reached out to push back the weapons they handed over. No need, you can take these with you. From now on, your weapons are yours to keep. He wasn't being polite. After spending this time together, especially the battle just now and their actions along the way, Gu Chen has basically accepted these 2 companions. Now everyone has to maintain combat effectiveness at all times, and it would be inappropriate to put away Chen Jingxing and his wife's weapons. Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiang were both slightly startled when they heard this, and then a look of understanding appeared on their faces. The 2 also understood that Gu Chen truly accepted them and treated them as his own. Good. Chen Jingxing grinned and put the weapon back beside him. Li Yuqiang also gave Gu Chen a faint smile and put away the staff. Let's take turns keeping watch tonight. I'll go first. You guys take this time to recover your strength, Gu Chen said, and at the same time found a relatively hidden corner with a wide view to sit down, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Wang Jia yawned, sat down next to Gu Chen, and leaned her head lightly on his shoulder, her voice lazily. Honey, call me if there's any movement. Gu Chen hummed, then reached out and patted her head gently. As the night deepens, only the occasional night breeze blows, rolling up the branches and leaves of the grass and trees, making a humming sound. Shortly after Gu Chen and the others left, they arrived at the area where they had fought previously. Rustle! A burst of fast footsteps approached from afar, breaking the dead silence. The moonlight was dim, barely enough to illuminate a group of shadowy figures. After a careful count, there were more than 20 people in this group. Each of them had a fierce aura and most of them were holding various weapons in their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. One of them walked quickly to the front of the team and whispered something to a one-eyed man. After hearing this, the one-eyed man flashed a fierce look in his only remaining eye. He raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "Go and take a look." The group immediately changed direction and headed towards the corner of the ruins where Gu Chen and his team had buried the bodies. The soil there had been dug up, revealing 5 bodies hastily buried underneath. Chapter 51 Sharing Information. When they saw the corpse, everyone present looked extremely ugly. It's them! Someone cursed with gnashing teeth. The one-eyed man squatted down, carefully examined the wounds on the body, and looked at the surrounding environment. There was a wolf-like ferocity flashing in that one eye. Have you found anything around here? Have you found any traces of the murderer? The people in charge of the inspection shook their heads. One of them said, "The scene was handled very cleanly. Apart from the bodies of the brothers, there are no useful clues left. Judging from the wounds, the other party acted very quickly. He must be a tough guy." The one-eyed man stood up slowly, the skin on his face twitching slightly with anger. He looked around at his men and spoke through gritted teeth. "Pass on my order. Everyone, stay alert for the next few days and don't disperse. Find all the living people around here. I want to see who is so bold as to touch our eagles. Brother, we don't know who the murderer is. If we find him..." A small leader nearby asked tentatively. A cold light flashed in Hawkeye's one eye, and he said in a grim tone, "No matter who the murderer is, kill them all. Use their blood to commemorate our dead brothers." Yes. Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with violence. This night, in the area surrounding the ruins, was destined not to be peaceful. From time to time, there would be shrill screams piercing the night sky, and then quickly return to silence, as if it was just a strange sound made by the night wind blowing through the woods. When the first ray of morning light broke through the darkness and shone on the devastated land, Gu Chen and his companions finally survived the night without any danger. After eating some cookies and replenishing some water, the four of them sat together to discuss their next plans. Our current location is in the outer area indicated by the mission, Gu Chen said, opening the map on the communicator. He pointed to a marked area on the map and said to everyone, "Look at this, do you notice anything special?" Chen Zhengxing, Li Yuqiang, and Wang Jai all came over to take a look. It was an irregular area marked out in yellow. The three of them looked at it for a long time and shook their heads in confusion. "Husband, isn't this the scope of your mission this time?" Wang Jai blinked, somewhat puzzled. The corner of Gu Chen's mouth slightly raised, and he stretched out his finger and slowly moved it along a certain section of the yellow area. It was a clear arc. "Look here," Gu Chen said in a low voice, "does this look like a semicircle? Or, does it look like it's trying to enclose a certain area?" After he said that, Li Yuqiang seemed to have thought of something, and pointed her slender finger at the small area surrounded by the semicircular arc. "You mean, this place?" Gu Chen nodded, "That's right." Wang Jai's curiosity was aroused. She moved closer and looked carefully at the area on the map. She asked, "What is that place? Did they go to such great lengths to draw a circle? Are they trying to protect it? Is there some treasure inside?" Gu Chen shook his head, his tone solemn. "I'm afraid it's not protection, but isolation." He paused, looked at the puzzled looks from the three people, and continued to explain. "The semicircular mission area we are in now is more like a line of defense used to prevent things in that area from escaping." "Stop things from escaping?" Chen Jingxing's face changed slightly when he heard this. He remembered the snake people he encountered yesterday and asked subconsciously, "Brother Gu, do you mean those snake people ran out from that place? Is this accurate?" Gu Chen looked at the shocked expression on Chen Jingxing's face and pondered in his heart. The matter regarding the sky-high wall and the snake people involved some matters concerning the garrison, and he originally did not intend to say much. But the current situation is not optimistic. Letting them know more about the situation will be beneficial to the survival of the entire team. At least, it can make them understand what they are about to face, instead of sending themselves to death in confusion. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "That place is called Skywall." Skywall? It was the first time that Wang Jai heard this name, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. Gu Chen nodded and continued, "The area that the patrol team I belong to is responsible for is the sky-high wall. And I have personally seen that kind of strange beast snake man within the sky-high wall." "What?" Chen Jingxing became a little excited when he heard this, and his voice became a little higher. "Brother Gu, why didn't you tell us such an important thing earlier? If we had known that the snake people came from there, Gu Chen understood his feelings. Anyone who knew that they might have been on the edge of great danger without knowing it would feel emotional. He raised his hand to signal Chen Jingxing to stay calm, and explained calmly, "Don't get excited yet. A few days ago, when the snake men first appeared in large numbers at Skyscraper Wall, I had already returned to the city to check the situation. I don't fully understand what happened at Skyscraper Wall afterwards and what measures the garrison took. I only know that the situation was very urgent at the time and a large number of snake men appeared at Skyscraper Wall. From the missions we have received and the markings on this map, it is clear that the garrison has not been able to effectively control the spread of the snake people." He paused, glanced at the three people, and his tone became heavier. "So, what we have to do now is to stay away from the skyscraper as much as possible. Theoretically speaking, the farther we are from the skyscraper, the smaller the chance of encountering snake people should be." Li Yuqiang nodded thoughtfully and said, "You mean, we should try to stay on the edge of this mission area? This is similar to what we thought before." "That's right." Gu Chen confirmed her statement, "That's the general direction, but this edge is also particular. We have to choose the edge farthest from the skyscraper. That way it will be relatively safer." Chapter 52 Operations Meeting. After listening to Gu Chen's analysis, everyone had no objection. Having a clear goal and relatively reasonable speculation is always better than rushing around like a headless fly. After reaching a consensus, the four of them immediately packed up their luggage and carefully moved towards the edge of the area that Gu Chen pointed out on the map. The roads in the no man's land are rugged and difficult to travel, so they try to choose relatively hidden paths and remain vigilant at all times. Along the way, they also encountered several other waves of temporary team members. Most of these people were in groups of 3 or 5, and like Gu Chen and his group, they all began to spontaneously form teams and act. It seems that those who can survive on the first day have some brains and have gradually figured out some ways to survive, such as staying on the edge of the mission area, which seems to be the safest option at the moment. However, these people all had wounds to varying degrees, their clothes were stained with dried or fresh blood, and they looked tired and alert, obviously having experienced more than one fierce battle. When Gu Chen and his friends passed by, both sides were like frightened hedgehogs. They stopped at a distance, stared at each other vigilantly, and carefully maintained a safe distance of dozens of meters. Only after they were sure that the other party had no ill intentions did they slowly pass by. No one dared to take it lightly. In this damn place, people's hearts are more unpredictable than those of wild animals. At the same time, in the 7th district, the city government meeting hall. The arched conference table, which was supposed to be solemn and dignified, was now filled with politicians and military leaders from District 7 with various expressions on their faces. There was an invisible pressure in the air, making the entire hall seem a little dull. In addition to these local bigwigs, there were 2 single chairs placed inconspicuously in the corner next to the conference table. A man and a woman were sitting on it, with different expressions, but they both wore an exquisite silver eagle badge with spread wings on their chests, showing their identities. If Gu Chen was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize at a glance that these 2 people were the 2 men and women from the expeditionary force that he met at the door when he left the temporary camp. At this time, the expeditionary man crossed his arms in front of his chest, leaned back slightly on the chair, his eyes seemed a little empty, and he seemed to be listening with interest to the heated discussion of the people at the conference table next to him, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. The expeditionary girl next to him had shoulder-length black hair with slightly messy ends, and she looked cold but with a hint of heroism. The upper body is a dark red short shirt with loose flared sleeves. A wide black leather waist belt is tied around the waist, outlining the slender waist. The waist belt is also decorated with metal chains and buckles, adding a bit of cool style. She was wearing a long black skirt with a drapey feel and a wide hem, and a pair of black marten boots on her feet. Chai Shintong. The girl lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes, and breathed evenly. It seems that he has fallen asleep in such a serious occasion. She turned a deaf ear to the arguments around her, not caring at all whether she was being rude, but strangely, none of the bigwigs at the conference table spoke up to wake her up, as if they condoned her behavior. I think that in dealing with this crisis, more people is not the only way to win. The quality of the troops is more important than the quantity. A man with a beer belly and a neat official uniform was expressing his opinion with saliva flying. We should immediately extract the best troops from the garrison and form 2 elite teams of about 10 people to follow the expeditionary force into the mine to carry out the clearance mission. As for the rest of the garrison, they should retreat to the isolation wall, concentrate their forces, and do their best to protect the safety of the city. This is the best strategy. I don't agree. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stood up to refute him. Director Zhang, you are gambling with the safety of the entire Outer District 7. What if those teams fail in their missions? Wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain? In order to ensure that the mission is foolproof, I think we should send as many people as possible to increase the chances of success. This is the safest way. That's right. Don't we still have 20 transport planes in the city? We are fully capable of carrying out large-scale airdrops of troops and launching saturation attacks. Someone else echoed loudly. Nonsense. A high-ranking general of the garrison slammed the table and said angrily, those 20 transport planes are the only strategic air reserves of our outer 7th district. How can we so easily throw them all into this kind of battle? If a flying monster appears and there are losses, who will be responsible? In this way, with the elite troops' strategy and human wave tactics as the core, 2 completely different viewpoints formed 2 distinct factions, and a fierce debate broke out at the conference table. For a while, no one could convince anyone else. After a long period of noise, a middle-aged man who looked quite prestigious and was sitting next to the main seat raised his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. He cleared his throat and turned his gaze to the expeditionary man who had remained silent in the corner. Mr. Wu Sihua, the middle-aged man asked politely, I wonder what you think of our current discussion. Or, in other words, how many people do you think we should send from District 7 to support your operation? The core operation to deal with the Snake Man crisis was nominally led by the garrison of the outer 7th district, but in fact, everyone knew that the 2 expeditionary forces from the distant capital played a decisive role. The garrison plays more of a supporting and coordinating role. Therefore, at this time, it is reasonable to ask the other party for their opinions. Wu Sihua, who was called, seemed to come back to his senses. He stretched out his hand and scratched his ear casually, as if he had no interest in the heated debate just now. He spoke lazily. No need to bother. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and the quarrel in the conference room stopped abruptly. Wu Sihua continued leisurely. I can go by myself. Chapter 53, Man and Girl. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Those politicians and military officers who had just been arguing fiercely over how many people to send, now looked at Wu Sihua blankly like ducks with their necks strangled, with disbelief written all over their faces. Mr. Wu, Mr. Wu? An official stammered, trying to confirm whether he had heard correctly. You mean, not even taking this colleague next to you? Another officer couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wu, are you sure? According to the intelligence we have so far, there is probably at least one A-level or even higher level mutant snakeman lurking in the target area. Wouldn't it be too hard for you to go alone? A level exotic beast. That is a terrifying existence that is enough to easily destroy a fully armed elite force of 100 men. Most of the people present had only seen a B-level exotic beast a few times, let alone an A-level one. Upon hearing this, Wu Sihua turned around and glanced at the girl who was still sleeping beside him. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and it was unclear whether she was awake or dreaming. Wu Sihua's eyes swept across the girl's face, then he turned back and calmly swept his gaze over the politicians at the conference table who had different expressions due to shock, and repeated clearly in that plain tone. No. I'll go by myself. At this moment, the conference room completely exploded and there was an uproar. How can this be possible? It's too risky. This is simply playing with your life. You should ask your colleague to go with you. Noisy discussions broke out one after another. After a brief and chaotic discussion. In other words, after everyone tried to persuade Wu Sihua to change his mind but failed. In the end, they had no choice but to accept this decision, which seemed almost crazy to them. After all, they are an expeditionary force, a level aliens sent by their superiors. Apart from cooperating, they don't seem to have much room to comment. Finally, Lu Ziwu, deputy commander of the 7th District Garrison Army, who had been sitting in the main seat and had not spoken much, made a summary in a deep voice. He looked at Wu Sihua solemnly and said, Since Mr. Wu insists, our garrison will fully cooperate with your actions. First of all, on behalf of the 7th District, I would like to thank the Expeditionary Force for its timely support. Once the snake people hiding in the mines are let out of the caves, we will immediately arrange a plane to send you, Mr. Wu, to the target area. After that, Lu Ziwu stopped looking at Wu Sihua and turned to an official and asked, Minister Zhou, how are the temporary team members in the martial law zone? The head of the reconnaissance department immediately stood up and replied respectfully, reporting to the deputy commander, all temporary team members have successfully entered the designated activity area according to the plan. I believe that it won't be long before that area will be flooded with blood. His tone was calm, as if he was stating a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Lu Ziwu nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Have the aircrew be prepared. Once the snakes in the mine are lured out by the blood, immediately initiate the action plan and escort Mr. Wu to the mine area. Yes. The meeting ended in a strange and depressing atmosphere. After the meeting, Wu Sihua and the girl, who was still sleepy, did not leave the city hall, but strolled in the garden of the city hall. The garden is large and elegantly maintained. It is a rare quiet place in the outer 7th district. The girl rubbed her eyes, yawned a little, and followed Wu Sihua half a step away. Her voice was a little soft, as if she had just woken up. Brother Wu, I also want to go to that mine with you to take a look. Wu Sihua did not pause and said without turning his head, No. We agreed when we came here that if the mission situation changes, all actions will be arranged by me. Oh. The girl curled her lips reluctantly and muttered softly, but it sounds like it's very interesting. It's meaningless. Wu Sihua's tone left no room for doubt. You wait for me here. If I can't come back. He paused, his voice still flat. Just ask them to help you return to the capital, and don't stay outside District 7. I know. If you don't want to go, then don't go. The girl kicked the pebbles under her feet and responded sullenly. It was unclear whether she had taken Wu Sihua's advice to heart. Suddenly, she seemed to have discovered something new. Her eyes lit up, she stopped, pointed at a not too tall jujube tree nearby, and shouted in surprise. Green dates. I saw a green and juicy date hanging alone on the bare branch of the date tree. The date grew quite high, much taller than the girl's current height. The girl tilted her head to look, then the corners of her mouth curved upward in a playful arc. She gently raised one foot and stepped lightly into the empty air in front of her. The moment her toes touched down, an incredible scene happened. Ka ka ka. A piece of crystal clear ice condensed out of thin air and appeared right under her feet, holding her up steadily. Then, the ice seemed to come to life, spreading, condensing, and increasing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a spiral staircase made of ice cubes was formed in the air, flashing a faint cold light. The girl chuckled and walked lightly up the magical ice stairs. She stretched out her fair little hand and picked the green date easily. Crack! She put the green date into her mouth and took a light bite, making a crisp sound. So sweet. The girl narrowed her eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on her face, as if the action just now was just a trivial matter to her. Wu Sihua stopped at some point and stood not far away, looking at her quietly. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. A whole morning passed quietly in this anxious yet relatively calm state. Except for the time when Gu Chen and his companions first arrived in this new area and discovered a D-level snake man wandering around, they never encountered any major trouble. Not to mention the strange beasts, not even a human figure was seen. This area is indeed relatively safe, at least it seems so for now. Just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was hanging brightly in the sky, and it was very hot. Gu Chen and his companions found a place to rest under the shade of a tree with relatively dense branches and leaves. They chatted and their nerves, which had been tense all morning, finally relaxed a little. I think our luck is pretty good, Li Yuqiong smoothed her sweat-soaked hair, with a look of relief on her face. If the next 2 days are this peaceful, maybe we can really go back safely. Wang Jiayi immediately perked up when she heard this, nodding her head like pounding garlic. Of course. My husband chose a good place. It's so safe here. As he said this, he even winked at Gu Chen on purpose. That clever look made Gu Chen's tense heartstrings relax. Gu Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, which was considered a smile, and said soothingly, "It's always right to be cautious, but there's no need to be too nervous." In fact, Gu Chen himself was not sure. This damn place, who knows what will happen next second? Chapter 54, Earthquake. Zhen Jingxing leaned comfortably against the tree trunk, took a long breath, closed his eyes and sighed. It's so cool here, and the wind is so nice. Indeed, the breeze that blew by, carrying a hint of the fragrance of grass and trees, dispelled a lot of the heat under the sun. Gu Chen felt a little more at ease. He stood up, stretched, and let his eyes fall on the branches and leaves swaying gently in the wind. The fragmented sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, making people dizzy. For some unknown reason, Gu Chen reached out and broke off a leaf with smooth edges, rolled it up, and put it to his mouth. Woo! A somewhat discordant sound came from the leaves. Gu Chen chuckled and laughed himself. I didn't expect that after so many years, I still have this skill. When he was a child, this was a trick that Gu Chen often played. Wang Jiayi was originally tugging at the corner of her clothes out of boredom, but when she heard the noise, she immediately became interested. He also imitated Gu Chen's behavior, plucked a leaf from the tree next to him, and blew hard with his cheeks puffed out. As a result, there was no other tune except the puff-puff sound of air leaking. Unconvinced, she jumped down from the short tree branch, ran a few steps to Gu Chen, and looked up. Honey, please teach me. How do you blow this thing? That coquettish look is particularly lovable. Gu Chen was about to speak, but swallowed the words back. It's out in the middle of nowhere, and the noise is so loud, will it attract anything? He was just in a good mood just now and blew the whistle subconsciously. Now thinking about it, it was indeed a bit rash. I'll teach you when we get back. It's not good to make a lot of noise here. It will be troublesome if we attract the enemy. I just blew it casually, but I didn't expect it to be so loud. Wrong. Li Yuqiong, who had been quietly leaning against a tree trunk to rest, suddenly spoke. Gu Chen turned his head and looked at her doubtfully. What's wrong? Li Yuqiong frowned slightly, with a look of uncertainty in her eyes. This wind is a little bit wrong. She raised her head and felt the breeze brushing against her cheek. Don't you think so? Normal wind should be sometimes strong and sometimes weak, or blow for a while and then stop. But the wind now, feel it carefully, isn't it too steady? It's like someone is fanning it at a constant speed. Hearing her say this, Gu Chen's heart sank. Before, I was just busy enjoying this rare cool weather and never thought about it in this way. Gu Chen stretched out his hand, feeling the air current brushing against his fingertips, and looked at the leaves that were still swaying rhythmically. The amplitude of their swaying had hardly changed. Indeed, it's too regular. Gu Chen slowly turned his body, his fingers moving slowly along with the direction of the wind he sensed, and finally stopped in one direction. The wind is blowing from that side. Chen Jingxing stood up from the ground with a jerk, and looked in the direction that Gu Chen pointed, with a hint of confusion on his face. That's the direction of the city. Just as the words fell, there was a slight vibration from the ground. It was very slight at first, like something heavy falling to the ground in the distance, and it was vague. But then, the vibration became clearer and stronger, and the ground beneath the feet seemed to be shaking slightly. What happened? Wang Jai grabbed Gu Chen's arm, with obvious panic in her voice. No one spoke. Because no one knows the answer. Gu Chen always had a bad feeling in his heart, and his mind was in a mess. Brother Gu, what should we do? Chen Jingxing looked at Gu Chen eagerly. Li Yuqiang and Wang Jai also looked over at the same time, their eyes full of nervousness. Gu Chen knew that at this time, he was everyone's backbone and he couldn't panic. Boom boom. Before Gu Chen could speak, bursts of dull and loud noises suddenly came from the distance. The sound became clearer and clearer as it got closer and closer, as if the whole mountain was about to collapse. Gu Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Hold your weapons. Jai, go to the top of the tree and see what's going on in the distance. Wang Jai responded and swiftly climbed up a relatively tall tree nearby. She pushed aside the layers of branches and leaves, looked into the distance for a moment, then pointed in the direction of the skyscraper and shouted in a tense voice. Over there, there's so much dust over there. It's covering the sky and the sun. Dust? Gu Chen bit his lip and lowered his head to think quickly. The wind blew from the city, the ground shook, there were loud noises and dust in the distance. These clues were quickly connected in Gu Chen's mind. A terrible thought suddenly popped up in my mind. Jia. Come down quickly. Gu Chen raised his head suddenly and shouted towards the treetops, everyone, follow me, back to the city. Quick. Going back to the city? Chen Jingxing was stunned for a moment, a little hesitant. Brother Gu, it's still the mission time. If I go back to the city without permission, will I be punished? Why bother with the punishment now? Gu Chen roared, his tone extremely anxious. Saving your life is the most important thing. Wang Jai had already slid down from the tree using her hands and feet, and landed beside me. She asked in confusion, honey, what happened? Gu Chen didn't have time to explain, he pulled her up and ran towards the city. If I'm not mistaken, the shaking of the ground is caused by a large number of snake people running. Large quantities? Chen Jingxing was stunned when he heard this. He staggered after Gu Chen, talking to himself, or asking Gu Chen. Oh my god, to be able to cause such a big commotion, then, how many snake people would it take to do that? Thinking of the scene of snake people rushing in like a tide, covering the sky and the earth, he was so scared that his face turned pale and his steps became faster. Compared to my life, any mission penalty is nothing. On the way to escape, the few of them met a lone ranger who was also panicking and running back desperately. Seeing his miserable appearance, he obviously realized the seriousness of the matter and thought the same as Gu Chen. When they passed by, Gu Chen asked, Brother, what happened to you? The man looked at Gu Chen in shock and said very quickly, A beast tide. It's a beast tide. Our team was resting in a valley, but suddenly a large group of strange beasts rushed out from all directions, densely packed. I was damn lucky. I had the ability to control the wind, so I could just barely float myself and escape from one side of the valley to the other. My companions. They're all finished. They were all killed by those beasts. As he spoke the last part, his voice became intermittent, and he was obviously frightened. These words undoubtedly confirmed Gu Chen's previous speculation. Gu Chen didn't reply, but just nodded and pulled Wang Jai to continue running forward. The buddy also knew that now was not the time to talk, so he wiped his face and ran away behind Gu Chen. The roar and vibration behind them became clearer and closer, as if thousands of troops were chasing them. Just by listening to the noise, I estimate that there are at least hundreds or even thousands of snake people coming this time. This is like disturbing the snake's nest. Just then, a huge engine roar came from overhead. Gu Chen subconsciously looked up and saw a transport plane painted with the Garrison Army logo whizzing past his head at a low altitude. Brother Gu, look at that plane. Chen Jingxing panted and pointed at the plane that was flying farther and farther away. At this critical moment, why is it flying out of the city? How would Gu Chen know? He didn't have the ability to see and hear from afar, so he replied unhappily. How should I know? My ability isn't to predict the future. Chapter 55, Not Allowed to Return to the City. As they ran all the way, they were surprisingly lucky and didn't encounter any snake people. I didn't know how long I had been running, but I could finally see some scattered figures gathering together in front of me, all moving in the same direction. Then he ran a little further. I saw a row of garrison soldiers in uniform appearing in front of me. They formed a long human wall, holding weapons, and blocked all the roads back to the city. Gu Chen and the others didn't even have time to catch their breath and ran over quickly. As I got closer, I could hear bursts of chaotic noise coming from the crowd. "Get out of the way. Let us pass. There is a tide of beasts behind us." Someone was shouting at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, get back. Go back to your mission area. You're deserting your post, are you planning to rebel?" Stern orders were issued from the garrison. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Gu Chen's heart. I walked to the edge of the crowd, in front of a young woman who was squatting on the ground crying, and tried to make my voice sound gentler. "Sister, what happened? Why didn't the garrison allow us to enter the city?" The woman raised her head, her voice choking with sobs. They blocked the way back, saying they said the city is under martial law and no one is allowed to enter the city. What should we do? Gu Chen frowned, pushed aside the people blocking his way, and walked towards the garrison. All the garrison soldiers had stern faces, their weapons held straight, staring at the rioting crowd vigilantly, and occasionally shouting fierce curses, asking everyone to retreat. Someone in the crowd shouted, "We have violated the rules by leaving the mission area. You can arrest us and put us in jail." Some people covered the wounds on their arms and begged weakly, "Sir, I'm injured and I really can't fight anymore. Please, let me in." But no matter what these people said or how they begged, the garrison troops were like stones, not moving at all and refusing to give way. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and moved forward again. "Stop. Don't come any closer. Otherwise I will kill you without mercy." The garrison soldier closest to Gu Chen immediately pointed his weapon at Gu Chen and shouted sternly, his eyes so fierce that he looked like he wanted to eat someone. Gu Chen's eyes subconsciously swept to the ground, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Right on the mud beside the soldier's feet, there was a dark red mark. That color was blood. And judging from the wetness and coagulation state, it is clearly blood that has just flowed out not long ago. Gu Chen's footsteps were instantly nailed to the spot, and a chill ran up his spine. These garrison troops are here for real. They really dare to use guns. Thoughts raced through his mind, and Gu Chen pointed at Wang Jia behind him and said, "Sir, we have someone here who is not a temporary member of this call-up. She is not participating in the mission and just wants to go home now. Please help her." As he spoke, Gu Chen pulled the still-dazed Wang Jia in front of him. Upon hearing this, the garrison soldiers looked at each other, whispered a few words to each other, and seemed a little hesitant. Wang Jia was also very smart. After being pulled like this and listening to what Gu Chen said, she immediately understood what Gu Chen wanted to do. She immediately shook her head and said, I don't want to go back, I want to be with you." "Did you hear that? No one wants to go back. Get out of here. Don't get in the way." A garrison soldier immediately seized upon the conversation and shouted impatiently. Gu Chen was anxious and lowered his voice to say to Wang Jia, "Jia, the situation is a bit chaotic right now. Tong Tong and Wenwen in the city haven't awakened yet. What if something happens in the city? They won't be able to take care of themselves. Now, we can only rely on you. You must go back to the city." Wang Jia's eyes turned red instantly, with sparkling tears swirling in them. She sniffed hard, wiped her eyes vigorously, and nodded heavily. "Hubby, I understand. Hurry. Take out your alien certificate and show it to them," Gu Chen urged. Wang Jia quickly took out the alien certificate from her pocket and handed it over. The garrison took a quick glance but remained unmoved. Instead, they shouted even louder, "So what if they are not temporary members? The city has been completely blocked. No one is allowed to enter or leave. I say again, leave here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Gu Chen's nameless anger suddenly rose up, and just as he was about to argue, someone pulled his shoulder from behind. Looking back, I saw a man in his 50s, with graying hair and a frosted face. He shook his head at Gu Chen, moved his lips, and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Little brother, it's useless. Don't be impulsive. Just now someone tried to forcefully approach, and was directly beaten to death." As he spoke, he glanced behind the crowd. Gu Chen followed his gaze and his heart trembled violently. At the back where the crowd was a little thinner, there was indeed a figure lying motionless on the ground, his body curled up. The soil beneath him was stained red, and it was obvious that he was dead. I originally thought that he was just injuring someone, but I didn't expect that he was beaten to death. In an instant, all the anger and anxiety seemed to be poured over my head like a basin of ice water, leaving only bone-chilling cold and powerlessness. Gu Chen stood there, motionless. The situation before him was completely beyond his expectations. I originally thought that the worst-case scenario would be deserting the battlefield and being captured and punished by the garrison. But no one would have expected that they would actually block the city and keep everyone out. This is going to force everyone to death. Chapter 56, River of Blood. At this moment, the communicator on the waist of a garrison soldier suddenly rang. After he answered the call, he only whispered a few words like received and understood, and then hung up. Then, he waved his hand suddenly, and the garrison soldiers beside him immediately raised their weapons in unison, and the black muzzles of their guns were once again pointed at the crowd of us who wanted to return to the city. Everyone listen. The garrison shouted in an emotionless and cold tone, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave here immediately. Return to the mission area. Otherwise, we will take all necessary measures and launch an indiscriminate attack. I repeat, an indiscriminate attack." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. What? Are you crazy? Go back? Isn't that sending us to our deaths? There are snake people all behind us. You can't do this. We temporary members are also considered your garrison. Various exclamations, curses, and pleas were intertwined, and the scene was in chaos. But although most people were angry, they did not dare to actually rush forward. No one would joke about their own life. The garrison was too large. Moreover, to rebel against the garrison was to rebel against the state. Gu Chen stared at the garrison soldiers. The group of people had cold eyes, their hands tightly grasped their weapons, their bodies slightly leaned forward, and they assumed a fighting stance. Gu Chen could see that they were not joking. They are really ready for war. Gu Chen grabbed Wang Jia's hand with a bit too much force, and Wang Jia felt a bit hurt. "Follow me," Gu Chen said in a low voice. Then, Gu Chen stopped looking at the garrison troops and the crowd. He pulled Wang Jia, turned around and squeezed out of the crowd. When passing by Chen Zhengxing and his wife, Gu Chen winked at them and nodded slightly, motioning them to follow. "Brother Gu, we really have to go back?" Chen Zhengxing asked as he staggered out, his voice full of unwillingness. Gu Chen nodded, then shook his head vigorously. Several people looked at Gu Chen in confusion, obviously not understanding what nodding and shaking their heads meant. Gu Chen stopped and looked absent-mindedly at the people around him who were also panicked and didn't know where to go, and then looked at the garrison troops. A huge feeling of powerlessness and confusion came over me. I don't know either," Gu Chen said bitterly, his voice full of confusion. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly came from the direction of the garrison's defense line. Immediately afterwards, there were the heart-wrenching exclamations and screams of the crowd. "Damn the garrison! Let's fight them! We'll die anyway! Brothers, charge! Murder! The garrison killed someone!" The chaotic shouting was like thunder, instantly waking Gu Chen from his distraught state. Gu Chen turned around abruptly and looked in the direction of the garrison in horror. I saw that the situation over there was in complete chaos. Some of the emotionally excited or completely desperate aliens finally couldn't hold back and chose to confront the garrison head-on. The flash of fire, the explosion of energy, the sound of weapons firing, the screams before death, intertwined together. People kept falling down, including temporary team members and garrison soldiers. The blood dyed the land red. Yes. Gu Chen felt a chill in his heart, and a deep sorrow arose spontaneously. The right to choose has never been in the hands of the weak. The weak are nothing more than cattle and sheep driven by a whip. They can only run wherever the whip is swung. Resist? Maybe one or two would get bloodied, but in the end, they would still be whipped by more ferocious whips or directly killed. Let's go. Get out of here. Gu Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the various emotions surging in his heart, and said to Wang Jia and Chen Zhengxing and his wife beside him. The three of them didn't say anything, but just nodded silently, looked at the area that had turned into a battlefield with complicated eyes, and then followed Gu Chen closely. The alien with wind abilities who had escaped back with Gu Chen and the others also stopped at this moment. He stared blankly at Gu Chen's leaving back, then turned to look at the crowding garrison troops who were fighting fiercely. A hint of hesitation and fear flashed across his face, but soon, that hesitation and fear were replaced by determination and madness. He roared, and a light blue airflow suddenly burst out from his body. He turned around resolutely and rushed towards the chaotic battlefield. The open area where the conflict took place has turned into a battlefield. In just half an hour, the battle was over. The dark red blood soaked almost every inch of the land, and the strong fishy smell seemed to penetrate into people's nostrils even from a distance, making people nauseous. I saw a soldier in garrison uniform kicking a face-down corpse at his feet out of boredom, turning it over. The corpse made a slight gurgling sound from its throat and its lips moved slightly. It seemed as if he was using up his last bit of strength to say "save me." The soldier looked as if he had heard a huge joke. The corners of his mouth curled up, and there was no trace of pity in his eyes, but instead it was full of disgust. He said "pooh" and cursed. Unlucky. Then he raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it into the man's heart. This scene is just a microcosm of this bloody slaughterhouse. Countless garrison soldiers shuttled back and forth among the pile of corpses. Their mission is simple. Check on every fallen person. If they are temporary team members, as long as they still have a breath left, they will be stabbed again without mercy to ensure their complete death. If one of their own is injured, they will shout loudly for the medical team to let the aliens with healing abilities provide emergency treatment. This kind of differential treatment blatantly disregards the lives of temporary team members as worthless. At this moment, the communicator on the waist of a garrison captain rang. He answered quickly and replied in a low voice. Then, he hung up the call, waved his hand violently, and shouted, "Everyone, retreat! Return to the city. Don't worry about the rest." Following his order, the garrison soldiers who were still clearing the battlefield quickly retreated towards the towering isolation wall like a tide. Soon, this land that had just been filled with killing and wailing returned to its deathly silence. No, it wasn't complete silence either. If you listen carefully, you can seem to hear some faint, intermittent moans floating in the air. However, in this land littered with corpses, it was impossible to tell who had made the sound. The top of the towering isolation wall was now filled with rows of garrison troops. Among them, there were some people wearing various costumes. These people are Wind-type aliens temporarily recruited from various organizations. In addition to these people, dozens of huge metal windmills were temporarily built on the top of the wall. The blades slowly turned in the breeze, making a monotonous whoosh sound. Chapter 57 City Wall Defense. The garrison officer in charge of commanding the isolation wall position was a man named Hifengyu. He was about 40 years old and a little overweight. At this moment, he raised his hand to look at the communicator on his wrist, which showed the time. He seemed to think the time had come and gave the order in a deep voice. Start! At the command, the huge windmills that were originally rotating slowly suddenly accelerated and spun like crazy, bringing up strong air currents. At the same time, those wind-type aliens also mobilized the energy in their bodies, pushed their arms forward, and wind blades and whirlwinds appeared out of thin air, gathering into a powerful wind force visible to the naked eye, whistling towards the no-man's land outside the wall. Hifengyu looked at the increasingly strong wind, a smug smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself, "Very good. Very good. In addition, so many people died in the conflict just now. The strong smell of blood, combined with the strong wind, will definitely attract those strange beasts further away." He was laughing happily when he was suddenly hit on the back of his head by something, not light or heavy, but enough to scare him. Who? Hifengyu became furious and turned around abruptly. He was about to curse, but after seeing who was coming, the anger on his face froze instantly, and was replaced by a flattering smile that was uglier than crying. Not far behind him, on the battlement of the city wall, sat a young girl in a red dress and black skirt. Her skin is whiter than snow and her features are picturesque. At this moment, she was leisurely swinging her legs hanging outside the wall, holding a bag in her hand, taking out a juicy green date from it, and smiling brightly at Hifengyu. Then he took a bite with a crunch, and the crisp sound was particularly clear against the silent wall. Hifengyu doesn't really want to have a conflict with the expeditionary force. The garrison has branches in all major cities in Dragon Country and is the main armed force for maintaining local security. But the expeditionary force is different. There is only one expeditionary force in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and its headquarters is located in the capital. Compared with the garrison's recruitment standards that almost accept everyone, the expeditionary force's selection is extremely strict. Therefore, the number of expeditionary forces is far less than that of the garrison, but every member is the elite among the elites. They do not have any substantial power within the Dragon Kingdom, but even the highest officials of major cities do not dare to offend them easily. Many garrison soldiers saw the scene where the girl hit He Fengyu on the back of the head with a green date. Although they did not dare to laugh out loud, their red faces from trying not to laugh and their shoulders that kept shaking were enough to explain everything. He Fengyu felt his old face burning hot, but he didn't dare to get angry. He could only force an awkward smile at the girl, then turned around awkwardly and continued to stare at the direction outside the wall. But his eyes would glance towards the girl from time to time. He was so angry. He Fengyu was a well-known military officer after all, with so many people under his command. When had he ever been made fun of like this in public? This was simply a great shame. So what if she's from the expeditionary army? She's just a little girl. In his opinion, this girl was probably just a sea-level mutant, otherwise the A-level Mr. Wu Sihua would not have let her stay and went alone into the depths of the mine to destroy the snake eggs. Thinking of this, He Fengyu became a little restless. He himself is also a sea-level mutant. If he was not concerned about the background of the expeditionary force and was afraid that Wu Sihua would come back to cause trouble for him, he would definitely teach this ignorant girl a lesson. He stole another glance at the girl. I have to admit, this girl is damn pretty. That little face was as delicate as a painting, especially when she was biting the green dates. Her slightly pouting little mouth was so rosy and plump, simply charming. If I could marry such a stunning beauty, that would be such a great feeling. I'm afraid I would be as happy as a god every night. As if she had noticed his undisguised gaze, the girl suddenly turned her head and looked straight at He Fengyu with her clear eyes. He Fengyu's heart skipped a beat, as if he was a guilty thief caught on the spot. He turned his head back in panic, his heart pounding wildly. After eating the jujube in her hand, the girl spat the pits to the bottom of the city wall. Then she stood up lightly from the battlement, jumped onto the solid wall, and walked leisurely towards the elevator leading to the bottom of the wall. When she passed by He Fengyu, she said without turning her head, "Please open the isolation door." He Fengyu was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Miss Chai, what are you going to do?" The girl paused and said calmly, "Open the door, of course you want to go out." He Fengyu's expression changed instantly. He stepped forward and tried to dissuade him. "Miss Chai, you can't do this. When Mr. Wu left, he specifically told you to stay in the city and not go out without permission. You know what the situation is outside now, it's too dangerous." The girl turned around slowly, and her eyes, which originally had a lazy smile, narrowed slightly at this moment, revealing a heart-pounding chill. "Oh? That's what Wu Sihua said? I don't remember that. How about this? I'll take you to the mine now and ask him in person?" A fine layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on He Fengyu's forehead. Go to the mine? There are strange beasts everywhere in that kind of place now. He wouldn't dare to go there even if he had 100 courage. This little girl was clearly threatening him. The muscles on He Fengyu's face twitched a few times, his expression changed constantly, but he finally surrendered. He took out the communicator from his arms and whispered into it. "Open the isolation door later and let Miss Chai out." After receiving He Fengyu's instructions, the coldness on the girl's face gradually dissipated, and she showed that harmless sweet smile again. She waved her fair little hand at He Fengyu and pressed the down button of the elevator. Her figure slowly disappeared from He Fengyu's sight as the elevator descended. It was not until the elevator indicator light went out that He Fengyu suddenly spat in the direction of the elevator like a deflated ball and cursed viciously. "Damn it! You little bastard, I gave you the face. You are courting death. Don't blame me for not warning you if you get torn to pieces by a monster. Do you think you can open this isolation door whenever you want? It's a pity that this body will be destroyed by the strange beast." After cursing, he turned around and returned to his previous position. Chapter 58 Terrifying Strength. After a moment, the heavy isolation door slowly opened to both sides. The girl walked briskly through the deep doorway and stepped into the uninhabited area outside the city wall. The uninhabited area was terribly quiet at this moment. Apart from the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. The garrison troops had already withdrawn completely, and not even a shadow of them could be seen. The girl murmured softly, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, "Well, now that we are here, we can't just watch the city fall. I don't know when Wu Sihua will be able to come back." As we went deeper, we could hear faint dull roars in the distance. It was like a galloping horse or a mountain torrent, approaching rapidly from afar. The girl seemed to be oblivious to all this and continued to look leisurely, as if she was not in a dangerous situation but taking a walk in her own back garden. She took out another green date from the bag, took a bite, and while savoring the sweet juice, she walked at a leisurely pace towards the area where the conflict had broken out between the temporary team members and the garrison troops. As she walked, the Shura field appeared before her eyes. The ground was littered with broken limbs and arms, pools of coagulated dark red blood, and the strong smell of blood in the air made the girl's beautiful slender leaf eyebrows slightly frown. She seemed a little uncomfortable with this kind of situation, and her small nose wrinkled slightly. Suddenly, a hand covered in mud and blood stretched out from under a corpse stacked on top of another and accurately grabbed the girl's clean black boots. The girl stopped and lowered her head to look at the owner of the hand. It was a man, his entire body covered in blood. His original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Only a pair of eyes appeared unusually bright against the backdrop of blood. At this moment, he was staring at the girl with an almost desperate look, his lips moving silently, as if begging for something. The girl looked at him and sighed softly, her voice carrying a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to heal." After a pause, she said softly, "The only thing I can do for you is to help you relieve your pain." After saying this, the girl bowed solemnly to the man. Then, she slowly raised her right hand, and lightly clenched her white and slender fingers in the air. An ice blade flashing with a cold light appeared out of thin air in her palm. The ice blade is crystal clear and the edge is extremely sharp. The girl turned her wrist, and the sharp ice blade drew a sad arc and quickly slashed towards the man's throat. Just as I helped the man free, the roar like thousands of horses galloping in the distance came closer and louder. The earth was shaking, smoke and dust were rolling, and countless twisted and hideous black shadows were looming in the smoke and dust, rushing towards the girl's location at an extremely fast speed. Those hundreds and thousands of snake people who came here smelling the strong smell of blood. Already approaching the girl. The snake man's ugly head and his vertical pupils flashing with cruelty and ferocity could even be seen clearly. Faced with this terrifying tide of beasts that was coming like a tide, the girl remained calm, as if these monsters in front of her that were selectively devouring people were just a group of harmless ants. She casually spat the green date pit she had just eaten into the palm of her hand, then flicked her fingers, and the tiny date pit flew into the sky and instantly disappeared into the gray sky. After doing this, the girl slowly and crisply snapped her fingers. Bang! Just when the snake men who rushed to the front first were only 100 meters away from the girl, waving their claws, ready to tear this delicious-looking snack into pieces. The sky suddenly darkened. An indescribable terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Then, an ice ball that was huge beyond imagination, dragging a long white tail, fell to the ground like a meteor falling from the sky with the momentum of destroying the world. Boom! The earth is shaking. Countless snake people didn't even have time to scream before they were hit and crushed by the huge ice ball that fell from the sky. The violent shock wave, carrying ice chips and gravel, spread wildly in all directions. The girl sat directly on the ground, with her buttocks pressing on the corpse. She reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead and muttered softly, So sleepy." Meanwhile, the top of the wall. Hifengyu was listening to the galloping sound outside the wall that was getting closer and closer with fear, and his palms were full of sweat due to nervousness. He has ordered all garrison troops and temporarily recruited aliens to be ready for battle and to respond at any time to any alien beasts that may rush under the isolation wall. At this moment, a shocking loud noise suddenly came from afar. The ground beneath my feet shook violently, as if a small earthquake had occurred. Immediately afterwards, the deafening sound of the beasts galloping disappeared in an instant. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. Hifengyu was confused by this sudden change. He swallowed his saliva and asked in a somewhat dry voice, What happened?" The garrison soldiers around him were also bewildered and looked at each other. No one could answer his question. "Where's the reconnaissance team? Quick! Find out for me what's going on outside?" Hifengyu roared. A moment later, a soldier in charge of reconnaissance came over and reported with a stutter, "Report. The distance is too far, and the impact just now caused a lot of smoke and dust. For the time being, we can't observe the specific situation clearly." In the few short seconds that they were talking, they seemed to hear the faint roars and running sounds of strange beasts in the distance. However, that sound was much smaller than the terrifying sound of thousands of horses galloping just now, and it sounded a lot sparser. The other side. Gu Chen and his companions did not foolishly fight with the garrison, and of course they did not return to the mission area. What a joke! Aren't you just waiting to be torn to pieces by the snake people when you go back? Gu Chen and his friends Haven T lived long enough. The safest place I can think of right now seems to be that direction. The detection tower is not far away, hold on. Guchen spoke in a deep voice, encouraging himself and the people around him. The tower is high enough, maybe we can temporarily avoid the siege of the snake people if we climb up. Also, I remember there seems to be a garrison camp there, try your luck, maybe we can be accepted by them. That being said, he actually had no idea. The garrison had just killed the temporary team members. Would they be kind enough to take them in now? But for now, we can only try our best. It's better than staying where you are and waiting to die, or running into a group of snake people and dying. Chapter 59, Surrounded. Wang Jiayi and Chen Jingxing and his wife looked at each other. Now Guchen was their backbone, so naturally they would listen to whatever Guchen said. Boom! Just as they were on their way, a dull crash sound came from afar, from the direction they had just escaped. Although there was a long distance between them, the movement was still clearly audible. What's that noise? Li Yuqiang subconsciously grabbed her husband Chen Zhengxing's arm and looked in the direction of the sound with some horror. Gu Chen's brows also frowned tightly. From the noise and the shaking of the ground, it sounded like a tall building had collapsed. Could it be that something happened on the other side of the separation wall? Gu Chen was panicked. He hated the garrison, but he didn't want anything to happen to the wall. If something happens to the wall, the city will lose its defense line and will surely be in chaos. Gu Tong and Ran Wenwen just. Gu Chen shook his head and suppressed his thoughts. Now was not the time to think too much. He had to ensure his own safety first, and then he could find a way to go back. Never mind him, it might be the noise caused by the fight between that group of people and the garrison. Gu Chen tried to make his voice sound calmer. Let's go quickly and go to the detection tower. I don't know what the situation is like over there, but I can tell with my toes that it must be a bloody mess. Honey, Wang Jai bit her lip and suggested in a low voice, how about we try to run a little further, to the outer 6th district next door? When we get to the outer 6th district, we can take the tram back to the outer 7th district. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing grinned and revealed a bitter smile. Your idea is good, but where do we have to go? It's much more dangerous than this martial law zone. I would rather go back and fight the garrison than go deep into the no man's land. Gu Chen also nodded, indicating that he agreed with Chen Jingxing's opinion. That would require passing through an area that even aliens rarely set foot in, and the level of danger was far beyond their imagination. In this situation, it is better to play it safe. Several people walked quickly along a relatively remote path towards the detection tower. Not long after, another roar was heard. This time, everyone was used to it. No one stopped to ask what was going on. Because of this dramatic change, the martial law zone is now uneasy everywhere. Even though they had tried their best to avoid areas where snake people might appear, sporadic encounters were still inevitable. No one knows where these snake people came from, and there are so many of them that the entire martial law zone may have fallen. After all, Wang Jiayi and Chen Jingxing's strength is limited. The continuous running around and fighting are a bit exhausting for them, especially Chen Jingxing, who is carrying a huge backpack on his back. Gu Chen saw it and thought that this was not a solution. He stopped and said to Chen Jingxing, "Give me the things on your back." In order to move quickly and to have hands free for fighting at critical moments. Gu Chen simply stopped hiding it and put Chen Jingxing's bulging backpack into his own storage space in front of Chen Jingxing and his wife. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Jingxing's eyes widened at the time, and their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Spatial ability. This ability is even rarer than combat-related abilities. Fortunately, Chen Jingxing and his wife were not talkative people. After being shocked, they quickly came to their senses. In addition to surprise, their eyes were filled with admiration for Gu Chen. They tacitly agreed not to ask any more questions about the storage space. Chen Jingxing even patted his chest and guaranteed that he and his wife would keep this matter a secret, and only heaven and earth, you and I would know about it. In their opinion, Brother Gu is really a hidden talent. Not only is his fighting power off the charts, he is also a dual ability mutant with spatial abilities. This is definitely a genius. His future is limitless. Seeing that they were so sensible, Gu Chen felt relieved. After unloading the heavy burden, Chen Jingxing felt much more relaxed and his pace became faster. We almost killed our way through. Thanks to these snake people, all kinds of text information appeared in front of Gu Chen's eyes. His level was raised to level 47, and his strength increased again. He was one step closer to becoming a B-level alien, and he felt more at ease. Now he was even more at ease facing those snake people, and could often kill one with just 3 or 2 sword strikes. When you feel tired, drink a bottle of recovery potion exchanged with energy points to restore your mental and physical strength to the best state. Chen Jingxing and his wife looked at Gu Chen's increasingly powerful skills, and the admiration in their eyes almost overflowed. They were even more grateful for their decision to follow Gu Chen. If it weren't for Gu Chen, the couple would have probably lost their lives in this uninhabited area. After getting rid of a few more blind snakemen, Chen Jingxing wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed to a not-too-high hillside in front of him and said, "Brother Gu, I've been here before, so I'm quite familiar with this area. After climbing over the gentle slope ahead, you should be able to see the detection tower camp." Hearing this, everyone became more spirited and quickened their pace. As they climbed up the hillside panting and looked down, the base of the detection tower came into view. However, the current situation is a little different from what they imagined. There were several obvious flames in the camp area at the bottom of the detection tower, and many shadowy figures were swaying around the flames. It did not look like the garrison was stationed in an orderly manner, but rather there was an indescribable chaos. Chen Jingxing's face changed and he lowered his voice, "Something's wrong. This camp, looks like a fight just happened there." Gu Chen's heart sank as well. This situation was indeed beyond his expectations. He narrowed his eyes and observed carefully for a moment, then said decisively, "Don't go over there yet, let's retreat first and find a place to observe." But just as they were about to crouch down and slip away, more than a dozen people suddenly emerged from the surrounding grass and rocks, each holding a weapon in their hands, with the black muzzles of their guns and the shining swords pointing directly at them, and they surrounded them. "Don't move! Put your weapons down! Put your hands up, or don't blame us for being rude," a strong man shouted. Gu Chen clenched the sword in his hand and glanced coldly at these people who suddenly appeared. These people have a lot of evil spirit and don't seem to be good people. He didn't think that if he really handed over his weapons, the other party would politely invite them to sit down and have a chat. In the no man's land, without weapons, I am truly at the mercy of others. The two sides were in a stalemate and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. The other side has more people and more power, but Gu Chen is not a soft persimmon either. If a fight really breaks out, Gu Chen is confident that he can break out. Just then, a group of people slowly walked over from the direction of the fire in the camp. The leader was a one-eyed man with a black patch on his left eye. Chapter 60 Trapped. The one-eyed man was about 40 years old, with an elusive smile on his face, and he came to Gu Chen and the others in 3 steps. "Don't be nervous, brother," the one-eyed man said with a big grin. "My name is Su Hongjian. We are all wanderers in this remote place. It's fate that we met each other. Why do we have to fight?" Gu Chen didn't believe his nonsense. He just stared at him coldly without saying anything. In his mind, however, he was quickly calculating the other party's strength and intentions. This one-eyed dragon has a fierce aura and is definitely not someone who was easy to deal with. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't say anything, Su Hongjian didn't get angry, and still said with a smile, "Brother, we have no ill intentions. We are all trapped in this situation because we were forced to stay in the city by the damned garrison. In my opinion, we should unite and help each other to survive in this damn place, don't you think? It's getting dark soon. To be honest, it would be more dangerous for you to leave now. You'd better stay with us." Although this person definitely has bad intentions, his last sentence does make sense. Gu Chen pointed in the direction of the camp with his eyes and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on over there?" Su Hongjian touched his smooth chin, smiled, and a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. "Oh, you mean those? To be honest, we killed all those bastards from the garrison. They didn't let us enter the city and wanted to use us as cannon fodder. Who else should we kill? They deserve it." Gu Chen's heart trembled, he gritted his teeth and said, "We also have nowhere to go, we just want to find a place to take shelter, we have no ill intentions." "Hey, brother, you're right. Come to our place." Su Hongjian smiled until his eyes narrowed into slits. "This no man's land is so dangerous now. There are strange beasts everywhere. There is strength in numbers. We can all take care of each other, right?" At this moment, Chen Jingxing quietly moved closer to Gu Chen and said hurriedly in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Brother Gu, this one-eyed man, I remember him. He was the leader of a group of people who robbed the snake people's south spoils on the road before. He is from the Eagle." Gu Chen's heart suddenly twitched, and the hand holding the hilt of the sword tightened unconsciously. "What you fear will come true. I didn't expect that despite all my precautions, I still fell into their hands." Although his heart was in turmoil, Gu Chen remained calm on the surface. Instead, he smiled at Su Hongjin. Since Brother Su said so, we naturally hope to join, so that everyone can take care of each other. Okay. That's great. Su Hongjin laughed, looking very happy. But since you want to join us, you have to follow our rules. To show your sincerity and for everyone's sake, you have to hand over your weapons first. Don't worry, this is only temporary. After the observation period, when we make sure you have no bad intentions, we will return your weapons to you. This is the rule for all new brothers, don't think too much. Without even raising his eyelids, Gu Chen threw the sword in his hand to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Jai, Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiang were reluctant, but they knew that the situation was stronger than they were, so they could only grit their teeth and throw their weapons to the ground. Su Hongjin nodded with satisfaction, took a step forward, patted Gu Chen's shoulder affectionately, and smiled even more happily. That's right. Welcome to join us. From now on we are all family. As he said that, he took out 4 small glass bottles from his arms, which contained some transparent liquid, and handed them to Gu Chen and the others. Come on, 1 bottle each, drink it. Li Yuqiang looked at the small bottle and couldn't help asking, what does this mean? Everyone can recognize that this is the special power liquid. After drinking it, it can temporarily prevent the extraordinary person from using his special powers for a day. The smile on Su Hongjin's face remained unchanged. Don't be nervous. This is the rule. After all, people's hearts are hidden in the belly, so we have to be on guard. After the 1-day observation period, or if you encounter any danger, we will give you recovery fluid to restore your abilities. Don't worry, we won't harm our brothers. These words sounded high-sounding, but Gu Chen knew it very well in his heart. What a bullshit observation period. This is clearly an attempt to completely control him. But he did not hesitate. He took the bottle of essential liquid, tilted his head back and drank it down in one gulp, smacking his lips. Then he turned to Wang Jia and the others and said, "Drink it. Now that you have joined, you must abide by their rules." Although Wang Jia and the others were extremely reluctant, seeing that Gu Chen had already drunk it, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and pour the essential liquid into their stomachs. 2 men and 2 women came out, searched Gu Chen and the others, and then nodded to Su Hongjin. Seeing how cooperative Gu Chen and the others were, Su Hongjin's smile became more sincere. He put his arm around Gu Chen's shoulder and wanted to pull him towards the camp. Gu Chen calmly avoided his arm and followed him. As we walked into the camp, a strong smell of blood hit our noses. The place was in a mess. More than a dozen corpses in garrison uniforms were lying on the ground, with broken weapons scattered around them. Their deaths were miserable. Of course, several of Su Hongjin's own men also fell, obviously having experienced a fierce battle before. The bodies were just lying on the ground, their wounds still oozing blood, and no one came forward to deal with them, leaving flies and mosquitoes hovering over them. Gu Chen and his companions were brought to an open space under the detection tower. Su Hongjin pointed to the empty space and said with a fake smile, "Everyone, take a rest here first. Remember, don't run around. This area is not peaceful and there are dangers everywhere." After saying this, he left with his men. In addition to the 4 of them, there were a dozen or so other unarmed people sitting sparsely on the open space. These people were all dejected, with empty eyes, and wearing all kinds of clothes. They looked like the same unlucky people as them, who were hired by Su Hongjin using similar means. Around the open space, there were several men with weapons, lazily sitting high up, on the steel support of the detection tower, looking at them with malicious eyes, obviously guards. The main body of this detection tower is a huge cylindrical building with circles of steel supports welded to the outside, extending upwards layer by layer like scaffolding. In addition to fixing the tower body, these brackets are probably also used to facilitate future maintenance personnel to climb and inspect. Chen Zhengxing sat down on the cold ground, sighing and complaining. Alas! Now it's great. I have lost my abilities and weapons. I am completely like meat on the chopping board. My life is in the hands of others. Chapter 61, Evil Deeds. Gu Chen glanced at him and lowered his voice and said, "Do you think you will let us leave safely after seeing the bodies of these garrison soldiers?" From the moment we were surrounded by them, there was no turning back. Chen Zhengxing was choked by his words, and then sighed helplessly. "Then, what should we do now? We can't just wait here to die, right?" Gu Chen shrugged casually. "When the car reaches the mountain, there must be a way, and when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally go straight. It's good to have someone outside to protect us. Relax and see what happens first." Although he said to relax, his mind was racing with thoughts. How many people does Su Hongjin have under him and what positions do they hold? Bringing them here for surveillance, is it really for the purpose of observing and then deciding whether to take them in? If you were to leave here, where would you go next? There are so many things that Guchen needs to think about. After hearing what Guchen said, Chen Jingxing smiled bitterly. It's already this late, and you're still relaxing? His heart is almost in his throat. Guchen ignored his expression, and his eyes were calmly looking at everything around him. His eyes finally fell on the steel support outside the detection tower. He noticed that at a height roughly equivalent to that of a 3-story building, there was a crude tin hut built on the supports, with faint light coming through the windows of the hut. Did you see it? Guchen pointed his chin towards the 3rd floor of the tower and whispered to Chen Jingxing, there is a small tin house there. Su Hongjin just led a few people there. They were very mysterious. I don't know what they were doing inside. Chen Jingxing looked in the direction he pointed. The hut was blocked by a wall, so he couldn't see anything, so he shook his head. The sky slowly turned dark. Outside the camp, from time to time, there were the sharp cries of snake people, as well as the roars and screams of humans. These sounds slowly tugged at everyone's tense nerves, making people feel uneasy. It's quite ironic that Gu Chen and his group are under house arrest here, so they don't have to worry about those snake people for the time being. It can be considered a blessing in disguise as they can take a breath. Gu Chen pulled Wang Jiayi into his arms. The girl's warm and soft body pressed against him, bringing a sense of comfort. Wang Jiayi leaned obediently on his chest, breathing shallowly. Next to them, Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong also snuggled up to each other, absorbing each other's body warmth in this cold night. The 4 of them gathered together. Guchen squinted his eyes, seemingly resting, but in fact his brain was working rapidly. This damn place is definitely not a place to stay for long. There is absolutely no way Su Hongjin would really take them in. At this moment, a chaotic and hurried sound of footsteps came from afar, waking up all the people who were dozing or sleeping lightly in the open space. Everyone's heart tightened and they all looked up. I saw 3 men walking out of the darkness cursing. Their clothes were torn and tattered and stained with dark red blood. It was hard to tell whether they were from alien animals or humans. The smell of blood mixed with sweat made people frown even from a distance. The man walking in front had a bleeding wound on his face. He looked around the crowd with his eyes showing his desire without concealing it. When those cunning eyes swept over Wang Jai, they visibly brightened up, and his Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. Wang Jai's appearance was still eye-catching even in this dusty and disheveled crowd. You, come out. The man with a wound on his face stretched out a dirty finger, pointed it at Wang Jai from a distance, and spoke in a commanding tone. Wang Jai buried her head in Gu Chen's arms, ignoring everything. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold, and he gently patted Wang Jai's back, as if to signal her not to be afraid. Seeing that Wang Jai didn't move, the man with the wound on his face showed a trace of impatience, and he wanted to go forward and catch her while cursing. Damn, this little girl is quite stubborn. You're so shameless, aren't you? What do you want to do? Chen Jingxing stood up suddenly and stood in front of Wang Jai and Gu Chen like a bull protecting its cubs, glaring at the 3 uninvited guests. The man with the wound on his face was furious when he saw someone dare to stand up, and glared at Chen Jingxing fiercely. If you don't want to die, get out of here. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his hideous tattoo, and looked like he was about to take action. A companion behind him pulled him and said in a low voice, "Come on, mad dog, why are you getting mad at a loser? There are plenty of women here, just change one." The man with a wound on his face spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground, his eyes narrowed, and his gaze swept over the shivering women in the crowd again. Finally, he pointed to a young woman who was huddled in a corner, hugging her knees and shaking like a frightened quail. "It's you! Get out here!" The woman was already pale with fright, and she was even more frightened when he pointed at her. She shook her head desperately, making pleading sounds, and refused to move an inch. Fuck! You're so shameless! The man with a wound on his face cursed angrily, rushed forward, grabbed the woman's hair roughly, and dragged her off the ground. Ah! The woman let out a shrill scream, and the pain of her hair being pulled almost made her faint. Next to her, a man who was also imprisoned, apparently her companion, moved his body suddenly, as if he also wanted to stand up and protect her like Chen Jingxing did. However, he had just raised half of his body when he met the other party's fierce gaze. He squatted down dejectedly as if his spine had been pulled out, holding his head, not daring to look again. This scene made the other prisoners around feel disheartened. The 3 men, ignoring the woman's cries and struggles, pointed and rudely selected another woman who looked slightly pretty in the crowd. The two women were sobbing and dragged like lambs to the slaughter, disappearing into the dark woods at the edge of the clearing. The desperate pleas and the men's obscene teasing echoed in the silent night sky, making people feel chilled. The crowd around Guchen was in deathly silence. Only the conversation of a few guards on the elevated platform could be vaguely heard. It was probably something like, they also want to go there and have some fun. The men subconsciously pulled their female companions behind them, lowered their heads, and did not dare to meet the gazes of the guards, fearing that they would be the next. Fear spread among them like a plague. Guchen's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He didn't say anything, but his tightly clenched fists showed his mood. In my chest, an uncontrollable rage is burning. Chapter 62 Dead. Wang Jia felt the stiffness of Guchen's body, stretched out her slightly cool hand, and gently covered Guchen's fist, using her softness and warmth to try to calm his turbulent emotions. Husband. Her voice was weak, but she looked at Guchen firmly, her eyes full of concern. Before long, over in the woods, the suppressed cries and screams of the women gradually faded away, and were replaced by the increasingly exaggerated and obscene laughter and flattery of the men. There was also a man's scream. Those voices drilled into everyone's ears like poisonous snakes, making people shudder. Then, a man came out of the woods, cursing, dragging a woman with him. He threw the woman back into the clearing like trash. Guchen looked up. The woman was now naked, with purple bruises and slap marks all over her body, obviously having suffered inhuman abuse. Her eyes were lifeless, with blood foam at the corners of her mouth. She collapsed on the ground like a broken doll without a soul. Lily! Lily! The man who had wanted to stand up but backed down before finally broke down at this moment. He rushed over crying and hugged the woman's body, his voice was shrill. The man who dragged the woman back was the man with the wound on his face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, spat on the ground, and cursed, "What a fucking bad luck. This woman is useless. She can't even handle 5 brothers. Fuck." After saying that, his lustful eyes fell on Wang Jia again. He was still angry because he was dissuaded by his companions. Now those two were still having fun in the woods. He came back alone, but he had no intention of letting go of Wang Jia, this delicacy. He grinned and pointed at Wang Jia again. "My little beauty, it's your turn now, get out of here so I don't have to do anything." Wang Jia still held Guchen's arm tightly, with no intention of getting up. Seeing this, the man with the wound on his face strode over, cursing. "You stinky bitch, if you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you. Get out of here." Chen Jingxing stood up again with a roar and stood in front of the man with a wound on his face. "You're looking for death." The man with a wound on his face was completely enraged this time. A swaying flame suddenly appeared on his palm, and a scorching air wave blew towards him. He stared at Chen Jingxing viciously and grinned, "If you dare to meddle in other people's business again, I will burn you to charcoal first. Sit down, or else." Before he could finish his words, he felt as if the back of his head was hit hard by a sledgehammer. His vision suddenly went black and the intense pain made him groan. He subconsciously reached out to touch the back of his head and felt a wet, hot, sticky liquid. He looked down and saw it was blood. Blood. He uttered an unclear word, his body swayed, his eyes became unfocused, and then with a thump, he fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, and there was no movement anymore. Guchen slowly put down the sharp-edged, blood-stained stone in his hand, and a smile appeared on his lips. "It feels so fucking good to kill this beast." This sudden change caused the people imprisoned in the open space to panic, and several people screamed in fear. "Someone is causing trouble. Someone come quickly. Damn it, he killed the mad dog." The men in charge of surveillance on the steel support of the detection tower also immediately noticed the movement here. One of them shouted at the top of his voice, while the others slid down from the height in a hurry and rushed towards Guchen with weapons in hand. One of the men who rushed forward first checked the man lying on the ground and found that he was dead. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he roared, raising the machete in his hand and was about to chop towards Guchen. "What's going on?" At this tense moment, a voice with a bit of majesty was heard. Su Hongzhen walked over with 2 guards, his face gloomy. When the men who rushed over saw Su Hongzhen, they stopped immediately and recounted what had just happened in a flurry of conversation, adding more details to the story. After listening to this, Su Hongzhen frowned, glanced at the corpse on the ground with a sinister look, and then looked at Guchen. He walked up to Guchen, his eyes resting on the bloody stone in his hand, and said in a cold tone, "Put the stone down." Guchen threw the stone to the ground expressionlessly, making a dull bang sound. Su Hongjin stared at Gu Chen, his face showing no joy or anger, and said slowly, "Boy, you are ruthless enough, I admire your ruthlessness. However, if you kill someone here, you must be punished according to my rules." Gu Chen met his gaze, showing no sign of weakness. "That scumbag, he robbed women, committed violence, and killed people. He deserves to die." Upon hearing this, Su Hongjin curled up a sarcastic smile. He looked around at the prisoners who dared to be angry but not to speak, then looked at Gu Chen and said slowly, "You can't say that. The brothers fought those man-eating beasts outside and were exhausted as dogs. They came back to relax with a woman. What's wrong? It's just for fun. It won't hurt them. When they have had enough fun, they will naturally return the woman. As for the woman just now, it was because the brothers didn't know how to handle it properly, and she bit someone. I have already asked them to be careful. I promise that such accidents will not happen again next time." These words sounded like an explanation to Gu Chen, but they were actually spoken to the other prisoners, with obvious soothing and warning implications. If it weren't for the growing threat of the snake people, and the continuous reduction in the number of men under his command in battle, and the urgent need for these new recruits to replenish the combat power, I'm afraid Su Hongjin would have turned against him and killed people long ago, and he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking here. Gu Chen took a step forward, almost face to face with Su Hongjin, and their noses were about to touch. He stared at Su Hongjin's single eye and said word by word, "Boss Su, there are women in your team. If you really can't hold it back, you can go and worry about your own family. The women here are not objects that you can mess around with at will." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar all around. The imprisoned people all looked at Gu Chen with shock and disbelief, as if they couldn't believe that he dared to contradict Su Hongjin so bluntly. The whispers buzzed like mosquitoes. The men behind Su Hongjin laughed unrestrainedly as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. The muscles on Su Hongjin's face twitched a few times, and he raised his hand to rub his forehead. A trace of impatience and ruthlessness flashed in his one eye. "Kid, you know what? The thing I hate most in my life is reasoning with people." Chapter 63 Counterattack. Gu Chen's mouth curled up into a strange smile. "Really? Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's not up to you to choose whether you want to talk about it now." Su Hongjin's heart suddenly skipped a beat and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He looked down subconsciously, and saw a cold light close to his clothes, and a sharp dagger was firmly against his heart. All the hair on his body stood up. "Where did you get this dagger?" Su Hongjin's voice became a little hoarse due to shock. He just couldn't figure it out. He had clearly searched him and didn't see anything in his hand, so where did this guy get the dagger from? Gu Chen just smiled and didn't explain. With a slight movement of his wrist, the dagger swam upwards like a slippery poisonous snake, and finally lay firmly across Su Hongjin's carotid artery. Then, Gu Chen strangled Su Hongjin's neck with his arms from behind, controlling his entire body in front of him, forming a human shield. Su Hongjin's breathing suddenly became heavy. He could clearly feel the cold metal touch on his neck and the powerful force coming from Gu Chen's arm. The one eye that was usually full of arrogance and calculation was now filled with shock, anger, and a hint of fear. As long as Gu Chen exerts a little force, his life will be lost here and he will have to report to the King of Hell. "Boss! Let our boss go." Upon seeing this, Su Hongjin's men suddenly froze, and as if they were facing a formidable enemy, they raised their weapons and pointed them at Gu Chen, but because Su Hongjin was in their hands, they were afraid to act rashly. And those imprisoned people were so frightened that they dared not even breathe. They huddled in corners, silent as a mouse, for fear of being caught up in this sudden storm. "Hand over all the rejuvenating fluid," Gu Chen ordered. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard from the outskirts of the camp. It sounded like there were quite a few people, and they were approaching this side quickly. A trace of ferocity flashed across Su Hongjin's one eye, and he forced himself to smile calmly. "Boy, even if you kill me, you useless bastards can't escape. Let me go now, and I swear to heaven that I will let bygones be bygones for what happened today, and I will never hurt a hair on your head." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen showed a mocking smile on his lips. "Yeah?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hongjin's men, who were running towards this side in the distance and happened to pass by the place where the bodies of the garrison troops were piled before, suddenly felt a sharp pain in their feet. The scattered and broken metal weapon parts on the ground seemed to be controlled by an invisible big hand. They suddenly floated into the air and turned into cold lights, cutting towards the ankles and calves of those people with incredible precision. "Ah! My feet! Damn! What the hell?" For a moment, screams and curses were heard everywhere, and the few people who rushed over aggressively instantly fell to the ground wailing, covering their bloody legs and feet. Su Hongjin made a low gurgling sound in his throat, as if he had seen a ghost. He turned his head to look at Gu Chun in disbelief, and his voice changed. Why can you still use your abilities? I clearly saw you drink the absolute energy liquid. How is this possible? Not only Su Hongjin, everyone present was completely stunned by this scene. A person who drank the supernatural liquid could actually use supernatural powers? This completely overturned their cognition. My patience is limited. Gu Chun interrupted him coldly, and pressed the hand holding the dagger slightly. Hiss. Su Hongjin immediately felt a sharp pain on the side of his neck, and a warm liquid flowed down his skin, obviously bleeding. Oh shit. Su Hongjin cursed, and the threat of death on his neck made him dare not play any tricks anymore. There was a deep sense of unwillingness in his one eye, but the desire to survive ultimately overcame everything. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. The rejuvenating liquid is in the bag around my waist, but there isn't much, only 10 bottles. Just as Su Hongjin finished speaking, Wang Jia's ears moved and she kicked suddenly into the empty air beside her. Bang! With a dull thud, a thin figure appeared from the air as if hit by a high-speed truck. He flew backwards with blood spurting out of his mouth, and hit the steel support of the detection tower not far away heavily with a dull impact sound, then slid softly to the ground, and it seemed that he could not move for a while. Wang Jia swung her legs and pointed at the pair of cute cat ears on her head that were trembling slightly. With a playful smile on her face, she said to the stunned subordinates of Su Hongjin around her. Hee, my ears are very sensitive. Want to launch a sneak attack? No way. One of Su Hongjin's men pointed at Gu Chen and Wang Jia, his voice trembling with shock. Have you all recovered your abilities? Wang Jia snapped her fingers and smiled, bingo. Congratulations, you got it right. It's a pity there is no reward. Gu Chen ignored everyone's astonishment, and with his other hand, he quickly unzipped the bulging cloth bag on Su Hongjin's waist and reached in to feel around. I just touched a few cold glass bottles and was about to take them out when I suddenly felt a slight pain in my fingertips, as if I was bitten by something sharp. He pulled his hand away suddenly as if he had been electrocuted, only to see 2 tiny teeth marks oozing with black blood on his index finger. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing this, Su Hongjin suddenly laughed wildly and triumphantly, idiot. You were bitten by my poisonous centipede. I am the only one who has the antidote for this poison. If you don't let me go, within 3 hours, you will bleed from all 7 orifices and turn into a pool of pus and die. Ha 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 ha. Quick. Let me go. Otherwise, just wait. His laughter and threats came to an abrupt end. Gu Chen held the dagger in his hand and pulled it sideways without any hesitation. Well. Su Hongjin's one eye was as big as a copper bell, filled with disbelief and endless fear. He turned around and stared at Gu Chen intently, and a ho-ho sound of air leaking out of his throat, like an old bellows. Blood gushed out from the hideous gap in his carotid artery, instantly staining his clothes red and splashing all over Gu Chen who was nearby. His body twitched violently for a few times, and then he collapsed like a puddle of mud. The last light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his life force was completely gone in just a few seconds. Plop. Su Hongjin's body fell heavily at Gu Chen's feet. This bloody and abrupt scene plunged the entire open space into a suffocating silence. Chapter 64 Kill all the villains. But this dead silence lasted only less than a second. Boss. Fuck. You're looking for death. You bastard. I want you to pay for my life. After a brief shock, several of Su Hongjin's men started shouting. They subconsciously took a few steps back, putting some distance between themselves and Gu Chen and the others. At this moment, among the group of people whose legs and feet were injured by Gu Chen's metal fragments, there were a few who were less seriously injured and still able to move, and they also struggled to crawl over. They immediately shouted at their accomplices who had just arrived and were unaware of the situation. The boss was killed by that brat. They have all recovered their abilities. The long-range ones. Quick! Kill them with long-range attacks. Gu Chen didn't even look at those clamoring minions. He squatted down and turned out the contents of the cloth bag. A palm-sized, pitch-black centipede was wriggling with its fangs and claws bared. Gu Chen's eyes turned cold, and the dagger in his hand stabbed and poked as fast as lightning. Laugh. The poisonous centipede was pierced directly by the dagger and cut into 2 pieces. It flew to the side and continued to twitch. He then picked up 10 small glass bottles from the ground, which were the recovery liquid. Gu Chen stuffed all the energy regenerating liquid into Wang Jia's hands and said in a deep voice, "Give it to others." Wang Jia took the rejuvenating liquid, took a look at the half centipede still twisting and struggling on the ground, frowned in disgust, then raised her foot and stomped on it hard, crushing the poisonous creature into a pool of meat paste. After doing all this, she took the rejuvenating fluid and turned to walk towards the shivering prisoners. At the same time, Su Hongjian's men who had reacted not far away had already launched an attack. Bang, bang, bang. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp gunshots and the sounds of energy attacks breaking through the air intertwined together, and all kinds of attacks poured towards Gu Chen and the others. Gu Chen's mind moved slightly, and the shields and weapons he had seized earlier flew out of his storage space in an instant. Zhengxing, Yu Qiong, catch it. Chen Jingxing grabbed a half-man high shield and roared. A layer of khaki light appeared on his body surface, which was his hardening ability. He slammed his shield to the ground, blocking everyone. Li Yuqiong quickly retreated behind him, formed seals with her hands, and muttered something. A series of enhancement halos fell on Chen Jingxing, increasing his strength and defense again. Dang dang dang. Dense bullets and energy attacks hit the shield hard, making a series of deafening metal collision sounds and sparks flying. Even though Chen Jingxing was extremely strong, and had the assistance of Li Yuqiong and his own hardening ability, he was still beaten back by the violent attack, and his arms were numb. He could feel that the shield was vibrating violently, and it was likely that it would not be long before the shield was completely scrapped. At this moment, a light blue energy shield appeared out of thin air with a hum, like an inverted giant bull, covering Gu Chen, Wang Jia, Chen Jingxing and his wife, and the prisoners who had just received the recovery liquid. All the attacks that hit the light shield only caused ripples but could not hurt the people inside at all. Chen Jingxing suddenly felt the pressure relieved and looked back. I saw a tall, thin young man wearing glasses with his arms outstretched, struggling to maintain this huge energy shield. Veins bulged on his forehead, and it was obvious that he was having a hard time holding on. It turned out that those people who had recovered their abilities after drinking the recovery liquid distributed by Wang Jia rushed to help at the first opportunity. But it seems that this light shield will not last long. Everyone listen carefully. Gu Chen's voice resounded throughout the open space. Su Hongjian is dead. His gang of scum have committed many evil deeds. Now that we have regained our strength, are we going to let them slaughter us? If you don't want to die, fight with me. Kill all these villains. His words were full of incitement and ignited the anger and hatred that had long been pent up in those people's hearts. Damn it! Fight them! These sons of bitches, I've wanted to kill them for a long time. Kill! Kill all these beasts! These people had been bullied and humiliated in every way by Su Hongjian and his men before, and the resentment in their hearts had long been boiling. Now that he has regained his abilities and with Gu Chen leading the way, why would he hesitate? One by one, they responded with roars as if they were injected with chicken blood. Without saying a word, they picked up anything they could find around them, or directly condensed their supernatural powers, and followed Gu Chen to charge back at the enemies outside. When Su Hongjian's men saw that Gu Chen and his men were not dead, but counterattacked as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and there were quite a few of them, they panicked and shouted for help outside the camp. Quick! Come and help! We can't hold on here. However, a moment later, an anxious and desperate reply came from the outskirts of the camp. Strange beasts. The strange beasts are coming. We can't take care of ourselves here. Hold on. Find a way to hold on. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. A melee broke out. Swords flash and energy roars. Gu Chen took the lead and took out the gold-tempered knife he had obtained before. Every time he attacked, he would take a life. As he was at the peak of sea level, it was relatively easy for him to face these E-level and F-level aliens. Wang Jia was as agile as a cat, moving through the crowd, and blood splattered wherever the dagger passed. Chen Jingxing and his wife cooperated well. One was responsible for defense, the other was responsible for assisting and performing sneak attacks, and they firmly defended one side. Those aliens who had just recovered their abilities vented all their anger and humiliation on these oppressors. I don't know how long it was before the last scream disappeared into the night sky and the entire detection tower area returned to silence again. However, this silence was filled with a stronger and more pungent smell of blood. Su Hongjian's men, along with a few snake people who happened to pass by here, were eliminated by Gu Chen and his men, leaving no one alive. The night wind blew, ruffling the strands of hair on Gu Chen's forehead that were soaked with sweat and blood. He stood among the corpses, his chest heaving violently, but his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle. Survived. The night wind smelled of blood and felt a little cold when it blew on my face. The intense fight just now was satisfying, but it also consumed a lot of energy from everyone. At this moment, the battle was over and everyone was injured to varying degrees. Those healing mutants who had been imprisoned by Su Hongjin before and had now recovered their superpowers, did not care about their own embarrassment and immediately began to treat the wounded. A soft healing light illuminates the crowd. Chen Jingxing panted and strode to Gu Chen's side. His tiger eyes looked him up and down carefully, as if he wanted to see a flower from his face. Gu Chen didn't even need to guess, he knew he wanted to ask what happened when he was imprisoned just now. As expected, Chen Jingxing spoke in a muffled voice, "Brother Gu, what's going on? We have all drunk the absolute energy liquid, how can you still use your spatial ability?" Chapter 65 Please save these dozens of lives. Gu Chen's eyes moved slightly, with a confused expression on his face, and he spread his hands. You asked me about this, but I don't know. I was just trying to save my life, and I didn't expect it to work. Maybe I have a special ability? This sounds far-fetched, but there is no other way at the moment. My secret must not be exposed. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxing grinned, with a bit of fear and relief. Hey, who cares? As long as it works. This time it's all thanks to you carrying the rejuvenating fluid, otherwise all of us would have to die here today. Wang Jiai also came over, her watery eyes filled with worry, looking Gu Chen up and down. Honey, are you really okay? Didn't that bastard just say you were poisoned? How do you feel now? Seeing the concern in her eyes, Gu Chen felt warm in his heart. He showed a reassuring smile on his face, and reached out to gently pinch her cheek, which felt smooth to the touch. It feels good. Don't worry, everything is fine. That guy is just talking nonsense. If there is really a problem, there are still aliens in the healing department. Gu Chen pretended to be relaxed and then gestured to the surroundings. Don't just focus on me, go and help and check the surroundings. Now is not the time to relax. Who knows if there will be other dangers in this damn place. Wang Jiai and Chen Jingxing nodded, then turned around to strengthen the vigilance and at the same time comfort the frightened aliens. Looking at their departing backs, the smile on Gu Chen's face slowly faded. As soon as he thought about it, he saw an inconspicuous abnormal status prompt lying quietly below the life value that only he could see. Poisoning, being corroded by toxins, blood volume is slowly lost. It can be removed by using primary antidote. That guy Su Hongjin wasn't talking nonsense. He was indeed poisoned, but this poison can be cured. Gu Chen glanced at the lonely little house on the elevated platform not far away, and walked towards the house as if nothing had happened. When passing an obstacle, he turned his wrist slightly, and an inconspicuous small glass bottle appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Gu Chen raised his head and drank it. A stream of cool medicine slid into the throat, and after a moment, the vague feeling of stagnation and weakness in the body quietly disappeared. The depoisoned status on the attribute panel also disappeared. The bottles of rejuvenating liquid that he had given to Wang Jiai and the others were also temporarily exchanged by Gu Chen using energy points. After killing those snakemen along the way and accumulating energy points with great effort, I now have 135 points left after exchanging them for 4 bottles of rejuvenating liquid and a bottle of primary antidote. As long as you don't try to play the lottery or exchange for expensive combat items, this amount of energy points will be enough for the time being just to exchange for some potions. Soon, Gu Chen arrived at the small house on the elevated platform. The hut is not big, with several instruments placed inside, and various wires crisscross like a spider web. Gu Chen glanced around and roughly understood that this should be the control room of the detection tower. I walked over to a machine that looked like the main console, but found that the screen was dark and it was not running. Gu Chen reached out tentatively and pressed a few buttons, then flipped a few switches, but the machine didn't respond. He finally understood that these things were not something that an outsider like him could figure out. Just when Gu Chen was about to give up and go down to look for someone who knew the business, the door of the hut was thrown open. Wang Jiai held the doorframe with one hand and covered her chest with the other, panting slightly. She said to me in a panic, "Husband, there's someone down there. Something's wrong." Gu Chen's heart trembled, thinking that the person who came might have bad intentions. He hurriedly followed Wang Jiai and walked down the overpass quickly. As soon as they reached the ground, they saw a dozen aliens who had been rescued earlier. They were now standing in a semicircle with nervous expressions, staring vigilantly at the center of the circle. In the center of the circle stood a girl in a red top and black skirt. The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, with skin so white that it was almost transparent, and facial features as delicate as a doll's, but her eyes did not have the slightest bit of human emotion. She just walked quietly, as if the tense and hostile people around her were just air. With every step she took, the strange people surrounding her subconsciously took a step back. Neither took action nor backed off. "Stop! Who are you?" A braver man shouted sternly, holding the weapon in his hand tighter. "What are you doing here?" another voice asked with a trembling tone. However, the girl in red seemed not to have heard it. She continued to walk forward with an expressionless face and said nothing. That attitude of disregarding everything is more frightening than any threat. Gu Chen stepped forward quickly and separated the crowd. When he saw the girl's face clearly, he felt as if struck by lightning and his pupils suddenly shrank. "It's her. How could it be her?" Gu Chen quickly suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said in a deep voice to the nervous people around him, "It's okay, disperse. Go back and continue to keep an eye on them, and stay alert." Although everyone was puzzled, seeing Gu Chen's solemn expression, they did not dare to ask more questions and retreated one after another. But his eyes still swept over the girl from time to time. The red-dressed girl paused slightly, turned her cold eyes to Gu Chen, and spoke lightly in a clear voice. "Are you their leader?" Gu Chen replied calmly, "I don't dare to be the leader. I'm not a leader. I'm just a temporary leader." The girl glanced at the corpse and bloodstains on the ground that had not yet been cleaned up, and asked calmly, "Did you kill all these people?" Gu Chen quickly explained, "Not all of them. Those garrisons were killed by the group that occupied this place before. As for that group, we killed them. We were also trying to protect ourselves. We were forced to do so and had no other choice." After hearing this, the girl didn't say anything. She just stretched out her slender white hand and touched the black bag hanging around her waist, as if she was groping for something inside. She grabbed it twice, then took her hand out. Her palm was empty, nothing in it. Gu Chen saw that her brows were slightly frowned, and she seemed a little unhappy. Then, the girl no longer paid attention to Gu Chen, and walked straight past Gu Chen and headed towards the detection tower. The moment she passed by Gu Chen made a decision. Gu Chen turned around and bent down deeply towards her back. "Master of the Expeditionary Army, please save these dozen of our lives." Chapter 66 Girl Chai Shintong. Gu Chen had seen this girl before. When he returned from his first patrol mission, 2 expeditionary forces came to Sky Wall, and the girl was one of them. To be honest, because he was stopped by the garrison and not allowed to return to the city, Gu Chen did not have a good impression of these officers and soldiers, and even had some hatred towards them. But if he wants to return to the city now, the girl in front of him is his only hope. Wang Jai, who was standing next to Gu Chen, was so shocked when she heard this that her eyes widened and she looked at the back of the girl in red in disbelief. Expeditionary force? This girl in front of her who looks even younger than her is actually a member of the Expeditionary Force, the most elite team of Dragon Country? She didn't believe it at all, and wondered if Gu Chen had been beaten to a pulp and was talking nonsense here. However, the red-dressed girl's subsequent reaction instantly overturned all her doubts. The girl stopped and turned around slowly. The pair of calm eyes looked at Gu Chen, revealing a rare hint of confusion. "How do you know my identity?" Gu Chen secretly said in his heart, "The bet is right," still maintaining the posture of bowing, and answered respectfully. "Your Excellency, I used to be in the 78th Squadron of the Garrison Army. When you went to Skywall, I had the honor of meeting you. I was deeply impressed by your demeanor." The girl had a stunning appearance, and Gu Chen took a quick glance at her and remembered her immediately. "I didn't expect to meet you here." After hearing what Gu Chen said, the girl fell into a brief silence. After a moment, she said calmly, "I still have things to deal with now." After she finished speaking, she stopped looking at Gu Chen and turned around and walked straight towards the small house on the iron frame. Gu Chen looked at her back, thoughts racing in his mind. "No, I can't give up like this." Gu Chen made up his mind and followed quickly. "Husband." Seeing this, Wang Jai became a little worried and wanted to follow. Gu Chen didn't even turn his head, but just waved at her, signaling her not to come over. A boss of this level cannot be dealt with by just a large number of people. Gu Chen walked quickly into the cabin, and the girl was already standing in front of the main control console. The girl didn't even turn her head, and her voice still didn't contain any emotion. "Why did you follow me here? Aren't you afraid that I will get angry and kill you?" Gu Chen forced a sincere smile on his face and said, "You are joking, sir." If you are really the kind of person who kills innocent people, you would have taken action long ago when so many people were pointing weapons at you. Why wait until now? The girl didn't say anything, but took out a thin card and gently placed it on a groove in the machine. Drip, drip. A rapid electronic sound rang out. Then, the detection tower outside the cabin suddenly lit up, and the dazzling scarlet light pierced through the darkness. Failed? Chai Shintong murmured softly. But Gu Chen no longer cared about her. He opened his mouth wide and looked at the red detection tower in shock through the window of the cabin. Red. It's actually red. This means that a strange beast above level A has appeared nearby. The changes in the detection tower were like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. Everyone noticed. The aliens who were in charge of surveillance at the bottom of the detection tower looked up in horror, staring at the ominous red light, and the blood drained from their faces. Those people who were scattered within the martial law zone and had managed to escape from the mouths of the strange beasts also poked their heads out from their hiding places and looked at the red light in despair. Further away, in the outer 7th district near the isolation wall, all residents who saw the red light, whether they were resting at home or wandering on the street, felt as if their hearts were being tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, and were once again covered by thick fear. Who activated the detection tower? In the 7th outer district, on the rooftop of the municipal building, a dignified middle-aged man asked in a stern voice. He is the mayor of the outer 7th district, Wu Qingshan. The secretary's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he answered tremblingly, Mayor, the communication with the detection tower was cut off in the evening. We don't know what the situation is over there now. Wu Qingshan's face turned pale. He suppressed his anger and gave an order in a deep voice, immediately. Immediately. Activate all emergency plans. Calm the citizens, send more people, and do our best to maintain public order in the city. We must not let panic spread. For a moment, the entire outer District 7 was shaken by the sudden red light. On the streets and alleys, people put down their work, walked out of their homes, gathered together, looked up at the ominous red light in the distance, talked a lot, with fear and anxiety written all over their faces. Gu Chen's home. Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong were leaning against the window, their small figures huddled together, looking in the direction of the no man's land. Gu Tong's face was full of worry, and her voice was trembling a little. Sister Wenwen, have you heard? Over there on the isolation wall, the detection tower has lit up red again. Ran Wenwen pursed her lips tightly and nodded, feeling heavy in her heart. She naturally knew what that meant. Gu Tong's little hand tightly grasped Ran Wenwen's hand, and her voice was filled with tears. Brother, they are in an uninhabited area. If they encounter an A-level monster, what should we do? Ran Wenwen's heart suddenly tightened. Encountering an A-level monster? What else can you do? Ordinary people, and even most aliens, are like ants in front of level alien beasts and have no power to resist at all. But she couldn't show any weakness in front of Gu Tong. She reached out and took Gu Tong into her arms, gently patting her back, and comforted her in the gentlest and most resolute tone possible. Don't be afraid. Your brother has always been very lucky. He has survived so many dangers before, and he will be fine this time. He promised us that he would come back safely. Having said that, she herself had no idea. At this moment, the loudspeakers installed on all the streets of the outer 7th district suddenly rang, and a female voice broke the oppressive silence. Attention, all citizens. Attention, all citizens. A level or above alien beasts have appeared in the martial law zone outside the city, and the city government has activated the highest emergency plan. Please stay calm and don't panic. The city is safe now. In response to the possible threat of A-level alien beasts, the Expeditionary Force Headquarters has immediately dispatched an S-level alien to lead a team to provide support. It is expected to arrive in our city tonight. Please trust the government and the Expeditionary Force. Repeat. The sound of the horn was repeated over and over in the sky above the city without stopping, as if trying to use this method to forcibly dispel the fear that shrouded people's hearts. Inside the detection tower cabin, the girl didn't seem surprised by the red light. She turned around and walked past Gu Chen, who was still in shock. When he reached the door, he seemed to remember something, took 2 steps back, and returned to Gu Chen. Those cold eyes looked at Gu Chen again. You just said that you have been near the sky wall? Gu Chen came back to his senses and nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Then do you know, the girl's tone remained calm, where did those strange beasts come from? Is she here for those snake people? Gu Chen calmed down and answered truthfully, "My lord, as far as I know, those strange beasts came out of an abandoned mine." "Very good." The girl nodded and said, "My name is Chai Shintong, and I am a member of the Expeditionary Special Forces. Now, I order you to take me to the mines you mentioned." Chapter 67: The Correct Use of Chai Shintong. When Gu Chen heard this, his face turned pale. Going to that place? What a joke! God knows how many snake people there are in that group of mines, and there may even be more powerful creatures. Now he just wanted to take Wang Jai back to the inner city as soon as possible so that the family could stay together peacefully and safely, and he didn't want to get involved in these messes. Chai Shintong seemed to see the reluctance on Gu Chen's face. A barely perceptible sneer flashed in her cold eyes. She spoke lightly and put forward a condition. "As long as you are willing to lead the way, I can guarantee that I can send those people down there back to the city safely." Gu Chen was silent. Send everyone back to the city? This is indeed a huge temptation, and it is also the purpose of Gu Chen's conversation. With her around, the journey back to the city would undoubtedly be countless times safer. Moreover, the detection tower lit up red, and this place would soon become a disaster area where strange beasts would gather. If we stayed here any longer, we would die. Although I can't go back, if Wang Jai goes back, at least there will be someone to rely on at home, which is much better than the current situation. After a few seconds, Gu Chen nodded. Okay, I'll take the adults there. After a pause, Gu Chen added, leaving himself a way out, "But, sir, if we encounter danger that we cannot resist on the way or at a place, I can choose to leave at any time." This is Gu Chen's bottom line. He could take risks, but he could never risk his life. Chai Shintong didn't seem to care about Gu Chen's little thoughts. She just said softly, which was considered as her agreement. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The two then returned to the ground. Gu Chen immediately gathered all the survivors. "Everyone, let me introduce you to Master Chai Shintong, a big shot in the expeditionary army." As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of suppressed exclamations and discussions among the crowd. Gu Chen continued, "I believe everyone has seen that the red light on the detection tower is on. A large number of strange beasts may be attracted by the light at any time. Lord Chai has promised to escort us back to the city safely. So, everyone set off now. Remember, you must obey the command on the road. Everyone stay together and don't disperse. Pay attention to your surroundings and be careful." Gu Chen was talking endlessly about various precautions, fearing that these people who had just escaped might cause trouble again. "I'm leaving." Chai Shintong seemed to have no patience to listen to Gu Chen's nagging and interrupted Gu Chen coldly. After leaving these two words, she took the lead and walked towards the city. The hem of her black skirt fluttered slightly in the night wind, and her back looked lonely, proud, and resolute. "Well." Gu Chen was interrupted and felt a little embarrassed. He quickly called out to everyone heard it. "Follow up! Follow up! Move faster and be careful on the road." Most of these people were the unlucky ones who were previously stopped in the martial law zone by the garrison and were not allowed to enter the city. Now that they had the chance to return to the city under the escort of the expeditionary force, they were all naturally overjoyed. They dared not delay any longer and followed Chai Shintong excitedly and nervously. Heading towards the isolation wall of the outer 7th district, Gu Chen soon discovered that his previous cautious reminders were completely redundant in front of the big boss Chai Shintong. With her around, those elusive snake people posed no threat to the crowd at all. Whenever a snake man jumped out from the shadows and tried to attack the team, Chai Shintong would not even turn her head, even without waiting for them to get close. She would just raise her slender hand slightly, and in an instant, a biting cold air would spread. Those ferocious snake people would immediately be frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, and then with a series of fine crackling sounds, they would shatter into countless ice crystals and scatter on the ground. Along the way, such scenes were repeated over and over again. Everyone knows that there are many strong people in the expeditionary force. But Chai Shintong's power was terrifyingly strong, and also terrifyingly cold. Everyone in the team, including Gu Chen, had a deep respect for this girl from the expeditionary force. This is a true strong man. In the blink of an eye, masts, oars, and ships are reduced to ashes. After walking for a while, Gu Chen rolled his eyes, carefully approached Chai Shintong, smiled, and said in a negotiating tone, Lord Chai. I have an unwelcome request, but I don't know if I should say it or not." Chai Shintong looked straight ahead and continued to walk slowly, only uttering a single syllable from her nose. "Explain." Gu Chen rubbed his hands and smiled. It's those strange beasts. Can you show some mercy and don't kill them directly? Just freeze them and make them unable to move. The rest, leave the rest to me? These are all experience and energy points. It would be such a waste to be killed by Chai Shintong like this. Having such a powerful fighter to help you and following behind to finish off the enemy, how cool it is. Upon hearing this, Chai Shintong paused slightly, and her cold eyes finally glanced at Gu Chen, with a hint of, probably, is there something wrong with your brain, in her eyes. However, she seemed too lazy to delve into Gu Chen's thoughts and just nodded lightly. Can. Yeah. Gu Chen made a scissors hand gesture in his heart. The next part of the journey became a peculiar mode of cooperation between Gu Chen and Chai Shintong. Whenever a snake man appeared, Chai Shintong would freeze the snake man's lower body or most of its body in place, allowing its upper body to still roar and show its fangs and claws, but it would be unable to break free. Then, Gu Chen rushed forward, raised his sword and slashed, killing these immobile living targets cleanly and neatly. The tempered gold knife is extremely sharp, and it is very easy to chop these E-level and F-level snake people. Look at the two snake men who were frozen as soon as they appeared. Gu Chen licked his lips and rushed over. Kill the snakeman LV.22. Energy points gained, 2 points. Kill another one. Kill the snakeman LV.37. Energy points gained, 5 points. Text prompts appeared in front of Gu Chen one after another, which made people feel comfortable just by looking at them. Gu Chen's energy points and experience points were also steadily increasing bit by bit during this pleasant cooperation. Chapter 68, Blocked Outside. As I walked, I returned to that familiar place again, but the scene in front of me made me feel depressed. A huge circular pit appeared in front of everyone, with a diameter of about 20 to 30 meters. The pit wall looked hideous and rough, as if it had been torn apart by some tremendous force. Some dark red liquid could be vaguely seen at the bottom of the pit, emitting a faint fishy smell. What was even more disgusting was that there were some shapeless pieces of meat and bone remains scattered around the bottom and edges of the pit, as if they had been crushed by something heavy, and their original appearance was no longer recognizable. This place, Gu Chen had never seen such a big pit when he passed by before. Could it be something falling from the sky? Is this a meteorite crater? Wang Jiayi was the first to exclaim, with a hint of curiosity in her tone, honey, do you think there are any treasures underneath? Meteorites from outer space are very valuable. As soon as she said this, Chen Jingxing smiled bitterly and shook his head, don't let it be a meteorite. You all know that 100 years ago, it was because of a meteorite that fell from outer space that strange beasts appeared and turned our world into the mess it is now. If it happens again, I'm afraid that mankind will really be finished. Chen Jingxing's words made many people turn pale, obviously bringing back some bad memories. Gu Chen carefully observed the surroundings and said, it's probably not a meteorite. The soil and trees around the crater have no signs of being burned or burnt by high temperatures. If it was a meteorite falling at high speed, it would be impossible to leave no trace at all. What would that be? Wang Jiayi blinked, looking puzzled. The people in the team were also talking and guessing the origin of the deep pit, but no one could explain it. Compared to everyone's curiosity and suspicion, Chai Shintong acted as if she had seen nothing. She still led the team around the edge of the deep pit with an expressionless face and continued to move forward. There was not even a trace of fluctuation in those cold eyes. Gu Chen glanced at her and suddenly understood clearly. Judging from her calm expression, she probably knows what the pit is, or even, maybe she was the one who made it. However, Gu Chen was not stupid enough to ask. It seems that the other person doesn't want to say it. If I approach him, I will just be asking for trouble. Besides, what will happen if I know? Curiosity kills the cat. It's better to know less at times like this. The team continued to move forward, but the atmosphere became a little depressing because of the strange deep pit and Chen Jingxing's words. After walking a little further, the smell of blood in the air became stronger. Then, the scene before them made everyone gasp. The crowd that was originally talking in low voices suddenly fell silent. There were corpses everywhere, lying in disarray among the ruins and weeds. There are human ones and there are snake ones. Most of the human corpses died in a miserable state, and many were incomplete, obviously having been eaten by strange beasts. The internal organs and minced meat were mixed with dirt and exposed to the cold air, emitting a disgusting stench. Although Gu Chen had seen life and death before, such a large-scale tragedy still made him feel sad. These people who fell here were just like them not long ago, struggling to survive and trying to return home. Although everyone knows from the day they become an alien that this road is full of dangers and they may lose their lives at any time. But when I really saw the scene of corpses exposed in the wilderness with no intact bodies, and thought that I might end up in the same miserable state one day, with no one to collect the bodies, I couldn't suppress the sense of loss that emerged from the bottom of my heart. The atmosphere in the team became extremely heavy. Everyone quietly quickened their pace, just wanting to leave this Shura field as soon as possible. Fortunately, the road further down the road was much cleaner and there were almost no corpses to be seen. The occasional snake people that appeared were all frozen by Chai Shintong and then easily dealt with by Gu Chen. After walking for an unknown amount of time, when the towering isolation wall finally appeared at the end of their field of vision, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going home, I'm finally going home. Under the isolation wall, the situation was better than Gu Chen had imagined. There were indeed quite a few Snake Man corpses piled up under a long row of wall foundations, but relatively few human corpses. Most of them were soldiers wearing garrison uniforms, and some were wearing different clothes, presumably civilian psychics who were temporarily recruited. It seems that there was a fierce battle here. The snake people obviously wanted to attack the isolation wall, but were stubbornly blocked by the garrison. Moreover, judging from the comparison of the number of corpses, the garrison should have won the victory and the casualties were well controlled. Yes, the wall itself is a huge defensive advantage. The wall was so high that the snake men, a strange beast that could only fight in close combat, were nothing but sitting ducks facing the long-range firepower from high above. They couldn't get any advantage. Stop! Just when Gu Chen and his group were approaching the isolation wall within 100 meters, a loud shout suddenly came from the top of the wall, and then several beams of light from searchlights slammed over, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Chai Shintong raised her eyes slightly, looked calmly at the top of the city wall, and said lightly, "Open the door." The voice was not loud but light, as if he was talking to himself. Gu Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. "Beauty, I'm on the top of a wall that's dozens of meters high. Your voice is as loud as a mosquito's hum. Who can hear me?" Helplessly, Gu Chen cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and shouted for her, "Listen, people up there. We are human. Open the door immediately." There was silence on the wall for a few seconds, and then a voice came. "Please wait a moment, Master He Fingyu will be here soon." Meanwhile, on the inside of the wall, He Fingyu was walking quickly towards the elevator leading to the top of the city wall. As he walked, he asked the adjutant beside him, "Are you sure it's that woman Chai Shintong?" The adjutant nodded quickly, "Yes, sir, it has been confirmed that it is Miss Chai herself, and she also brought back a group of survivors." He Fingyu's face turned even uglier when he heard this. He cursed in a low voice, "Is this woman sick? Why doesn't she think about how to defend the city at this time and care about the lives of those people? If she was in the city, would we have sacrificed so many brothers in the battle just now? The expeditionary army is amazing. Each of them has eyes on the top of their heads." He lowered his voice, but the dissatisfaction and resentment in his tone were not concealed at all. The adjutant next to him lowered his head and dared not breathe. The boss complained about other senior officials. As a small fry, he was wrong no matter what he said if he got involved in such a fight between gods. He might as well pretend to be deaf and dumb. The elevator soon reached the top of the wall. He Fingyu walked out of the elevator and saw the crowd below and the familiar figure standing at the front. A sinister look flashed in his eyes, and then he put on a businesslike expression and asked through the loudspeaker, "Miss Chai, it's great that you're back, but for safety reasons, we have to make sure there are no strange beasts lurking in the surrounding area." Another officer beside him whispered, "Sir, we have completed the investigation. No signs of strange beast activity were found within 500 meters. He Fingyu hummed, but felt unhappy in his heart. Damn, why is it so clean? As long as there was another snake man nearby, he could use this as an excuse to openly refuse to open the door and discuss Chai Shintong to avenge her for hitting him on the head with green dates. However, even if there were no strange beasts, he still had plenty of ways to make things difficult. This is the outer 7th district, Hefeng U.S. territory. Hefeng Yu grinned and continued to speak loudly into the loudspeaker. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. However, we have just experienced a fierce battle. Although we have temporarily repelled the monster, we still need to further confirm whether the area below the isolation wall is absolutely safe. The isolation gate is related to the safety of the entire city and cannot be opened at will." Chapter 69, Stop Joking About Human Life. As soon as these words came out, the crowd below went wild. "What? You're not allowed in? We managed to escape with great difficulty. Sir, we are very safe here. There are really no strange beasts. Please, open the door. There were cries, pleas, and angry curses mixed together. After finally seeing the hope of returning home, I was ruthlessly blocked outside by an order. Who can bear this feeling? Hifengyu listened to the noise below, but the smile on his face became even more playful. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to let Chai Shintong see that she was nothing to him. Hifengyu cleared his throat and spoke again. I understand your anxiety. Let's put it this way. To ensure everything is safe and for your safety, I need your cooperation in verification. Please form groups of 2 and spread out around the isolation wall and carefully patrol the surrounding area. After 3 minutes, if everyone can return here safely, I will open the door immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below fell into deathly silence, and then even greater panic broke out. What? Let's disperse. What if we encounter a strange beast? Sir, you are putting us in danger. Fear and resistance were written on everyone's face. It was with great difficulty that I arrived here safely thanks to Chai Shintong's protection. Asking them to disperse now, doesn't it clearly mean that we don't take their lives seriously? If there really are strange beasts lurking there, they might be in real trouble. Just when everyone was at a loss, Chai Shintong, who had been silent all the time, suddenly moved. She simply said to the crowd behind her, "Come here and stand behind me." Although they didn't understand what she wanted to do, at this moment, Chai Shintong was their only lifeline. Without any hesitation, the crowd immediately crowded behind Chai Shintong and stood closely against the cold isolation wall. Hifengyu, who was on the wall, frowned when he saw this and whispered to the adjutant beside him. What does she want to do? The adjutant also shook his head in confusion. I don't know, sir. Another team member's face suddenly changed, and he said doubtfully, she's not going to break through the isolation wall and force her way in, right? How dare she? Hifengyu flew into a rage upon hearing this, and then sneered, humph, wishful thinking. Even if an A-level alien beast came, it would take some effort to break this isolation wall. With just her alone. Before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped, as if someone had strangled him. Below, a small group of people, led by Chai Shintong and Gu Chen, began to slowly rise in front of everyone's horrified gazes. No, it's not rising slowly, but rising rapidly. It's like getting on an elevator. Almost in the blink of an eye, the crowd that was originally at the corner of the wall, including Gu Chen, suddenly felt a huge force under their feet. Then, a thick ice crystal pillar rose from the ground, holding up everyone, and directly broke through a height of dozens of meters at an incredible speed. Call! The wind whistled past my ears. By the time everyone reacted, it was already hovering steadily on the top of the isolation wall, facing Hifengyu and others, and its height was even slightly higher than theirs. Hifengyu and the garrison soldiers around him were all stunned, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, and the expressions on their faces were extremely interesting. Unbelievable and a little bit scary. You. Hifengyu pointed at Chai Shintong, who had a calm face, and kept saying you for a long time, unable to utter a word. His face turned blue and white. Chai Shintong moved. He just raised his right hand slightly and pointed his index finger at Hifengyu's face. The next second, as Hifengyu looked in doubt, a long and sharp ice spike suddenly condensed out of thin air on Chai Shintong's fingertips. The ice spike rushed forward as fast as lightning. Sizzle. There was a slight sound of flesh breaking. Hifengyu only felt a piercing chill attacking his cheek, followed by a burning pain. He subconsciously took 2 big steps back, staggered and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, the adjutant next to him was quick to help him up. A trickle of blood slowly flowed down Hifengyu's cheek, looking particularly glaring under the pale light. He covered his face and stared at Chai Shintong in disbelief. In addition to horror, there was more of a rage of being humiliated in public in those eyes. You're crazy. Hifengyu's voice was a little distorted due to anger. How dare you hurt me? Chai Shintong slowly put down her hand, and the ice spike on her fingertips disappeared into thin air. Don't joke about human lives anymore in the future. Chai Shintong said slowly. Hifengyu's expression instantly became even uglier than before. Seeing that deflated look, Gu Chen felt secretly happy. I let you act cool and make things difficult for me, and now you are dumbfounded, right? Gu Chen's impression of the garrison became worse. Chai Shintong didn't look at Hifengyu again, and said to the crowd behind her calmly, everyone, go down and go home quickly. Oh. Thank you, sir. The survivors finally woke up from their dream and burst into cheers of surprise. They jumped carefully from the icicles to the solid ground of the isolation wall, and the feeling of stepping on the wall made them excited. At this moment, the fear, despair, and fatigue that had been suppressed in my heart were finally completely released. Some people even cried for joy and hugged each other to celebrate their hard-earned survival. Wang Jia jumped lightly onto the isolation wall, her little face flushed with excitement. She did not leave immediately, but turned around, looking at Gu Chen, who was still on the icicle with a pair of sparkling eyes, and stretched out her hand to Gu Chen, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. "Husband! Come down quickly!" Gu Chen looked at her outstretched hand, his heart warmed, but he shook his head gently. Chapter 70. Why not help? At this moment, only Gu Chen and Chai Xintong were left on the huge ice crystal column, hovering in the air, forming a strange confrontation with the people on the wall. The smile on Wang Jia's face froze slightly, as if she had a premonition of something, and there was a hint of uneasiness in her tone. "Husband? Why don't you come down? It's safe, let's go home." Gu Chen took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. "Jai, I promised Master Chai that I would accompany her to the no man's land to do something. I will be back as soon as I am done." "Go to an uninhabited area? What for?" Wang Jia's voice suddenly became louder. "No. It's too dangerous. You can't go. Otherwise, I'll go with you." As she said this, she wanted to jump back onto the icicle. "Don't!" Gu Chen quickly spoke up to stop her. "Be obedient and go home first. At home, there are Tong Tong and Wen Wen who need your help to take care of them. They must be very worried about me now. If you go back, they will feel more at ease. I promise that I will come back as soon as I finish my work, okay?" When Gu Tong and Ran Wen Wen were mentioned, Wang Jia stopped what she was doing. What Gu Chen said was the truth. At this time, the family really needs her more. Wang Jia's eyes were red, she bit her lower lip tightly with her teeth, trying hard to hold back her tears, and nodded heavily, her voice choking with sobs. "Okay, husband, don't worry about home, I will take good care of Tong Tong and sister Wen Wen. You must pay attention to safety and come back safely." Gu Chen looked at her tearful appearance, and felt a sharp pain in his heart, but he still tried to force a smile and nodded to her. "Don't worry. When have I ever let you down? Go back now and don't keep them waiting." Wang Jia looked at Gu Chen deeply, as if she wanted to engrave Gu Chen's appearance into her heart. After convincing Wang Jia, Gu Chen finally put his worries to rest for the time being. "Next, we must work hard to protect ourselves. Minds, snake people, I hope I won't lose my life this time." Gu Chen also felt unhappy. He knew that this trip to the uninhabited area was extremely dangerous, but he dared not repay Chai Xintong's favor. Just as Gu Chen's thoughts were surging, a man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. He pushed away Wang Jia, who was blocking his way, and rushed straight to the edge of the isolation wall, pointing at Gu Chen, who was still on the icicle. "You have recovered your abilities a long time ago, why didn't you take action earlier? Why did you watch my wife being dragged away by those beasts and tortured to death?" The man's eyes were bloodshot and he was extremely emotional. He looked so sad and angry that he seemed as if he was ready to devour someone. Gu Chen recognized him. He was the man whose wife was dragged away and returned with a corpse. Before, in the no man's land, the dangers were lurking everywhere. The man was scared out of his wits. All he could think about was how to survive. He had no time to think about anything else. Now that he was safe, looking at Gu Chen and Wang Jia's parting of life and death, he was moved and thought of his wife. Gu Chen sighed in his heart. This guy's wife died tragically. But it is somewhat unreasonable to put the blame on myself. You know the situation better than me. If I rashly reveal my strength, I will only fall into a more dangerous situation. I must wait for the right time to take action. Gu Chen explained. Danger? Hearing this, the man became even more agitated, his saliva almost spraying on Gu Chen's face. What is the right time? My wife died because of your shitty timing. If you had stood up earlier, she wouldn't have died at all. His words immediately caused people around him to talk about it. Some garrison soldiers who did not know the truth began to look at Gu Chen with strange eyes, with a bit of scrutiny in their eyes. Seeing that the discussions around him seemed to be gradually leaning towards him, the man became bolder and his voice became a little louder. It was as if Gu Chen was the eternal sinner who killed his wife. You watched someone die without helping. You clearly had the ability, but you watched someone die. Gu Chen frowned slightly. He is not a cold-blooded person, but he is definitely not a saint either. He does not have the time to argue with a poor idiot who has lost his mind. Gu Chen picked his ears with a somewhat careless movement, then glanced at the man lightly and asked back in a calm tone. Is it against the law to not help someone in need? Just a few words made the scene quiet instantly. Yes, in this world, is it illegal to watch someone in danger and not help them? It's not illegal. To save or not to save is everyone's own choice. Especially in an environment where one's life is in danger at any time, it is good enough to be able to save one's own life. Who has the right to force others to risk their lives to save irrelevant people? The man opened his mouth, his face turned red, but he couldn't refute a word. He knew that what Gu Chen said was reasonable, but he had no place to vent the resentment in his heart, so he could only stare at Gu Chen. Gu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. He turned to look at Chai Shintong beside him and said, Master Chai, should we set off? Chai Shintong's face remained calm. She nodded in response. Just when Gu Chen thought she would control the icicle to descend, Chai Shintong suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Chen's waist. What's happening? Gu Chen was stunned at that time. The next second, the huge ice crystal pillar under his feet shattered with a crack sound without any warning. The feeling of weightlessness came instantly. Gu Chen only felt his body suddenly sinking down, and the sound of wind whistled past his ears. The free fall did not last long. At the moment when the two were falling rapidly, Chai Shintong lightly tapped the air with her other foot, and a palm-sized piece of ice appeared out of thin air, just enough to support her toes. Then, she stepped on the ice, her figure like a nimble flying bird, and she used the force several times in mid-air. New ice cubes continued to condense under her feet as her landing point, and she fell to the ground with Gu Chen. The posture was so elegant and graceful that everyone on the city wall was stunned. As Gu Chen was led by her, he had a new understanding of Chai Shintong's strength. This woman not only has perfect control over her ice abilities, but her skills are also definitely not simple. On the city wall, He Fengyu saw that Chai Shintong and Gu Chen had disappeared from his sight. The fear on his face faded a little, and then he resumed his superior attitude and waved impatiently at the survivors who had just escaped from the no-man's land. All right, stop standing here. Go home if you need to, and do whatever you need to do. His eyes swept through the crowd and soon fixed on Wang Jia. At this moment, Wang Jia was facing away from him, looking in the direction where Gu Chen and Chai Shintong disappeared. Her shoulders were slightly shaking, and she was obviously still wiping away tears. That tearful look, even with just a back view, reveals a pitiful and touching look. He Fengyu's eyes lit up instantly, like a hungry wolf seeing a fresh lamb. This woman looks pretty good. He is a sea-level mutant and had just divorced his first wife some time ago, so one of his 5 wives happened to be vacant. He didn't dare to think about that woman Chai Shintong. But He Fengyu had no scruples about the crying woman in front of him. He is just an ordinary alien, but he has plenty of ways to control him. Chapter 71. Thank you. He Fengyu grinned with ill intentions, walked towards Wang Jia, and spoke in a gentle tone. Girl, don't be too sad. Men always have to go out and work hard. As he said this, he put his hand on Wang Jia's shoulder in a dishonest manner. Wang Jia was immersed in her worry about Gu Chen, when she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Her body reacted faster than her brain. She shook her hand violently, took 2 steps back, and turned around vigilantly. When she saw clearly that it was He Fengyu, Wang Jia frowned and her eyes were full of disgust. He Fengyu was not angry. Instead, he took back the hand that touched Wang Jia, put it under his nose and smelled it, then rubbed his fingers, and the smile on his face became even more obscene. Don't be afraid. I just want to comfort you because you are crying so hard. What's your name? Wang Jia said nothing. She hated He Fengyu's malicious eyes and frivolous behavior, but the other party's identity was there. What could she, an ordinary person, do? I could only suppress the unhappiness and nausea in my heart, turn around and follow the crowd towards the elevator not far away. The elevator slowly descended, and Wang Jia and the others soon disappeared from the city wall. He Fengyu stood on the wall, looking in the direction where the elevator disappeared, still with that frivolous smile on his face. He nodded to a subordinate who looked like an adjutant beside him and whispered. Send 2 smart ones to follow quietly and find out where the woman lives. The adjutant nodded in understanding. Yes, sir. After saying that, he immediately turned around to make arrangements. Chai Shintong brought Gu Chen back to the ground lightly. The feeling of weightlessness has not yet completely faded from Gu Chen's senses. The hand around the waist loosened. Gu Chen stood there, his feet on the solid ground, but he was still a little dazed. Being held and jumped around in the air in that way by a woman, especially a woman like Chai Shintong who exudes an aura of keep away from strangers, this experience is absolutely the first time for him. It feels quite special. Gu Chen subconsciously raised his hand and touched his waist, where there seemed to be a faint chill lingering. Could this woman's body really be made of ice? How could it be so cold? What are you daydreaming about? Lead the way. Chai Shintong's cold voice interrupted Gu Chen's wild thoughts. She seemed to have taken the thrilling aerial acrobatics seriously at all, and her expression remained calm. Gu Chen came back to his senses, responded, took a step forward, and began to lead the way. The sky in the early morning is still so dim. Along the way, thanks to Chai Shintong, Gu Chen's level has been raised to LV.50 as she helped him kill monsters. He could clearly feel that various functions of his body had also been significantly improved. Now he is already considered AB level mutant. If other people knew about this speed of improvement, their eyes would probably pop out of their heads. Chai Shintong followed behind Gu Chen. Watching Gu Chen chop a snake man in half with one knife, his movements were clean and neat, without any drag, and a strange light was barely noticeable in his comb eyes. She noticed that this man's strength seemed to be improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. At first, although he was decisive in killing the monsters, it still took some effort. But now, every time he struck out with his sword, it was precise and efficient, and he could easily cut some weak monsters in half. What's your inhuman level? Chai Shintong's voice suddenly came from behind. Gu Chen paused and considered for a moment. He didn't want to reveal the secret of his rapid upgrade. He still understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Maybe, it's sea level. Gu Chen answered vaguely. Perhaps? There was no emotion in Chai Shintong's tone. Gu Chen scratched his head and pretended to be a little uncertain to explain. Well, I was at level D in the previous test. But I feel that my physical fitness has improved a lot during this period of time. I should have broken through to level C. Chai Shintong did not ask any more questions, seemed to accept his statement, and continued to follow him in silence. Now that the conversation was opened, Gu Chen had a lot of questions in his mind, so he opened his mouth. Master Chai, what exactly are we doing in no man's land this time? He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. He had to know why he was risking his life. Chai Shintong had no intention of answering his question and continued walking at a leisurely pace. Seeing that she didn't answer, Gu Chen didn't get angry and changed the question. What about the detection tower? This time, Chai Shintong spoke up, can't you guess it? The city government shut down the detection tower to avoid causing widespread panic. If everyone knew that the A-level monsters had been lurking around the city, what do you think would be the consequences? Gu Chen's heart trembled. So that's how it is. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. The dark white crescent moon looked particularly ominous. Is this woman going to fight an A-level monster? When Gu Chen thought about the fact that he was heading towards an A-level exotic beast, his scalp went numb. This is simply like living with your head tied to your belt. Just when Gu Chen was feeling uneasy, Chai Shintong suddenly spoke, and her voice was slightly fluctuating. Thanks. Gu Chen was lost in thought and didn't react for a moment. Thank me for what? Thank you for leading the way. Chai Shintong's voice returned to normal. It was me who dragged you into this danger. Gu Chen curled his lips and muttered to himself, it's good that you know it. But he said, we agreed before that if I encounter danger that I cannot handle, I can leave immediately. Otherwise, I will never agree to lead the way for you, sir, even if you kill me. I know. Chai Shintong replied, but I still want to thank you. It's rare for someone as selfish as you to risk your life. Hearing the comment of selfishness, Gu Chen was not angry at all, but smiled at himself. This woman is quite good at judging people. I am indeed not a noble person who would sacrifice myself for others. Chapter 72 Past Events. What is selfishness? Gu Chen asked back with interest. Chai Shintong's footsteps did not stop, and her voice came out clearly. Before at the separation wall, the man accused you of not saving someone in danger. I want to ask you, if it was your wife who was dragged away by those thugs at that time, what would you do? Would you continue to endure and wait for the so-called right time to take action, or would you rush forward regardless of everything? Gu Chen almost didn't think about it and blurted out. I'll rush forward. He said this with absolute certainty, without any hesitation. Wang Jiayi's face flashed through his mind. That was the person he had to protect at all costs. Chai Shintong asked again. During this operation, once you encounter uncontrollable danger, the first thing you think of is to escape by yourself. Is this correct? That's right. But not entirely. Before I leave, I'll ask you to come with me. Gu Chen still answered quickly and calmly. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is the instinct of living things. What's more, he has a sister and a wife to take care of. His life is precious. A strange look flashed across Chai Shintong's eyes, and then she calmly gave her conclusion. That's selfish. Just as he finished speaking, a snake man suddenly jumped out from the ruins in front. This snake man is not of high level, only LV.23. Almost at the same time as the snake man appeared, Gu Chen's figure suddenly rushed out, several points faster than any previous time. Before Chai Shintong could make any freezing movement, the knife in his hand had already flashed a sharp cold light. The snake man didn't even have time to let out a hiss before he cut it in half cleanly with a single blow, and blood spurted out. Gu Chen shook off the blood on the knife, put it away and stood up, all in one go. He turned around and looked at Chai Shintong with an inexplicable smile on his face. Master Chai is right. I am selfish and don't have many friends. But I never regret being this kind of person. After a pause, he asked again. Master Chai, do you want to hear my story? Chai Shintong glanced at him with a look that seemed to say, do whatever you want. Then, he nodded gently. As Gu Chen led the way, he began to narrate his past in a calm, almost indifferent tone. When I was a kid, my parents would always take out a few candies from their pockets when they got home from get off work. They were the kind of maltos that you could buy 5 for $1. My sister and I would share half of each and it felt like the sweetest taste in the world. We waited eagerly at the entrance of the alley outside our house every day, waiting for the candy and for our parents to come home. Until that night. Gu Chen's voice paused slightly, as if he was stuck in some scene that he didn't want to recall. We sat there from dusk till dawn. The door opened, but the people who came in were not them. The people who came told me that when they were sent to build a sentry tower in an uninhabited area, something went wrong and they were killed by strange beasts. I rushed to the crematorium like crazy. Luckily, the furnace had just been preheated. If I had gone 3 hours later, all I would have gotten back would have been a handful of ashes where I couldn't tell whose was whose, and I wouldn't have been able to see them for the last time. That year, I was 14 years old and my sister Gutong was only 10 years old. I didn't even have the right to cry. I had to hold myself together in front of my sister, pretending that I was not afraid of anything and could handle anything. My father's best brother, a man I always called uncle, helped us deal with the funeral with a smile and sold our house. Then, he took the largest sum of money from the sale of the house with confidence, saying that we owed him and that it was borrowed from our father when he was alive. We moved into a small, run-down shanty town. After that uncle never came to see my brother and me again. I had no choice but to drop out of school and do odd jobs. I relied on that meager salary and the little money my parents left me to make monthly financial plans so that my sister could continue to go to school. My boss deducted my salary at the construction site. I was so angry that I went straight to my superiors to complain. I just wanted to get back the money I had worked so hard for, but they scolded me for not knowing the rules. Every day after get off work, I rush home as fast as I can, just to prepare dinner for my sister so that she can have a hot meal when she gets home from school and review her lessons with peace of mind. But they scold me for being lazy and having no dedication. They keep talking about rules and dedication, but they feel comfortable exploiting me, sucking my blood, and treating me like a slave. I remember one time when I was sick and had a high fever, I was still called to work, and no one gave me a pill. Sometimes when I was in a tight spot, I was so hungry that I felt dizzy and couldn't even stand, but no one was willing to share a bite of food with me. They just watched coldly, even with a smile, as if they were looking at a starving stray dog. Later, I slowly learned some things. As a human being, all you have to do is live your life well. One of my co-workers was dishonest and stole things from the factory. I reported him and got a bonus of several dozen yuan. My sister and I could have an extra dish at dinner. The factory asked me to buy some kind of insurance, saying that injuries and medical treatment can be reimbursed, but I didn't pay a penny. With the money I saved, I could enroll my sister in an extra weekend cram school. Those foremen and team leaders climbed up the ladder by giving gifts and using connections. I don't have that kind of money, so I can only work hard. I don't seek promotion, but only hope to keep my current job and work hard to keep my brother and I alive and well. Gradually, there was no one around me who could be called a friend. They all said that I was unsociable, selfish, and unscrupulous. That man's wife, if I had taken action at that time, his wife might not have died, but other people would have died, and even more. He scolded me, but I don't regret it at all. Gu Chen's voice calmed down, with a hint of relief. I don't want my sister to be left at home, foolishly waiting for someone who will never come back. I just want to live in peace and accompany her to grow up. In the silent forest, there were only the light footsteps of two people and Gu Chen's low narration. After listening to Gu Chen's statement, Chai Shintong's expression still did not change significantly. She just said calmly after Gu Chen finished speaking. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world. What exists is just different choices made by each person based on his or her own standpoint. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen twitched the corners of his mouth and revealed a complicated smile. This statement is quite clear. Lord Chai, you are from the inner city? You should not have the same worries as us little people, right? Gu Chen sighed. In his opinion, people like Chai Shintong should stand in the clouds and look down on the suffering of all living beings. Chapter 73, A Level Exotic Beast, Green-Winged Python. Chai Shintong's eyes seemed to drift into the distance, somewhat vacant, and there was a barely perceptible hint of desolation in her voice. There is no one in this world who has no worries. I once had a very good friend. He's a poor fellow who looks a lot like you. Oh? Gu Chen was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chai Shintong to make ordinary friends like himself. So how is she doing now? Chai Shintong's footsteps suddenly stopped. Gu Chen noticed the movement behind him and stopped, turning back to look at her in confusion. In the dim light, this girl who had always been as cold as an iceberg and seemed to have no emotional fluctuations, had a faint light flashing in her clear but cold eyes. She is dead. Chai Shintong's voice was very soft. After saying these three words, she raised her feet again, walked past Gu Chen expressionlessly, and continued on her way, as if the emotional expression just now was just Gu Chen's illusion. Gu Chen stood there in a daze, his heart skipping a beat. It's over. It seems like I'm just bringing up other people's sad stories. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. In the end, he shut up silently and followed quickly. It seems that enough has been said along the way. It's better to say less. The atmosphere between the two returned to the initial silence. Gu Chen glanced at Chai Shintong, who was walking in front of him. Her slender but straight back looked a little lonely at this moment. Perhaps, people in the inner city may not necessarily live a prosperous life. After walking for about another 10 minutes, the surrounding trees became increasingly dense, and some dried dark green bloodstains were scattered on the ground. Gu Chen stopped, lowered his voice, and pointed to a forest in front. That's it. The snake man I saw before came out of the mine behind the forest. As soon as he finished speaking, Chai Shintong, who was walking in front of him, suddenly stopped. Without even turning her head, she just uttered two words in a voice so light that it was almost blown away by the wind. Stand back. The voice was very calm, without any ripples. Back off? Gu Chen was stunned and was about to ask what's wrong. A huge force attacked from behind, or to be more precise, grabbed the back of his collar. The next second, his body flew backwards uncontrollably and fell heavily to the ground a few meters away. Gu Chen fell so hard that his head was buzzing. He was just about to ask Chai Shintong what was going on with this woman, but the scene before him made him hold back all his words. There was a loud crack-bang sound, and the big trees in front of where he had just stood were broken at the waist one after another as if they were swept by an invisible giant blade. The huge tree crown rose into the sky with broken wood chips. Immediately afterwards, a huge monster rushed out from the woods. The giant's head alone was as big as a room. It opened its bloody mouth and a visible stream of white air gushed out like a high-pressure water cannon, heading straight for the two people with overwhelming force. At the critical moment, Chai Shintong had already stood in front of Gu Chen. She stretched out her right hand forward with her 5 fingers spread out, and with a cold shout, a thick ice wall rose from the ground, crystal clear and emitting a chilling cold air. Bang! The airflow collided with the ice wall with a loud bang. The ice wall only lasted for less than a second before it exploded into ice chips with a crisp sound. But this 1 second of buffer has already relieved most of the impact. Chai Shintong's body only slid backwards a few meters and soon stabilized. Poor Gu Chen had just climbed up halfway from the ground when he was caught in the residual airflow. He rolled over and over like a ball on the ground covered with dead leaves and dirt for several rounds before he stopped in a mess. Pa, pa, pa. Gu Chen spat out the mud in his mouth, shook his still dizzy head, and then raised his head, having the opportunity to see the true face of the giant. It was a giant python that was difficult to describe in words, its entire body covered with green scales that shone with a metallic luster in the dim light. The most horrifying thing is that it has a pair of broad fleshy wings on its back. The body, several dozen meters long, was squatting there, like a moving hill. The thick snake tail swept casually, and the trees as thick as bowls nearby were easily swept away like toothpicks. Green-winged python. At this moment, Guchen finally understood what Chai Shintong meant by step back. He got up from the ground, patted the dirt off his body, and shouted at Chai Shintong's back in an unpleasant tone. Master Chai, next time you encounter a life-threatening situation like this, can you not shout so calmly? Use a little more force, be a little more anxious, and shout it out. If someone doesn't know, they would think you are calling people to eat. He cursed in his heart, and only then did he have time to concentrate and look at the information that appeared above the giant snake's head. Green-winged python LV.63. Level 63, a level exotic beast. Is this the A-level monster active within the martial law zone? Guchen felt his throat was a little dry, he swallowed, and his feet moved back half a step uncontrollably. This thing is no joke. If you get touched by it, you will die. If you touch it, you will be injured. Chai Shintong seemed not to have heard his complaints at all, and didn't even show any emotion. She just raised her hand, pointed to the sky, and snapped her fingers gently. After the crisp sound, a huge amount of ice condensed in the air out of thin air, and in an instant it gathered into a huge ice ball with a diameter of more than 5 meters. With a sharp whistling sound, it smashed down towards the green-winged python on the ground like an ice meteorite. Boom! The green-winged python obviously didn't expect that this tiny human would dare to attack it actively. It couldn't dodge in time and was hit hard by the ice ball. The huge body was pressed into the ground by the huge impact force, creating a terrifying deep pit. For a moment, the earth shook and smoke and dust rose up. Gu Chen's eyelids twitched. Wow, now he finally knew where that big pit he saw before came from. This woman's strength is simply abnormal. However, before he had time to be happy, he saw that the green-winged python's health bar had only dropped slightly. This little damage is just a tickle at best for its huge body. Sure enough, the next second, an angry roar came from the deep pit. The green-winged python suddenly broke free, spread its wings, and soared into the air. It circled in the sky, making a series of sharp and strange cries, and the sound waves spread far away. Immediately, a rustling sound came from the woods on all sides, coming from far away and becoming more and more dense. Gu Chen's face changed and his scalp exploded. Master Chai, this is bad. That guy seems to be calling for help. Chapter 74. Another O-level monster. I'll take care of the small ones, and I'll take care of the big ones. Chai Shintong's voice was still cold, but it carried an unquestionable determination. Before she finished her words, she slammed her palm on the ground. With her as the center, countless sharp ice cones broke out of the ground, like a wildly growing bamboo shoot forest, densely piercing the green-winged python in the air. The green-winged python twisted its body flexibly in the air, dodging left and right, and actually avoided most of the ice cones. For some things it couldn't avoid, it would use its huge body to ram into them, smashing the several-meter-high ice cones into pieces, and ice debris fell from the sky like raindrops. It would swoop down from time to time, open its huge mouth, and try to swallow Chai Shintong on the ground in one gulp. On the other side, Gu Chen no longer had time to care about the fight between the gods over there. On the ground, countless snake people have rushed in from all directions, their green eyes flashing with tyrannical light in the dim light. Unlucky. It's not so easy to leave now. Gu Chen's eyes condensed and he clenched the gold-tempered knife in his hand. With a thought, he exchanged a few bottles of recovery potions for use, and then checked the items he had obtained from killing along the way, all of which were from the random reward bag. There is an orb that gives him stealth for a certain period of time, an orb that summons a fireball, and another orb that reduces the next damage he takes by 90%. After finishing the inventory and having a rough idea of what was going on, Gu Chen rushed towards the tide of snake people. Phew! 1 knife. 2 knives. 3 knives. He had forgotten how many times he had swung his sword, nor could he remember how many snake men he had chopped down. Thick dark green blood splattered all over his body. The stench made him feel nauseous, but he didn't dare to stop for even a moment. Fortunately, after being promoted to Class B, his strength and speed had a qualitative leap, otherwise he would have been torn to pieces facing the siege of such a large number of snakemen. Taking advantage of the brief gap when one wave of snakemen was cleared out and the subsequent ones had not yet surrounded him, Gu Chen took out a bottle of recovery potion and drank it with his head tilted back. A warm current surged through my body, and my consumed strength quickly recovered. Only then did he take the time to glance at the battle situation on Chai Shintong's side. The battle over there seemed to be coming to an end. Chai Shintong was standing on top of an icicle more than 3 meters high, breathing slightly. Her clothes were torn in several places, and some strips of cloth were fluttering in the wind. Through the broken gap, you can vaguely see the white lace inside. This kind of disheveled yet stubborn beauty of battle damage is indeed a bit moving, but Guchen doesn't have the leisure time to appreciate it now. He looked away. The green-winged python in the air was not in a much better condition. Its body was covered with wounds of varying sizes, and its green scales were stained red with blood. Its flying speed and altitude had obviously slowed down, and it seemed a little overwhelmed. It seems that Chai Shintong's strength is just at the A-level threshold, or it is a bit difficult for her to deal with this kind of flexible A-level aerial beast, otherwise she would not have failed to resolve it after fighting for so long. Gu Chen looked down at the remaining recovery potion in his storage space. As long as she drinks this, with the explosive power she just showed, the battle should be over quickly. But Gu Chen hesitated again. How should I explain the origin of this thing? Did it appear out of thin air? What should I say if she asks about it? He didn't want to expose his biggest secret. Just as he was struggling with his conscience and hesitating, there was suddenly a huge roar, as if something was rushing out from deep underground. Boom! Suddenly, less than 50 meters away from them, the ground suddenly arched upward and then exploded with a loud bang. A twisted figure 3 or 4 meters tall jumped out from the broken soil. It was a strange beast that Gu Chen had never seen before. Its forelimbs can no longer be called limbs, but rather two huge, ferocious bone blades, like the scythe of the god of death, with teeth-grinding serrations on the edges. However, all these horrors are nothing compared to its torso. From the top of the head to the chest, its entire upper body seemed to have been split vertically by an axe, and it rolled weakly to the sides, revealing the bloody, constantly wriggling and contracting scarlet tissue inside. There was no face, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. There was only a disgusting mass of flesh and blood exposed to the air. A sticky, unknown liquid was dripping from the horrible crack, leaving behind dark stains emitting white steam on the ground. Disemboweled ghost. Broken bore LV.67. Gu Chen's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Level 67. It's several levels higher than that green-winged python. There isn't just one A-level exotic beast, there are two. This is a difficult situation. The broken-bellied ghost that had just appeared casually swung the bone blade on its right side. A black shadow was thrown away from the bone blade, drew a parabola in the air, and fell heavily on the ground not far away. Only then did Gu Chen realize that there was actually a person hanging on its bone blade. After the man fell to the ground, he actually struggled to move, then supported himself with his hands and stood up shakily. His body was covered with wounds so deep that the bones could be seen, and blood was oozing out. The situation looked terrible. I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Chai Shintong's voice was still as cold as ever. The man who was holding onto the ground grimaced in pain, and the excruciating pain from the torn wound almost made him faint. But he still used all his strength and shouted hoarsely, "Didn't I tell you not to come out? If the situation is not right, go back to the capital first? You know, I have never been an obedient person since I was a child." Chai Shintong's answer was still brief. She stared at the two A-level beasts, not daring to relax at all. Listening to the conversation between the two, Gu Chen roughly guessed the purpose of Chai Shintong's visit. Probably looking for this guy. This person was the man who appeared in the camp with Chai Shintong. But the current situation is simply terrible for Gu Chen. This new barrel breaker is level 67 and is more difficult to deal with than the green-winged python. It seems to be in very good condition and has about half of its health left. On the other hand, Chai Shintong had consumed a lot of physical energy. Her companion was a half-dead bloody man. It was a miracle that he could stand, let alone fight. As for myself, a strange person who has just touched the threshold of B-level, I am just cannon fodder in this kind of fight between gods. Must run. This thought popped into Gu Chen's mind the first time. Chapter 75 S-Class Alien. But he didn't run away immediately. Gu Chen shouted at the two men, "My lords. Since the person has been found, should we retreat first? As long as the Green Mountains are there, there will be no shortage of firewood." He didn't directly shout "you can't win, run away," because he was afraid of offending the self-esteem of these two big guys. Anyone who is not blind can see that if you continue to fight, you will just be asking for trouble. However, Chai Shintong and Wu Sihua, as if they did not hear his words, still stood there without moving. Fortunately, the two strange beasts did not rush to attack. The green-winged python slowly flew to the side of the broken-bellied ghost, stretched out its huge tongue, and licked the broken-bellied ghost's split, bloody chest. The scene was weird and disgusting. "What's going on now?" Chai Shintong lowered her voice. Wu Sihua panted heavily, his eyes full of unwillingness. The mission, the analysis was wrong. The information from the city government was wrong. There are no snake eggs at the bottom of the lake. Underwater, there is a passage underwater that leads to another place. These ghosts should have come from there. I was just about to investigate when I was attacked by this guy. What should we do now? Chai Shintong asked. Wu Sihua smiled bitterly and glanced in the direction of Gu Chen. The suggestion from that kid just now is good, go away and don't worry about me. What about you? I can't make it anymore. My internal organs are almost shattered. I can't survive. Wu Sihua's tone was filled with a sense of relief and calmness. If I stay, I can buy you some time. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape. Hearing this, Gu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was someone who understood. As long as Chai Shintong nodded, he would run away immediately. But unexpectedly, the next second, Chai Shintong's words almost made him spit out blood. I can't abandon my teammates. Chai Shintong's voice was not loud, but every word she spoke was extremely firm. Gu Chen was stunned. Big sister. It's already this late, and you're still talking about comradeship? You're almost dead. Wu Sihua was obviously also very angry. He suddenly raised his voice and roared, "This is an order. Chai Shintong. I am the person in charge of this mission. I order you to retreat immediately." Perhaps it was this roar that completely broke the eerie silence at the scene. The two strange beasts that were originally affectionate were instantly awakened. The broken bolter ghost let out a silent roar, his chest heaving violently, and two ferocious bone blades were suddenly aimed at Wu Sihua. The green-winged python in the air circled and locked its target on Chai Shintong. Seeing this scene, the last bit of hope in Gu Chen's heart was shattered. Fuck you. I won't keep you company anymore. Without any hesitation, he turned around, took a step forward, and ran towards the depths of the forest without looking back. It was agreed at the beginning that his mission was only to escort Chai Shintong to the mine, and now that the person has been found, he has done his best. The rest is their internal affairs and has nothing to do with him, an ordinary citizen. He is neither a hero nor a saint. He has his own home and a wife and sister waiting for him to return. He is just an ordinary person who wants to live a good life with his family. Thinking this in his mind, Gu Chen walked faster. The sounds of fighting behind him had begun again, but he turned a deaf ear to them and just kept running forward desperately. I don't know how long I ran. The noise behind me could no longer be heard. Gu Chen slowed down his pace, panting, and leaned against a big tree, breathing heavily. The early morning sun shines through the dense leaves, casting mottled beams of light in the woods, dispelling some of the chill. Just then, a buzzing sound of engines came from the sky. Gu Chen was startled, and quickly climbed up a big tree with a wide view using his hands and feet, and looked towards the source of the sound. A few seconds later, an armed transport plane appeared on the skyline. It's the garrison's plane. The plane's altitude is not high. When it flew past not far from Gu Chen's side, Gu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that at the cabin door of the plane, there was a person standing facing the wind. He was a man wearing a black coat, with a tall figure and a stern face. Gu Chen recognized him. He had seen this face several times on the big screen in the square. S-level supernatural being, Union. Codenamed Eyes of Insight. He had participated in 4 expeditions and had personally killed more than 1 S-level monsters. He was a well-known top warrior in Dragon Country. Gu Chen looked at the direction of the plane, which was exactly the direction of the mine he had just escaped from. He understood it immediately. It must be that the 7th District City government reported the news of the appearance of the A-level alien beast, which alarmed the top management, so they specially sent this great god to deal with it. With him around, the 2 A-level exotic beasts are nothing more than chickens and dogs and can't make any waves. The outer 7th District can finally find peace. Chai Shintong and Wu Sihua, if they can hold on until Union arrives, they should be able to survive. Thinking of this, Gu Chen felt inexplicably relieved. Although he was not very familiar with Chai Shintong, they had been together for some time and she had helped him to upgrade his level. He did not want her to die here. But soon, Gu Chen's brows furrowed tightly again. A new question came into his mind. Chai Shintong, will that woman blame him for deserting the battlefield? Although they had agreed that he could leave on his own if he encountered danger that he couldn't handle, from her conversation with Wu Sihua just now, it was clear that she was someone who extremely despised abandoning teammates. If she survives, will she hate me? Thinking of this, Gu Chen felt a little confused. It seems a bit wrong to continue running away. Gu Chen glanced in the direction he came from, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Meditate for a few seconds. Gu Chen turned around and walked back the way he came. Going back now doesn't mean I'm going back to be a hero. As long as Gu Chen happened to appear after Yun Yan had settled the matter, he could make up an excuse that he was entangled by a strange beast and cover up the matter of deserting the battlefield. It doesn't matter whether you save face or not. What is important is not to let Chai Shintong hold a grudge against you. Having made up his mind, Gu Chen no longer spared his strength, and his legs moved like clockwork, running madly through the woods. Just as he was running, a deafening noise suddenly came from the distant sky. Boom! Gu Chen looked up suddenly, and saw a huge ball of fire exploding in the air in the direction he came from, like a firework of death. Thick black smoke mixed with burning metal fragments fell towards the forest below. It's that plane. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. Just because a plane exploded doesn't mean anyone is hurt. That's the S-level alien Yun Yan. How is it possible to die so easily at the hands of an A-level monster? It was probably because the pilot was unlucky and was attacked by the green-winged python. Yes, that's definitely the case. Chapter 76, Immortal Heroic Spirit. Gu Chen comforted himself, but his steps did not stop, but became faster. After rushing forward for about another kilometer, there was suddenly movement in the dense forest ahead. Two figures staggered out and ran straight towards him. Gu Chen looked carefully and his pupils suddenly contracted. It's Chai Shintong. She was holding the half-dead Wu Sihua in her arms. But Chai Shintong's short black hair turned into a strange ice blue color at this moment. In the sunlight among the trees, an ominous light flickered. What is going on? Gu Chen didn't understand what was going on, but he subconsciously raised his hand and said hello. Hey! This. Before he could finish his words, Chai Shintong, who had rushed in front of him, suddenly felt limp and fell straight towards him while holding Wu Sihua in her arms. Gu Chen was quick-witted and quick-handed. He took a step forward and caught the two of them. So heavy. He struggled to steady the two of them, and looked closely at Chai Shintong's gorgeous blue hair to make sure he was not dazzled. This woman, what on earth happened? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Sihua in his arms began to cough violently, and with every cough, dark red blood clots flowed out of his mouth. He grabbed Gu Chen's arm with such amazing strength that his nails almost dug into Gu Chen's flesh. Take her away, quickly. The hoarse voice sounded like it was squeezed out of a broken bellows. Chai Shintong, who was standing next to her, supported herself on the ground and took a deep breath. Her ice blue hair faded at a speed visible to the naked eye and slowly turned back to its original jet black color. She panted, looked up at Gu Chen, her voice weak but still commanding. You, carry him on your back and go. After saying this, she struggled to get up, as if she wanted to lead the way. Gu Chen glanced at the cuts on her body caused by the sharp blade, some of which were deep enough to see the bone. Then he looked at Wu Sihua, who was almost breathing his last breath, and his heart went numb. Go? Where can you go in your current state? Wu Sihua pushed away Gu Chen's hand that was trying to support him and shook his head with difficulty. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at his chest. Gu Chen looked down and discovered that Wu Sihua's chest was already a bloody mess with wounds of varying sizes. Where the heart was, there was a bloody hole the size of a fist, with the edges turned outward, and one could even see the broken organs inside. Blood gushed out and there was no way to stop it. This injury, even a god can't save him. Gu Chen's heart sank, but he somehow managed to take out a bottle of healing potion. We don't know what the situation is right now. If Wu Sihua is alive, it will at least provide an extra layer of security. If you ask about the origin of the healing potion, you can only make up nonsense. He put the bottle mouth to Wu Sihua's mouth. However, a strange scene happened. As soon as the red liquid was poured out, before it touched Wu Sihua's lips, it disappeared in mid-air, as if it was evaporated by an invisible barrier. Gu Chen was stunned. It seems that this potion can only be used by myself. What did you feed him? Chai Shintong noticed his movements and asked. A healing potion, Gu Chen said casually, I thought it might be helpful. Wu Sihua smiled bitterly and shook his head, it's useless. My internal organs are all broken. Unless there is an S-level healing mutant here, otherwise, no one can save me. As he spoke, he suddenly used up the last bit of his strength, struggled to slide out of Gu Chen's arms, and knelt straight down towards Chai Shintong. This action made Gu Chen stunned. What kind of plot is this? In the previous conversation, wasn't Wu Sihua the leader of the team? Why did he kneel down to Chai Shintong? Chai Shintong did not help him, and even her facial expression did not change at all. She just looked at him quietly with complicated eyes. Wu Sihua raised his head, with an unprecedented solemnity and piety on his face, and said word by word. Miss, please leave quickly. Time is running out. He will catch up soon. It is my fault that I failed to protect you and teach you anything during this trip. Please, return safely. I hope that the Chai family will take good care of my wife and daughter in consideration of my many years of service. Miss? Gu Chen's mind buzzed. This name contains too much information. Chai Shintong finally responded and nodded solemnly. After receiving a positive answer, Wu Sihua seemed to have gotten rid of his last worry, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. He raised his right hand tremblingly, drew a complex symbol on his forehead, and used up his last bit of strength to utter 4 words. Heroic spirit is immortal. Chai Shintong also raised her hand and made the same sign on her forehead, then bowed deeply to Wu Sihua and responded softly. Heroic spirits are immortal. After he finished speaking, Wu Sihua's head slowly drooped and he was completely silent. There was dead silence all around. Chai Shintong stood up straight, turned around and slowly walked towards the city. But she had obviously reached her limit. After taking just 2 steps, her body swayed and she fell down. Gu Chen rushed over and held her again, but she felt icy soft in his hands. Her clothes had long been torn to pieces, and large areas of her snow-white, delicate skin were exposed to the air. The cold touch spread along her arms and spread throughout her body, causing ripples in Gu Chen's heart. Really comfortable. It feels completely different from the 2 at home. But the thought only flashed through my mind. The cool temperature and weak breathing of the delicate body in his arms instantly woke him up. Now is not the time to think about these messes. Gu Chen picked up the unconscious Chai Shintong, looked at the road, and decisively changed direction, walking towards the place where the plane crashed. Now, the safest place is where the S-level alien Yunyan is. The 2 seemed to have good luck. Gu Chen had not walked far with Chai Shintong in his arms when he saw a figure walking towards him in the forest ahead. It was the man in the black coat, Yunyan. Gu Chen was overjoyed, as if he had seen a savior, and he shouted at the top of his voice. Master Yunyan! Here! Help! Yunyan obviously noticed them at the first moment and took a few steps forward. He glanced at Chai Shintong, who was unconscious in Gu Chen's arms. A hint of subtle surprise flashed in his eyes, and asked, What's going on? Lord Yunyan. This is Lady Chai Shintong from the Expeditionary Force. In order to protect her companions, she was attacked by a strange beast and was seriously injured and fell into a coma. Gu Chen explained breathlessly. From the Expeditionary Force? Yunyan nodded, saying calmly, Leave it to me. It's safe here. Okay. Gu Chen responded repeatedly, hurriedly stepped forward, and carefully handed Chai Shintong in his arms over. Yunyan stretched out his hands, ready to take it. At this moment, Gu Chen's gaze inadvertently fell on Yunyan's hand. In his right hand, he held a strangely shaped long knife with blood still lingering on the blade. He was shocked, and his eyes suddenly turned from the knife to the shocking wounds on Chai Shintong's body. The shape, depth, angle of these wounds, and the knife. It's a damn accurate match. Chapter 77 Unexpected Enemy. Gu Chen's brain was in a mess, but his body did not stop moving. He handed Chai Shintong to Yunyan's arms, then took a step back and forced out a simple smile. Sir, please take care of it first. I will go and check the surroundings to see if there is any danger. After saying that, he turned around and tried to run away. Just after taking 2 steps, Yunyan's voice with a hint of smile came from behind. It seems that you have discovered it. Gu Chen's steps froze, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He turned back with an expression of forced calmness, his face full of confusion. Sir, what did you say? I don't understand. Yunyan hugged Chai Shintong, gently patted her face with the bloody knife, and said with a smile, Of course. I was the one who found this woman and got hurt like this. Boom! Gu Chen felt that all the blood in his body solidified in an instant. Run? Can you escape from an S-level alien who is determined to kill you and silence you? The answer is no. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well give it a try. Fuck it. Gu Chen cursed angrily, murderous intent boiling in his heart. Without any hesitation, he turned around, drew his sword, and gathered all his strength at one point, transforming it into a sharp cold light, and chopped fiercely towards Yunyan's neck. It's better to strike first. However, facing this life-and-death attack, Yunyan didn't even move an inch. He just held Chai Shintong and raised his right hand casually, and the bloody knife came first. Clang! With a crisp sound, Gu Chen's knife, which was sure to win, was blocked by him lightly. Gu Chen's heart sank, and he immediately changed the position of his feet. He turned the blade and stabbed at Yunyan's ribs from a more tricky angle. Clang! There was another crisp sound. No matter how frantically Gu Chen swung his sword or from which angle he attacked, Yunyan seemed to have predicted it in advance. He held him in one hand and swung the sword with the other, always able to resolve all his attacks with the smallest movement and the most precise angle. It's useless. Yunyan's mouth was filled with a hint of cat and mouse teasing. Every time your muscles contract, every time you breathe in and out, you are telling me where you will attack me next. In front of me, you are like a naked. Before he finished speaking, his movement to block the next attack suddenly slowed down a bit. Although it was only a tiny trace, it was extremely sensitive to him. Yunyan's expression changed instantly. He looked at Gu Chen angrily, and shouted, "What did you do to me?" He, guess? Gu Chen grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fist-sized stones flew towards Yunyan with the sound of wind. Humph! Go to the underworld and ask the king of hell to play guessing games with you. A trace of disdain flashed in Yunyan's eyes. He swung the knife in his hand, and a condensed sword energy broke through the air, instantly chopping all the stones into powder in mid-air. The sword's energy remained unabated, tearing through the air and heading straight towards Gu Chen. Too fast. Gu Chen's pupils shrank sharply, and he only had time to cross the long sword across his chest. Phew! The sword energy slashed his body fiercely. Gu Chen's body flew backwards like a broken sack and fell heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Well, still, not possible. He moved his lips weakly and uttered his last words feebly, then his head tilted and he was completely motionless. An S-class expert is truly terrifying. Yunyan looked at Gu Chen, who was lying motionless on the ground, and sneered disdainfully. A small character dares to play tricks in front of him. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. He looked down at Chai Shintong in his arms. This woman is truly a top-notch beauty. Her facial features are so delicate that she looks like she came out of a painting. Her figure is impeccable, with curves in every shape. Even though she was unconscious now, that face still had a coldness that kept people away, which made people want to conquer her even more. What a pity, the girl from the Chai family is going to die here today. A trace of regret flashed through Yunyan's mind, but the movements of his hands were unambiguous. He raised his right hand, and the knife, which was still stained with Gu Chen's blood, with a cold light on the tip, was aimed precisely at Chai Shintong's jade-like neck. Just as he was about to exert his strength, a strong wind suddenly swept in from the depths of the forest. Stinky, violent, and crazy. Yunyan's eyelids twitched and he looked sideways, only to see a ferocious monster running towards him. The monster's upper body seemed to have been chopped apart by a giant axe. The scarlet tissue rolled and squirmed. Its two forelimbs were two huge bone blades, drawing a track of death in the dim forest. It's that broken-chested ghost. A clown. Yunyan's tone was full of arrogance. He didn't even take this thing seriously. He turned the knife in his hand and prepared to kill this troublesome thing with one blow. But at the moment he exerted force, he was horrified to find that his arms felt an indescribable sluggishness, as if countless tiny bugs were drilling in his muscles, making him feel numb, weak, and his movements were more than a beat slower. It's poison. When did that guy poison you? Just as this damn thought flashed through his mind, the ferocious bone blade of the broken-bellied ghost had already chopped down in front of him with tremendous force. In a hurry, Yunyan could only barely raise his knife to block. Clang! There was a loud bang, and the sound of metal clashing was so loud that it hurt my eardrums. Yunyan only felt an irresistible force coming from the blade, and the whole person was blown away, rolling on the ground for several times before he could stabilize his body. Chai Shintong, who was in his arms, also slipped out of his hands under the violent impact and was thrown into the bushes beside him like a broken doll. Yun Yan's face turned pale. He didn't bother to care about Chai Shintong. He immediately took out a blue medicine from his arms and drank it down with a gulp. A cool feeling spread through the throat and throughout the body, slightly suppressing the strange feeling of numbness, but the movement of the arm was still a little unsmooth. Roar! The broken bolter ghost succeeded in his attack and didn't give him a chance to breathe. He rushed up again with a roar. Yun Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he rushed forward with a knife in hand. At the beginning, due to the influence of the poison, he was a little restrained and fought back and forth with the broken-bellied ghost. But after a few rounds, the terrifying strength of the S-level strongman was fully revealed. Although the toxins in his body have not been completely eliminated, he still has no pressure in dealing with Grade A. Every attack of the broken bolter ghost seemed to be within his expectations. Just like that? Yun Yan snorted coldly, and his body flashed, dodging a bone blade like a ghost. The knife in his hand was like a poisonous snake out of a hole, and the moment the broken chest ghost raised its other arm, it fiercely stabbed into its joint. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was crisp and harsh. Yun Yan succeeded in one strike and his offensive became more fierce. He was like a skilled butcher who could always find the weakest point in the defense of the torn demon and cut it with one knife after another, leaving deep wounds on its body. The broken bolter ghost roared madly and waved the bone blade, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Yun Yan's clothes. In the end, as Yun Yan rushed forward with a knife and cleanly cut off its only remaining bone blade arm, the battle became a one-sided massacre. Puff! 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 The knife flashed and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The huge body of the broken-bellied ghost fell to the ground with a loud bang, cut into pieces and completely lifeless. At the moment it fell, the detection tower in the distance also dimmed. Yun Yan spat at the corpse of the broken board ghost and cursed, "You don't know how to live or die. Instead of hiding yourself, you come here to avenge your stupid snake. Let's go together." After saying this, the anger in his chest eased a little, and he turned and walked towards the direction where Chai Shintong was thrown. But when his eyes swept across the grass, his pupils suddenly contracted. The grass was empty. Where was Chai Shintong's shadow? Chapter 78 Under the Lake. A bad premonition came to his mind, and he turned his head sharply to look at the place where Gu Chen fell. Where are the people? That damn B-level kid is gone too. Asshole. A roar mixed with shock, anger, and disbelief shook the leaves of the entire forest rustling. You two can't get away. At the same time, Gu Chen was running frantically in the woods with a person on his back. The mountain road was rugged and bumpy, and the soft body on his back kept rising and falling as he ran. The amazing elasticity could be clearly felt from behind. Under normal circumstances, this would definitely be an experience that would make any man fantasize, but right now, Gu Chen was not in that mood at all. He now had only one thought in his mind. Run. Run as far as you can. He didn't dare to walk back to the city. He knew with his toes that Yun Yan would definitely chase him back to the city as soon as possible. The only way to survive is to do the opposite and go deeper into the more dangerous no man's land. Master Chai, you must remember that I saved your life. Saving your life is more important than anything else, don't you understand? Gu Chen was panting heavily and muttering to himself to Chai Shintong, who was unconscious on his back. You can't just turn your back on me when you wake up. You have to help me. You can't let Yun Yan kill people to silence them. He didn't care whether Chai Shintong could hear him or not, he just kept nagging over and over again in different ways. In his opinion, he really took a gamble this time, and it would not be too much to ask Chai Shintong to repay his kindness with her body. A B-class snatched a person away from an S-class who was about to kill him to silence him. No one would believe this if this story were told to others. Fortunately, everything went right. He started to think about it the moment he noticed that there was something wrong with the knife in Yun Yan's hand. When he handed Chai Shintong over, he seemed to be very cautious, but in fact he quietly released the paralyzing venom and smeared it on Chai Shintong's exposed skin. This toxin is very explosive and takes effect very quickly. When Yun Yan took over Chai Shintong, he didn't notice the slight abnormality on her skin. Sure enough, she was infected. As for Yun Yan's determined sword energy, it was also thanks to the damage reduction magic ball that blocked more than 90% of the damage for him. Otherwise, he would not be pretending to be dead, but really dead. His original plan was to sneak away using the concealment orb while Yun Yan wasn't paying attention. But plans cannot keep up with changes. The broken both ghost unexpectedly appeared and was still so powerful that it managed to hold back the poisoned Yunyan. Chance. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Chen, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was torn between his conscience and his desires. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to take a greater risk and take Chai Shintong with him. If he ran away alone, after Yunyan found out, he would definitely hunt him down as a witness all over the world, and he might not be safe even if he returned to the city. But if I take Chai Shintong with me, as long as this woman can survive, with her identity, maybe she can help me get rid of Yunyan's trouble. After much thought, I decided to do it. So, he quietly got up, picked up Chai Shintong, and covered them both in a halo of invisibility. While Yunyan was dealing with the broken-bellied ghost, he slipped away. Just as Gu Chen was running and nagging, a cold voice sounded in the woods without any warning. Hide well, don't let me find you. It's Yunyan. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He caught up so quickly? Does this guy have a dog nose? He looked around. The forest was so deep and dense that there was nowhere to hide. What to do? In a hurry, his eyes locked on one direction. Gritting his teeth, Gu Chen carried Chai Shintong on his back, turned around, and rushed towards the mine. Perhaps because all the snake people were lured away, there were only a few snake people left nearby. Gu Chen raised his knife and slashed, quickly clearing out several snakemen that were blocking the way. Soon, he rushed to the foot of the cliff. The sight before him made him gasp. The original pitch-black entrance to the mine had completely disappeared, and in its place was a huge, hideous crack on the mountain, like a huge mouth of an abyss opened in the earth, surrounded by piles of rubble as big as a hill. I think this is the masterpiece that the green-winged python squeezed out from the ground. Without stopping for a moment, Gu Chen exerted force on his feet and rushed into the depths of the cave that looked like a rift valley, carrying Chai Shintong on his back. Not long after he entered, Yunyan's figure appeared outside the cliff. He glanced at the snake man corpses on the ground and frowned. Strange. The beast was clearly just killed, how could the person disappear out of thin air? He raised his head suspiciously, his eyes fell on the huge crack in the mountain, and then walked in. Soon, Yunyan came out again. The passages in the mines are intricate, and although most of them have been destroyed, many are still intact, making it difficult to find someone. Yunyan glanced at the hole and said hatefully, "Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in there?" The long sword in his hand burst out with a blazing white light, and then he slashed at the cliff wall several times. The mountain collapsed and the cave entrance was buried. The deafening sound gradually disappeared, and then the area around the mine returned to silence. Wu Sihua was not talking nonsense. The bottom of the lake in this mine was indeed very large, and there was a passage leading to an unknown place. The lake water is icy cold. Gu Chen held the unconscious Chai Shintong tightly in his arms. That body in the water was like a heavy piece of iron, constantly pulling him deeper. Gu Chen knew very well how terrible it was for a person to drown in a state of severe coma. There was no struggle, no instinctive coughing after choking on water. The cold lake water poured into her lungs unimpeded, taking Chai Shintong's life silently. He didn't know what Chai Shintong's current condition was, nor did he know how long she could hold on. This woman is his life-saving talisman, she must not be gone like this. As I swam, the air in my chest became thinner and thinner, and a suffocating feeling of oppression pressed in from all directions. Gu Chen took out a bottle of life potion from the storage space, unscrewed the lid and poured it into his mouth. A warm current instantly surged through my limbs and bones, and the feeling of suffocation that was on the verge of limit receded like a tide, and my lungs were filled with strength again. He could only drink this potion 5 times a day, and this time it was gone. Gu Chen did not dare to delay, and his arm paddling movements became even faster. At this moment, there was a violent shaking behind me, and the entire underwater world seemed to be shaking. Boom boom. A dull roar came through the water layer, and Gu Chen subconsciously looked back. They saw that the ground above their heads where they had just swam was collapsing on a large scale. Countless huge rocks and soil mixed together and smashed into the water, instantly making the area turbid. It must be that bastard Yunyan. He wanted to destroy the entire mine and bury them alive. This person acts so ruthlessly and decisively, leaving no room for maneuver. Gu Chen no longer dared to look back. He held Chai Shintong in his arms and swam desperately towards the unknown depths of darkness with all his might. Chapter 79 Escape. Fortunately, the violent collapse did not affect too far away, and the turbid muddy water was gradually left behind. I don't know how long I swam underwater, maybe 10 minutes, maybe longer. Just when Guchen felt that the effect of the fourth bottle of life potion was about to run out, he finally saw that there seemed to be something different in the upper front. It was an area that was completely different from the deep darkness around it. Is it an exit? Guchen was delighted, and he exerted force with his legs and rushed upwards. Crash! Water splashed everywhere, and Guchen's head was the first to break out of the water. Hoo ha ha! Fresh air! He opened his mouth greedily and breathed in big gulps. His lungs felt a burning pain as he regained oxygen, but this pain was so wonderful and soothing. It feels so damn good to be alive and breathing. Guchen dragged Chai Shintong ashore and laid her flat on the ground. Then he took out the flashlight he had bought earlier from the storage space and turned it on with a click. A beam of white light instantly pierced through the darkness and shone on Chai Shintong. The woman's eyes were closed and her face looked extremely pale and lifeless in the dim light. Guchen shook off the water droplets on his hair to keep himself awake. He also knows some knowledge of first aid. Saving lives is important. Without any hesitation, he leaned down and used one hand to open Chai Shintong's jaw, which was tightly closed due to coma. Then he took a deep breath, lowered his head without hesitation, and pressed his lips against those cold and soft lips. It feels cold to the touch, soft yet a little stiff, without any trace of human warmth. Guchen had no distracting thoughts and slowly passed the air in his lungs over. Then he stood up, folded his hands, and pressed them on Chai Xian's elastic chest, pressing hard at a specific frequency and strength. 1, 2, 3. The soft touch was clearly felt through the wet clothes, but there was no romantic thought in his mind now, only the precise counting and the desire to save people. Hey! Master Chai! Wake up! Press 30 times and breathe in twice. After repeating this several times, Guchen was exhausted and out of breath, but the woman under him still didn't react at all. He stopped and sniffed her breath, which was a little confused. Then he took out the hemostatic spray and the powerful healing injection from the storage space and gave Chai Shintong's wound a simple treatment. After finishing all this, Guchen breathed a sigh of relief and sat aside. It seems that she won't die for the time being, and the rest depends on her own luck. Only then did he have time to look around. It was a dark cave, and the flashlight moved, illuminating the scene inside the cave. The scene in front of him made Guchen's pupils shrink slightly. In the corners of the cave, there were a lot of broken white eggshells as big as washbasins scattered around. And around the eggshell, there were dozens of little snake men lying in all directions, each only half his height. These little guys are now curled up and sleeping soundly. Snakeman LV.2. Snakeman LV.1. It turned out that he had broken into the snake man's lair. Guchen's eyes turned cold, and he pulled out the gold-tempered knife from the storage space. He stood next to the snakeman cub closest to him, aimed at its still sleeping head, and stabbed it mercilessly. Hiss! The dying cub let out a sharp, piercing wail, the sound instantly breaking the silence of the cave. Kill the snakeman LV.2. Energy points gained, 1 point. The rest of the sleeping snake cubs were suddenly awakened like frightened rabbits, their green eyes filled with fear. They swung their tails in panic, fled in all directions, and disappeared into the shadows deep in the cave in the blink of an eye. Just a little energy? Guchen curled his lips and lost interest in chasing. Killing these little guys is a waste of energy. The most important thing now is to wake up Chai Shintong and then go back to the city. He put away the knife, walked back to Chai Shintong, carried her on his back again, put his arms around her legs, held a flashlight in his other hand, and began to grope forward along the only passage in the cave. It is not known whether this passage was formed naturally or dug by the snake people. It is extremely huge. But if you think about it carefully, you will understand. If it is not bigger, how can the green-winged python get in and out here? Not only was it big, but it was also like the human intestine, winding and twisting, and the ground was uneven and covered with slippery moss. It was extremely difficult to walk with a person on his back, and Guchen was exhausted. He walked along with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, feeling that time was losing its meaning. He didn't know how long it had been, maybe an hour, maybe longer, but he finally saw a long-lost light in front of the passage that did not belong to a flashlight. Finally going out. Guchen was invigorated and quickened his pace. When he finally got out of the narrow exit, the glaring sunlight made him squint. It's already bright outside. He looked around immediately and found himself in an unfamiliar forest. Looking around, all you can see are rolling hills and endless green. This is a location halfway up a mountain. After staying for a few seconds, Guchen turned around and climbed up the mountain. Standing on the top of the mountain, he looked into the distance. Soon, his eyes were fixed on the tallest mountain in the distance. That is, the sky wall. Knowing the direction to go home, Gu Chen felt at ease. When he first came to the sky wall, he carefully observed the surrounding terrain from the top of the mountain and was deeply impressed by this highest mountain nearby. Although I swam in the water for quite a while and walked in the underground passage for over an hour, judging from the distance, I should not have strayed too far from the skywall. As long as you find the highest mountain, you can determine the location of the skywall and roughly judge your current location. However, this sense of relief was soon replaced by another heavy emotion. He had already strayed far away from the curfew zone and entered deep into the heart of the no man's land. This place is full of unknown dangers for human beings. Gu Chen looked down at Chai Shintong, who was still unconscious and lying on the ground, and frowned tightly. He squatted down, stretched out his hand and gently patted Chai Shintong's cold face, and couldn't help muttering. "Miss Chai, when will you wake up? If you don't wake up, I'm really going to throw you here to feed the wild animals." Of course, this is just a rant. He pulled out a bottle of bright red healing potion and decided to try again. What if this potion can't be drunk by men, but can be drunk by women? Gu Chen roughly pried open Chai Shintong's small mouth, pressed 2 fingers against her upper and lower teeth to prevent her from closing them subconsciously, and then carefully placed the glass tube containing the medicine into her mouth. The blood-red liquid slowly flowed out of the tube. Chapter 80 Choice. However, a strange scene happened again. The bloody liquid seemed to have life. As soon as it touched Chai Shintong's mouth, it disappeared out of thin air. Not even a drop could actually flow in. It was exactly the same as when I poured it to Wu Sihua before. Oh shit. Gu Chen cursed under his breath and gave up completely. It seems that this thing can only be used by him and no one else can use it. There's nothing I can do. He drank a bottle of recovery potion himself, feeling the fatigue in his body slowly dissipating, then resigned himself to his fate and carried Chai Shintong on his back again, identified the direction of the skyscraper, and began to go down the mountain. Deep in the no man's land, it was not as he had imagined before, where he could encounter a strange beast every 2 steps. There were deadly dangers lurking everywhere. He carried Chai Shintong down most of the hillside and only encountered a foolish E-level monster, which he easily dealt with. The journey was relatively safe. Just as he was about to reach the foot of the mountain, his eyes suddenly caught a detail. In the wet mud beside the path, there was a clear shoe print. Gu Chen immediately stopped and squatted down to take a closer look. Judging from the clarity of the footprints, they were definitely left not long ago. There is someone nearby. A thought instantly jumped out of Gu Chen's mind. Most of those active in the no man's land are teams of aliens. In order to ensure the survival rate of a team, they usually find a special person who has healing abilities or is proficient in medicine. This may be a good opportunity to rescue Chai Shintong. But, this cannot be done rashly. Gu Chen didn't dare to show up rashly. People's hearts are hidden, and in this no man's land without law and order, murder and robbery are commonplace. Who knows whether the other person is good or bad? If you happen to encounter a group of ruthless characters who, seeing that you are outnumbered and powerless, have evil intentions, you would be asking for trouble. Not to mention. Gu Chen looked back at the unconscious woman on his back. Chai Shintong looks like a fairy. After all the trouble she had gone through, her clothes had turned into strips of cloth, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin. The scattered wounds did not affect her beauty at all. Her current condition, naked and unconscious, is simply a test for men. Not everyone is like him, able to keep the clarity in his heart. Gu Chen didn't believe that any rough man who had licked blood from the edge of a knife could remain rational and act like a gentleman after seeing such a beauty. But under the current circumstances, returning to the city for treatment is obviously not realistic. First, the journey is too long. Carrying an unconscious person on a long journey, who knows what accidents might happen on the way, and whether it would delay the best time for treatment. Second, remember. That person will definitely not give up. With his power, it will be easy for him to find out his identity information. The city might have already set up a tight net, waiting for you to fall into it. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's heart sank suddenly, and he thought of his family. Gu Tong, Ran Wenwen, Wang Jie. Will Yunian attack them because she can't find herself? As soon as this thought came to mind, a violent murderous intent instantly surged from Gu Chen's heart, and his fists clenched involuntarily. He swore that if Yunian dared to touch a hair on his family, no matter what the price he had to pay in the future, he would make Yunian pay with blood. Gu Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the emotions surging in his heart. Now is not the time to think about these things. The most urgent task is to solve the current difficulties. In the end, he decided to look for the person who appeared here. Guchen looked carefully at the direction in which the footprints extended, and he became extremely alert, paying close attention to the surrounding plants and trees. He followed the subtle traces of trampled grass and broken branches, and followed them carefully step by step. He seems to have good luck. After following the trail for about 20 minutes, the sound of rushing water and the faint aroma of grilled fish drifted over on the wind. Guchen's heart moved, he slowed down his pace, and quietly pushed aside the dense bushes in front of him. Scenes came into his sight. There was a clear stream not far away, and 2 tents were set up on the flat grass beside the stream. There was a bonfire in front of the tent. A man who looked to be about 50 years old was sitting on a stone, holding a sharpened branch, roasting a fat river fish with great concentration. The fat dripped into the flames, making a sizzling sound, and the aroma filled the air. On the open space next to the man, there were several pieces of exotic animal skins that had just been peeled off and the blood on them had not yet dried. At this moment, a man's voice came from the tent, with a somewhat boastful tone. "Brother, you didn't see how fierce that wolf cub was today. Its claws came at me in an instant. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have had my kidneys ripped out." The man called brother didn't even turn his head. He just chuckled twice and replied in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I told you to stay away and help me recover from my wounds. You always get so close to me. Come out and eat something when you've had enough of lying down. The fish is grilled." There are 2 people? It seems that there really is an alien with healing abilities. Guchen's heart began to beat faster. Chapter 81, Asking for Help. As the curtain of the tent was opened, a man with shoulder-length hair walked out. He looked a little younger than the man by the fire, probably in his 40s, and the frost in the corners of his eyes made him look a little weathered. He sat down beside the fire, stretched out his hand to break off a large piece of roasted fish from the campfire, and stuffed it directly into his mouth without fear of the heat, mumbling incoherently. "It smells really good. Brother, your cooking skills are getting better and better." The long-haired man chewed the beer in big mouthfuls while picking up a beer can from the ground. He knocked it against a stone and pulled the ring open. The cold beer poured down his throat, making a gulp-gulp sound. "Cool." The short-haired man called brother chuckled, picked up a beer can, clinked it with the long-haired man's can, making a crisp clang sound, and then he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. "Pooh. Pooh." As soon as he took a sip, the short-haired man suddenly spat twice, and a small red ladybug came out with it. He frowned and cursed with disgust. This worm really knows how to pick places. Why did it drill into the wine? Seeing this, the long-haired man laughed and shook the beer can in his hand with a gloating look. "It means you attract bugs." As he spoke, he proudly raised his head again, ready to take another big gulp. However, the smile froze on his face before it could fully bloom. He made a strange sound in his throat, and then, like his brother, he spit out some wine and a similar little ladybug with a puff. "What bad luck!" The long-haired man cursed and wiped his mouth. "Do the bugs in these mountains like wine so much?" Now it was the short-haired man's turn to make fun of him. He laughed so hard that the grilled fish in his hand almost fell into the fire. Just as the 2 brothers were joking with each other and the atmosphere was peaceful, their movements suddenly stopped. Snap! Snap! There were 2 soft sounds, and the beer cans and unfinished grilled fish in their hands fell to the ground at the same time, as if the strength had been drained away. A sudden feeling of numbness quickly spread from their limbs to their bones, making their bodies stiff and unresponsive. The short-haired man's face turned pale in an instant, and he cursed, "Oh no! It's poisonous!" The instinct for survival made him struggle to get up, his eyes fixed on an axe lying on the ground not far away. But as soon as he took a staggering step, his body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, and his movements were as slow as a slow motion in a movie. Just at this moment, a black shadow flashed from his side, so fast that he had no time to react. The black shadow didn't stop at all and went straight between him and the axe. A long knife flashing with a cold metallic light, the tip of the knife was pointing exactly at his throat. The owner of the knife was Guchen. "Don't move." Guchen's voice was very flat and a little cold. Of course, the short-haired man would not just surrender like that. He clenched his teeth, gathered all the remaining strength in his body, twisted his neck, and punched Guchen in the face. As long as he can fight this guy off, even for just a moment, he can get the axe. Unfortunately, he thought too much. In Guchen's eyes, his punch was soft and ridiculously slow. Guchen didn't even move his weapon, he just slightly turned his body and easily dodged his fist. Then he raised his foot and kicked the short-haired man accurately in the chest. With a dull bang, the short-haired man flew backwards and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The long-haired man on the side was stunned. He wanted to move but was too weak to do anything. He could only watch his elder brother being subdued in one move, with fear written all over his face. Gu Chen ignored his expression, but walked slowly to the short-haired man and gently placed the blade of the tempered gold knife on his neck. The cold touch made the short-haired man's body tremble involuntarily. "I don't want to kill anyone, I just want to ask you two for a favor." Gu Chen's voice was still calm, but the knife on his neck was more convincing than any words. The two brothers looked at each other, their eyes full of vigilance. The long-haired man said, Is there anyone you would ask for help like this?" He didn't dare use his ability to try to detoxify, fearing that he would be killed if he did. "This world is too dangerous, it's always better to be careful." Gu Chen said lightly, "As long as you cooperate honestly, I promise not to hurt you. In this lawless land, so-called goodwill and trust are the cheapest things. Only absolute suppression by force is the most effective way of communication." He is alone now, with a burden, and cannot afford to take any risks. The long-haired man seemed to have realized the reality and gave up the idea of resistance. He gasped and asked, What do you want us to do for you? I just heard you guys chatting, it seems like some of you can heal injuries?" Gu Chen stated his purpose directly, "I have a friend who is seriously injured and needs treatment." Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the long-haired man's eyes. He nodded and admitted, "My ability is to heal people." "Where are the people?" "Don't worry." Gu Chen's knife was still firmly against the short-haired man's neck, without any relaxation. "Follow me and you will know." Under Gu Chen's coercion, the two could only drag their bodies, which were slowed by the paralyzing venom, and follow Gu Chen step by step into the depths of the bushes. Not long after walking, the three of them arrived at the place where Gu Chen had been hiding before. When the two brothers saw Chai Shintong lying on the ground, covered with a few layers of leaves and covered with wounds, they were stunned. Especially when they saw Chai Shintong's face, which was still stunningly beautiful even though she was unconscious, a hint of amazement flashed in their eyes. The long-haired man quickly came back to his senses. He glanced at Chai Shintong's injuries, then glanced at Gu Chen, and said in a deep voice, "You should remove the poison from my body first, otherwise it will be inconvenient for me." Gu Chen stared at him for a few seconds, as if trying to determine the truthfulness of his words. Finally, he nodded. But he didn't completely let down his guard. The tempered gold knife was still against the short-haired man's neck, and he reached out with his other hand and gently patted the long-haired man on the shoulder. A weak warm current flowed out from Gu Chen's palm, instantly dispelling the numbness in the long-haired man's body. The long-haired man stretched his arms, without hesitation, and immediately squatted next to Chai Shintong. He stretched out his hands, palms facing down, and hovered above Chai Shintong's chest. A soft green light slowly lit up from the palm of his hand, like a pool of spring water, gently enveloping Chai Shintong. With the injection of green light, Chai Shintong's pretty face, which was as pale as paper, gradually showed a faint hint of blood color. Although the hideous wounds on her body did not heal immediately, the flesh around the edges seemed to be wriggling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most importantly, her breathing, which was originally so weak that it was almost imperceptible, became much smoother. Although he was still unconscious, his lips would tremble slightly occasionally. Finally, I saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 82. It's so cold. Gu Chen's tense heart finally relaxed a little. After about 10 minutes, the long-haired man withdrew his hand, and a layer of fine sweat beads had already seeped out of his forehead. He gasped and said, "Her injuries are too severe. All her internal organs are damaged and she has lost a lot of blood. With my current abilities, I can only temporarily stabilize her injuries and get her out of danger. It will take time for her to fully recover." Gu Chen nodded to show his understanding. He brought the two brothers to the tree next to the tent, took out a rope from the storage space, tied the brothers up tightly with skill, and then fed each of them a mouthful of paralyzing venom to ensure that they had no ability to resist. Then he put Chai Shintong in the tent next to him. After doing all this, he found a clean stone to sit down and looked at the two brothers tied together. "Don't worry, I told you, as long as you cooperate, I won't do anything to you." Gu Chen took out some water and some dry food from his backpack and handed them to them. "Just tell me if you're hungry or thirsty." In order to kill time during the long wait, Gu Chen started chatting with them. Through the conversation, Gu Chen learned that the short-haired man was called Qin Lin and the long-haired man was called Qin Mu, and they were brothers. They were originally people with decent jobs in the city. Although they did not earn much, their lives were relatively stable. Unfortunately, things don't go as planned. Their mother got cancer and the drugs to treat cancer were extremely expensive. In order to raise medical expenses for their mother, the two brothers had to quit their jobs and take the risk of becoming aliens. They ran to this uninhabited area to hunt alien beasts and exchange the materials of the alien beasts for huge sums of money. Aren't you afraid of encountering danger? Gu Chen asked. Xin Lin smiled bitterly. Of course I am. But there is nothing I can do. I can't just watch my mom die, right? Chemotherapy, targeted drugs, various tests, all these costs are just like water. This area was previously cleared by an organization, and most of the powerful high-level monsters were killed. There are only a few minions left. If my two brothers are careful, we can still handle it. As he spoke, Shinmu looked towards the tent and asked curiously, Brother, what happened to your friend? She doesn't look like she was injured while hunting a strange beast. A hint of coldness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. We also came here to hunt exotic animals, but we ran into a group of blind guys who wanted to kill and rob. My friend was seriously injured in order to protect me. So, don't blame me for being cruel. In a place like this, I have to be on guard against you. Once my friend wakes up and confirms that you have no ill intentions, I will naturally let you go. Hearing this, Shinmu nodded, revealing a look of understanding. No wonder. I saw the wounds on her body, some of them really look like they were caused by swords. Gu Chen took the opportunity to recount the story of how he and Chai Shintong jumped into the water to escape, and embellished it a little, omitting the existence of Yun Yen. After Qin Mu heard this, he frowned and said with a somewhat reproachful tone, Brother, you are too reckless. She was seriously injured and unconscious at the time, how could you carry her into the water? If it were someone else, even if they didn't drown, they would have been choked to death. Your friend is really lucky. Gu Chen nodded silently and admitted, the situation was urgent at the time, and I did neglect to consider it. But he didn't feel any regret at all. If it happened again, he would still jump into the bottom of the lake with Chai Shintong in his arms. Are you kidding? If they don't jump down and face Union, both of them will die. If he jumped, at least he would have a chance to survive. As for Chai Shintong, to be cold-blooded, her life or death was not Gu Chen's primary consideration at the time. The first thing he had to protect was his own life. Of course, he was not just gambling on luck. Gu Chen thought at that time that the abilities of aliens came from the essence and blood of alien beasts, and their bodies would more or less acquire some characteristics of alien beasts. For example, some fire-type mutants are not afraid of fire, and some lightning-type mutants are not afraid of electricity. Then, for a woman like Chai Shintong who was good at using ice abilities, would her body's resistance to water and tolerance to low temperatures be much stronger than that of ordinary people? This woman's skin is different from normal people's, it's cold. As it turned out, he made the right bet. Just as the three were chatting, there was a sudden noise in the tent next to them. Gu Chen immediately stood up and rushed in. Inside the tent, Chai Shintong still had her eyes closed. Her complexion looked much better than before, but she still hadn't woken up. Only her lips kept moving and faint and vague moans came from her throat. Cold, very cold. Gu Chen leaned down and put his ear close to her mouth, only then could he hear what she was muttering. Cold? Gu Chen quickly reached out and touched her forehead, it was icy cold. Same as before. Unable to figure out what was going on, Gu Chen picked up the quilt next to him and covered Chai Shintong tightly with it. But even so, Chai Shintong's body continued to tremble under the quilt, and she never stopped moaning, cold, so cold. Useless? Gu Chen frowned, and ran to the next tent, took the quilt from there, and covered himself with both quilts together. But Chai Shintong was still dazed and shouting that she was cold. Now Gu Chen was completely at a loss. He walked out of the tent quickly and asked the two tied-up Qin brothers, she keeps saying she's cold. What's going on? Shinmu thought for a moment and said, this should be a good sign. It means that her body functions are recovering, and she is beginning to feel and react. What should we do now that she is so cold? Gu Chen asked. First check if her clothes are wet. Shinmu reminded, she was badly injured and has been in the water for so long. Wet clothes stick to her body and her body temperature will be lost very quickly. This is probably the reason. Take off her wet clothes first, change her into dry ones, and then wrap her tightly with a blanket, and she should feel much better. A word can wake a dreamer up. Gu Chen suddenly remembered that Chai Shintong was still wearing the clothes that had been soaked in water. The forest was damp along the way, and there was no sunshine at all. Her clothes were probably still half dry. He was really confused. He actually forgot such an important thing. Chapter 83 Hug for Warmth. Guchen walked quickly back to the tent, looking at Chai Shintong, who was trembling in the quilt. A hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Change clothes. This meant that he had to take off all her clothes himself. He, Guchen, is not a villain who takes advantage of others. But in the current situation, it seems that there is no other choice. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind. Saving lives is the most important thing. I can't care about anything else. Guchen took a deep breath, as if to encourage himself, then leaned over and whispered in Chai Shintong's ear in the calmest voice possible. Master Chai, you are not feeling well now. You must change your wet clothes, otherwise it will be very dangerous. We have to make decisions in an emergency. I don't mean to offend you. I hope you can understand when you wake up. I don't know whether I am saying this to her or to myself. Guchen stretched out his hand. First, he lifted a corner of the quilt, revealing Chai Shintong's upper body. The red shirt, which had turned into strips of cloth, had become dull due to being soaked in water and stained with blood, and it stuck tightly to her exquisite body. Guchen tried his best to keep his eyes level and not look around. His fingers touched the first button on his chest with some stiffness, and he gently unbuttoned it. Then the second one, the third one. As the buttons were undone one by one, the lapels opened to both sides, exposing large areas of skin to the air, and the criss-crossing wounds looked even more shocking at this moment. Guchen could smell a faint scent, a mixture of blood and a woman's fragrance, lingering at the tip of his nose. My heartbeat involuntarily quickened a few beats. He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. After taking off the outer garment, the tight-fitting bra underneath was revealed, which had been torn in several places. Guchen closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and quickly untied it and pulled it out, and then the equally torn black skirt on his lower body. Throughout the whole process, Guchen felt like he was going through a long ordeal. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and his movements seemed a little clumsy due to nervousness. Finally, all the wet clothes were taken off by him. Chai Shintong's skin was as white as the finest mutton fat jade. Although it was covered with scars and blood, it did not diminish its beauty at all. Instead, it added a kind of broken and sad shock. Guchen only took a glance and quickly looked away, feeling his cheeks getting hot. He found a clean t-shirt and sports pants from his storage space and helped Chai Shintong put them on with awkward movements. His clothes seemed a little big on Chai Shintong's body, and the hem of his t-shirt reached her thighs. After doing all this, he walked out of the tent as if he was escaping, holding the pile of tattered clothes that Chai Shintong had changed out of. The red shirt and black skirt were completely unusable, so he threw them away. The only thing left was the underwear that was still usable. He found a branch and hung it in the sun with some embarrassment. Back in the tent, he covered Chai Shintong with 2 quilts again. However, the situation did not improve as he expected. Chai Shintong was still shivering, and her mumblings changed from "it's so cold" to a monotonous cold. Although there was one word missing, the bone-chilling chill seemed to be conveyed through her voice. What's going on? I've changed my clothes and used 2 blankets, but why am I still cold? Guchen ran out of the tent again and looked at the Chin brothers anxiously. It still doesn't work, she still says she's cold. What should I do? Chin Mu also frowned, unable to figure out the reason for a moment. Xin Lin, who was tied to the side, curled his lips and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Isn't this easy to do? The simplest and most direct way is to go in and hold her to sleep, and use your own body temperature to keep her warm. I guarantee it will work better than anything else." What? Guchen was stunned. Holding Chai Shintong? He shook his head, almost subconsciously refusing. It's not that he was so averse to such intimate contact with Chai Shintong. To be honest, any man would have some thoughts when facing such a stunning beauty. What he was afraid of was that Chai Shintong would kill him directly after waking up. Changing her clothes just now was already a huge offense, but at least it could be explained by saying that saving a life is like putting out a fire. If we sleep together. That's really like yellow mud falling into your crotch. It's either shit or shit. There's no way to explain it. This woman looks like a tough character. Seeing Guchen hesitate, Xin Lin rolled his eyes. Hey, you are so fussy. It's already this time, what are you still worried about? Saving people is the most important thing. Is face more important, or life more important? Is this method reliable? Guchen still had some doubts. Why is it unreliable? Xin Lin said confidently, when I was a child, my family was poor and it was so cold in the winter that I couldn't sleep. My brother and I would sleep together and we didn't feel cold at all. Xin Mu beside him also nodded and echoed. I have seen a similar method in an ancient medical book before. The book said that for people with low body temperature, a healthy person can sleep on the same bed with them. The yin and yang can complement each other and transfer yang energy to warm them up. To put it simply, if two people hug each other, they will both be warm. One speaks from personal experience, the other quotes from classics. Gu Chen looked at the tent behind him that kept groaning with the word cold, and he felt torn between his conscience and his desires. To save or not to save? This is a problem. No, the problem is how to save them. In the end, reason overwhelmed the fear of Chai Shintong. Chai Shintong is now his important support in escaping from Yunyan's pursuit, and he can't let her die like this. As for what will happen after waking up, that was later. Let us get through the current difficulties first. Gu Chen's eyes were determined. Without hesitation, he turned around and went into the small tent again. In the dim light inside the tent, the air seemed to freeze. Gu Chen stood beside the quilt, looking at the shivering figure, and let out a long breath. It's okay to offend her. It's better than watching her freeze to death. He gritted his teeth and slowly lifted a corner of the quilt. He crawled in with stiff hands and feet, moving very small movements for fear of making too much noise. When he lay on his side next to Chai Shintong, a cold touch instantly came from the contacted skin, making him shiver involuntarily. It's so chilly. This temperature doesn't seem like a living person, but more like a human-shaped piece of ice. He covered himself with the quilt again. In the narrow space, he could clearly see Chai Shintong's profile close at hand. Her eyelashes were very long and were trembling slightly at this moment. Her delicate eyebrows were tightly furrowed. Her lips had lost their color due to the cold and were slightly open, and she kept mumbling cold. Chapter 84 Chai Shintong wakes up. Gu Chen thought of the unreliable method of the Qin brothers. Holding. He looked at the exquisite body in front of him and swallowed. His arms trembled a little as he slowly stretched them out, passed over her slender waist, and finally held her in his arms. It felt cold and smooth to the touch, and through the thin t-shirt, I could feel her body trembling uncontrollably. Gu Chen's body tensed up instantly and he held his breath. Apart from hugging her tightly and passing his body temperature to her, he didn't dare to make any extra movements. The effect of this hug is surprisingly good. Chai Shintong seemed to have found the source of heat and instinctively shrank into his arms. The violent trembling caused by the cold gradually subsided. Although the word cold would still pop out of his mouth occasionally, the frequency had been greatly reduced. Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this method works. Fortunately, his physical condition is no longer what it used to be. If it were Gu Chen, the ordinary person before he awakened his ability, sleeping with a big piece of ice in his arms, he would definitely get a fever and a cold within half an hour. Time passed bit by bit in this unbearable silence. Throughout the whole day, Gu Chen hardly moved, like a full-time human heater, dutifully providing warmth for the woman in his arms. He only went out once during the journey, replenished the Qin brothers' supply with some paralyzing venom so that they could continue to enjoy the quiet treatment, and then went back to the tent to continue his heating business. The sun sets in the west, and the night falls on the branches. There were only the occasional chirping of insects outside the tent, which made the place even more dead silent. After lying down for too long, Gu Chen's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and he dozed off unconsciously. It was precisely because of his doze that he failed to notice at first that the person in his arms had quietly changed. Chai Shintong first felt as if her body was tied up by something, so heavy that she couldn't breathe. She wanted to turn over, but found that she couldn't move at all. What's going on? She struggled to open her heavy eyelids, her vision was still a little blurry, and what she saw was something close at hand that looked soft. She subconsciously wanted to move her head back to get a little further away to see more clearly. As she moved, she finally saw clearly that it was a man's lips. As her eyes moved upwards, a familiar face appeared before her. Gu Chen? As consciousness gradually returned, senses throughout the body began to become clearer. She realized something was wrong. Something is very wrong. It feels like something is pressing on my chest. It's a human hand. Chai Shintong's heart sank, and she forced herself to calm down and not lose her temper immediately. She first felt the situation between herself and the man beside her. Although there was a dim emergency desk lamp on in the tent, the light could not penetrate the thick quilts covering the two people. It was pitch black in the bed and she couldn't see anything. However, just based on the touch and pressure coming from her body, Chai Shintong already had an extremely clear understanding of her current situation. She, Chai Shintong, was lying on a bed with a man she had only met a few times, and their posture was extremely ambiguous. She could feel Gu Chen's hand passing under her neck and around her back, holding her firmly in his arms. And his other hand. What made her even more ashamed and angry was that her own hands were still holding the hand he had placed on her chest, as if she was afraid that hand would leave. This is not the end yet. One of her legs was draped over his without any scruples, and her entire body was almost wrapped around him. What on earth is going on? A feeling of shame and anger suddenly rushed into my brain. Chai Shintong did not scream immediately, but just pushed the hand pressing on her chest hard, trying to move it away. However, the hand seemed to be welded to it and did not move at all. Open! A cold, emotionless voice rang out in the silent tent. Gu Chen was not a deep sleeper to begin with, and he felt it when his arm was pushed. Coupled with the sudden words in his ear, he woke up instantly. When he opened his eyes, he met Chai Shintong's frighteningly bright eyes. You finally woke up. He was stunned at first, then an expression of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't notice at all that Chai Shintong's pretty face had become as cold as ice at this moment, and the murderous intent in her eyes almost solidified. Fortunately, Chai Shintong is now weak and unable to use his abilities. Otherwise, according to her personality, it would be impossible for her to talk nonsense to Gu Chen, but she would directly use an ice cone to make a hole in his arm first. I said, "Get out of my way." Seeing that he didn't respond, Chai Shintong's voice became even colder, and she almost squeezed out every word from between her teeth. Gu Chen finally realized that something was wrong. This tone, this look, it doesn't seem like surprise, but murderous intent. He looked down and suddenly realized how intimate their posture was at the moment. His hands, his legs. Oh shit. Gu Chen wanted to sit up and get out of this embarrassing situation. In a panic, he habitually put one hand under his body, trying to use the force to get up. However, the touch from the palm was not right. It was not a hard ground, but a surprisingly soft and elastic ground. Gu Chen's whole body froze, as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he realize where he had been supporting himself just now. I'm sorry. He hurriedly crawled out from under the quilt, rolled and crawled to the corner of the tent, and looked at Chai Shintong, who was slowly sitting up on the bed with a look of panic. Lord Chai. Please listen to my explanation. This is a misunderstanding. Gu Chen explained, I am treating you. Really? I don't mean anything else, please don't misunderstand me. Chai Shintong sat up slowly, and the loose t-shirt slipped slightly from her shoulders, revealing her fair shoulders and delicate collarbones. She glanced at Gu Chen coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Is there anyone who treats people like you? This sentence choked Gu Chen speechless. His face turned red and white, and he felt so embarrassed. That posture just now really can't be explained. But I swear to God, that was not his subjective wish. He fell asleep, his body reacting purely on instinct. Besides, before falling asleep, she was the one who kept burrowing into his arms, hugging him tighter than he did. Of course, Gu Chen would never dare to say this. After spending some time with Ran Wenwen and Wang Jai, Gu Chen completely understood a truth never, ever try to reason with a woman. Chapter 85. How can you warm others up like this? He still remembers that one time when he and Wang Jai went out. He clearly remembered that they should turn left at the intersection, but Wang Jai insisted to turn right. He gave a rigorous argument for 10 minutes from multiple angles, including logic, direction, and landmarks, to prove that it was indeed time to turn left. I spoke in a hurry, so my voice was inevitably louder. What was the result? Wang Jai killed him instantly with just one sentence. You yelled at me? You yelled at me for a broken intersection? All roads lead to Rome. Can't you get anywhere by turning right? From then on, Gu Chen understood that at certain times, reason is useless. So he resolutely gave up his excuses and promised sincerely. Master Chai, I really didn't mean it. I fell asleep and had no idea what I did. I swear. I saw you kept complaining about being cold, and I was afraid you'd get frozen, so I held you in my arms while sleeping, purely to keep you warm and make you feel more comfortable. Chai Shintong listened silently, her eyes fixed on Gu Chen the whole time, as if judging the truthfulness of his words. She looked down at herself, at the loose clothes that obviously belonged to a man, and thought about her physical condition and the warmth she had just felt when she was hugged. She knew in her heart that her quick recovery was probably related to this man. Although the process is shameful, the result is good. After realizing this, most of the anger in her heart dissipated, leaving only a lingering awkwardness. She rolled her eyes at Guchan unhappily, and her tone softened a little. How can you keep someone warm like this? When Guchan heard this, he knew that the matter was over, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His mind raced, and he immediately found someone to blame. He pointed outside the tent and said indignantly, "It's all the fault of those two guys outside. They were the ones who came up with the evil idea, saying something like if the two of them hugged each other, they would be warm. Don't worry, Master Chai, I will go out and teach them a lesson later." Hearing Guchan's complaints, Chai Shintong couldn't help but let a faint smile appear on her cold face. That smile was like a crack in the frozen lake, letting in a burst of spring light. Although it lasted only for a brief second, it was enough to make the heaven and earth pale in comparison. Guchan was instantly stunned. It was the first time he saw Chai Shintong smile. It turned out that this woman who was like an iceberg looked so beautiful when she smiled. Chai Shintong naturally noticed Guchan's dull reaction. She has always been confident about her charm. From childhood to adulthood, there have been so many men around her who have lost their minds because of her eyes or smile, and she has long been accustomed to it. After knowing the whole story, although she was taken advantage of by this guy, she decided not to bother with him for the time being because he actually saved her life. She restrained her smile, returned to her cold and aloof look, and spoke calmly. "You, get out." "Huh? Oh, okay." Guchen nodded quickly as if he had been pardoned. He didn't dare to look at her any longer and turned around in embarrassment to leave the tent. As soon as I took a step forward, a cold voice came from behind me. "Stop." He turned around stiffly and forced a smile that looked as innocent as possible. "Master Chai, do you have any other instructions?" Chai Shintong didn't look at Guchen's face. Her eyes fell on the loose men's t-shirt on her body. She pinched the collar with her slender fingers and pulled it gently. Who changed this outfit? The air in the tent was a little cooler. Guchen's scalp instantly went numb. This is really what you fear. Your clothes are all soaked. It's not good for your health to keep wearing them. You'll catch a cold easily. He tried to explain incoherently, trying to shift the focus to his good intentions. However, Chai Shintong didn't give him this opportunity at all. Who changed it? Chai Shintong interrupted him, raised her eyelids, and stared at him with her cold eyes without a trace of emotion. Guchen felt his throat was a little dry. Well, there's no way to hide from it. He gritted his teeth and admitted, "It was me, I changed it. The situation was urgent, you were unconscious, and there were no other women here. I really had no choice. When someone was unconscious, they were holding him and taking off his clothes. How can we seek justice for this? No matter how you listen to him, he sounds like a hooligan taking advantage of someone's misfortune." Sure enough, Chai Shintong's face turned cold at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a layer of frost formed between her brows. She was silent for a moment. The silence made Guchen suffer a lot, and it felt more uncomfortable than being surrounded by dozens of snake people. Finally, Chai Shintong spoke again, her voice as soft as a breeze. "So, did you see everything?" Guchen quickly shook his head like a rattle, and waved his hands desperately. "No. Absolutely not. I swear. I asked you to face away from me, and I pulled the wet clothes out from your back and put on the dry clothes. You definitely closed your eyes, and I didn't see anything I shouldn't have seen." He spoke these words quickly and urgently. Chai Shintong looked at him steadily for a few seconds, as if analyzing the truthfulness of his words. Finally, she retracted that almost murderous gaze and lowered her eyes again. "Go out." Finally, she added another sentence, with a tone of warning that left no room for argument. "I'll keep this to myself once I get out of this door. Don't ever mention it again. Understood?" "Understood. I will forget it right now, and I promise to forget it completely." Guchen nodded repeatedly as if he had been pardoned. He didn't dare to stay for another second and walked out of the tent. When the cold wind blew outside the tent, he realized that his back was covered in cold sweat. "Brother Gu, what's going on? Is that girl feeling better?" Shin Mu asked hurriedly in a low voice when he saw him come out. Shin Lin next to him also looked expectant. "I seem to have heard you talking just now. It seems that my method is not bad, right? The people are fine now, can you let us go?" Gu Chen had just gotten angry, and when he heard this, he raised his leg and gently hit Qin Lin's butt. "You're such a jerk. It was you who came up with such a bad idea. You almost killed me." He cursed, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the people in the tent to vaguely hear. This blame must be passed on. No matter what Chai Shintong thinks, sharing some of the responsibility and letting her know that the culprit is someone else will always reduce her pressure. As for the Qin brothers, he just pretended to be nice. He kicked them twice symbolically, then walked aside and sat down without saying anything else. Seeing his expression, the two Qin brothers knew that the person in the tent was not someone to be trifled with, so they immediately shrank their necks and wisely chose to shut up. Chapter 86 Ability Guidance. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, just after daybreak, Xin Mu was dragged into the tent by Gu Chen again to treat Chai Shintong. After this treatment, the effect was immediate. When Chai Shintong lifted the tent curtain and walked out, her face was still a little pale, but her movements were no longer sluggish. She walked out of the tent and saw Gu Chen holding a rope, preparing to tie up Qin Mu who had just been treated. Chai Shintong said nothing and just walked straight over. She came to the tied Qin Lin, stretched out two jade white fingers, and gently brushed the rough hemp rope. Pa! With a slight sound, the tough hemp rope broke, as if it was cut by an invisible sharp blade. Gu Chen stopped moving. He understood. This is telling him that there is no need to tie people up. He shrugged, took back the rope in his hand, and stopped making things difficult for Qin Mu. Thank you, thank you. The two brothers regained their freedom, their faces filled with joy of surviving the disaster. They thanked the two of them repeatedly, and then looked at Gu Chen carefully. Brother, look at our poison. Gu Chen glanced at Chai Shintong who was slowly walking towards the river, and quietly moved his body to block the view of the river, and then he detoxified the two brothers. The two brothers thanked him profusely and turned around to slip away. Stop. Gu Chen stopped them, take all your things away. As he said that, he turned and went back into the tent, took out a dagger from the storage space and threw it to Qin Mu. Take this too, as a reward for your help this time. Although this dagger is not a magical weapon, it can be exchanged for some money as a token of gratitude for saving Chai Shintong's life. The two brothers looked at the daggers in their hands and were suddenly extremely excited. They thanked Gu Chen again, then packed up their things and left contentedly. But the two of them left a tent for Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at Chai Shintong who was sitting quietly by the river, gazing into the distance. The loose clothes made her look even thinner and more desolate. He thought about it, took out a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water, and walked over. I just recovered, eating something is good for my health. He handed her food and water. Chai Shintong did not refuse. She took it silently, opened the package, and took small bites of the biscuit. She ate very politely and quietly. Gu Chen stood behind her and followed her gaze. What are you looking at? You're so absorbed in it. River and mountains. Chai Shintong pointed to the river in front of her and the rolling green mountains in the distance shrouded in morning mist. This kind of scenery can't be seen in the capital. Gu Chen also took a look. A river, a few mountains, everywhere. He felt a little bit disapproving. What's so good about this? In the outer 7 districts, as long as you go to the high-rise building near the isolation wall and look outside the wall, you will see this kind of alpine jungle everywhere. At this time, Chai Shintong's soft voice came from beside him. Thank you. Gu Chen was stunned for a moment, turned to look at her, and said with a smile, What are you thanking me for this time? Thank you for saving me. Chai Shintong still didn't look back, but just looked quietly into the distance with a flat tone. The smile on Gu Chen's lips faded a little, and he replied softly. Nothing. After saying that, he stood up and walked away. For Chai Shintong, it was not easy to say this, and he had to give her enough space. Hearing the footsteps behind her fading away, Chai Shintong slowly turned her head and looked at Gu Chen's back with a complicated look in her eyes. In my mind, scenes of dusty memories surged up uncontrollably. When she was very young and her abilities had just awakened, the extreme cold power that came from deep in her blood made her hands and feet cold all day and all night, and she curled up in her quilt and shivered. She ran to her mother crying, but was stopped sternly by her father who came over after hearing the noise. If you can't even overcome this little difficulty, how can you use the power of the King of Frost Prison to accomplish great things in the future? Go back to your room, adapt to it, and conquer it. She still remembered her father's cold and stern eyes, which made her heart colder than the coldness in her body. From that day on, the little girl could only huddle in the cold room alone, using her frail body to fight against the coldness that seemed to freeze her soul again and again. Cold body is the fate she must bear alone. She had never thought of finding someone to talk to, nor did she ever hope for help from outside sources, because in everyone's eyes, this seemed to be something she was born to endure, a byproduct of her great strength. But just yesterday, that was the first time anyone was concerned about her because she complained of being cold. It was the first time that someone clumsily and desperately tried to give her warmth. Although that method is really stupid. But that kind of thoughtfulness was a real warmth that she had never felt in the past 18 years. As she thought about it, the corners of Chai Shinton's mouth, which had been frozen for thousands of years, unconsciously curled up slightly. That smile was fleeting, so quick that she didn't even notice it. Gu Chen walked and walked. Behind him, Chai Shinton's voice sounded again. Your ability is to control objects? Gu Chen paused and turned around slowly. Seeing that Chai Shinton was still sitting by the river, not looking at him, her eyes still fixed on the mountains in the distance, it seemed as if she was just asking casually. Why is she asking this? By the way, it should be when she was dealing with that group of snake people before, she saw herself using gravity to pull the stone. This woman is too observant. Thinking of this, Gu Chen nodded. Well, sort of. Chai Shinton was silent for a moment. Gu Chen did not urge him and just stood there quietly. I see that your use of abilities is still very crude. Chai Shinton finally spoke, you saved me, so this time I'll repay you a favor. I can teach you some methods of using them. As soon as the words fell, Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Is there such a good thing? Chai Shinton is from the expeditionary force. It is a rare opportunity for her to have guidance from a master of this level. Pie in the sky is just like that. Gu Chen walked back happily with a flattering smile on his face. Then I'm sorry to bother you. Chai Shinton stood up and walked to the riverbank. Your ability allows you to control objects. This ability is naturally designed for long-range attacks, to take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. But you held a knife and engaged in close combat with those strange beasts. You were using your own weaknesses to confront the strengths of the strange beasts. She turned her head, and for the first time, her cold eyes looked at Gu Chen so seriously. Remember, the human body is usually at a disadvantage in front of monsters of the same level. If you can avoid getting close, then never get close. Keeping a safe distance is the most important thing to do with your ability. This will allow you to avoid more than 90% of the dangers. Chapter 87. Something happened at home. Gu Chen nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Indeed, I used to rely on my quick reactions and always liked to use a horizontal sword to cut throats at close range, enjoying the pleasure of seeing blood with every cut, but there were indeed several times when I was in danger. Now that I think about it, I was begging with a mountain of gold. My thinking was completely wrong. Look. Chai Shinton pointed to the calm river in front of her, try to stir it. Gu Chen calmed down and concentrated. The river water began to shake, but only caused some ripples, which was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Don't push it, make it spin, Chai Shinton reminded. Turn it around? Gu Chen's mind moved, and he changed the way his telekinesis was output. Instead of simply pushing or pulling, he tried to apply a rotational force. Clatter. The next second, the river water in front of him seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand. The water surface quickly sank, forming a whirlpool more than 1 meter wide, which was spinning rapidly and making a roar. Chai Shinton casually picked a green leaf from the tree next to her, snapped her fingers, and the leaf fell lightly into the center of the vortex. Almost at the moment it touched the water surface, there was a soft puff sound, and the intact leaf was torn into powder by the violent rotating force. Gu Chen's pupils shrank suddenly. He understood. I understand it completely. In the past, when I used my telekinesis, I was like a reckless man who only knew how to use the turtle punch, pushing, pulling, and smashing back and forth. But Chai Shinton's move was equivalent to opening the door to a new world for him. The same force, if you change the form of its action, the destructive power can increase exponentially. Rotate, pierce, vibrate, squeeze. There are a lot of intricacies involved here. Sometimes, changing the trajectory and form can bring about a qualitative change in your attack. Chai Shinton looked at his expression and said lightly, seeming to be quite satisfied with his comprehension ability. She pointed to a big tree in the distance, about 20 or 30 meters away. If your telekinesis is only effective within a 10-meter range, but the enemy is right under that tree, how do you attack? I'll move over and get within 10 meters before attacking? Gu Chen answered subconsciously. Chai Shintong shook her head, with a look of looking at someone as if she was a fool. Although it was fleeting, Gu Chen still caught it. The range of your ability is only 10 meters, but if something is accelerated to the extreme by your ability and flies out, will it stop on its own after exceeding 10 meters? She picked up a stone. Your ability is like a bow, and these, Chai Shintong pointed at the stones and broken wood on the ground, are arrows. You should prepare more weapons suitable for throwing, such as throwing knives. Gu Chen's face suddenly turned red. Yes. It's such a simple truth, why haven't I figured it out yet? In the following time, Chai Xingxintong became a strict instructor, and provided all-round teaching and training to Gu Chen around various application techniques of abilities. From how to accurately roll up a fallen leaf with the least amount of force, to how to burst out in an instant and hit a stone at the speed of a bullet. He even taught him some insidious tricks, such as controlling the sand under the enemy's feet to make them fall, or stirring up a cloud of dust to block their vision during a melee. Every training session opened Gu Chen's eyes, and his understanding of his own abilities was raised to more than one level. As night fell, Chai Shintong finished her meal and went into the tent without saying a word. Gu Chen looked at the tightly closed door curtain and felt a little itchy. However, he quickly suppressed that inappropriate thought, tactfully jumped onto a large tree branch nearby, leaned his back against the trunk, and closed his eyes to rest. Chai Shintong's injuries had not yet fully healed. For safety reasons, the two did not rush on their journey and stayed by the river for 2 more days. In the past 2 days, in addition to recovering from her injuries, Chai Shintong spent almost all her time training Gu Chen. And Gu Chen was like a dry sponge, madly absorbing this valuable knowledge. On the morning of the 3rd day, the sun was shining brightly. Chai Shintong had almost recovered, and the two finally decided to return to the quarantine area. The way back seemed to have become Gu Chen's training ground. When he encountered those low-level monsters again, he was too lazy to even move. Often, before the strange beasts even arrived, the tempered gold knife would whiz out and instantly cut the monsters into pieces, leaving them covered in wounds. This efficient and elegant way of killing made him feel extremely happy. In the past few days, Gu Chen discovered a strange phenomenon when using gravity-driven weapons. There were some weapons that he couldn't even drive through gravity. This problem also occurred that night in the detection tower. At that time, there were many weapons scattered on the ground, some of which he was able to drive smoothly with gravity, while others had no reaction at all. But I can't figure it out for the time being, so I'll have to explore it another day. Along the way, they encountered a Class B monster the size of a small truck, the armored bull. Gu Chen's attack hit the guy's thick shell, just like tickling, without even leaving a white mark. Just as the bull was about to charge, a flash of white light appeared. Chai Shintong took action. In just a moment, the armored bull let out a painful roar, one of its eyes was pierced by an ice spike, blood gushed out, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, leaving only twitching. Just when Chai Shintong was about to give it the final blow, Gu Chen shouted quickly. "Stop! Leave it to me." Chai Shintong paused, looked at him, and silently withdrew her hand. Gu Chen aimed at the other intact eye of the barbarian bull, stabbed it hard, and then stirred it. Kill the armored bull. LV.55. Energy points gained, 10 points. Level up. LV.50. LV.51. Ever since Gu Chen reached level 50, the experience bar for upgrading seemed to be welded shut. I have killed so many strange beasts, but I have only reached the next level now. It seems that at this level, just killing low-level creatures is no longer of any use. It was past 3 in the afternoon and we were not far from the separation wall. The closer he got to home, the more eager Gu Chen was to return. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out of the woods next to them and rushed towards them. The man was wearing a large hoodie with the hood pulled down so low that his face could not be seen at all. Who is it? Gu Chen's body reacted faster than his brain. He instinctively took a step forward and blocked Chai Shintong behind him. He stared at the person who came and shouted, "Stop!" The man paused after being shouted at by him, and then pulled off his hood. A pretty face full of anxiety and tears was revealed. When Gu Chen saw who was coming, he was stunned and shouted in surprise, "Yu Qiang? Why is it you?" When Li Yuqiang saw him, tears suddenly flowed down her face. He rushed over in 2 steps, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Brother Gu. Something big happened. My husband, and your family. Your sister. Your wives, have all been taken away." Chapter 88. The whole story. Gu Chen only felt a buzzing in his head, as if he was hit hard by a heavy hammer. He was immersed in the joy of returning home 1 second ago, but the news brought by Li Yuqiong gave him a chill in the next second. What did you say? Gu Chen could hardly believe his ears. He rushed to Li Yuqiong and held her trembling shoulders with both hands. Only then did he notice that the loose hoodie on Li Yuqiong was covered with dirt and grass clippings, and her originally pretty face was now haggard and filled with deep fatigue. She is no longer the somewhat delicate woman who remains strong despite being in danger. She looks more like a wanderer. What's going on? Take your time and tell me. Don't be impatient. Gu Chen forced himself to calm down, but his anxious tone still betrayed his inner panic. His caring words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The fear and grievances that Li Yuqiong had accumulated for several days were like a flood that broke through the dam and could no longer be suppressed. Wow! She hugged Gu Chen's arm and burst into tears, her cry was shrill and helpless. Gu Chen's heart was in a knot. He did not urge her, but just stood there quietly, allowing Li Yuqiong to vent her emotions, but his eyes were as cold as ice. The seriousness of the matter was far beyond his imagination, as it could have caused Li Yuqiong to collapse to such an extent. Chai Shintong next to him also frowned, and a solemn look appeared in her calm eyes. After crying for a long time, Li Yuqiong gradually stopped crying and sobbed as she told the whole story in a disjointed manner. That day, that night when we went back home, my husband and I were both terrified and thankful to have survived. Jai said that when the sun rises, let us go to your house and have some fun together, just as a celebration, so we agreed. But who would have thought that the next day when we arrived at your doorstep, we saw several people in garrison uniforms escorting Jai out. Jai, she had blood at the corner of her mouth and wounds on her arms, and it was obvious that she had fought with them. Hearing that Wang Jai was injured, Gu Chen clenched his fists instantly, his nails dug deeply into the flesh, and a violent aura spread uncontrollably from him. Li Yuqiong continued. There was a man standing next to the people holding Jai. Brother Gu, do you remember him? He was the man who blamed you for his wife's death in the detection tower that night. His name is Ma Tengfa. Ma Tengfa? That face full of resentment and cowardice instantly appeared in Gu Chen's mind. I saved your life, and this is how you repay me? We were all stunned at the time. Ma Tengfa looked like a smug villain, nodding and bowing to an officer. Li Yuqiong's voice was filled with hatred. My husband wanted to go up and ask what was going on, but I stopped him. We saw them sending Jai to the direction of the hospital. Later, my husband and I thought that we couldn't just watch Jai get arrested. So we got 2 sets of medical staff clothes, sneaked into the hospital, and finally got into Jai's ward. Jai told us to ignore her and go to Fengling Academy quickly to pick up your sister and your other wife, find a place to hide, and wait for you to come back. But before we could leave, that damn Ma Tengfa came with his men for inspection. He recognized us at the first sight. My husband rushed over to hold them back so I could escape. He was also caught. At this point, Li Yuqiong burst into tears again, her face full of worry and guilt towards her husband. Gu Chen's heart seemed to be grasped by an invisible big hand, and he could hardly breathe. In order to help him, Chen Zhengxing actually got involved. I followed Jai's instructions and went to Fengling College immediately without delay. Li Yuqiong wiped her tears and said in a hoarse voice, but I was still late. I found their classmates separately, and they said, your sister and wife had asked for leave. I asked their class teachers, and both teachers said that the garrison took them away, saying, there was something they needed to assist in investigating. Hearing this, the string of reason in Gu Chen's heart broke completely with a bang. His younger sister, Gu Tong, is the softest spot in his life. Ran Wenwen and Wang Jai were the women he vowed to protect with his life when they were together. Now, they have all been captured. My husband and I don't know any important people in the city, so we don't know what to do. Li Yuqiong's voice was full of helplessness. I can only pin all my hopes on you. I thought you would take this route when you came back from your business. So I put on makeup and made a fake alien ID. The people guarding the city gate didn't check strictly, so I sneaked out. I've been waiting for you in this forest for several days. I've almost run out of food. I even thought that you were dead outside. I had planned that if you didn't come back tonight, I would sneak back to the city and think of other ways. Chapter 89 Wang Jai is tortured. After listening to Li Yuqiong's story, Gu Chen's eyes turned red. The air around seemed to have dropped several degrees, and even the fallen leaves on the ground stopped swaying. That bastard named Ma Tengfa, who repays kindness with enmity, must be holding a grudge against me, which is why he wags his tail and acts like a dog for the garrison, bringing harm to his own family. As for the garrison, why would the garrison listen to a dog and attack an unknown stranger like me? There is only one reason. That S-level alien Yunyan. This is not some bullshit assistance in the investigation, this is revenge. It is naked revenge. Gu Chen turned around abruptly, staring at Chai Shintong with his bloodshot eyes. The madness and brutality in his eyes made Chai Shintong feel a little nervous. Master Chai, something has happened at home, it's extremely urgent. Please help. What a smart woman Chai Shintong is. When Li Yuqiang was telling the story, she had already guessed the whole story. Gu Chen had done nothing wrong. She couldn't think of anyone else except Yun Yan who could mobilize the garrison and use such despicable means to target an ordinary alien family. As for what the man Yun Yan was thinking, she could figure it out with her eyes closed. There are only two possibilities. He was worried that he would die from his injuries, but Gu Chen survived. He was afraid that Gu Chen would spread his affairs after he came back. Therefore, he had to strike first, use Gu Chen's family as hostages, force him to submit, and then quietly deal with this hidden danger. Another possibility is that even if Gu Chen and himself were both dead, or came back alive, Gu Chen's remarks would not cause any waves. But with Yun Yan's self-conceit and arrogance as an S-level strong man, he absolutely could not tolerate a low-level alien who dared to go against his will. This was a great humiliation for him. Therefore, he wanted to touch Gu Chen's family. It had nothing to do with interests, it was purely for revenge and for his dignity. No matter which one it was, the root of this matter was the conflict between himself and Yun Yan. Gu Chen's family had suffered an unprovoked disaster. Thinking of this, a trace of determination flashed across Chai Shintong's cold face. She couldn't ignore it. Don't worry yet. Chai Shintong's voice was as calm as ever. She looked at Gu Chen and said seriously, this matter was caused by me, I will not sit idly by. Let's go back to the city immediately and find out the situation first. Don't worry, I will help you rescue your family. As for the garrison, I will make them pay the price and give you justice. Her promise made Gu Chen feel a little more at ease. Gu Chen nodded. So the three of them didn't delay any longer and turned around and walked quickly towards the isolation wall. The cold and damp air was filled with rust and a faint smell of blood. This is a detention room in the deepest part of the garrison's city defense department, specially used to interrogate those disobedient stubborn people. Wang Jia's body was locked to a cold metal rack with rough iron chains, and her limbs were stretched out in the shape of a big character. The exposed skin was covered with purple scars and some burnt marks. Sizzle. There was a sharp sound of electricity, and an electric baton flashing with blue arcs was stabbed into her abdomen by a fat hand. Ah! Intense pain instantly ran through her whole body. Wang Jia's body suddenly arched and she let out an uncontrollable cry of pain from her throat. Sweat mixed with tears slid down her pale cheeks. The clothes stuck tightly to her body, outlining the curves of her body that were tense with pain. Scream! Scream louder! A malicious voice sounded in my ears. Ma Tengfa's face, distorted with pride, came closer. While admiring Wang Jia's painful expression, he poked her body with the electric baton again and again. Damn it, I told you guys to watch me die without helping me. I told you, if your husband dies out there, it will be all his ancestors' good deeds. If he dares to come back alive, I will peel off his skin and pull out his tendons, so that he can have a taste of this and know what fucking pain is. Wang Jia was shaking with pain, biting her lower lip tightly with her teeth, and tasted a salty and fishy taste of rust. She wanted to hide, but her body had been filled with special energy liquid, so she couldn't mobilize any ability at all. Her hands and feet were tied tightly to the rack, and even curling up became a luxury. I can only be like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Ma Tingfa had been holding back a rage ever since he was slapped in the face by Gu Chun in public on the city wall that night. He thought he would never have the chance to take revenge in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, the garrison troops came to him early the next morning. An officer named He Fingyu asked him to come forward and testify that Gu Chun killed the garrison guarding the tower in the detection tower. Ma Tingfa was so happy at that time. He didn't care about the truth, and he was too lazy to think about how Gu Chen had offended such a big shot. He only knew that this was a chance given to him by God to take revenge. He immediately nodded and agreed, exaggerating to describe Gu Chen as a vicious thug. He also volunteered, saying that he could recognize Gu Chen's accomplices and was willing to lead the way to catch them. So he became He Fingyu's subordinate. Chapter 90. Dare to attack the garrison? Seeing that Wang Jia's breathing was getting weaker and weaker, her body's convulsions gradually stopped, and she seemed to be about to faint. A man who had been standing against the wall next to her finally spoke. All right, be gentle. Lord He has told us to just do it for show, don't really kill her. Lord He specifically requested this woman. Ma Tongfa then stopped with a feeling of unsatisfied desire. He looked back at the man, grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth, and threw the stun gun aside with a smile. Don't worry, I know what's going on. She won't die. That's why I invited you here to heal this girl. I'll continue beating her when she's better. Besides, this girl is too stubborn, and Lord He tacitly allowed us to beat her. Do you really think Lord He doesn't know about our little tricks? The man chuckled and walked out from the corner, wearing the uniform of a garrison soldier. Ah, it's not easy to earn your wine money. Once this matter is settled, I won't treat you unfairly. Ma Tongfa promised, patting his chest. Wang Jie listened to the conversation between the two men, her body trembling with fear and anger. His eyes were like poisoned knives, staring at them intently. It's these two beasts. These 2 days, whenever they are free, they will appear here. One of them beat her so badly that she was covered in bruises and was dying. The other one then heals her so that the first one can continue to enjoy the pleasure of torturing her. This cycle of pain is more cruel than killing her directly. I don't know either. I don't know how Tong Tong and my elder sister are doing. Wang Jie only heard from Ma Tongfa that Gu Tong and Ran Wenwen seemed to have been taken directly to the home of that beastly man named Yifengyu. When she thought that the two might have met with an accident, Wang Jie's heart felt like it was crushed by an invisible hand. I promised my husband that I would protect them, but now, not only did I fail to do so, I also dragged my entire family into this. Husband, where are you? Despair and guilt surged in her heart. Wang Jie could no longer hold back. She buried her head and suppressed tears escaped from her throat. Cry. Why are you crying? Ma Tongfa was upset by her crying and yelled. Master, he said that you have to stay here for 2 more days. You will have a hard time. I advise you to be honest and sign and stamp your handprint to admit that it was Guchun who killed the garrison. I can still let you suffer less. I'm telling you the truth. It doesn't matter whether you admit it or not. Guchun's crime of murder has long been established. Your family is completely finished. He walked up to Wang Jie and looked at her unscrupulously with his lustful eyes, making a clicking sound with his mouth. If you ask me, your husband is really blessed. There are 3 women in the family, and each one is as beautiful as the other. It just so happens that my wife has passed away. I will ask Lord He for a favor and take one of the other 2 back home from your family. This can be regarded as compensation from your husband to me, he. These dirty words reached Wang Jie's ears. Her eyes gradually changed from anger to dead despair. She knew that Ma Tongfa was not bragging. In this city, if the garrison wanted to accuse anyone of a crime, it would only take a word. In order to protect themselves, the other people in the detection tower that night absolutely did not dare to stand up and say a word for them. It's over. It's all over. Wang Jie's tears, which had just stopped, burst out again. Fuck, you still crying? Ma Tongfa was completely enraged. He picked up the stun gun on the ground again and swung it towards Wang Jie's face. Just then, there were footsteps. A man and a woman walked in against the light. The man's cold voice rang out in the holding room. Is it you who beat my wife like this? The alien from the garrison frowned and said unhappily, this is the detention room for serious criminals. Who are you? Who allowed you to come in casually? Ma Tongfa also turned his head subconsciously. When he saw the face of the man at the door clearly, he was stunned at first, and then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He threw away the electric baton in his hand and pointed at the man at the door and shouted excitedly. It's him! It's him! He is Guchun! Wang Jie on the rack suddenly raised her head. When she saw the face she had been thinking about day and night, all her strength collapsed in an instant, and she shouted hoarsely. Husband! Guchun's gaze passed over the 2 scums and fell on Wang Jie. Seeing the scars all over her body and the desperate look in her eyes, I felt as if my heart was being clamped by a pair of red-hot iron pliers. Guchun nodded at her, signaling with his eyes that she shouldn't be afraid, and that he was back. Ma Tongfa's courage at this moment had reached the sky. This is the garrison's territory, and his people are everywhere. Could it be that Guchun, alone, dared to cause trouble here? Ma Tongfa crossed his arms across his chest, looked at Guchun with a cat and mouse look, and said arrogantly. Hey, isn't this Guchun? You're back just in time. Come on, kneel down and kowtow to me now, admit your fault, and that I might be gentler when I do it later. Otherwise, you'll have the same fate as your wife today. He had already begun to imagine Gu Chen kneeling at his feet, wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a dog. That must be awesome. The alien from the garrison army also slowly stood up, with his hands in his pockets, an expression of watching a good show. However, the scene that Ma Tingfa imagined did not appear. Not only was there no trace of fear on Gu Chen's face, but he showed an extremely cold smile. He turned around and signaled to Li Yuqiong behind him. Li Yuqiong understood and closed the heavy iron door with a bang. Gu Chen's gaze fell back on Ma Tingfa, as if he was looking at an animal to be slaughtered, and he spoke slowly. It was a lot of fun just now, wasn't it? Humph. Ma Ting snorted coldly, it will be even more exciting when I beat you up later. I heard. Gu Chen's mouth opened a strange arc. The garrison's detention room has a very good soundproofing effect. Once this door is closed, even if you shout your throat out inside, no one outside can hear it, don't you think so? The smile on Ma Tingfa's face finally froze. He was not a fool, and finally realized that Gu Chen's action of closing the door was evil. But he still didn't believe it. So what? He shouted fiercely, do you still dare to do something here? Gu Chen did not answer, but took a step forward and walked towards him step by step. The steady footsteps made Ma Tingfa start to panic. Looking at Gu Chen's posture and eyes, it seems that he really wants to take action. You, don't come over here. Ma Tingfa suddenly stretched his hands forward, and a stream of sparkling mercury sprayed towards Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen just waved his hand casually. The iron table next to it seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand, and it moved sideways with a whistling sound, accurately blocking the ball of mercury. With a puff, the corrosive mercury dissolved a large hole in the iron table, and bursts of green smoke emerged. Quick! Go out and call for help! Ma Tingfa roared at the alien from the garrison at the top of his lungs. The man also reacted, turned around and ran towards the door. But he had just taken 2 steps. Call out! A cold light flashed in the air. A dagger spun at high speed, like a silver lightning, across his calf. Puff! Blood splattered. One of the man's calves was cut off. Ah! He lost his balance and fell to the ground screaming, howling in pain. Ma Tingfa was completely frightened and pointed at Gu Chen, his voice trembling. You are crazy. They are from the garrison. You dare to attack the garrison? You don't want to live anymore. Chapter 91 Sweep the floor. Garrison? Gu Chen's face showed extreme disdain, is he worthy of it? The man with the broken leg was wriggling on the ground in pain. He picked up his broken leg, endured the severe pain and put it back together on the wound. He stretched out his hands, ready to activate his healing ability. At this moment, another cold light flashed. Puff! Puff! 2 muffled sounds. The pair of his hands that were about to use his supernatural powers were broken at the wrists and fell to the ground like 2 pieces of rotten meat, with blood gushing out from the broken wrists. A scream that was 10 times more miserable than before echoed throughout the entire detention room. Ma Tingfa pointed at Gu Chen and screamed in horror. You're done. You're dead. When the garrison rushes in, they'll tear you into pieces. Gu Chen ignored him and continued walking towards him. Ma Tingfa shuddered all over and subconsciously raised his hand, wanting to shoot mercury again. Then he saw the 3rd cold light. Puff! His right hand, like that man's, fell off cleanly at the wrist. Inside the house, the screams of 2 men could be heard one after another. Li Yuqiong had already run to the wall, took down the key hanging on it, rushed to Wang Jai, and hurriedly untied the chains on her body. After Wang Jai was helped down, her legs went limp and she fell directly into Li Yuqiong's arms. The 2 women hugged each other tightly and turned their heads away at the same time, unable to bear to watch the bloody scene any longer. Gu Chen walked in front of Ma Tingfa and looked down at the waste rolling on the ground. He raised his foot, stepped on Ma Tingfa's head, and then pressed down slowly and forcefully. With a strange smile on his face, Gu Chen said softly, it turns out that torturing people is such a pleasant thing. No wonder you like it so much. Wu spare my life. Ma Tong wailed incoherently, feces and urine flowed out, and a fishy smell instantly filled the air. The playful expression on Gu Chen's face instantly disappeared and turned cold. It would be pointless to beg for mercy so soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force on his feet. Bang! There was a dull sound, like a watermelon being smashed. Ma Tingfa's head was stepped hard into the hard concrete ground, and red and white blood splattered all over the ground. In the holding room, the screen suddenly disappeared. The man with the missing arms and legs was so frightened when he saw the scene. He even forgot the pain and moved towards the door using his hands and feet. He looked as funny as could be. Guchen didn't even bother to look at him again, and just waved his hand casually. The blood-stained flying knife broke through the air again, spinning precisely and cutting his neck. The detention room suddenly became quiet, with only the strong smell of blood lingering in the air. Guchen walked up to Wang Jai, gently pulled her from Li Yuqiong's arms, hugged her tightly in his arms, and gently stroked the back of her trembling head with his palm. In a tone full of guilt and heartache, he whispered in Wang Jai's ear, "I'm sorry, I'm late and made you suffer." "Woo woo." Wang Jai hugged Guchen's waist tightly with her backhand and buried her face in his chest. The fear, grievance, and longing that had accumulated for several days, at this moment, all turned into tears that burst out. Soon, she seemed to remember something, and suddenly broke free from Guchen's arms, raised her tearful face, and said anxiously, "Husband! Quick! Go save Big Sister and Tongtong. They were taken to the home of that beast named Hefengyu." Guchen nodded, and the murderous intent in his eyes boiled again. He took Wang Jai's hand, took her and Li Yuqiong, pushed open the iron gate, and walked out. Not far outside the door, several garrison soldiers were looking over here, but when they saw Guchen and the other two coming out, they looked at each other, and no one dared to step forward to stop them. Guchen's eyes swept across their faces one by one, and he said in a calm tone, "I've finished my work, you guys go in and sweep the floor. Also, whoever dares to tell Hefengyu about what's happening here will be punished by Lord Chai, and his fate will be the same as those two people in the room. You all know the methods of the expeditionary army." After saying that, he didn't even look at those people again, and walked straight towards the exit with the two women. Wang Jai suddenly had an idea in her mind and remembered something crucial. Brother Jingxing is also imprisoned here. Let's go and rescue him. Li Yuqiong smiled and said, "We had rescued him before we got to you. He is sitting in front and resting now." In front of the detention room. The garrison soldiers looked at each other and walked in. When they saw the scene clearly, their faces turned pale, their stomachs churned, and some even held onto the wall and began to dry heave. In a pool of blood, two mutilated bodies and a shattered head lay quietly on the ground. Outer District 7, South City, Wanhai. Wanhai District is a famous wealthy area in the south of the city. The place is shaded by green trees and lined with villas. The occasional sight of armed soldiers walking on the street formed a sharp contrast with the dilapidated scenes in other areas of the city, as if they were two completely different worlds. Those who live here are either rich or noble, and they are all wealthy and powerful. Hefengyu's home is located in Wanhai. It was a magnificent two-story single-family villa with a spacious open space paved with expensive tiles in front of the door, large enough to park 3 or 4 cars. In the center of the open space, a fountain was spraying water tirelessly upwards, and in the pool, several fat koi were swimming leisurely. Squeak! The heavy carved iron gate slowly slid open to both sides, and a mud-covered off-road vehicle drove in. In the car, Hefengyu rubbed his eyebrows tiredly. "Have you given instructions over at the isolation gate?" Hefengyu closed his eyes, his voice full of weariness. "The exotic beast materials those people brought back from the no man's land must be seized, 30% of the cost, not a penny less." These 2 days, the post-war cleanup matters were complicated and he had been working almost non-stop. He had to lead the team to run into the no man's land every day and was extremely exhausted. However, although my body was tired, my mood was quite good. The corpses of strange beasts and humans can be found everywhere in the no man's land. Countless people poured into the no man's land to collect materials from exotic beasts and pick up the money and equipment left behind by those unlucky aliens after their death. If they want to bring these things into the city, they must get Hefengyu's approval. The 30% toll made him a fortune in just a few days, and the stacks of money made him laugh in his dreams at night. The adjutant sitting in the co-pilot seat nodded and bowed quickly in response. "Don't worry, the brothers are watching, and we will make sure that not even a hair can slip in." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and turned around to report, "By the way, sir. There was news from the city gate that the boy named Guchen is back. Chapter 92. I can't afford to pay you back, so I'll use your daughter to pay off the debt." Guchen? Hefengyu was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he turned the name out from the corner of his memory. "Oh, the guy I arranged for you to arrest?" "Yes, that's him." Hefengyu waved his hand casually and said nonchalantly, "I'm back now. I'll lock him up first, and I'll go see him tomorrow after I've rested myself. Come to think of it, it's been 2 days since he captured those women. I've been so busy that I haven't had time to take care of them. Tonight, I have to take the time to take care of them, hee hee. At the end of his words, an extremely obscene smile appeared on He Fengyu's face. The SUV came to a stop. He Fengyu and his adjutant pushed the door and got out of the car. The adjutant followed behind, hesitated for a moment, and then added in a low voice, "Sir, we didn't catch anyone." He Fengyu walked to the koi pond. Hearing this, he paused and did not look back. He straightened his collar solemnly, clasped his hands together, and bowed to the fat koi in the pond, muttering something as if he was praying for something. "Why didn't you catch him?" He Fengyu's voice floated over from the side of the pool, its tone dull but with a hint of displeasure. The people below reported that he came back with Miss Chai. Miss Chai was protecting him, so our people didn't dare to take action. The adjutant's voice lowered. After bowing 3 times, He Fengyu slowly straightened up and turned around. There was no anger on his face, but his eyes became a little deeper. Chai Shintong. That woman actually didn't die in the no man's land. She's really lucky. He muttered to himself, "I have to inform Lord Union about this." After saying this, he seemed to have put the matter behind him, put a smile on his face again, and patted the adjutant's shoulder. "Okay, don't stand here. Stay for dinner tonight and try the cooking skills of your sisters-in-law. After dinner, let the driver take you back." "Hee hee, that's great. I'm in for a treat today." The adjutant immediately put on a flattering smile. At this moment, a harsh electronic prompt sound suddenly sounded at the gate of the villa. It was an alarm that the gate could not be closed. In the courtyard, the servants who were trimming flowers and plants all looked towards the gate at the same time. I saw the 2 heavy iron doors slowly closing, and they were about to close tightly. A hand suddenly stretched out from the crack in the door, and with a gentle push, the iron door was opened again. A figure walked in from the door slowly. As he entered, the alarm stopped abruptly and the door closed quietly again. Gu Qin. He Fengyu recognized the person almost immediately. This man was the guy who followed Chai Shintong on the city wall that day. There was a faint smile on Gu Chen's face, with his hands in his trouser pockets, looking as leisurely as if he was visiting a neighbor. "It's me." He nodded, and his eyes swept around the courtyard, finally landing on He Fengyu. "I just found this place and I ran into Lord He. It seems that I am lucky." He Fengyu looked past Gu Chen and looked behind him where no one was. "Are you alone?" "Just me." Gu Chen's answer was crisp and clear. He Fengyu smiled. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Gu Chen with interest, as if he was admiring an interesting toy. "So what do you want to do by coming to my place?" "It's nothing serious." Gu Chen said in a relaxed tone, "I heard that my family is visiting you. I'm not used to troubling others, so I came here specially to take them back." "Oh? To pick up your family?" He Fengyu's smile deepened, and he turned and walked away. "Okay, then come with me. I'll take you to meet them." The adjutant's eyes wandered up and down Gu Chen, and then followed He Fengyu's footsteps. Gu Chen followed with his hands in his pockets, still in his leisurely look. Seeing this scene, the servants around all lowered their heads subconsciously, with a trace of sympathy and pity in their eyes. Gu Chen has seen this kind of look many times. This is usually an act of mercy for a dying person. But they don't know who is the one who is about to die. He Fengyu led the way and walked to the backyard of the villa. In the backyard, there is a large independent bungalow. The door is a heavy protective door with a sophisticated electronic combination lock next to it. Normally this place is used to store various valuables looted by He Fengyu, and its protection level is higher than his own bedroom. Ding ding ding. He Fengyu entered a password, and the protective door made a dull mechanical sound and slowly opened. He walked in first, followed by his adjutant. Gu Chen looked at the door and walked in without any hesitation. The room was brightly lit, with a large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Just as Gu Chen began to look around at the wooden shelves filled with debris, a click sound came from behind him. The adjutant who remained at the door had already closed the heavy protective door. This place instantly became a secret room isolated from the world. Gu Chen seemed not to hear the door closing sound, and just asked lightly, "Where are my sister and wife?" "Ha, don't be impatient." He Fengyu crossed his arms and walked slowly to a mahogany shelf. He picked up a blue and white porcelain vase and wiped it carefully with a handkerchief. "They are in the back room. They are fine." But, before you meet them, shouldn't you pay a small price for your rudeness? As soon as he finished speaking, the adjutant who had been standing beside Gu Chen moved. Call. A powerful right hook, with a whistling sound that tore through the air, hit Gu Chen's temple fiercely. The punch was fast and powerful. If an ordinary person were hit by it, his head would probably explode like a watermelon. However, Gu Chen's reaction was incredibly fast. He didn't even look back, but just tilted his head slightly, and the powerful fist brushed past his cheek, and the wind from the fist ruffled his hair on his forehead. The attack missed and a hint of surprise flashed in the adjutant's eyes, but his actions did not stop at all. He twisted his waist and hips, and one leg swept towards Gu Chen's waist and abdomen with a force like a steel whip. This time, Gu Chen did not hide again. He raised his arms and crossed them in front of him. Bang! A dull thud. Gu Chen was kicked backwards by the huge force of the kick, and his back hit heavily on a tall wooden frame. Crash! The shelf shook violently, and the row of antique bottles and jars on it fell down like dominoes and shattered into pieces. Fengyu looked at the debris on the ground, sighed in pain, and then a cruel smile appeared on his face. Boy, these are antiques that I found with great difficulty. Each one is worth a lot of money. For this shelf, I'll give you a friendly price of 5 million. It doesn't matter if you can't afford to pay, just let those two pretty girls of yours stay to pay off the debt, ha! Chapter 93 New Abilities. The adjutant moved his right leg that he had just kicked out, and the joint made a crisp crackling sound. Then he shook his wrist and said with a grim smile, Boy, you're pretty quick to react. But it's fun this way, otherwise it would be too boring. My hands are itching to go, so I'll use you to loosen up my muscles. Gu Chen shook his arms, which were numb from the shock, and brushed away the pieces of the wooden frame that had hit his back. Instead of showing any fear on his face, he showed a playful smile. You said it. He chuckled and looked directly at the adjutant, don't regret it. Seeing Gu Chen's fearless look, the adjutant's sinister eyes narrowed. It seems that you are very confident. I have checked your information. Although I don't know what ability you have awakened, your level is the same as mine, only D level. Boy, you are not naive enough to think that a rookie who has just awakened can be my opponent, right? He approached Gu Chen step by step, his momentum rising steadily. It has been 5 years since I awakened my superpowers. During these 5 years, at least 8 D-level mutants have died at my hands, if not 10. Today, I will make you one of them. Be prepared to have your limbs crushed inch by inch. Before he finished speaking, he kicked his feet hard and rushed towards Gu Chen again. The moment he approached Gu Chen, the adjutant jumped high and kicked down fiercely, hitting Gu Chen's crown. His ability is pure strength enhancement, and every attack he makes contains a terrifying force that is enough to easily shatter steel plates. However, what happened next made the adjutant extremely alert. Gu Chen was like a slippery loach, fleeing everywhere under his fierce attack and beating, looking embarrassed and struggling. But no matter how swift his attack was or how tricky the angle was, he could not even touch the corner of Gu Chen's clothes. What frightened him even more was that from beginning to end, Gu Chen's expression did not show the slightest panic, his breathing was steady, and his eyes were calm, as if everything was under his control. This is just a joke. After fighting for nearly 4 minutes, the adjutant was already panting, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He stopped and distanced himself from Gu Chen, his chest heaving violently. The adjutant finally realized a terrible problem. His attack seemed to be completely ineffective. If he continued like this, his physical strength would be exhausted before he could defeat Gu Chen. What? You don't want to fight anymore? Gu Chen stopped, his smile full of mockery, or have you discovered that your ability poses no threat to me at all? The adjutant's heart sank when his secret was revealed, and for the first time a cautious expression appeared on his face. Since you won't make a move, Gu Chen's smile gradually faded, his eyes turned cold, then it's my turn. You have to be mentally prepared. As soon as the words fell, Gu Chen swung his hand out of thin air, a cold light flashed, and a horizontal sword appeared in his hand. The sharp blade reflected the adjutant's doubtful face. Gu Chen didn't say any more nonsense. He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly, shook his body, and slashed at the adjutant's neck. The sharp light of the knife made the adjutant's pupils shrink suddenly. Faced with this fatal blow, instead of retreating, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister arc. Well done. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, his body sinking at an extremely strange angle, and narrowly avoided the fatal knife. At the same time, he used fighting skills, sticking close to Gu Chen's body, and his right hand formed into a claw, accurately grabbing Gu Chen's wrist holding the knife, while his left fist was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, hitting Gu Chen's heart. He was waiting for this moment. He was waiting for the flaw that Gu Chen would reveal when he took the initiative to attack. In close combat, the party using weapons will be restricted. This is common sense in combat. Boy! You are too naive. Go to hell, ugh. The adjutant's smug grin was still on his face, but the words of victory he was about to pronounce were suddenly stuck in his throat. The expression on his face changed from smug to stunned. Because his left fist, which was powerful enough to crush steel, hit Gu Chen's chest solidly. But the feeling that came was not like hitting a human flesh and blood, but like hitting an indestructible steel plate. The huge recoil force caused a tearing pain in his entire left arm. His right hand, which was grabbing Gu Chen's wrist, was firmly clamped by Gu Chen's left hand, motionless, as if it was locked tightly by a huge pair of pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it back at all. Not good. A strong sense of crisis of death instantly enveloped his heart. But he no longer had. But the scream stopped abruptly the next second. Because Gu Chen's second knife has arrived. The sword drew a cold arc, as fast as lightning, and passed by his neck accurately. The adjutant's eyes widened and his vision began to spin. The last thing he saw was his headless body spurting blood, and then his consciousness fell completely into eternal darkness. Thump! The body fell limply to the ground. Gu Chen shook off the blood on the knife, glanced at the mutilated body on the ground, and spoke slowly, as if explaining to him, or as if talking to himself. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. My power is called the Man of Steel. Your strength isn't even enough to tickle me. He got this ability from the random reward bag he obtained after killing the exotic armored bull. Just like obtaining paralyzing venom before. Combined with his initial ability of gravity control, Gu Chen now has 3 completely different abilities. Although he himself couldn't figure out why he was able to break the iron rule that people below S level could only possess one ability, this did not prevent him from enjoying the benefits of this power. At least for now, it should be more than enough to deal with the enemy in front of us. Chapter 94. Get up. Seeing his right-hand man being beheaded like this, He Fingyu's expression did not change at all. He slowly took out a pair of black gloves, put them on slowly, and then touched his fists together lightly, making a dull bang sound. What a waste! He glanced at the headless corpse on the ground, his tone full of contempt. You have practiced martial arts with me for so many years, and you have only developed such a mediocre kung fu. It's really embarrassing for me. After he finished speaking, his cold eyes slowly raised and locked onto Gu Chen. Boy, you are quite skilled and your abilities are quite interesting. He Fingyu moved his neck, making a crackling sound, but that's it. As soon as he finished speaking, a shallow pit suddenly appeared on the floor beneath his feet, and he rushed in front of Gu Chen in an instant like a cannonball. There are no fancy moves, just a simple and direct straight punch. The wind from the fist brought with it a sharp, stinging sound. He is totally not on the same level as the adjutant just now. Gu Chen misstepped and dodged the punch like willow catkins blown by the wind. Boom! He Fingyu's fist missed and hit the wall behind Gu Chen solidly. With a loud bang, a dent as big as a bowl appeared on the wall, and cracks spread in all directions like a spider web. The air in the room seemed to be frozen for a moment by this punch. Gu Chen said sarcastically, compared to that waste just now, your fist is indeed quite powerful, at least your ability to destroy a house is much stronger. Sharp-tongued. He Fingyu's eyes turned cold and his attack became more fierce. For a moment, fist shadows flew in the small storage room, and the whistling wind pressure made the surrounding wooden frames rustle, and fragments were constantly swept by the fist wind and exploded. Gu Chen's figure kept dodging and moving in the violent attack. He Fingyu's strength and speed far exceeded those of his previous adjutant, and it became difficult for him to dodge in such a small space. Several times, the powerful fist almost grazed the tip of his nose. Clang! Once again, when there was no way to avoid it, Gu Chen held the knife across his chest and blocked He Fingyu's heavy punch. A huge force was transmitted along the blade, and the man took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Blocked it. Immediately, Gu Chen realized that something was wrong. What's going on? My arms felt much heavier and more sore than before, and even holding the knife was a little difficult. No, that's not right, it's not that my hands are tired. Gu Chen's eyes fell on the gold-tempered knife in his hand. It's this knife. This knife has become heavier. Ha, did you notice that? Seeing the fleeting strangeness on Gu Chen's face, He Fingyu grinned triumphantly, with a hint of pleasure like a cat playing with a mouse in his smile. He slowed down his attack, seeming to enjoy Gu Chen's confusion at the moment. My ability is not to enhance strength. He Fingyu admired Gu Chen's expression and revealed the answer word by word. I can make any object I touch weigh 1.5 times more. Since just now, you have used that knife to block me 4 times. Counting it, the knife in your hand is now more than 5 times heavier than before. He took a step forward, his eyes filled with the arrogance of having one. Kid, try to block it a few more times? I guarantee that you will fall to the ground with the knife. He Fingyu's attack came again, even more fierce than before. The weight of the knife had become a burden, slowing down Gu Chen's reaction speed. Faced with this tricky punch, he could only raise his knife to block it again. Gu Chen's movements became much more clumsy. Clang! After blocking several times in succession, Gu Chen felt that what he was blocking was not a fist, but a truck hitting him at high speed. Bang! He could no longer hold the tempered gold knife, it slipped out of his hand and hit the ground heavily, with the tip of the knife sinking into the floor. He Fingyu stood firmly in place, moved his shoulders lightly, and the smile on his face became more ferocious. See what I said? Now that you have no weapons, you are just a harder sandbag. Your defensive ability is very strong, but I don't believe that your body of steel and iron can withstand my fists forever. Wait until I smash all your bones inch by inch, and see how you can still be so arrogant. However, to his surprise, facing such a desperate situation, Gu Chen not only did not show a horrified expression, but also laughed. The laughter was not loud, but it contained an indescribable sense of playfulness. The smug smile on He Fingyu's face froze instantly, and he stared at Gu Chen intently, angrily saying, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm happy," Gu Chen said while laughing, his eyes full of pity as if he was looking at a fool. "I was thinking, you look so confident now, how exciting your expression will be when I beat you down later. That scene must be very interesting. You're looking for death." He Fingyu was completely enraged. He felt that his dignity had been challenged unprecedentedly. With a roar, he gathered all his strength and punched Gu Chen's head, vowing to completely crush this ignorant kid. But just when his fist was about to touch Gu Chen took action. He didn't even look at the tempered gold knife that fell on the ground, he just threw it away casually. The next second, a solid iron rod as thick as an arm appeared in his hand. Without any pause, Gu Chen swung the iron rod and smashed it down on He Fingyu's head. What? He Fingyu's pupils shrank to the size of needle points at this moment. He never dreamed that Gu Chen could actually conjure up a second weapon. This came too suddenly. His old strength had just gone and his new strength had not yet regenerated. He had no time to dodge. He could only watch as the iron rod with a whistling sound rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Bang! With a dull, teeth-grinding thud, He Fingyu screamed and flew backwards, smashing a row of wooden frames behind him into pieces, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood foam and felt like half of his body was about to fall apart. Gu Chen swung the iron rod in his hand, making a woo sound, and then walked towards He Fingyu with a smile. If you can't hold the weapon anymore, can't you just change it? Gu Chen looked down at him. Don't you think this is the truth? He Fingyu was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Gu Chen blankly, his mind going blank. Change one. It's easy to say. This is something that appeared out of thin air. He suddenly remembered something. The sword before also appeared out of thin air like this. This guy clearly said that his ability is the body of steel. A thought popped into his mind. Dual abilities? This word, like a thunderbolt, exploded in his mind. You. He Fingyu pointed at Gu Chen. Who are you? Hush. Gu Chen smiled and put a finger on his lips. The fun has just begun, don't be scared so soon. Now, we can play seriously. You have to be mentally prepared. He tapped the ground gently with the iron rod, making a bang-bang sound. Get up, hurry up, and get up. It would be too boring if you don't resist, and I would be very disappointed. Chapter 95. Did they bully you? He Fingyu's heart was twitching wildly. In his eyes, Gu Chen was no longer a human being, but a monster in human skin. There was only one thought in his mind: run. Must leave here immediately. This kid is too weird, he doesn't have the strength a D-level mutant should have. Get out first, avoid the enemy's attack, and then make long-term plans. He quickly scanned the surroundings, and his gaze instantly fixed on the tightly closed door. The next second, he jumped up from the ground and rushed towards the door like crazy. However, he had just rushed to the door and his hand had not yet touched the door handle. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air was heard behind him. Hifengyu only felt a chill on the back of his hand, followed by a piercing pain. Looking down, he saw that the solid iron rod had pierced through his right palm, nailing his hand firmly to the thick protective door. Blood dripped down the iron rod. A. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the room. Hifengyu was shaking with pain and wanted to pull his hand out. But if he moved the slightest, the piercing pain almost made him faint, and he dared not move at all. Guchen walked over slowly, still with a smile on his face. What? Have you had enough fun so soon? You want to leave? He tilted his head and looked at Hifengyu, but I haven't had enough fun yet. I was wrong. I surrender. I admit defeat. Hifengyu completely collapsed, tears and snot streaming down his face, begging without any dignity, please, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Let you go? The smile on Guchen's face gradually faded, and his eyes became cold. When you decided to touch my family, you should have been prepared to be retaliated tenfold or 100-fold by me. It's too late to beg for mercy now. These words were like a basin of ice water poured over Hifengyu's head, chilling him from head to toe. Now, take me to my sister and my wife. Guchen's tone left no room for doubt. I'll take you there. Hifengyu nodded repeatedly, then shook his head violently, pointing at his hand that was nailed to the door, his face full of pain. I'll help you. As Guchen spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Hifengyu's arm that was pierced by a nail. Under Hifengyu's horrified gaze, Guchen suddenly pulled back. Puff! Ah! With a disgusting sound of flesh being torn apart, Hifengyu's palm was roughly pulled off the iron rod, leaving a bloody hole. The pain made him let out a scream that was not like a human voice. Guchen didn't care about his life or death at all. He dragged him deeper into the room like a dead dog and came to several doors lined up side by side. Which one? Guchen asked coldly. Hifengyu was trembling all over. He raised his intact left hand tremblingly and pointed to the two rooms in the middle. It's best if everyone is inside and safe. Guchen's mouth opened into a cold arc, otherwise, I promise that you will experience a game that is 10,000 times more interesting than before. After saying that, he let go of her hand, pushed open one of the doors and walked in. Hifengyu collapsed on the ground and watched Guchen walk into the room. His instinct for survival overwhelmed his fear again. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and tried to crawl out using his hands and feet. But he had just taken 2 steps. Whoosh! There was another rapid sound of breaking through the air. A spear appeared out of nowhere, like a black lightning, accurately piercing his calf and nailing him firmly to the ground. Guchen walked out of the door backwards, without even looking at him, and just said coldly, "Don't run around. The last guy who tried to run away from me had all his limbs fall into the holding room of your city defense department." After saying that, Guchen walked into the room again. In the room, a large bed looks particularly out of place. Ranwenwen was lying on the bed, with cold iron chains wrapped around her wrists and ankles, and the other end was firmly fixed to the head of the bed. Her mouth was sealed with a layer of tape, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. The moment she saw Guchen coming in, tears burst out, and she began to struggle violently with sobs, and the iron chains made a clattering sound. Guchen's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a hand, and the pain made him a little breathless. He suppressed the murderous intent that was surging in his heart and walked quickly to the bed. Without bothering to look for the key, Guchen directly took out a machete from the storage space. There was a flash of cold light, and with a crisp clang sound, the chains that bound Ranwenwen broke. Then he reached out and, with unprecedented tenderness, bit by bit, he tore off the tape on her mouth. Husband! The moment the tape was torn off, Ranwenwen could no longer hold back and cried and threw herself into Guchen's arms. Her body was trembling slightly, and her arms were tightly wrapped around Guchen's waist, as if as long as she let go, the man in front of her would disappear. "It's okay, Wenwen, I'm back." Guchen hugged her tightly, patted her back gently, and rubbed her soft hair with his chin. "Don't be afraid, everything is over, no one can hurt you again." His words seemed to have magic power. Ranwenwen's intense emotions slowly calmed down, but she still refused to let go. She just buried her face in his chest, greedily breathing in the familiar scent from him. Guchen lowered his head and asked softly, "Did they bully you?" The delicate body in his arms froze for a moment, then he shook his head and said in a muffled voice, "No. In the past 2 days, someone came regularly to deliver food and water, and left after feeding them, without saying a word." After hearing this, the huge rock hanging in Guchen's heart finally fell to the ground. Fortunately, nothing irreversible happened. Let's go and save Xiaotong. Gu Chen took Ran Wenwen's soft hand and led her out of the room. As soon as she went out, Ran Wenwen saw the tragic scene on the floor not far away. He Fingyu was lying there like a puddle of mud, one of his hands was bloody and a black spear was stuck in his calf, nailing him to the floor. The surrounding ground was already stained red with blood. He was wailing and struggling in vain. This bloody scene made Ran Wenwen's face turn pale instantly, and she subconsciously shrank behind Gu Chen. Chapter 96. Someone breaks in. Gu Chen noticed her reaction. Without saying a word, he stretched out his other hand and gently covered her eyes. At the same time, he put his arms around her, held her in his arms, and protected her as she walked to the next room. Honey, I'm fine. Ran Wenwen gently pushed away Gu Chen's hand that was blocking her eyes and shook her head. Although her face was still a little pale, her eyes had regained their composure. In the outer 7th district, people often fight to the point of bloodshed, and death is a common sight. She once went to take out the trash and found a body next to the trash can that had been stabbed to death by someone unknown. In comparison, although the miserable condition of He Fingyu in front of her was more shocking, she could still bear it. She couldn't let Gu Chen worry about such things and become a burden to him. Gu Chen looked at the strength in Ran Wenwen's eyes, feeling both distressed and relieved. Without saying anything more, he took her to the next room. As soon as the door opened, the scene inside was almost exactly the same as before. Gu Tong was also chained to the bed and her mouth was sealed with tape. Seeing Gu Chen and Ran Wenwen appear together, tears of surprise instantly welled up in her big eyes. Gu Chen rescued Gu Tong in the same way. As soon as the girl broke free from her restraints, she rushed over crying. Brother! Sister Wenwen! I'm so scared! The three of them hugged each other tightly, and at this moment, the cold room seemed to have a little more warmth. After confirming that Gu Tong had not suffered any substantial harm, Gu Chen was completely relieved. He patted the two girls on the back and said softly, "You two stay in the room and don't come out. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, he walked out of the room and closed the door gently and considerately. His face, at the moment the door was closed, changed from tender to cold. Gu Chen walked slowly to He Fingyu. The pig slaughtering wails and the endless pleas for mercy made him feel extremely annoyed. It's so noisy. Gu Chen uttered 3 words expressionlessly, grabbed the spear stuck in He Fingyu's calf, and pulled it out violently. Puff! Blood gushed out again. He raised the spear high, and bright red blood flowed down the black tip of the spear, drop by drop, slowly dripping onto He Fingyu's terrified face. You can't kill me. He Fingyu felt the murderous aura on Gu Chen and shouted at the top of his lungs, I am a senior officer of the garrison. Even if you kill me, you can't escape. The entire outer 7th district will be looking for you. Oh? Really? Gu Chen seemed to have heard something funny, his eyes full of mockery. The next second, the spear in his hand stabbed down like a poisonous dragon emerging from a cave. Puff! The spear accurately pierced He Fingyu's intact left palm, nailing his hand to the ground. Another heart-wrenching scream. You devil! You lunatic! He Fingyu was in so much pain that he saw stars and his arms were disabled. This was more painful than killing him. Over the years, he climbed to this position, offended countless people, and made countless enemies. If there was any problem with his hands and it affected his strength, once his enemies knew about it, they would pounce on him like sharks smelling blood and tear him into pieces. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. He Fingyu started to curse. Hearing these curses, Gu Chen's face was so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out. Holding the gun barrel, he slowly turned it. Crack! The sound of bones being crushed makes one's scalp tingle. I was thinking that if you could say something nicer, I might be able to save you some pain. Gu Chen's voice was cold and emotionless. But why did you scold me and add drama to yourself? Do you really think that I dare not kill you? He leaned down, leaned close to He Fingyu's ear, and said contemptuously, when a dog is beaten, it knows to wag its tail and beg for mercy. You are worse than a beast. Just at this moment. Boom! 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 There was a sudden heavy and rapid knock on the door. A look of ecstasy instantly appeared on He Fingyu's face. Gu Chen frowned. Who is outside the door? Is it He Fingyu's reinforcements? Or? The knocking continued, but the heavy protective door did not move at all, obviously unable to be easily opened from the outside. He Fengyu was anxious and angry, cursing himself for having ordered the door to be built so sturdy, and why he had locked the door when he came in. Gu Chen looked at his expression and felt relieved. This guy must die. Not only because he touched his reverse scale, but also because he knew some secrets of his own abilities. Letting him go alive would be like planting a time bomb for yourself. He slept restlessly. It seems that they won't be able to get in for a while. Gu Chen stood up slowly, with a strange smile on his face. Just in time, enough for me to kill you and then give myself a few more cuts, pretending it was self-defense. I think Lady Chai should be able to keep me safe, right? Before he finished speaking, he pulled out the spear that was pinning He Fengyu's left hand, raised it high again, and pointed the tip of the spear directly at He Fengyu's forehead. Just when the spear was about to fall. Boom! With a loud bang, the sturdy protective door was broken open from the outside by a huge force. The door panel deformed and flew inward. Immediately afterwards, a chaotic and hurried sound of footsteps rushed in, and judging from the sound, there were quite a few people. Help! Here! I'm here! He Fengyu used all his strength to roar for help. Chapter 97. My life is not mine alone. Gu Chen's raised spear stopped in mid-air, his eyes flickered, and he hesitated for a moment. If he was killed now, there would inevitably be a conflict with the people rushing in from outside. Even if he brought Ran Wonwon and Gutong with him, he could not guarantee that all three of them would escape unscathed. If they don't kill him and keep him as a hostage, perhaps they can ensure the safety of the three of them and then go to Chai Shintong for help? In the few seconds he was weighing the pros and cons, the group of people had already rushed forward. When he saw who was coming, Gu Chen's tense nerves suddenly relaxed and he breathed a long sigh of relief. The leader, with short hair and a heroic look, was Chai Shintong. Then it's okay. The moment this thought flashed through his mind, the murderous intent in Gu Chen's eyes gathered again. Without any hesitation, he swung the spear in his hand down suddenly, determined to completely eliminate this trouble. Stop! Chai Shintong's cold voice sounded. The tip of Gu Chen's gun stopped less than a centimeter away from He Fengyu's forehead. He raised his eyes and looked at Chai Shintong, and saw that her expression was extremely serious, and there was no room for negotiation in her eyes. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Gu Chen finally dropped the spear to the ground with a dang sound. He Fengyu violated the rules and abused his power. The law will judge him. Chai Shintong said expressionlessly, Gu Chen, hand him over to me. I will give you justice. At this moment, He Fengyu didn't care about the trial or not. He just knew that he survived, and the severe pain seemed to be relieved a little. He gasped for air and shouted resentfully, Miss Chai. You saw it all. This Gu Chen broke into an official's residence with the intention of murder. He must be arrested and severely punished. Severely punished. Chai Shintong seemed not to hear his words and just waved her hand lightly. A soldier immediately walked out from behind her, went forward to help He Fengyu, who was like a pile of mud, up, and carried him outside. Chai Shintong then turned her gaze to Gu Chen and asked, Is your family okay? It's okay, everyone is in the room. Gu Chen replied, pointing to the door. Chai Shintong nodded and walked towards the room where Gu Tong and Ran Wonwon were. However, just as she pushed open the door and stepped in, suddenly, there was a muffled thump sound behind me, accompanied by a scream. Chai Shintong turned back suddenly. The soldier who was supporting He Fengyu fell to the ground with him. The soldier struggled to get up and looked at He Fengyu on the ground, only to see that his body was twitching violently, blood gushing from his neck, and he soon became motionless. The soldier looked at Chai Shintong with a terrified face, at a loss, his voice trembling. Chai! Lord Chai, he. The body was turned over by someone, and everyone could see clearly that there was a sharp piece of glass stuck in He Fengyu's carotid artery. The soldier stammered, finally squeezing out the last two words. Dead. Chai Shintong's face instantly turned several degrees colder, and her clear eyes swept over the frightened soldiers present. Take the body out. You have nothing to do here. The soldiers acted as if they had been pardoned. They dared not even look at the body any longer and hurriedly lifted it up, fleeing from this dangerous place. Only Gu Chen, Chai Shintong, and Ran Wonwon and Gu Tong, who were hiding behind the door with half of their heads sticking out and looking worried, were left in the room. The air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Chai Shintong moved. Her figure was very fast, and she was in front of Gu Chen in the blink of an eye. A white palm seemed to press lightly on his chest, pushing him against the wall. Husband! Ran Wonwon screamed and rushed over, pulling Gu Tong. Don't come over here! Gu Chen shouted in a low voice, signaling them to stay where they were with his eyes. If Chai Shintong really wants to do something, no one here can stop her. Gu Chen did not resist, but calmly looked at the pretty face in front of him that was so close and covered with frost. Why do you want to do this? Chai Shintong lowered her voice and said, I've already said that I will give you justice. I did kill him. Gu Chen did not hide anything and admitted it frankly. He was even too lazy to make up some nonsense like he accidentally fell to death. In front of someone like Chai Shintong, such lies are useless. When the soldier was holding someone up just now, I moved something and tripped him. At the same time, I moved a piece of broken glass to the place where you fell. Hearing this, Chai Shintong's eyes became even colder, and the strength in her hands increased a bit. I asked you why you killed him? The man has been caught and the law will punish him. Law? Gu Chen seemed to have heard a huge joke and couldn't help but sneered, Master Chai, the law you used to punish him is just a joke to me. Facing Chai Shintong's cold gaze, Gu Chen said word by word. Yes, you arrested him. The evidence is irrefutable. He abused his power, took human life, and maybe was involved in corruption. At best, he should be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. Sounds good, right? But have you ever thought about this? Who is he Feng Yu? He's an officer of the garrison. How many years has he been operating in the Outer District 7? How many connections and relationships does he have? He's in prison, just a different place to bully others. If he works harder and performs well, he can get his sentence reduced. In a few years, he'll be out again. By the time he gets out, Lord Chai will have returned to the capital to enjoy his life. But what about us? What about our family? Do you think that a man who hates me so much and has connections with everyone will let us go? Killing him today can solve the problem once and for all, but can I prevent him for the rest of my life? What about my sister, my wife, what about them? Gu Chen's voice became colder and colder. At the end, he almost stuck it close to Chai Shintong's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I have a family, I can't afford to gamble. Chai Shintong's body shook slightly, and the hand that was pressing on Gu Chen's chest slowly loosened inadvertently. She was silent, looking at Gu Chen with complicated eyes. There was confusion in those cold eyes. Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong's hearts, which had been in a knot, finally settled down a little when they saw the scene. Gu Chen straightened his wrinkled clothes, and his tone softened with a hint of loneliness. Master Chai, there are some things you may not understand. In the capital, you may be well protected, with your family as your guardian and your subordinates serving you. But in District 7, ordinary people like us can only rely on ourselves to survive. If we are not careful, we may lose our lives. You said the law would give me justice, but do you know? Even if I was starving to death at the gate of the city hall, none of those well-dressed officials would be willing to take me out for a meal. They would just tell me to get out of here and not to dirty their territory. How can I believe that the laws they made are meant to serve people like us? I really can't afford to gamble, and I can't gamble. My life doesn't belong to me alone. After saying that, Gu Chen stopped looking at her and turned to walk towards his family. Chapter 98 Visitors at Home. Behind him, Chai Shintong remained silent for a long time. Just as Gu Chen was thinking about what she would do next, she turned around and walked towards the exit. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Where there is beauty, there must be ugliness. The cold voice echoed in the empty room. My dad said that I wasn't ruthless enough, so he asked Wu Sihua to bring me to the 7th district to train. After I came here, I really saw a lot of dirty things. I saw my colleagues plotting and scheming to achieve their goals, I saw people hurting other people's lives for a little bit of profit, and I even saw my own brothers fighting for a piece of meat bun until they were bloody. But even so, I still firmly believe that the light has not disappeared. She stopped, turned her head, and looked at Gu Chen. Besides, didn't I meet you here? For a person I just met, you were willing to risk your life in a place like no man's land to protect me. Maybe you had other purposes, but to me, you are the one who saved my life. In my eyes, you are that light. After she finished speaking, she did not stop, and her heroic figure quickly disappeared around the corner. Husband. Ran Wenwen hugged Gu Tong and called softly. Gu Chen shook his head, walked to their side, gently embraced the two most important people in his life, and whispered, It's okay, it's all over. Let's go home. The three of them walked out of the bungalow and left the He family. After all this commotion, it was already dark. The night in Wanhai is exceptionally quiet, with only the occasional passing car making slight noise. As he walked, Guchen suddenly stopped and looked up at the dark sky. "Brother, what's wrong?" Gutong followed his gaze and saw that the night sky was pitch black and there was nothing. Guchen said softly, "No, it's not nothing. Look." He pointed to the depths of the sky. "Look there, there, and there." Following the direction he pointed, Gutong and Ranwanwan looked carefully, but could not see anything different at all. "There really is light." Guchen murmured to himself, as if he was talking to them, or to himself, "Even in the darkest night, there are still stars shining. Light always exists." Above the endless inky black sky, there are countless faint stars, trying hard to flash their insignificant light. The second day. Guchen asked Ranwanwan and Gutong to rest at home for a few days and not go to school for the time being. The recent events obviously scared the two girls a lot, and the mental fatigue needs time to slowly ease. The sunlight shines into the cabin through the gaps in the window, adding a bit of warmth to this simple home. In the kitchen, Guchen and Ranwanwan were preparing lunch together, the sound of pots and pans colliding and the aroma of food intertwined. Sitting on the wooden chair in the living room, Wang Jai was chatting quietly with Gutong. The warmth of home is enough to heal all wounds. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It should be Zhengxing and the others. "Go open the door." Guchen's voice came from the kitchen. Just as Wang Jai was about to stand up from the chair, Gutong pushed her back. "Sister Jai, your injury hasn't healed yet, don't move, I'll go." Gutong said this and ran over. The door opened, and standing at the door were indeed Chen Jingxing and Li Yuqiong. "Please come in, come in." Gutong greeted warmly. Chen Jingxing and his wife walked in with some fruits in their hands and smiled. It was the first time that they formally met Ranwanwan and Gutong, so Guchen briefly introduced them to each other at the kitchen door. The few of them had just finished exchanging pleasantries and hadn't even sat down yet. Boom, boom, boom. There was another knock on the door. Ranwanwan, who was frying dishes in front of the stove, turned to look at Guchen beside her with some confusion. "Honey, are there any other guests?" Guchen shook his head and wiped his hands. "I don't know." At this time, Gutong had already run to open the door again. After opening the door and seeing who was coming, Gutong was stunned for a moment, then turned around and shouted towards the kitchen. "Brother, it's the sister from yesterday." Upon hearing this, Guchen handed the spatula to Ranwanwan, told her to keep an eye on the fire, and quickly walked to the door. The person standing outside the door was Chai Shintong. With neat short hair and a calm expression, the aura that keeps strangers away is still enough to make people dare not look directly at him. How did she get here? Although Guchen was surprised in his heart, he remained calm on his face and invited her in. "Master Chai, why are you here? And you found this place?" Chai Shintong walked into the house and glanced at the faces of Chen Jingxing and his wife, Wang Jai and others. He gave them a barely perceptible nod as a greeting. "It's not that difficult to find someone's address. I'm going back to the capital soon after I finish dealing with things here. Before I leave, I came to say goodbye to you." Everyone in the room knew that Chai Shintong was a member of the expeditionary force. For a moment, the originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became a little restrained, and no one dared to interrupt. Li Yuqiong quickly pulled out a clean stool and said nervously, "Sir, please sit down." "Thanks." Chai Shintong thanked him and simply sat down. She looked past everyone and looked at Ranwanwan, who was still busy in the kitchen. She sniffed lightly, a subtle fluctuation flashed in her eyes, and she said lightly, "It smells so good." Guchen smiled and made an invitation. "If you don't mind, Master Chai, please stay and have a simple meal together." Chai Shintong asked politely, "Is it too much trouble?" "It's not a big deal to just buy a set of bowls and chopsticks." Guchen waved his hand. "Master Chai, please wait a moment. The food will be ready soon." After saying that, he turned back to the kitchen and started working with Ranwanwan. The living room suddenly became quiet. Chai Shintong's arrival seemed to bring an invisible pressure field. Gutong and the others sat there, and even spoke in subconsciously lowered voices. Fortunately, the meal was ready quickly. When plates of home-cooked dishes that looked ordinary but smelled fragrant were served on the table, Guchen asked everyone to sit down and eat together. Almost all the topics at the dinner table were led by Guchen. Everyone was chatting away, but Chai Shintong was still the quiet one. Basically, she only answered when someone asked her a question. The rest of the time, she was seen silently eating. Yes, eating. She was used to eating delicacies from the mountains and the sea in the capital, and she had never expected that these ordinary-looking meat dishes in front of her would taste so amazing. It's no worse than the one cooked by her own chef. Chapter 99 Farewell. Chai Shintong's hands were always filled with a pair of chopsticks. Not long after the food was served, the two plates near her were almost empty. Seeing this, Ran Wenwen stood up considerately. It seems like there aren't enough dishes. I'll go fry 2 more. Chai Shintong then realized her own gaffe. A faint blush rarely appeared on her fair cheeks. She said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, this food is so delicious, I couldn't help it." Gu Chen smiled. "If you like it, eat more. This time, it's all thanks to Master Chai. If it weren't for you, I don't know if our family would be able to sit here and eat peacefully today." Hearing this, Chai Shintong put down her chopsticks and her expression became serious. She wiped the corner of her mouth, looked at Gu Chen, and said slowly, "I accept your thanks. However, this time, in addition to saying goodbye, I have one more thing to formally inform you of." Gu Chen's heart moved, and he put down his chopsticks. He leaned forward slightly, looked at her seriously, and listened to what she said next. Chai Shintong's cold eyes were fixed on Gu Chen's face. The voice was clearly heard by everyone. He Fingyu is dead, and the position of the commander-in-chief of the city defense isolation gate is vacant. I have recommended you to the higher-ups. If nothing unexpected happens, the appointment will come soon, and someone will officially notify you then. Ah! The first person to scream was Gu Tong, whose mouth was open so wide that an egg could fit in it. Then, there was the crisp sound of chopsticks falling on the table. Chen Zhengxing and Li Yuqian's faces were full of disbelief. Wang Jiayi widened her eyes and looked at Chai Shintong, then at Gu Chen, as if to confirm whether she had heard it wrong. Gu Chen himself was completely stunned. My mind is filled with countless questions. What's going on? Recommend me as commander? How did Chai Shintong think? Let's not talk about whether she asked me if I was willing. How did she, a member of the expeditionary force, get involved in the government personnel appointments in the outer 7th district? This hand is stretched too far. What's more, he is the commander-in-chief of the isolation gate. The isolation gate is the second and most important line of defense against strange beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the throat of the city. The commander-in-chief of this position is usually responsible for not only the deployment of the entire isolation gate area, but also for controlling the entry and exit of all personnel and materials, and supporting the garrison troops in the first line of defense martial law zone. To put it bluntly, he is a gatekeeper, but this is no ordinary door. The official title is not high, but it is definitely an important position with real power. He, Gu Chen, a temporary member who had just awakened, suddenly became the commander-in-chief? This was not as simple as jumping a few levels, it was simply riding a rocket to soar up. Logically speaking, the successor should definitely be promoted from within the city defense department, and someone with rich qualifications and familiarity with the procedures should take over. He is an outsider, why? Even if Chai Shintong thinks highly of him, will the city government, the garrison officers, and the people in the city defense department be convinced? Will they agree? This is so outrageous no matter how you think about it. Gu Chen calmed down his confused thoughts, looked at Chai Shintong, and asked about his confusion. Master Chai, I think this is not appropriate. I have no merits and my qualifications are still young. I am afraid that the garrison and the municipal government will not agree to such an appointment. Chai Shintong seemed to have expected him to ask this question, and her expression did not change at all. That's not something you need to worry about. She picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip. You just need to be prepared and wait to take office. My goodness, this tone. It sounds like you are quite sure of it. Gu Chen suddenly remembered what Wu Sihua called her when they were in the no man's land, miss, and the phrase Chai family. Could it be that? A guess formed in Gu Chen's mind. Is it true that the family behind Chai Shintong has such great influence in the capital that it can easily influence the appointment and dismissal of personnel in an outer city? Although he knew nothing about the power structure in the capital, judging from Chai Shintong's calmness and confidence at the moment, this guess was almost correct. But Gu Chen still didn't want to be the commander. The Snake Man incident left him with a bad impression of this group of people. Gu Chen felt a little disgusted at the thought of working with them. He hesitated for a moment and said, "What I mean is that I am afraid I don't have the ability to bear such a heavy responsibility." This time, Chai Shintong did not answer directly, but asked Gu Chen a question in return. You want to protect your family, right? Gu Chen was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Then take over the position. He Fingyu is dead, but he has been the commander for so many years. Do you think there are not many loyal people under him? If you kill him, what will those people do to you? They all hold some power in their hands to a certain extent. It will be easy for them to trip you up and embarrass your family in the future. Chai Shintong paused, leaned forward slightly, and continued. If you want to fight against those who hold power, the best way is to become someone with more power than they do. The last sentence, like a heavy hammer, hit Gu Chen's heart hard. The room was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gu Chen. There was worry in Ran Wenwen's eyes. Wang Jie pursed her lips tightly, and even Gu Tong put away her surprise and looked thoughtful. Gu Chen was silent. What Chai Shintong said makes sense. His killing of He Fenjiuzi does not mean that everything is over. In fact, it may just be the beginning. Chen Zhengxing at the side coughed lightly and lowered his voice to persuade, Brother Gu, what Lord Chai said makes sense. This is a rare opportunity, you should seize it. Gu Chen's eyes slowly swept across the faces of his family members. I saw the dependence and trust in their eyes. Yes, he is the head of the family and their support. He couldn't let this happen again. About a minute later, Gu Chen raised his head, met Chai Shintong's gaze, and nodded solemnly. I understand. His voice was not loud, but very firm. In that case, then I will follow Lord Chai's arrangements. Seeing Gu Chen nod, Chai Shintong's mouth corners seemed to bend upwards, but the arc was so small that it was almost invisible, and soon returned to its cold look. I'm sure you'll make a good commander. She nodded with satisfaction and picked up the chopsticks again. After the meal, everything was discussed, so Chai Shintong stood up and said goodbye, saying that she would go directly back to the capital. Gu Chen sent her to the door. Outside the house, the wind swirled the garbage on the roadside. Gu Chen looked at Chai Xian's back. She walked away step by step, and her footsteps became quieter and quieter. For some reason, Gu Chen felt a little reluctant and even had an impulse to hope that she would stop, even if it was just for one day later. Perhaps it was because his gaze was too scorching, or perhaps it was some mysterious feeling. Chai Shintong, who had already taken a few steps, suddenly stopped. She turned around and, under Gu Chen's gaze, turned back. He took out a palm-sized pink object from his pocket and handed it to Gu Chen. Here. Chapter 100 Chai Shintong's Gift. Gu Chen took it and it felt cold to the touch. He looked at it over and over again, a little confused. What is this? My cell phone, Chai Shintong explained succinctly, it's a more advanced communicator. You may not be used to it now, but it will be useful in the future. You can use it to contact me after I leave. Cell phone? Gu Chen had heard of this term before. It was a very popular term in the inner city. But this thing shouldn't be useful in the outer 7th district, right? There's no signal here at all. The outer district 7 just doesn't have a large area of civilian base stations. Chai Shintong explained, but all important government and military facilities are covered by independent highly encrypted signals. The number of this phone is already on the whitelist of the government network. You can use it to contact me in the office area behind the isolation gate. I have already registered an account for you on the chat software inside, and you have also added me as a friend. Gu Chen looked down at the mobile phone in his hand, and the weight of this thing seemed to become heavier all of a sudden. In his opinion, Chai Shintong gave this thing to him not just for the convenience of contact. This is leaving him a thread. A line that connects him and her, the outer 7th district and the distant capital. As long as this thread is still there, the bond between them will not be broken. Okay. Gu Chen tightened his fingers, held the phone tightly in his palm, looked up and said to her, I will use it. Keep in touch. Chai Shintong nodded lightly, turned around and took a step forward. This time, she never looked back, and that lonely and cold figure slowly disappeared from Gu Chen's sight. Gu Chen stood at the door, and didn't look away until Chai Shintong's back completely disappeared. He looked at the phone in his hand and turned back to the house. The atmosphere in the room became much more relaxed due to Chai Shintong's departure. Brother, what good thing do you have in your hand? As soon as he entered the door, Gu Tong's eyes were very sharp and immediately locked onto the pink square in his palm. Cell phone. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, the girl jumped up from the chair, rushed to him like a gust of wind, and snatched the phone away. Wow! A cell phone. Is this a cell phone? Gu Tong held the pink cell phone in her hands, her eyes sparkling as if she had seen a rare treasure, and she exclaimed softly. She has been longing for this thing for a long time. I used to hear classmates who had been to the inner city bragging about how magical the mobile phones in the inner city were. Not only could they talk to people thousands of miles away, but they could also watch all kinds of interesting videos with all kinds of fun things on them, and they could also make friends from all over the world. To Gu Tong, who had never left the outer 7 districts, this thing was no different from the magic props in novels. Let me see, let me see. Wang Jia couldn't hold back her curiosity either, so she squeezed over and put her head next to Gu Tong. The two of them exclaimed in amazement at the small pink phone as if they had discovered a new continent. There is just no signal, so I can only take photos and play the games that come with my phone. Gu Chen looked at their excited expressions and smiled helplessly. You too, take it easy. Don't break it. Gu Chen couldn't help but remind him. This thing is so precious. If it gets broken, I don't know where to get it repaired. If we can't contact Chai Shintong by then, we'll be in trouble. After hearing this, Gu Tong and Wang Jiayi became much more cautious. It's a rare leisure time in the afternoon. A group of people gathered around the table, including Qin Jingxing and Li Yuchong and his wife, to play a card game. In this place where entertainment is scarce, playing cards is one of the few activities to kill time. Of course, there are some people who want to get rich from this thing, but the result is often that they win today and lose tomorrow. The only one who can make a profit in the end is the dealer who takes a cut at the beginning of the game. Gu Chen and his friends were certainly not doing this for wealth, they were just doing it for fun. The stakes are pitifully small, with only a few dollars to win or lose. You don't feel bad if you lose, and you can be happy if you win. The main purpose is to add some excitement and atmosphere. Amidst the laughter and chatter, there was a sudden knock on the door. Wang Jiayi was closest to the door, so she casually shouted, "Who is it?" and got up to open the door. A man stood outside the door, wearing a neat dark uniform of the garrison. The man looked around the room and finally landed on Gu Chen with a smile on his face. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Gu Chen?" Gu Chen put down the cards in his hand and stood up. "It's me." "Congratulations, Sir Gu." The officer bowed slightly, took out a sealed document from his briefcase, and handed it over with both hands. "This is your appointment document. You are officially appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the Isolation Gate of the City Defense Department. Because there are many things to do at the Isolation Gate, Sir Gu, please report to the City Defense Department early tomorrow morning to take up your post. Also, can you verify your ID card and alien ID for me?" Appointment came so soon? Gu Chen once again marveled at Chai Shintong's energy. Her efficiency was even faster than a rocket. He handed the certificate to the visitor for inspection, then took the document and held it in his hand, feeling that it was a little unreal. "Thank you for your help," Gu Chen said politely and sent the person out the door. When he returned to the room, the card game could no longer continue. Everyone's eyes were focused on him and the document, their eyes full of envy. The night deepens. In the room, Ran Wenwen was bending over, looking for something in a pile of books. The soft light outlined her beautiful figure, making her look particularly attractive. Gu Chen approached silently from behind, stretched out his arms, and hugged her in his arms. Warm and soft, full of fragrance. Ran Wenwen was startled by him, and then scolded, "Stop it, wait for me." Gu Chen refused to let go, and said vaguely, "You do your thing, I'll do mine, it won't be a problem." The scoundrel's words made the tips of Ran Wenwen's ears turn red. She rolled her eyes helplessly, simply ignored the rogue guy behind her, and continued to search through the pile of books. Soon, she pulled out a small notebook the size of a palm from a thick professional book. "What is this? Your diary?" Gu Chen leaned over curiously. "I don't have the habit of writing a diary," Ran Wenwen slapped his head away, "these are my lecture notes." As she spoke, she opened her notebook and took out a bank card from the interlayer. Chapter 101 Reporting. Seeing this card, Gu Chen was stunned. "Why are you taking this out?" He was very familiar with this card, as all the family savings were stored in it. He is not interested in trivial matters such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation now. Gu Tong is still young, and Wang Jiayi is the type of person who spends whatever she has, so they can't save money at all. Ran Wenwen, who studied business management, is thrifty, gentle, and considerate, making her the perfect choice to manage the household. Therefore, the financial power of the family naturally fell into the hands of her, the eldest wife. Ran Wenwen turned around and said seriously, "You will be taking up your new post tomorrow. You can't go to a new place empty-handed, right? Buy something and visit your leader." Gu Chen frowned slightly, somewhat disapprovingly. "Isn't this necessary?" Why send them things? This money is earned by my life, it's better to use it to buy you some new clothes, I will be happy to see it. In his opinion, it is enough to do one's own job well, and it is a waste to do those useless things. Don't move, get out of the way and sit down. Ranwenwen's face suddenly became serious and she gently pushed him away. Guchen rarely saw her so serious, so he reluctantly let go of her hand and sat down obediently beside the bed. Ranwenwen turned to face him, holding up the bank card in her hand, and said in an unquestionable tone, "Interpersonal relationships are the most complicated in the officialdom. You are an outsider, but you became the commander-in-chief by relying on the relationship with Lord Chai. Even if the people below don't say it, can they accept it in their hearts? Can your immediate superior not look at you more? If you don't manage your interpersonal relationships well, I'm afraid there will be countless troubles and obstacles waiting for you in the future." Guchen looked up at her, still a little puzzled. "I just need to do my own thing. What can be the stumbling block?" You really should change your temper." Ranwenwen sighed and stuffed the cold bank card into Guchen's warm palm. "There are many tricks here. Listen to me, when you take office tomorrow, go buy 2 packs of good cigarettes and a few bottles of good wine and send them to your direct superior. I don't ask him to help you more, but at least make him familiar with you and don't let him make things difficult for you. As for the people under you, find a time to invite everyone out for a meal and a drink to build relationships. Now our family is not as tight as before. If spending a little money can make life more comfortable, then it's okay to spend a little." Guchen looked at the card in his hand, then looked at Ranwenwen, who was teaching him with a serious face, and suddenly smiled. "How do you understand all these twists and turns?" Ranwenwen rolled her eyes at him and said with a little pride, "I have an elective course called Behavioral Etiquette, which talks about how to deal with these interpersonal relationships." "I see." A warm current surged in Guchen's heart. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? He put the bank card away and nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll listen to you. My Wenwen is really beautiful and intelligent. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also smart." After being praised by him, Ranwenwen felt a little embarrassed. Guchen smirked, stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms while she was not prepared, and they both fell on the soft bed. "We're done." Guchen turned over and pressed her down, his breathing becoming a little heavy. "It's late at night, you let me finish what I need to do first." The next morning, it was just dawn. Guchen had a simple breakfast, then changed into a clean white shirt and black trousers, and rushed to the garrison's office area alone. The area is heavily guarded, with armed guards patrolling 24 hours a day. Ordinary people don't even dare to get close. Guchen was not in a hurry to go in, he remembered Ranwenwen's instructions. "First, we went around to a nearby small street. It didn't look very eye-catching, but the doorfronts of several shops were polished to a shine. Guchen walked into a tobacco and liquor store. "Boss, give me 2 packs of red-wrapped Golden Dragon cigarettes and 2 bottles of Sendai wine." A fat middle-aged boss behind the counter looked up at him and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Please wait a moment." The boss deftly took down the beautifully packaged cigarettes and alcohol from the top shelf and packed them in black bags. Just as Guchen was about to pay, the boss lowered his voice and smiled mysteriously. "Little brother, this thing, is it for someone else?" Guchen's heart moved, and he glanced around the store. Apart from him and the boss, there was no one else. He nodded slightly. The boss chuckled and took out the cigarettes and alcohol from the bag and put them back under the counter. "Brother, if you carry a big bag like this, you will be too conspicuous and it won't look good," the boss said, taking out a silver card from the drawer and handing it to Guchen. Guchen was a little stunned. What was this operation? Seeing his puzzled expression, the boss enthusiastically explained. "Brother, it's not customary to carry things to my door now. Give this card to the person you want to send the gift to. He can come back to my store with the card and take whatever he wants from me, including cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. It's confidential and convenient, and you can save both money and appearance." Guchen suddenly came to his senses. The twists and turns here are more complicated than he imagined, and even giving a gift can be complicated. He took the silver card. "Okay." Guchen paid the money readily, put the card in his pocket, turned around and left the tobacco and liquor store. Returned to the heavily guarded garrison office area again. Guchen showed the appointment document he received yesterday, and the guards immediately stood at attention and saluted, letting him pass. He arrived at the door of the city defense minister's office without any obstruction. He could feel the curious glances from the people passing by in the corridor. At this time, in the minister's office, the Minister of City Defense, Tian Shui, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s with a square face, was holding a cup of tea and drinking it slowly. Sitting below him were the 2 ministers of the garrison and 3 important officers of the City Defense Department. No one spoke much, and everyone seemed to be waiting for something. They were full of curiosity and a little wary of this young man named Gu Chen. Who is Chai Shintong? Miss Chai. She personally named and recommended this person, and the rumor that Gu Chen broke into the He family alone and disabled He Fengyu beyond recognition cast a layer of mystery over Gu Chen. Why is such a big shot suddenly parachuted into the position of commander-in-chief of the Isolation Gate? Everyone wanted to see who this person was. Report. A tall female sergeant knocked on the door and came in. Explain. Tian Shou didn't even look up. Minister, Gu Chen has arrived and is waiting outside the door. Tian Shui put down his teacup, exchanged glances with the other people, and then said calmly, "Let him in." Yes. Chapter 102, Taking Office as Commander-in-Chief. Soon, the office door was pushed open, and Gu Chen walked in led by the female sergeant. He quickly took in the situation in the room. The 5 people looked at him with sharp eyes, examining and probing him. There was no expression on Gu Chen's face, he looked calm and peaceful. He walked to the center of the office and bowed slightly to each person in turn, neither humbly nor arrogantly. Gu Chen, hello to all the adults. Tian Shui looked at the young man in front of him and nodded secretly in his heart. Although he is young, his calm demeanor is quite good. Come, sit down. He pointed to the chair opposite. Thank you, sir. Gu Chen sat down as he was told, his back straight. After he sat down, Tian Shui spoke and introduced himself and the people present in a calm tone. After the introduction, his face straightened and became serious. Gu Chen, before you officially join the company, I have a question for you. Please speak, sir. Gu Chen looked at him calmly. Tian Shui tapped the table lightly with his fingers, hesitated for a moment, and asked an extremely sharp question. You are joining our City Defense Department this time as the Commander-in-Chief of the Isolation Gate. Miss Chai, do you have any special instructions? Gu Chen understood what the other party meant instantly. This was to test his background, to find out what Chai Shintong's intention was in arranging him into the City Defense Department. This is normal. If I were Tian Shui, I would think the same way. A nobody rose to become a commander-in-chief with real power overnight. No one would believe it if there is no story behind it. But Chai Shintong didn't say anything other than asking him to do his best. But at this time, telling the truth is the stupidest thing to do. If I say I don't know, this group of people will look down on me and think I'm just a lucky guy. Since they all think that I was sent by Chai Shintong, I might as well confirm this identity. Give a gift? That's just the trail. Using Chai Shintong's tiger skin to raise a big banner for yourself and win the greatest support is much more effective than giving away a few packs of cigarettes and bottles of wine. Gu Chen's thoughts only lasted for a moment. He raised his head, a hint of just the right amount of seriousness on his face. In reply to Master Tian, Master Chai did say something to me before he left. Really? Tian Shui and several adjutants beside him looked at each other, and their eyes revealed the meaning of being expected. This Gu Chen really came with the purpose of that young lady. Oh? Tell me about it. Tian Shui leaned forward slightly, showing great interest. Gu Chen sat up straight, his face became extremely serious, as if he was repeating a sacred decree. The reason why Lord Chai asked me to take over the Commander-in-Chief is because she wants to make some changes to the current situation of the Isolation Gate. Change? What do you mean? Tian Shui was a little confused after hearing this. Gu Chen slowly explained, the last Commander-in-Chief, He Fengyu, disregarded human life during his tenure. I'm sure you all have heard about this. In particular, there was one time when Lord Chai personally escorted a group of survivors back to the city, but He Fengyu stopped him outside the Isolation Gate with a ridiculous excuse and refused to let him in, putting Lord Chai and the survivors in danger. Having said this, he paused and his tone became more serious. Lady Chai is very dissatisfied with this. She believes that the Isolation Gate is a line of defense to protect the citizens in the city and a door of hope, rather than a tool for some people to abuse their power and harm their compatriots. This trend must be changed. This is what Lady Chai wants me to do. These words were so powerful that they stunned everyone present. Tian Shui and others nodded frequently, with expressions of sudden enlightenment and approval on their faces. Of course they had heard about He Fingyu making things difficult for Chai Shintong. Now after hearing what Gu Chen said, I realized that Chai Shintong had always kept this account in mind. Makes sense. I don't know what's wrong with He Fingyu's brain. Even if you didn't know Chai Shintong's true identity at that time, her identity as an expeditionary force was real. She fought bloody battles outside the city to protect the country and the people. It's extremely stupid of you to make things difficult for others like this. They believed what Gu Chen said, and believed it without a doubt. Well said. Tian Shuyi slapped his thigh and immediately expressed his opinion. The foul atmosphere at the isolation gate should have been rectified long ago. Sir Gu, just go ahead and do it. On behalf of the City Defense Department, I fully support your work. If you have any problems that you can't solve, feel free to come to me. With just a few words, Gu Chen turned the City Defense Department's boss into his backer. This is more effective than any other gift. In this way, he would have a backer when he acted at the isolation gate in the future. Thank you for your support, Mr. Tian. Gu Chen showed his gratitude and added appropriately, when I contact Mr. Chai later, I will definitely convey your support in its original words. You still have Miss Chai's personal contact information? An adjutant nearby couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes full of shock and envy. This is much more important than a recommendation. Gu Chen nodded and calmly took out the pink mobile phone from his pocket. When Lady Chai left the Outer District 7, she left me her cell phone so I can contact her at any time. Hiss. There was a slight gasp in the office. Tian Shuyi's face instantly broke into a smile, and his attitude became more than 10 times more enthusiastic than before. Oh, it seems that Miss Chai is really concerned about the work of our City Defense Department. I believe that with a serious and responsible leader like Lord Gu, the isolation gate will be able to get back on track soon and live up to Miss Chai's expectations. Several other senior officials also nodded in agreement, their words full of approval and flattery. Thank you for your praise, my lords. Gu Chen responded modestly. He felt no guilt at all about his behavior of using the tiger's skin and flying the banner. Because he knew Chai Shintong's character well. What she said she was going to do at this moment was completely in line with her code of conduct and was truly a good thing that would benefit the people. Even if she knew, she would only praise him and would never blame him. Even if Tian Shuyi could contact Chai Shintong to verify it now, given her personality, she would definitely admit that it was she who arranged for Gu Chen to do this. Tian Shuyi was in a good mood. He picked up the letter of appointment that Gu Chen had placed on the table, stamped it with a bright red seal, and then handed it to Gu Chen personally. Master Gu, welcome to join us. From this moment on, Gu Chen's identity changed completely. He is no longer a commoner who has to look at other people's faces and depend on them for his livelihood, but the commander-in-chief of the isolation gate with an official position. Chapter 103 Welfare of the Garrison. Looking at Gu Chen's face, which still had a hint of immaturity, Tian Shuyi couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. This kid is so lucky. He was able to get hold of the thigh of the eldest daughter of the Chai family and rise to the top overnight. Back then, when he was this age, he was still a patrolman on the streets. After all, it is just that they are short-sighted. At the beginning, Chai Shintong was active in District 7 as an ordinary expeditionary force member. Who could have imagined that there was such a huge monster behind her? Until the day before yesterday, she who was thought to have been buried in the no-man's land suddenly returned and revealed her identity, which shocked the entire top management of District 7. The eldest daughter of the Chai family. These 4 words are of great importance in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After the matter was settled, Gu Chen slowly stood up and prepared to say goodbye. There are so many people here now, so it's not appropriate to give out gift cards. I'll have to wait until another day. This time, he gained more than he expected. Not only did he initially intimidate the old foxes in the City Defense Department, but he also established himself as a perfect person who did things according to orders. Master Gu, don't leave in a hurry. Tian Shuyi raised his hand and pressed him, motioning him to sit down. There is something else. Gu Chen was a little confused, but he still obediently sat back in the chair, his back still straight, waiting for the next step. Tian Shuyi turned his gaze to a middle-aged man with a mustache who had not spoken much and had a friendly smile on his face. Master Gu, let me introduce you. This is Director Yun Chuanyun of our garrison's logistics department. Then, he said to Minister Yun, Old Yun, you came here today, please talk to Lord Gu about that matter. Hey, look at what Tabe said. Yun Chuan smiled and said, his eyes darting around Gu Chen, it's not a big deal. It's mainly because you, Lord Gu, are a new official. You can't stay in the same place, right? That would be too unreasonable. Our garrison has always had welfare policies for senior officers. You just started working, so you can apply for housing and living allowances. Yunchuan paused for a moment and observed Gu Chen's reaction. Didn't he Fing Yu die? He committed many crimes and all his property was confiscated. I think his villa is pretty good, with a large area and a good environment. How about Sir Gu, you move there? As for servants, you need to find them yourself. Our city defense department will give you a monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan. When Gu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but secretly gasp. This benefit is so good. A monthly allowance of 3,000 yuan? Enough to hire 2 maids. Not to mention a free villa. He had been to Hafenjiu in person. It is simply a small manor with front and back gardens and luxurious decoration. In Wanhai, where every inch of land is valuable, its value must be very high. Could it be that it's because of the relationship with Chai Shintong that they are so generous to me? Gu Chen's idea was only half right. The garrison does have benefits for senior officers, including housing and living allowances. But according to the rules, with Gu Chen's rank as the commander-in-chief of the isolation gate, he can only be allocated an apartment at most. As for He Fingyu's villa, it was originally his private property. After his downfall, his property was confiscated. According to the unspoken rules, part of this villa should be eaten up privately by those who handled it, and it would not be Gu Chen's turn to enjoy it at all. Now, Yunchuan spat out the piece of fat meat that was in his mouth and handed it to Gu Chen. This was indeed for Chai Shintong's sake. Gu Chen's mind was working quickly. He wanted to take advantage of such a free gift. He accepted the kindness calmly. Thank you very much for Minister Yun's arrangement. I will follow the leader's arrangements. Okay. Seeing that he accepted it, Yunchuan smiled even brighter. Okay, Master Gu, when you're done with your work, come directly to the logistics department to find me. I'll get the paperwork done for you, and you can move in today. After saying that, Yunchuan seemed to have completed his task. He stood up, said goodbye to Tian Shuyi and Gu Chen happily, and left first. Several other people in the office also stood up and said goodbye. Soon, Gu Chen and Tian Shuyi were the only ones left in the huge office. The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while. Gu Chen touched the thin card in his pocket. He stood up and walked to Tian Shuyi's desk. Tian Shuyi raised his head and looked at him with some confusion. Master Gu, is there anything else? Gu Chen didn't say much. He just took the card out of his pocket, placed it gently on the table, and then pushed it in front of Tian Shuyi with his index finger. This is my first time meeting Master Tian. This is just a small token of my respect. Tian Shuyi's eyes fell on the card. He was stunned at first, and then a knowing smile broke out on his serious face. He picked up the card, flicked his fingers, and it disappeared into his sleeve. The whole process was smooth and flowing, and he was obviously an old hand. Xiao Gu, you are so thoughtful. Tian Shuyi changed his way of addressing him, seeming to be much closer. I have high hopes for you, young man. Just go for it. If there is anything you can't solve, just come to me. This promise was 100 times more sincere than the one he had made in front of everyone before. Thank you, Minister Tian. Gu Chen bowed slightly. The work had been done, so he did not stay any longer. Then I will take my leave first. Etc. Gu Chen looked back in confusion. Do you have anything else to tell me? Your level should not just be D, take some time to retest it. Gu Chen said calmly, it should be a breakthrough. I will go to the Alien Management Bureau to test it again another day. Well, go ahead. Walking out of the city defense building and basking in the sunshine, Gu Chen stretched lazily. Logically speaking, the most important thing he should do now is to immediately find Yunchuan from the logistics department, get the villa and allowance benefits, and then go home to tell his sister and 2 wives the good news. But after thinking about it, he decided to go later. The house and the money are there and can't go away. But I have to go over to the isolation gate, calm the situation down and establish my own reputation. Let those people know clearly that from today on, he, Gu Chen, has the final say on the isolation gate. Thinking of this, Gu Chen straightened his collar and strode towards the isolation door. The isolation gate, as a barrier between the outer 7th zone and the no man's land, is of self-evident importance. The garrison stationed at the isolation gate was built about 200 meters to the right of the isolation gate, and was surrounded by high barbed wire and concrete walls to form an independent area. Unlike the strict security imagined, the garrison seemed a bit lax at this moment. The afternoon sun was lazily shining down, and a few soldiers were gathered in a corner playing cards, occasionally bursting into laughter. Some people were leaning against the wall, chatting idly, with a look of boredom in their eyes. Although the no man's land is dangerous, most of the time, the danger occurs in the curfew zone, and very few exotic beasts will run to the isolation gate. Over time, comfort becomes like rust, corroding the discipline here. Gu Chen was not surprised by this. He knew very well what kind of people the garrison was like. Gu Chen's face was calm, and he walked straight towards the gate of the station. "Stop! What are you doing?" A soldier who happened to be passing by saw him and immediately came over. Chapter 104 New Official Takes Office. Gu Chen stopped, took out the folded appointment document from his trouser pocket and handed it over. The soldier took it suspiciously, took a glance at it, and his expression changed instantly. That nonchalant look was instantly replaced by shock and respect. With a snap, he put his feet together and saluted in a standard military salute, saying in a loud voice, "Your Excellency." Su Changyan, the captain of the 6th Squad of the garrison troops stationed at the isolation gate, reports to you. Gu Chen nodded, took back the documents, and said calmly, "Go, call all the brothers who are not on duty and gather under the dragon flag in front." "Yes, sir." Su Changyan turned around and ran towards the camp, shouting at the top of his voice as he ran, "Assemble! Everyone, get ready! Hurry up and gather under the dragon flag. The commander is here." His voice was like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, instantly causing 1,000 waves. Those who were playing cards put away their cards, and those who were chatting stood up straight, all walking towards the dragon flag fluttering in the wind. Before long, the open space under the flagpole was sparsely filled with people. They were whispering to each other, all eyes focused on the young figure standing alone on the podium. Too young. This is the first thought that comes to everyone's mind. Everyone, be quiet. Be quiet. Su Changyan ran to the front of the stage, shouting to maintain order, and then introduced with a serious face, "This is our team's new commander-in-chief, Master Gu Chen. Everyone, applaud and welcome him." After saying that, he took the lead in clapping with all his might, making loud clapping sounds. Most people in the crowd applauded out of respect. Although the applause was not enthusiastic, it still seemed meaningful. But there are always some people who don't fit in. There were 7 or 8 people, either with their hands in their trouser pockets or with their hands in front of their chests, looking very arrogant. Not only did they not applaud, but they also looked at Gu Chen with undisguised contempt and scrutiny. It goes without saying that these people were either He Fengyu's former confidants or some self-important troublemakers. They were deeply dissatisfied with Gu Chen, the young man who was parachuted in. Gu Chen's eyes swept over them lightly, without any reaction, as if he didn't see anything. The applause lasted for more than a minute before he slowly raised his hand and pressed it lightly. The noise gradually died down and everyone's eyes were on him again. Thank you for the warm applause." Gu Chen's voice was not loud, but his words were clear enough for everyone present to hear clearly. "My name is Gu Chen, and I will be the commander-in-chief here from now on. Like many of the brothers present, I am a native of the outer 7th district." He paused, changed the subject, and with just one sentence the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. "Some people may be familiar with my name. Yes, before the last commander-in-chief He Fengyu died, it was me who broke into his house and beat him half to death. So, his death did have a lot to do with me. He had to pull out the thorn of He Fengyu himself. Instead of letting these people gossip about him behind his back, it would be better to put it on the table and make it clear all at once. He wanted to see which fish would jump out of the water. But that was a personal grudge between him and me. It has nothing to do with the garrison or any of you. From the day he died, the matter was over. I hope that everyone can work together in the future to guard this door behind us." There was dead silence in the audience, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at him blankly, like a duck with its neck strangled. No one expected that the first fire the new official started on his first day in office would be to burn the corpse of his predecessor. This is too direct and merciless. Those who originally still remembered He Fengyu's old friendship now turned pale and blue in the face, and dared not speak out in anger. Gu Chen ignored everyone's reactions, turned to look at Su Changyan, and asked, "Is everyone here?" Su Changyan was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He looked at the crowd hesitantly, a thin layer of sweat oozing from his forehead, and finally decided to tell the truth. Report to the master. In addition to the brothers on duty, there are 3 captains and 5 team members training in the training room, so the new boss is not easy to deal with, and those troublemakers are not easy to deal with either. He can't afford to offend either side, but at the moment, he can only choose to stand on the side of power. Oh? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Didn't you tell them that it was the new commander-in-chief who asked everyone to assemble? They did. Su Changyan wiped his sweat and lowered his voice. They said, the training goal has not been completed yet, and we can't stop halfway. They said, they will come to visit you in person later. This is said politely, but the meaning is clear, it's to give you a warning. Su Changyan cursed in his heart. Those idiots, not only did they seek death, but they also got me into trouble. Do you really think the new commander is made of clay? If he can kill Yifengyu, how can he not deal with you? You insist on running into the gun. After listening to this, Gu Chen showed a playful smile on his face. Do we have mandatory training targets at our base? He looked around at the soldiers in the audience. I see everyone is quite free. Is it because of my presence that your normal training has been affected? No. Absolutely not. Report to the Lord, we do not have compulsory training. Everyone in the audience quickly waved their hands to deny it, fearing that the blame would be put on them. Su Changyan quickly explained, Sir, our team does not have any rigid training rules. However, in order to improve everyone's combat effectiveness, a training ground has been set up in the base for everyone to practice and compete freely. Those captains are indeed very hardworking. Hard work is a good thing. Gu Chen nodded and walked down from the platform. Since they are so busy that they don't even have time to see me, the commander-in-chief, then I, as the commander-in-chief, must personally go and comfort our most hardworking soldiers. He patted Su Changyan's shoulder and said, Come on, take me to see him. Now that we are here, we have to meet him. As soon as the words fell, everyone understood that something interesting was about to happen. A large group of people followed Gu Chen in a mighty manner and walked towards the training ground. Chapter 105, Show Off Your Skills. The training ground was large, filled with all kinds of fitness equipment, and there was a boxing ring in the corner. The sounds of metal colliding and heavy breathing echoed in the empty space. At this moment, there are 8 people in the field. 7 men and 1 woman. Some were doing bench presses, some were struggling with sandbags, and 2 were engaging in a fierce fight in the boxing ring. Everyone was sweating and their muscles were bulging. When Gu Chen came in with a large group of people, they finally stopped what they were doing. 8 people gathered together without any prior arrangement. A strong man with naked upper body and muscles as hard as stone walked in front. He casually grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat off his face, then looked at Gu Chen nonchalantly, with a condescending tone in his words. Oh, this should be Master Gu, right? Why did you come here in person? My brothers are practicing very hard and said that they will come to see you together after they finish practicing. This posture is not like a subordinate meeting a superior, but clearly an examination of an uninvited intruder. Gu Chen's eyes calmly swept over the 8 people one by one, and finally fell on the muscular man. He said nothing, but started unbuttoning his shirt in front of everyone. Soon, he took off a clean shirt and handed it to Su Changyan next to him. He doesn't have exaggerated muscles, but his body is well proportioned and strong. Years of hard work at the bottom have made every inch of his muscles full of explosive lines. Combined with that handsome face, the eyes of several female soldiers in the crowd suddenly lit up and glowed with a strange brilliance. Gu Chen moved his shoulders, and the joints made a crisp sound. I also like training. He looked at the 8 people and grinned. My hands are itching to play, why don't we all play together? Do you guys mind? The muscular man's pupils shrank slightly. He is not stupid. He also had an idea of Gu Chen's strength. He was able to beat sea level Yifengyu half to death single-handedly, so his strength was definitely far above theirs. If it really comes to a one-on-one fight, he has no chance of winning. Master Gu, you are joking. The muscular man refused with a fake smile. You are the commander-in-chief, how dare we fight you? Besides, we definitely can't beat you. Really? Gu Chen's smile became even brighter, is that so? His eyes slowly swept across the 8 unruly faces, and then he uttered a sentence that instantly made the whole audience explode. You 8, come together. This sentence was like a thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The 8 people's faces were first filled with surprise, which was then replaced by an expression mixed with anger and ecstasy. They thought they were no match for Gu Chen if they fought alone, but what if 8 of them came together? This kid is too arrogant. Do you really think they are made of clay? Master Gu, you said this. Behind the muscular man, a tall and thin man couldn't help but shout excitedly. Right. We don't want to be known as someone who bullies the weak with their numbers. The other one followed suit. The muscular man stared at Gu Chen, his eyes flashing dangerously. This is an opportunity that the other party has brought to you. 8 people fighting against one of him, even if they can't beat him, they can still make him look humiliated and lose all his dignity. Thinking of this, the muscular man grinned and nodded heavily. Okay. Since Lord Gu is interested in this, we brothers will have some fun with you. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. The 9 people walked to the center of the training ground and consciously kept their distance. The soldiers around excitedly retreated to the edge of the stands, craning their necks for fear of missing any details. The atmosphere in the training ground was dead silent. The competition begins. The 8 people took the lead. They did not rush forward, but dispersed in tacit understanding, their footsteps stomping quickly on the ground, making rustling sounds, intending to open a huge encirclement in the wide field and lock Gu Chen in the center. Gu Chen stood there, his expression did not change at all, as if he was watching a group of children playing a boring game. His calmness also angered the other party. The woman at the outermost edge of the encirclement was the first to attack. She had short hair and fierce eyes, and at this moment she took a deep breath, her chest swelled visibly. The next second, she suddenly opened her mouth, and an orange-red tongue of fire came out like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, bringing with it a scorching airwave, roaring and rushing towards Gu Chen. The soldiers watching all cried out in surprise, and many of them subconsciously covered their mouths with their hands. Everyone is aware of the woman's strength. She is one of the top 30 fighters in the Isolation Gate garrison and her attacks are extremely destructive. This move was made with all his strength, which showed that he really wanted to win the competition. However, Gu Chen just calmly raised his left hand and stretched out his palm towards the surging flames. There were no spells, nor any fancy moves. Buzz. With a low humming sound, a huge shield taller than a man appeared out of thin air in front of him. Boom! The fire snake crashed into the giant shield and exploded, turning into sparks all over the sky, but it failed to shake the shield at all. Gu Chen's move stunned everyone. At this moment, taking advantage of the moment when the shield blocked the flames, the other 3 strong men had already pounced on Gu Chen like a cheetah. They were good at close combat, with energy halos of different colors wrapped around their fists, and with a whistle that tore through the air, they attacked Gu Chen's vital points from 3 different directions at the same time. The cooperation is perfect. However, just when their fists were about to touch Gu Chen's body. Swoosh! 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 A few silver lights suddenly appeared, and the last one to come arrived first. The silver light was so fast that people could not catch its trajectory at all. Only a few crisp ding-dang-dang sounds were heard, and the attacks of the 3 strong men were forcibly blocked. The offensive stagnated and their bodies involuntarily retreated backwards. When they looked closely, they found that they were several flying knives as thin as cicada wings. But that's not all. The flying knives that had forced back the 3 men drew an elegant and deadly arc in the air, then changed direction and flew towards them again. Careful! The 3 of them were horrified and tried to dodge, but the flying knife was too fast and the angle was too tricky. They only felt a chill on their arms and cheeks, and a few slight stings. Looking down, I saw a few shallow bloodstains on my skin, and blood was oozing out. On the other side, the fire-breathing woman saw that her flames were easily blocked, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes. She did not stop, but exerted force on her feet and ran quickly on the field, trying to bypass the shield and attack Gu Chen from another angle. But a strange scene happened. No matter where she ran to, the huge dark gold shield seemed to have eyes, always accurately placed between her and Gu Chen, blocking every flame she spewed out. Oh my god, what kind of ability is that? Weapon materialization? Too strong. He withstood the attacks of 4 people alone, and still handled it with ease. Did you see that? Those flying knives can turn. Is this controlled by mental power? The soldiers who were watching were completely in an uproar, with discussions rising one after another. The look in their eyes when they looked at Gu Chen had changed from initial curiosity to complete shock and awe. The atmosphere on the field also became solemn. Chapter 106: Shocking the Audience. Go! This kid is weird, don't hold back. The muscular man roared, his face looking extremely ugly. The other 4 people who were originally watching from the outside now realized that they could not watch any longer. One of the men shouted loudly, and his arms seemed to have no bones. They stretched several meters in an instant, like two long whips, and lashed at Gu Chan's legs cunningly. The muscular man's body shook, leaving a series of phantoms in his place, making it difficult to tell which one was the real one and which was the illusion. Finally, the two remaining people stood together. One of them pressed his hands tightly against the back of the other, and the latter muttered something and pushed his hands forward suddenly. When a bell rang throughout the venue. A golden bell phantom made of pure energy pressed down towards Gu Chun, with the power to block everything. The abilities of the 8 people were unreservedly exerted at this moment, trying to crush Gu Chun in the most violent manner. Looking at the attacks coming from all directions, Gu Chun just shook his head slightly. The chasm between levels is like a natural chasm and cannot be bridged by numbers. Judging from the energy fluctuations emitted when these people attacked, the strongest muscular man, the kick seemed slow, but it accurately captured the muscular man's true body. There was a dull thud, and the man flew backwards with his body hunched over, as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. He rolled on the ground for several times before he stopped, holding his stomach and squatting on the ground, gasping for breath. At the same time, the two outstretched arms also came over. Gu Chun did not dodge, but stretched out his hands and lightly grabbed the ends of the two arms. Under the other party's horrified gaze, he flew his hands up and down with smooth movements, and actually tied those two elastic arms into a beautiful bow in mid-air. Ah! The owner of the arm screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The 3 people who were previously scratched by the flying knife suddenly felt their hands and feet go numb, their bodies became stiff, and they couldn't even move. The flying knife had already been coated with paralyzing poison. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 8 besiegers had fallen. Gu Chun moved. He was so fast that in the next second, he appeared behind the huge shield. He used the shield to clear a path and rushed in front of the woman, facing the flames she was spewing. The woman's pupils suddenly shrank and her face was full of disbelief. Before she could react, a foot continued to enlarge in her field of vision. Bang! There was another dull thud, and the woman was kicked away, drawing a parabola in the air and falling heavily a few meters away. At this point, the only 2 men still standing on the field were the 2 men who performed the combo skills. They watched Gu Chun slowly walk towards them, looked at each other, and saw the bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. The man, who was pressed against his back by his companion, raised his hand tremblingly. We lost. As he said this, the other 6 men, who were either lying or crouching, paralyzed or injured, also lowered their heads in shame. The entire training ground was silent for a moment, and then broke into thunderous applause and cheers. Master Gu is mighty. So cool. Especially the female soldiers, their cheeks were flushed, their hands were clapped red with excitement, and their eyes looking at Gu Chun were flashing with an almost naked desire. A man who is so handsome, holds such a high position, and is so powerful, and he works right next to me, isn't he a golden son-in-law that fell from the sky? Yes, they all knew that Gu Chun had a wife. It was said that Feng Yu was killed by Gu Chun because he touched Gu Chun's wife. But what does that matter? Even if I just marry her as a concubine, it is 100 times better than marrying those ordinary men. In this era, it is normal for truly outstanding men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If a man only has 1 woman, it would be shameful to tell others about it. Everyone will know that he is a useless wimp. Gu Chun naturally also felt those fiery gazes wandering over his body, but instead of caring about it, he really enjoyed it. As a man, he likes to be pursued and admired by the opposite sex, and Gu Chun is no exception. This feeling of being the focus of so many eyes and becoming the center of attention really makes people feel a little dizzy. He walked to the sidelines and took his shirt from Su Changyan. While buttoning his shirt slowly and leisurely, he smiled at the people around him who were still eager to get started. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. There were too many people, and I was a little nervous. I didn't perform very well. His casual words instantly relaxed the tense atmosphere. But then, there was a huge booing from the crowd. Cut. Master Gu, please stop being so Versailles. 1 against 8, winning effortlessly, like a piece of cake, how can you say that he didn't perform well? If you had performed well, wouldn't these 8 people have died on the spot? Isn't this a clear mockery of those 8 people who overestimate their own abilities? Everyone was laughing and the atmosphere was harmonious. However, the smile on Gu Chun's face slowly faded. He turned around, glanced calmly at the 8 dejected men, and spoke lightly. You 8 don't need to come here starting tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Chapter 107 Assistant Zhu Mushue. The 8 men suddenly raised their heads and glared at Gu Chun, and the muscular man among them struggled to stand up. Why? Sir Gu, we lost, but you are taking revenge for your personal gain. Yes. We are officially employed. Just say you don't want us? Their wives and children at home all depend on this salary to make a living. If I lose this job, I don't know what people will say about me when I go back. You may not be able to find a job similar to the one you have now in the future. Several people were already filled with regret. If they had known that the new commander was so powerful, they should not have followed the muscular man to take the lead. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Just when the situation was about to get out of control, Gu Chen's voice rang out again. What do you think you want to do by following me? He looked at the 8 angry or unwilling faces, his tone still calm. You stay here and look at me with displeasure every day, and I don't want to intrigue with you. Instead of torturing each other, it's better for each of us to be well. He paused and continued, don't worry, I won't destroy your jobs. I will go and tell Minister Tian to transfer you to other positions. When they heard that they were just being transferred and not fired, the 8 people breathed a sigh of relief. The muscular man's face turned pale and blue, but he finally gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Thank you very much, Master Gu. That tone sounded unhappy no matter how you listened to it. The others followed suit and thanked Gu Chen sporadically. In the past, with Gu Chen's personality, if they dared to go against him like this, he would never bother to arrange a way out for them. But after experiencing more things, he now considers things more carefully. If he did things too drastically, he would easily gain a reputation as cold-blooded and difficult to get along with in this new place, which would be detrimental to his subsequent work. After thinking about it, I decided to leave a way out for these 8 people and not do anything too extreme. After dealing with these 8 troublemakers, Gu Chen felt much more relaxed. Under Su Changyan's guidance and introduction, he came to the commander-in-chief's office. This was originally He Fingyu's territory, but now it belongs to the Gu family. The office is quite large, and the decoration style is rather tough and practical. A large black wooden desk is placed in the center, and behind it is a wall of bookcases, but the bookshelves are not filled with books or documents, but fine wine. I think they were put there by He Fingyu before. Gu Chen sat down on the comfortable leather swivel chair, leaned back, and took a long breath. This chair is quite comfortable to sit on. He looked around and felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Thinking back to a few days ago when I was still struggling to survive in a no-man's land, I never could have imagined that one day I would be able to sit in such a grand office. Gu Chen took out his mobile phone and looked at it over and over for a while, but he really couldn't figure out how to use it. Shaked his head helplessly. It seems that I still need to find someone to teach me this thing. He stretched out his finger and pressed lightly on an inconspicuous panel on the desktop. Shu Mushue, come in for a moment. Less than a minute later, the office door was gently pushed open. A beautiful figure walked in. The person who came was a woman, wearing a very fitting female garrison soldier uniform. The black tight top outlines the oppressive curves, and the black short skirt is just the right size to wrap around the perky buttocks. A pair of straight and slender legs are wrapped in black boots. Her long hair was tied up high, revealing her smooth and white neck, making her look particularly energetic. The woman was the commander-in-chief's assistant. Her name was Zhu Mushue. Zhu Mushue. Gu Chen's eyes swept over her inconspicuously. I have to admit that this woman is really good-looking. In terms of figure alone, her hotness is not inferior to that of his 2 wives, but her face is indeed a little worse than his 2 wives. Master Gu, what's the matter? Shu Mushue walked to the table, stood at attention, and spoke in a clear and pleasant voice with a hint of respect. Gu Chen shook the pink phone in his hand. Can you use this thing? Shu Mushue took a look, then a faint smile appeared on her face, and her eyes moved with a charm of their own. As for a cell phone, sir, I have one too and I know how to use it. Oh? Gu Chen raised his eyebrows. That's great, come here and teach me. Yes, sir. Shu Mushue responded, stretched out her long legs, and walked elegantly around the large desk to Gu Chen's side. She stood beside the armrest of Gu Chen's chair and leaned down slightly. As she approached, a rich and sweet fragrance, like an invisible hook, penetrated into Gu Chen's nostrils. This scent is not as sweet as floral scent, nor as astringent as fruity scent. It is a carefully blended, slightly aggressive feminine scent. Perfume? Gu Chen's mind was in a trance for a moment. The 3 women in his family had never used such a thing. As for Chai Shintong, Gu Chen recalled that when they were in the no-man's land, the most common smell on the woman was the smell of blood. Later, when they went home for dinner, he didn't seem to smell any special smell. This stuff, you know what, it smells really good. Guchen subconsciously slowed down his breathing, and while Zhu Mushua's attention was focused on the phone screen, he sniffed twice without leaving a trace. Zhu Mushua's fingers were slender and white. She tapped deftly on the screen and patiently explained to Guchen the function of each icon. Sir, look, this is the address book, you can save other people's numbers. This is the message, you can send and receive text. This one is shaped like a ball, it is the most popular social software. Zhu Mushua's voice was gentle and soft, her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and her warm breath would occasionally brush against Guchen's earlobe, causing a slight itch. Guchen listened and nodded, but his eyes involuntarily slid from her red-nailed fingers to her slightly open collar. This woman didn't even button her collar properly. She's so careless. From Guchen's perspective, he could see a breathtaking snow-white ravine. He quickly looked away. I cursed myself inwardly, thinking that I was acting like a young boy who had never seen a woman. However, I have never met a girl who knows how to dress up and exudes feminine charm all the time. Chapter 108 Sir Gu, can you add me as a friend? After spending more than 10 minutes, Guchen finally had a general understanding of the functions of this phone. In order to test his learning results, he opened the chat software and found Chai Shintong's friends. She was the only one there and could be seen at a glance. He thought about it, poked at the screen for a long time, and typed a few words. I already know how to use it. Please contact me when you have time. After clicking send and watching the message being successfully sent, he felt inexplicably relieved. Thank you, I understand. Guchen put down his phone and nodded to Zhu Mushue beside him. Zhu Mushue stood up with a perfect blush on her face. His hands were crossed in front of him, his fingertips slightly clenched, as if he was having some ideological struggle. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhu Mushue finally plucked up the courage and looked up at Guchen with a hint of expectation and uneasiness in her eyes. Mr. Gu, I wonder if I have the honor to add you as my friend? Guchen felt a little funny when he saw her cautious look, but he didn't refuse. Can. After getting permission, Zhu Mushue's eyes lit up instantly, and she quickly took out her mobile phone and called up the QR code. Guchen scanned the code and added a friend. After the application was approved, he clicked on Zhu Mushue's profile picture and took a look. The profile picture is a group photo, in which Zhu Mushue is leaning against a man with a beautiful smile on her face, and the posture is very intimate. It's just the man next to me looks really hard to describe. Her face was covered with acne scars and was as bumpy as the surface of the moon. Her eyes were as small as slits and her nose was a little collapsed. Standing next to Zhu Mushue, who has delicate features and beautiful appearance, it is simply a public execution, fully interpreting what flowers and green leaves mean. Whoever is the supporting actor is being too flattering to this man. Guchen pointed at the avatar and asked curiously. Is this your brother? He doesn't look much like you. When Zhu Mushue heard this, she burst out laughing and her whole body trembled. Master Gu, you are such a joker. You said he doesn't look like me, how could he be my brother? She blinked, with a bit of shyness like a little woman, he's my boyfriend. Boyfriend? These 3 words really shocked Guchen. He looked Zhu Mushue up and down a few more times. She was pretty and had a great figure, so why would she fall for such a ugly girl? If it was her husband, Guchen could still understand. After all, there is a policy of compulsory marriage, and it all depends on luck which one you get. But this is my boyfriend. The product of free love. Several outrageous thoughts flashed through Guchen's mind. Could it be that this man had some magic power and drugged her? Or, what kind of unknown special hobby does this girl have? Why does she like this? He really couldn't help but teased in a half-joking tone, did your boyfriend give you some kind of magic potion? Is he making you hallucinate? With your conditions, you can find someone who is 100 times better looking than him even with your eyes closed. If a woman likes her boyfriend, she might be unhappy to hear this. But Zhu Mushue was not angry at all. On the contrary, because of Guchen's down-to-earth teasing, she felt that the distance between them was shortened a lot. I feel that this new boss seems not so cold and is easy to get along with. Zhu Mushue covered her mouth and chuckled, and spoke much more freely. You are joking, sir. She explained calmly, I also know that he looks, well, average. But he is good to me, and his family is in business, so he has some money and some ability. When she said this, there was an undisguised longing and pride in her tone. After a while, his family will be able to obtain the residency status in the inner city. When I marry him, I can live with him in the inner city. She shook the phone in her hand and added, look, This phone was bought by him. In addition to this, he has always given me gifts during festivals. A while ago, our parents met each other. My parents are very satisfied with him, and the marriage is basically settled. His family said that once they get the inner city qualification, they will buy a house immediately. We have already decided that we will buy 2 houses, one in my name and one in his name. This way, I will have my own assets in the inner city. After listening to her long explanation, Guchen completely understood. The doubts in my heart suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sense of clarity. To put it bluntly, this guy gave too much. Inner city residency qualifications. 2 apartments in the inner city. One of them is directly in the woman's name. With this kind of trick, let alone Jumushue, how could any girl struggling in the outer city not be confused? This is no longer just some magic potion, it's a mountain of gold and silver hitting you in the face. Who among the people from the outer city doesn't want to squeeze into the inner city? The living conditions and security there are completely different from those in the outer city. The inner city does not need to be like the outer city, where people are frightened when they see the detection tower turn red, fearing that the isolation wall will be breached by strange beasts one day. However, there are only a handful of places available for settlement in the inner city each year, and ordinary people would be unable to get even a chance if they tried their best. Although this man looks ugly, his condition and attitude are absolutely perfect. The unbalanced feeling in Gu Chen's heart caused by the pairing of beauty and the beast disappeared instantly. This is not a pig trying to find cabbages, it's clearly the cabbages finding a golden pig pen. One is after the money, and the other probably wants to improve family genes. They just get what they want. Gu Chen looked at Zhu Mushue, and the teasing on his face turned into a sincere smile. So that's how it is. That's indeed a good destination. When you have your wedding banquet, please be sure to treat me to a drink. Zhu Mushue smiled even sweeter and nodded repeatedly. That's for sure. No matter who I forget, I can never forget you, Master Gu. You are a rare talent, and you will surely rise to higher positions in the future. I might even run into you there when I enter the inner city. By then, I, your little assistant, will have to rely on you to take care of me. The flattery was done smoothly and without leaving any trace. Gu Chen smiled and waved. Okay, go do your thing. I don't have anything to do here for the time being. Yes, sir, you can call me anytime if you need anything. Zhu Mushue bowed respectfully, turned around and left the office with brisk steps. As soon as she went out, several colleagues in the waiting area outside the office immediately surrounded her like cats smelling fish. Mu Shui, how are you? Why did the commander-in-chief ask you to come in? You've been here for so long. Tell me quickly, do you like me? Chapter 109 Taking over the He family villa. Looking at their gossipy eyes, Zhu Mushue's face flushed with a mysterious smile. Nothing, it's just that Master Gu doesn't know how to use a cell phone, so I went in and taught him. A girl who was on good terms with her came over and pinched her arm with a look of disbelief. That's all? Nothing else? Then why are you blushing? Exactly. How can a cell phone last so long? Tell the truth. The people around started to make a fuss, obviously not believing such a simple explanation. Zhu Mushue just smiled and insisted. Oh, that's really what it is. You guys think too much. But I was thinking proudly in my heart. Humph, I have added Lord Gu as my friend, so I want to tell you about this. With this relationship, as long as I work harder, isn't it only a matter of time before I become Lord Gu's most trusted confidant here? When the time comes, you can just be envious. In the office, Gu Chen was playing with the phone in his hand, feeling a little anxious because Chai Shintom had not replied to his message yet. Could it be that the message was not sent and she didn't see it? The thought flashed through his mind and he rejected it. Zhu Mushue said that if the message cannot be sent, a red exclamation mark will appear as a reminder, so her message must have been sent. That is, you saw it, but you are too lazy to reply? Or, did he fall asleep on the way back in the car? Several thoughts flashed through Gu Chen's mind in a mess, and finally he smiled at himself. Why think so much? After all, I am the commander-in-chief now. Why am I still acting like a young boy, worrying about a piece of information? Gu Chen shook his head, put his phone back in his pocket, stood up and walked out of the office. As soon as he went out, the soldiers in the office area outside, whether they were writing something or operating instruments, all stopped their work and nodded to him in greeting, as if they had eyes on the back of their heads. Hello, Commander-in-Chief. Gu Chen nodded, his eyes swept around and fell on Zhu Mushue, Assistant Zhu. He walked over. Hey. I'm here. What do you want, sir? Shu Mushue stood up immediately with a sweet smile on her face. Is there a car in the base? I want to go out for a while. Gu Chen asked. He remembered clearly that when Feng returned home, he was picked up by a special car. Now that I have taken over his position, the treatment can't be less, right? Yes. Of course. When Zhu Mushue heard this, she immediately became alert. She picked up the communicator on the table, pressed a few keys skillfully, and spoke a few clear and crisp words to the other end. Less than half a minute later, she hung up the call, turned around and said to Gu Chen with a smile, Sir, it has been arranged. The car is waiting for you in the parking lot inside the camp gate. After saying that, she even considerately made a gesture of invitation. Shall I take you there? No, I can go by myself. Gu Chen waved his hand. He was not used to the feeling of being surrounded by people. Following Zhu Mushue's instructions, Gu Chen quickly found the parking lot. At a glance, more than a dozen military off-road vehicles of uniform color were parked neatly, and next to one of them stood a middle-aged man. As soon as the man saw Gu Chen coming, he immediately stood up straight and walked towards him quickly with a simple smile on his face. Hello, Commander. My name is Yi Shan, and I'm your personal driver. If you need anything outside, just tell me. Yi Shan, this name is quite realistic. Gu Chen looked at him and saw that he was an honest man. He nodded, opened the car door and got in. Go to the logistics department. Okay. Yi Shan responded and the car drove out of the parking lot smoothly. The efficiency of the logistics department is much higher than Gu Chen imagined. As soon as Minister Yunchuan saw him, he didn't even say anything extra. He immediately retrieved the information and completed all the procedures in no time. Afterwards, they thoughtfully arranged for a logistics guy named Shaoli to drive another car and accompany Gu Chen to take over Fengyu's house. After getting the key and room card, Gu Chen did not go directly to the new home, but asked Yi Shan to drive back to his current residence first. Pack up and move. When Gu Chen announced the news, the three women in the room were all dumbfounded. Moving? Where to? Wang Jiayi was the first to jump up, her ponytail swinging behind her head and her face full of curiosity. Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong were also confused and stared at him blankly. Gu Chen looked at their reactions and felt a little amused. The unit allocated it to me. It's the villa that Fengyu lived in before. Wenwen, Xiaotong, you have seen it. As soon as that place was mentioned, Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong's faces turned pale instantly. That house did not leave them with any good memories. However, when I thought that Fengyu had turned into ashes, the shadow lingering in my heart was mostly dissipated. It's always a good thing to be able to live in a big house like that. Wang Jiayi didn't have the same psychological burden as them. She had never been there. When she heard it was a villa, her eyes lit up and she kept pestering Gu Chen and asking, Husband, how is that place? Is it big? Is it nice? It's big and beautiful. Gu Chen answered concisely. With two more women in the family, the luggage naturally more than doubled. When Gu Chen and his sister Gu Tong moved in, they only had 3 big bags. Now, all kinds of clothes and daily necessities were packed out in bits and pieces, filling up half of the living room. Fortunately, Shaoli from the logistics department also came by car, and he could barely fit all his belongings into the trunks and back seats of the 2 cars. A group of people drove towards Wanhai. In the carriage, the 3 women were obviously riding in this tall and mighty military off-road vehicle for the first time, and they were not quiet throughout the journey. Wang Jiayi was like a curious baby, touching this, knocking that, and saying wow wow all the time. Although Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong were more reserved, their sparkling eyes revealed their inner excitement and curiosity. Gu Chen sat in the passenger seat, watching them chattering in the rearview mirror, feeling warm in his heart. This feeling is really good. The car soon arrived in front of the familiar villa. Yi Shan jumped out of the car, walked to the imposing door, and manually entered the password. The previous servants were dismissed and the automatic sensing system was temporarily turned off. But Yi Shan still knew the He family's password. The gate slowly opened, and 2 cars drove into the spacious courtyard one after the other. Several people worked together to move down all the large and small bags and piled them on the floor. Shaoli walked up to Gu Chen and handed him a folder. Master Gu, please take your family to check the inside and outside of the house to see if there are any problems. If there are no problems, please sign this acceptance document, and our final procedures will be completed. Gu Chen nodded and waved his hand. Let's go shopping first. He took the three women and walked around the courtyard first. The well-trimmed lawn, the vibrant garden pool, and a small open-air swimming pool with a filtration system made Wang Jiayi exclaim repeatedly, and even Ran Wenwen and Gu Tong showed loaning looks on their faces. After walking around outside, Gu Chen took out the key and walked to the front door of the villa. I inserted it and turned it around, and found that the door was not locked. Gu Chen didn't think much about it and pushed open the heavy wooden door. The scene inside the house made everyone at the door stunned. There were 6 women kneeling in the spacious and bright living room. They were all wearing thin clothes, with messy hair, and looked of different ages. They all lowered their heads, trembled, and the air was filled with suppressed sobs. Chapter 110 Taking in the Girls. What is going on? Gu Chen frowned, his heart full of doubts. Who are you? He asked in a deep voice, breaking the eerie silence. Seeing this, Shaoli, who was following behind, changed his expression and rushed to the front in a hurry, pointing at the women and asking in a stern voice, "Why are you still here? Didn't you go to the labor bureau?" After saying that, he quickly turned his head and bowed to Gu Chen with an apologetic look on his face. "I'm sorry, Master Gu, I'm sorry for disturbing you. These women are all Yifengyu's, family members. Yifengyu committed a heinous crime, and according to the regulations, his family members will be deprived of their citizenship. The men will be sent to the front line as coolies, and the women will be sent to the labor bureau for reform, arranged to sweep the streets, or rewarded to meritorious adults as private servants. They should have been staying at the labor bureau. I don't know how they managed to sneak back here." When the women heard this, they were so frightened that their souls almost flew away. They quickly raised their heads, crying and shaking their heads. "No! It's not like that. We are not his wives. His quota for forced marriages has already been used up. We were snatched away by him using despicable means. We were not even registered. We have already complained to the labor bureau, they verified the situation and have let us go." The women explained at once. Gu Chen turned his gaze to Shaoli with a questioning look in his eyes. Shaoli also looked confused and scratched his head. I don't know about this. What happens next is not our business." Gu Chen looked at the women again, his voice becoming a little colder. "Even so, why did you come back here?" The women looked at each other, their faces full of despair and helplessness. One of the older men sobbed and said, We had nowhere to go. After leaving the labor bureau, we all returned to our respective homes, but our families thought we were embarrassing and kicked us out again." Another younger girl continued crying, "Yeah, we are homeless now and have no choice but to come back here and what?" Gu Chen asked. "Although we have cleared our identities as relatives of criminals, our personal information is still marked as having been close to a felon. We want to go out and find a job, but no one dares to hire people with such dirty identities like us." As soon as the words fell, a woman who looked the most fragile suddenly crawled to Gu Chen's feet on her knees, hugged his trouser legs, and begged in tears. "Sir! Please take us in. I can be a servant, I can do any job. I can work like a cow or a horse. As long as I can have a place to live and food to eat." Her action seemed to have lit a fuse, and the remaining 5 women, seeing this, all knelt and crawled over crying, surrounding Gu Chen. The pleading voices of "Please take us in, sir, let us stay and serve you, I used to be a servant, please keep me" came one after another, which was very frustrating to hear. For a moment, Gu Chen was at a loss. "Brother, they are so pitiful." Gu Tong pulled the corner of his clothes and whispered, "How about, just leave them here?" When the women heard Gu Tong's words, they felt like they had grabbed a life-saving straw. They quickly turned to Gu Tong and thanked him with sobs. Ran Wenwen's pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. She herself had been kicked out of the house by her family, and she knew the feeling of being lost and helpless, so she couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. She took a step forward and said softly to Gu Chen, "Hubby, if we kick them out, they will be homeless and unable to find work. I'm afraid someone might die. Look, our house is so big, and we really need someone to take care of it. Otherwise, why don't we just let them stay?" At this point, she changed the subject, revealing her true nature as a thrifty housewife. "But our family doesn't have much money right now, so we can't pay too much." When the women heard that there was a chance, they kowtowed like crazy and rushed to express their opinions. "We don't want money. We really don't want money. As long as you give me a place to stay and food to eat every day, that's all." Gu Chen's eyes slowly swept over the 6 women kneeling on the ground. It has to be said that those who are favored by a man like He Fingyu and forcibly abducted are naturally good looking and have good figures. The oldest one looked to be in his early 30s, still quite charming. The youngest one looked to be about the same age as Ranwanwan, just at the age when she was about to blossom. Although their faces were covered with tears and they looked disheveled, their delicate facial features and beautiful figures could not be concealed. Gu Chen sighed in his heart. Ranwanwan's words hit the nail on the head. He had originally planned to hire a few servants to take care of such a large house. Now that we have ready-made ones, and they don't cost any money, it really saves us a lot of trouble. Drive him out, whether he is dead or alive, out of sight, out of mind. But staying is just a matter of adding a few more pairs of chopsticks. That's all. Okay, everyone, get up. Gu Chen finally spoke. You will stay here from now on, responsible for cleaning in 3 meals a day. If you want to leave in the future, you can leave at any time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The 6 women cried with joy and kowtowed repeatedly to express their gratitude. Gu Chen walked around them and casually strolled around the room. After confirming that there were no major problems, he signed his name on the acceptance documents and sent Shaoli from the logistics department away. Olji, there is nothing else to do today, you should go back first. Gu Chen said to the driver. Okay, Commander-in-Chief. Yi Shan said goodbye respectfully and left the car keys to Gu Chen. The car is left here for you. You can use it any time. I can just take a taxi back. After seeing off the outsiders, the door of the villa slowly closed. Gu Chen turned around and went back to the first floor hall, looking at his 3 family members with different expressions, and the 6 new servants who were trembling and at a loss. For a moment, I just felt a little uncomfortable. The population of this family is increasing. It's getting lively.